How's it going, everybody? Right now, I am joined here with some of the greatest Street Fighter players on the planet. They really don't need any introduction, but I'm gonna introduce them anyways. Punk, Mena RD, Nephew, how y'all doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm chilling. I'm super happy. I don't know why.
Yeah, you're good. Nephew, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
You mentioned it the last time I saw you. Where was it at?
It was in 2019. We were at like a bar for my 21st birthday.
That's right.
After, it was like a Red Bull tournament.
That's right.
Yeah.
You remember that night?
Yeah, it was fun.
Okay, that's good. I think I remember a little bit better than you, but it's okay. You had a good time.
You know Nephew, an honorary Dominican?
Is he?
People don't know that. He won a 3v3 with Kava and DRA.
Are you serious?
He replaced me, yeah.
That was in 2017.
2017.
Okay, that's crazy.
DR Nephew, like there's a little bit.
How is DRA doing?
He's chilling, man. He's just chilling, you know, living life. You know, he's like a party guy.
Yes, right.
Been working a lot, has his son, so.
Okay. And is he still one of the best out there, though?
I mean, in 5, before it ended, he was still one of the best, but 6, like he hasn't connected with the game, like, you know.
Got you. How are all you guys, I'll start with you. How are you guys liking 6 right now?
For me, Street Fighter 6 is a very weird game. I like it and I dislike it at the same time.
Okay.
So it's like somewhere in the middle, but it's extremely fun. So I think that's why it's okay for me to dislike it and still play it because I have so much fun.
Right.
So there are things I do like about it though, but I feel like the fun just overweighs it all. And just playing competitively still I just love it. So since the game still has that in it, I think I'll just love playing serious competition.
Do you agree with that? Are there things that you like?
100%.
Yeah.
I love the game because it's really fun. After 5, because 5 online was not good. The online is amazing, and it, you know, I got the competition back, but I hate this game too. Like Drive Rush, man, I hate it. And it's just, I think it's the process of learning a new game. You know, I think I'm gonna get used to it. I hope. But yeah, like it's really fun, and the fun. It's what matters the most, so yeah.
How do you like Drive Rush?
Yeah, personally, I love Drive Rush.
It's very, of course.
You like the Drive Rush?
Yeah,
Drive Rush?
I think it's a lot of fun to do, you know? I just, you know, Drive Rush at people and they get hit. It's pretty cool.
Scary. Look at what he said.
All right, so what, you know, they found some things that they may not be comfortable with the game. Is there anything that you are having problems with? Disagree with?
I think it's just very volatile, right? Like there's a lot of characters that do a lot of damage, like Marissa, for example. I got eliminated by her at Evo.
Sorry to hear that.
Like,
Sorry to hear.
Like you're scared to do that EXDP because it's just gonna kill you if you guess wrong.
Do you remember, who was the Marissa?
Dialogue? His name is Dialogue. He beat Shin too, so I'm not alone.
Oh!
You know what's funny? Yeah, I was in pools. That was like when I fought Daigo. That was around that area, and some dude he got next to me. He dapped me up, and I said I was gonna be Nephew. I never even heard that. I was like, what?
Yeah, what?
He was up and I told you I was gonna.
He dapped you up and
I didn't know that's who he is.
Yeah,
That Dialogue.
so,
Dialogue?
Yeah.
That's too good. Did you know him beforehand? You know who that was?
No, he had, you know, I went with it because I was like, yeah, I didn't know who he was.
You just had to join in
I
on the
just
hype,
had
right?
to join. I was sad for Neff, but I was like, man, he was really feeling it.
He can't bring his energy down.
He said he told me too. So.
Yeah.
Did he tell you and you just didn't remember?
I don't remember that. I think he maybe got me confused.
Maybe he told Kaba he had the wrong bandits member.
I don't know, maybe.
So you're living in the U.S. now, right?
Yes, in Massachusetts.
Okay. How long you been in?
Like 8-9 months.
All right. So everybody here, we all been in the U.S. for some time, man. We've traveled around and been to other regions. You know, very, very lucky that we can. What region is the strongest?
I'll answer first. I think for sure America is the strongest. And I know people, of course, going to say Japan, but I murdered every last one of them at Evo that I played, so nobody can disagree with my opinion. None of them got even one game on me. So therefore, I feel like America is the strongest. I struggle the most here. And as a content creator, of course. Yeah, as a content creator, not even taking the game serious. I know all the fellas in Japan, they play very seriously. They don't really care about the content that much. But, you know, I just enter tournaments every day playing a new character that I learned the day before. I don't even practice Cammy. So for me to be able to beat them so dominantly, I feel like you can't really argue with my opinion.
So America's the best region. Do you agree with that, nephew?
I mean, I feel like I have to agree with what Punk says about that. I feel like he knows more about every other region than I do. Like, you know, I haven't really played people from Japan or even Europe in this game too much. So I'll definitely play with the people like here, but in America, like you can just play with people in America. So you know
Where was the Marissa from? I'm not trying to. I promise you, I'm not trying to. I'm genuinely curious. Do you know where the Marissa was from?
I'm pretty sure he was American.
Okay, all right, that's good. I'm just making sure.
I'm only losing to him. Well, I lost to Aitani in winter, so I can't even say anything.
I got the revenge, though.
There it is. That's right. Mena, how you feel about regions that you've been to?
I agree. I know. I agree. America's the strongest. You know. Yeah. Okay. It's just, you know, Punk has the. It's Punk. He's gonna say the things like he wants to say. It's facts. It's harsh facts, but it's facts. What he said, it was free. He lost to UAE and DR and / America. Didn't really lose to any Japanese. It was free. But for sure, I feel like America is the strongest region right now, especially if you take into account that America has access to DR. DR, like we play together. It's too rough right now. East Coast alone, I think, is the best, but when you add DR to the mix, it's like, and West Coast is too much.
Do you think it's because of better online structure? Like, why is it that America is the strongest region?
I'm just trolling Japan, by the way. Don't take it too serious. We are the best, though.
I mean, you've proven it. Like you said,
we are the best, though.
Got the results.
I'm just messing with y'all about the other stuff. Don't worry. I'm a content creator, so this is the thing I do. But I think America is probably strongest. Like Mena said, we do practice with DR in the sense that we have so many online tournaments and they're like 700 people deep every single time. So like our training, and I feel like just our stamina training for Evo was probably a lot better than everyone else's. I know Japan, they play a lot every day, probably like 8-10 hours a day, but they're not playing in tournaments. They're just playing each other and trying to get better playing casuals. But in this game, you kind of have to play in tournaments, in my opinion, to really get the real feel of it. Playing casuals is not really the same thing, because the game mental stack is crazy. You have to be ready to react to everything. And if you get hit with something, you gotta really just accept it fast and just hope you can react to the next interaction of whatever they got for you. So I think the fact that we have so many big online tournaments literally every week with like people like Mena, me, Nephew, Knuckle Sean, Smug, whoever it is, like there's so many people who are at the highest level of Street Fighter that we're playing against on online tournaments, and it's a decent amount of money. So you know, people are sweating trying to make the Matcherino bucks. So, so I think that's how we get a little advantage over the other regions.
Actually, I feel like there's a situation in Japan. I tweeted about this. Like they don't have tournaments every single week. We have like 6-7 tournaments every week, 600 players. Like the least amount of players it has, maybe like 250, and you have like all the tryhards. You have Knuckle, you have Punk, you have Kava, you have me. Like all of us play, and then you have I was talking with Punk about that. The players that are almost there, like that are almost at the highest level, they are so dangerous, man. Like for example, play like Space Boy. I don't want to play Space Boy, you know, it's dangerous. So we have like 50 players like that, you know. So I feel like being under pressure every single day that you play the game makes you better when the pressure is there, you know, like Evo or this tournament.
here's something like you guys have all played at the highest level. You guys have been playing for many years. Now you know you're on this elite level. You've been on this for a while. How do you know when do you feel, if ever, you were beat? You know what I'm saying? So like, let's say this, right? You lose a tournament to somebody 3-2. In your head, do you feel like you really lost to this person? Do you feel like if you ran it back, you could beat them?
For me, both of my sets at Evo that I lost were 3-2 nail biters. Of course, I think if we could run it again, I might win, or maybe it will be the same result again. But it's so close that either player can win, and it's not really a loss in my opinion. You just take away stuff from it, and you come back and get better, and then you'll probably maybe beat them again the next time, or maybe you'll lose again. But I feel like as long as you actually took something away from the set, then you didn't really lose. So as long as you're learning something and you're getting better and you're gonna apply it the next time you play the person, I feel like that's a win, because you might beat them at an event bigger for more money. So it really just depends. I feel like if you're just learning from what happened in the match.
Nephew, how do you feel in terms of playing 2 out of 3 versus 3 out of 5 versus 1st to 10? What format do you personally prefer?
I think I would probably prefer 1st to 3 in this game. 1st to 10 is like, I feel like a completely different format, or like the game is different. Like I think in long sets in Street Fighter 6, it's about stamina as well. Like, are you really gonna react to Drive Impact on the 19th game? Like, you know, so it actually turns into a different game when you're not like hyper focused in that first couple matches. But I think 1st to 2 is definitely way more volatile. So I think 1st to 3 is probably the best.
You want 1st to 3, you want 1st to 10?
Why those are 2 options?
I mean, you can do 1st to 10.
You want 5 matches or 100? What?
No, I'm just saying. The reason why is because, you know, there's a lot of players that lately, they've just been doing longer sets, only 1st to 10s. And, you know, I see Twitter, I see people not wanting to do 2 out of 3. So I'm just curious, do you think, would you rather have everything like 1st to 10s? Would that be more convincing if you're better than somebody?
Not really. It's what Nephew said, you know. It's about maintaining focus. I feel like a lot of people struggle with that. So 1st to 10 will favor the person that is able to focus for the longest, not necessarily the player that plays the best. If I play better than you on a 1st to 5 or a 1st to 3, that means I'm better than you like in every single tournament we're gonna go. But if we play a 1st to 10 and I lose my focus, then I'm not gonna win. You're gonna download me, you know, because I'm gonna be tired. So I feel like for tournaments, 1st to 3 is the best. I feel like the game is too fast-paced and it's too volatile for 1st to 2, as we saw at Evo. But I feel like 1st to 10 is good for big exhibitions, you know, and specific tournaments. It's good to do it. But for tournaments, 1st to 3 for sure is like the best option.
When this game came out, and you know, you guys have been playing 5 for a long time, you knew 6 was coming. What was going through your head when, like, in terms of your competitive nature? You obviously want to win. What was the hunger levels like? Was this something where you said, I'm definitely going to be the best? And what did you have to do to get there?
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that actually. And I just thought, like, what can I do better than winning 2 Capcom Cups? You know, that's what I did in 5. That's what defines my resume in 5. And what do I need to do? Like, can I achieve in this game something greater than that? Is it 3 Capcom Cups? Is it 1 Evo and 1 Cup? What do I need to do? And honestly, it became more about legacy and being able to, like, maybe if I can do the same thing again and again and again for like 3 games, maybe I'll be satisfied. Who knows, you know? So it's about that. It's about legacy right now. I don't know about you.
For me, I feel like my mindset shifted from Street Fighter V, where all I really cared about is winning and being the best. And I won so many tournaments in my life. And I never won the big ones, of course, but I won so many. And to me, the big ones don't really matter as much anymore, because I started to realize that if I'm winning a final round or I'm winning an NCR with everyone near that also goes to Evo or qualifies for Capcom Cup, they're not trying any less harder than they are at the Cup or at Evo, especially if they're not qualified for the Capcom Cup. So they're trying their absolute hardest. So why should I really care about winning those tournaments specifically? Obviously, it's a lot more money or prestige. But for me now, I just want to play my best for all the people who support me, because ever since Street Fighter 6 come out, I've got so many fans, and it's very humbling to see when I stream any day, it's going to be 2,000 viewers guaranteed. And I'm like, why are y'all coming here all the time? I don't really know. So for me, I just want to play the best for them and my family, everyone who just watch me and just support me. As long as they're happy with how I'm playing and I feel good, I think that is, for me, is what matters now. It's not really getting the win anymore. Of course, I do want to win every tournament I attend, but if I don't and all of those people congratulate me and say that I did my best and I played amazing, that's the thing that I'd rather hear now.
That's beautiful. That's humbling. Nephew, you get people coming up to you at Evo now, wanting to take photos and stuff like that, talk to you about your jury. How has that changed you at all with your game? Has that got to your head?
It's definitely a little bit weird because it wasn't as much, like, it didn't used to be like that. But I don't think it's gotten to my head at all. I feel like I'm a pretty humble person, so, you know.
You're too humble. What do you got to do this weekend with your jury? How are you going to take it?
I mean,
they're going to cover their ears. How are you going to win?
I'm just going to play my best, you know. I'll play everyone. With punish everything. play neutral.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else you guys want to do while you're out here in Riyadh right now?
I just probably just want to do some shisha. I like doing shisha with the birds. That's like my favorite activity to do at tournaments when we're all together. So that's my highlight for me this week, is for me to have some shisha with the birds.
Nice.
I don't know when I'll see everybody again, so I just want to like really be able to enjoy it. Sadly, it's such a big tournament that has a lot of pressure, you know, and I really want to perform. So I'm gonna be playing a lot, but I also want to like see everybody and enjoy the moment, enjoy the experience, because so many people that I respect that are here, and I wanna enjoy that moment. I want to share with everybody. So that's actually one of my focus here. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same way. There's like a lot of players here that I'm like meeting in person for the first time, so it's cool to like be able to hang out and play with them. But yeah, it's a big tournament, so a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, quite a bit. Well, y'all stay focused. Best of luck to all of you, and hopefully, you know, I can run some sets with you and see how I stack up versus the GOATs. All right, thank you guys so much, and enjoy the tournament.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
What a journey it has been to get up to this point. But now it is time. We know that the best players from around the globe have come right here to Saudi Arabia to compete for an unbelievable $1 million prize pool. Well, now, today, we finally are going to see who is going to be our Gamers 8 champion. Could it be Daigo the Beast Umehara? Could it be Mina RD? Will Angry Bird be the repeat champion? Evo and Gamers 8 back-to-back? There is only one way to find out. I'm your host, Hollywood Rob TV, and this is Gamers 8.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. It is finals day here at Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 2023. You've never seen a Street Fighter event with so much on the line, and it all comes down to this. I am F-Word to take you guys through this today, and I'm joined by some incredible talents, very familiar to me. For those of you who don't know, what's up, Logan Sama? How you doing, my guy? And of course, Damascus. Assalamu alaikum, brothers. How you doing?
Walaikum salam. We're good, man. We're looking good. We had to look good. How are you doing, Logan?
I'm fantastic, man. I cannot wait to see the culmination of this action. 3 days already deep, and we've had some amazing matches. It's only going to get better, only going to get hotter, if that's even possible, here in Riyadh.
Man, there's so much on the line. I guess you guys have noticed we're paying homage to the beautiful land of Saudi Arabia. When in Saudi, appreciate us as Muslims, of course, and them in their culture. Damascus, amazing attire, I must say, you're wearing today. Talk to us a bit about this.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So we, got received like absolutely crazy. Our hospitality is second to none, to be honest. We've had an amazing stay. And Atir, who is the main host, right, as you see on the main stage, took us a couple of days ago to just get our measurements done and fit it to get a thobe, which is...
Let me see the full. Could you step to the side of the... Let me see the full.
Just the side a bit, yeah.
Like this,
that's
yeah.
it. We're good. Yeah,
oh,
that's
look at that,
that's
brother.
the full one. Yeah.
Amazing.
So of course, full thobe, obviously. It being white means actually better under the sun as well. So like it's like much fresher than you would think when you're outside under the sun and you wear this. You still feel pretty good, of course. And we had to work the shemar, aka the traditional headpiece from Saudi. You know, obviously, shout out to all of our hosts here. They've been absolutely incredible, in helping us, in making sure that this trip is incredible, and in helping us represent the community and the culture here, of course.
It's one of the most welcoming communities I've ever been to. There's an incredible amount of fighting game talent here. There's also a ton of esports talent here. I believe we've had a number of Middle Eastern guys actually win events over the course of Gamers 8 as it's been going on. Today, of course, we still have the possibility of doing that, saying goodbye to the 2 talents from Saudi Arabia, but there are still Middle Eastern representatives in Big Bird and Angry Bird. Angry Bird sitting one aside, and we'll be getting into the more details of that as we go on. But honestly, an absolutely beautiful experience so far. So thank you. So grateful for you guys having us. We're going to kick things off, Logan, with the club awards here to look at things and who we're going to give it to. I'm not going to reveal now. We're going to show it. So these guys are obviously competing across the event. These teams have a number of players represented across a multitude of different games, and the winning team, I believe, walks away with $1.5 million. These are the current standings of how the teams have been performing across the board, across a multitude of games here. Gamers 8, I believe, 8 weeks of tournament events, something like $48 million in prize pool money across the board, and those teams obviously competing for a lion's share of that.
Yeah, fantastic to see, the diversity across the teams competing across so many different titles. It's 8 weeks, but there's, almost like 3 titles a week here. Every esports that matters is here at Gamers 8, and, what a fantastic exhibition it has been, and I'm really excited to see how these organizations round that. It kind of highlights their investment across multiple different games.
Speaking of investment, a massive shout out to Savvy Games Group. This is their pre-show segment. They're one of our biggest supporters here at the event, alongside all the other amazing names that have been supporting this event as it's gone on. We've got a lot of stuff to get through, guys. I mean, yesterday was just ridiculous. We saw some incredible turnarounds. Some people we didn't know even had it in them. We saw the Rashid come back here. I mean, he didn't even get that combo right, by the way. But that match, nothing on the line for Oil King but ending Walker out of there. And there were loads more moments like that, weren't there, Damascus?
Yeah, there was a lot. And I was talking to Oil King, and he was like, I've never played Rashid in tournaments. That's why I did not want to play Rashid this tournament. But him being out of the tournament, he wanted to play. And he ended up being much better with Rashid, man.
The beatdown that Daigo put on Luffy here, a sad end to Luffy's tournament. 3 perfects in 1 1st-2 game, an absolute massacre, and I don't think we'll be seeing that Manon again in the future for Luffy.
There was the win there for MOV. Literally had Angry Bird beat, dropped the counter hit confirm into the crouch medium, and then Angry Bird did what Angry Bird does. No mercy, no surrender.
He dropped the killing combo, MOV. He had the crouch medium kick. All he needed was the drive rush, man. That's crazy.
But listen, Angry Bird made that count to full effect, and we saw that multiple times in that set. And then, of course, we had Shen coming up.
Heartbreaker, man. Shen put the beat down on the 4 fills here.
And obviously, you represent the UK scene currently, Logan, a scene I know very well, having come up myself there. DJ's a character we have some representation in, but not quite to this level, I'm assuming.
Absolutely. Some of the very best DJ players in the world are, at the moment, out of Asia, of course, Southeast Asia and Japan. Shen, definitely one of those, and that's why he's still in the tournament. He's got a big matchup coming in the next round. But this is the guy right now we're all looking at, undefeated in the tournament, looking to cruise through. And this performance was even more impressive than the one against Punk at EVO, a clean 3-0 sweep, MENA RD.
Yesterday's MVP. And then, of course, we had the next one coming up here with the China team kill. VX Bao had to take out his teammate there, Jen. And then, of course, Mena again on absolute fire throughout this event. I think Shen was one of these hardest matches.
Yeah, this is the only time I think he's been taken, you know, this close.
I think it was still 3-1.
It was 3-2 in the end.
3-2 in the end.
Yeah, it went to the last game. The Luke pick definitely worked out for him, though. And here we are, of course. There's so many JP and Ken matches, I can't keep track of which one's which. Was that Kakarot VX Bao?
After losing
there
twice
you go,
to
it was
VX Bao in
Kakarot
groups,
VX
right?
Bao. Yeah, exactly, the big
twice
turnaround.
in groups, and then when it counts, that's when Kakarot takes it.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting in winners. That's one of the big matches to look forward to as well, guys. It's quite hard to call. We have three of the EVO top 8 here, 2 of the EVO finalists here still in winners side, and then the remaining players to get through the rest of the event. In losers, there's some crazy matches as well. Before we get to that, guys, it didn't all kick off with a top 16. There was lots of stuff that took place prior. We had a very unique format to qualify into this top 16 position. How did that look, Logan? How did that work?
Yeah, we've been enjoying double round robin, home and away. Both players will be facing each other twice, and that kind of gave a real fair representation of their head-to-head. We had some big swings, didn't we? Some players winning the first day and then losing the run back the second day, and that gave us a very accurate reflection of where the players should be standing at the end of that group stage. 8 groups, giving us 2 players progressing to the more traditional double elimination bracket of the playoffs.
Of course, that is where we are now. I believe we're not quite in top 8 yet. We've got a few matches.
No, we've got 12 left, so that's even better. You know,
exactly.
more exciting games to enjoy. And of course, you know, playoff elimination style Street Fighter is what we're all most used to. It's the most exciting method of playing this game, and you know, for 8 players, their tournament lives are on the line, and every match that they're playing is effectively one of the biggest money matches ever played in the tournament. I think some of these guys in losers bracket in this final 12 will be playing for the differential of about $20,000, which is more than you win for most of the major events in the world right now. So,
I mean,
so much
Evo,
pressure.
Right? I mean, we saw Evo, an incredible tournament. I mean, while we're on the prize pool, tell us in more detail. I mean, we've got a snippet of the prize pool now. This is what they're playing for, guys. This has got to be the highest stakes in Street Fighter history, not just Street Fighter 6, Street Fighter period. Close to $500,000 for first
Never before has this
Logan.
money been seen in the prize pool. And do you know what? It's been very refreshing to see the players not be distracted by this. They've been focusing on their gameplay, but the rewards for the performance they've put on are incredible. $400,000 is life-changing money, but even for finishing top 8, you're still getting enough to put a down payment down on a home. So what an amazing opportunity for these players here today.
We've got to keep that in consideration when these guys are playing. These guys have already experienced pressure at the highest level, but to be playing a match right now that essentially in the loser side and the latter stages, when you're in that winner side, I mean, Angry Bird and the guys in winners already guaranteed themselves a tremendous amount of money, but that's going to affect their gameplay, I imagine, as well, and they've got to maintain that mentality, Damascus.
I think we all remember the very famous Phenom drop that was about like 100K, and I'm hoping that we don't get such a heartbreaking drop again here, because at this moment, whenever you're going to get a last round situation, remember we're memeing about this before the game came out. It's like, oh, last round, Zangief's in front of you, what do you don't wake up? That's going to happen. And
are you going to check Drive Impact in the corner for 400K?
Jury comes in Drive Rush. You know, 400K in the line. Do you press a button or do you block? That's going to be huge, man.
Speaking of matchups, here's a look at how the brackets actually stand. These are the matches we're going to be looking forward to today, and there are some absolutely intense clashes taking place. Of course, winner's side. I mean, Logan, go ahead. You talk me through this.
Mena Adi and Kakarot, 2 players, as you said, that performed so well at EVO. They've been in flying form in the first couple of months of Street Fighter 6. Kakarot, one of the favorites out of Japan. Mena, one of the most informed players in the world right now, getting to grand finals at EVO. That's going to be an absolute barnstorm. But talking about grand finals at EVO, we've got the EVO champ, Angry Bird, who seems, try as he might, because he has come very close to doing it, he just cannot lose either. He finds a way to win. Is he going to be able to find a way to win against DCQ, who's one of the most exciting and interesting JPs out there right now? A very unique play style. I'm really looking forward to these guys matching up.
Yeah, I really like how DCQ plays, man. I've been watching, like, obviously we've been watching a lot of JP, whether it's from Europe.
Unavoidable, right?
Unavoidable. No matter tournament, no matter region, you will see some some JPs, but DCQ is so unique. He has a way to play with the OD portals a lot. He never gets burnt out despite using so much meter for these portals, but there are 2 portals on the screen at all times, so you always have to navigate around that, and I'm really curious to see how Angry Bird will play against this.
Those winners matches are absolutely tasty. Can't wait to see how they go down. But Damascus, we also have the loser side lower bracket here as well, and this is kicking off with KillzYou Punk. Talk us through some of these incredible matches.
Listen, all of these matches are absolutely amazing. KillzYou Punk is such an interesting one, obviously, because one of Punk's sharing partners, his nephew, right? Jury. That's definitely a matchup that he's got on lock. They've played each other at CEO as well. It's a matchup they know. I'm so excited to see KillzYou versus Punk. But of course, if we scroll down just a bit more, all of these losers bracket matches are incredible. But Big Bird versus Xian, right here for the first time on SF6, these two, they played each other on 5, they played each other on 4. They've actually played each other on 6 couple of times online, but obviously not with the best of connections. But I'm really curious, man, because Xian has been a menace all weekend.
I mean, I don't know what to pick when I look at those matches in terms of my favorite or most exciting to look forward to. I imagine you don't either. But guys, for those of you who have preferences and can't stick with us for the entire time, shame on you, by the way, because you shouldn't be looking anywhere else. But if you do have a particular preference, just in Gamers 8 top quality esports fashion, we're going to be giving you guys the full schedule. These are the matches, these are how they're going down, and today's schedule, I believe it's just the one stream, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's right.
KillzYou versus Punk to open things up, NuckleDuck versus Daigo Umehara. So we're kicking off in the lower bracket, the losers bracket, and those are 2 absolutely juicy matches to kick things off.
Yeah, Daigo Umehara, I mean, you know, who is not a Daigo fan out there? He's been playing great. He was undefeated for a while until he got his first defeat before getting out of the group, of course. Now, you know, ends up in losers bracket against NuckleDuck. As NuckleDuck said yesterday after playing, he said, I don't know why, I'm kind of nice today. I'm kind of playing nice. Like, he's having a great weekend so far, and taking Daigo down, you know, for their first fight in SF6 would be a huge one for him.
Yeah, how cool is it though to see the likes of Takamura getting a place in this final 12? He's going to up against VxBao. That might even be a mirror match as well. We've got no idea who VxBao is going to be using. He's been mixing us up with JP and Ken throughout this event. But players like that have really been exciting over the last couple of years, getting into this final 12, definitely going to deliver.
I mean, it's going to be hard to pick, guys. We've got so many exciting matches ahead of us, but we did have to make the decision, along with the rest of the talent and the players, making a vote for what we feel is the match to watch. And this one has huge implications on who could potentially win the event. The match to watch we've gone for is Mena RD versus Kakaroo. Logan, why do you think the majority of us picked this match as the one to watch for today?
I think, you know, for me, the performances that these guys put in, of course, you know, Kakaroo finishing 5th at EVO, Mena getting to grand finals, but both of them have just been so impressive and so consistent over the last couple of months as Street Fighter 6 has been out there. Kakaroo sweeping that Japan qualifier for Red Bull Kumite, and then sweeping the last chance qualifier and getting a place in there and looking so impressive as well, getting so far into that bracket. Kakaroo really has exploded as one of the names of Japan alongside so many legends. The young player has really shown some tremendous poise. But Mena RD, you know, no pun intended, he's looking like a beast. You know, the call of the wild is out there right now. He's making the most of this Blanca, but he's got that solid loot pick behind it as well. It's a fantastic pairing of characters that can, you know, probably deal with almost any eventuality. That one is absolutely going to be 2 players that are the pinnacle of Street Fighter 6 going head to head.
We see the amazing players arriving in the background now off the coach, ready for the GGs. And of course, we're going to be kicking things off with KillzYou, who had just a resurgence over the last 2 days at Damascus after a 50-50 day one. He really turned things around, didn't he? He's up against Punk though, and that's a big ask.
Listen, he beat Angry Bird to get out of groups, right? Like, that's already a huge one. He got it. He got Angry Bird. He beat Big Bird in Lunas bracket with a clean 3-0. I haven't seen many people who are able to 3-0 Big Bird. Then lost to Angry Bird. Had like possibly the hardest run you could ask for.
And it was only last game as well.
And it was last game. Yeah, it was last game. He played absolutely insane. And as I said, that's another huge client in the name of Punk. But I feel like KillzYou is the kind of player who isn't really afraid of any opponent. He's just playing his game.
There's no pressure on him, right? You know, he's here. There's not a lot of expectation on him. You know, he's not got the same kind of profile that some of these players, you know, we see Punk behind us right now. There's a lot of pressure and expectation on him. The world looks at Punk playing and they expect results. KillzYou, you know, completely free of the shackles of expectation. He's just playing free flowing, man, and it's beautiful to watch.
And of course, that's not the only one we have to look out for. It's going to be a big ask for Killzoo, but he's done so well against top players. I mean, he could have easily taken out Angry Bird, the Evo champion, had it gone his way. We then move on to NuckleDu, the surprise turn up of NuckleDu. I mean, he told me he got the call. We had a fallout. He got the call the Wednesday before the Evo, and he was like, count me in, and here he is. Firstly, I mean, poor Problem X and JarBM, they get NuckleDu, a former Capcom Cup champion, in their group out of nowhere, but he's up against Daigo Imahara. So.
I've been really enjoying this resurgence of NuckleDu. You know, he's really taken to Street Fighter 6, and he has been entering everything he can. So there's no surprise to me that when the call came in, he was ready to fly out here and take part against the world's best, because he's been trying to test himself against every competition he can over the last couple of months in Street Fighter's life. Whether it's online, offline, he has been active, and he's had some incredible moments with this guy.
Probably the most
and the Cammy behind it as well, by the way. Another great pairing.
Yeah.
Remember his most successful season, 2016 Capcom Cup champion. He had a fantastic pairing in Guile and with Armika behind it as well. Yeah. You know, he's got a great pairing at the moment with Cammy covering some of Guile's matchups. Is he going to be able to progress further? He's going to have to look at that JP matchup. He got sent to losers pretty soundly by DCQ 3-0. He's going to want to come back from that, and this is a perfect opportunity for him to do so against a legend.
Hopefully he's had a chance to practice against the plethora of top-level JP players we have here to learn the matchup. He was quite honest in the fact that it's one of the matches he's not had enough exposure to, which is rare in this day and age with how popular the character is. But depending on where you are, what tournaments you're entering, that kind of makes sense. We then have, at one point, my favorite to potentially take the whole tournament, the Kakaroo Slayer. Couldn't beat him the third time, sitting now in losers. VX Bao will be coming up later in this segment of the show, and his opponent in that segment is going to be Takamura. Takamura, the surprise package, having an amazing performance yesterday, clutching it against Phenom. Damascus, talk me through this one.
Listen, Takamura, it's really interesting to see Takamura here, because he has been hiding, right? Since the game came out, he did not really enter online tournaments. I met him in Brussels, and I was like, all right, let's talk together. I'm like, how are you feeling about the game? And he's like, I've just been training. I'm not entering tournament. I've been training. I've been invited to Gamers 8, and I'm training for this event. This is my objective. And like, he's like, I feel good. Obviously, he's been a Ken player. He broke out onto the scene on 5 with Ken. Ken is a ridiculous character in 6, so obviously enjoys the character a lot. Beat Phenom in the mirror match yesterday.
Yeah, he's a bit of an unknown quantity. You never really know what you're going to get with Takamura. He might make the most godlike plays and clutch it out against some of the greatest players in the world, or, you know, he might just get cleaned out like he did against NuckleDu 3-0 in winner's bracket. It looked helpless there. You never know which Takamura you're going to get, but he has always got the potential to put on a fantastic showing.
Yeah, and of course he's up against VX Bao, who I imagine will go with the JP pick. Great experience against Ken. And then we go on to another one, guys. None of the matches, I mean, at no point will you be like, you know, I'm not. Every match is absolutely tantalizing.
Banger upon banger.
Banger after banger, man.
This one's
it's going to be Shen taking on Big Bird. Big Bird in absolutely fiery form in the beginning of Street Fighter 6, winning Red Bull Kumite, winning the local event in Dubai, having a very good run at Evo, even if he wasn't happy with it. But seen him beaten the most convincingly I've seen him beaten since the game came out. Are people starting to figure out Marisa, and does Shen have the answers?
I want to point out something, you know. The only tournament that Big Bird has entered that he hasn't won is Evo. That's the only one.
True.
Wow. He's been incredibly consistent.
Is he entering the online tournaments too?
He's entered quite a lot of online tournaments and hasn't been losing.
That's a stat.
Right? These juries have been giving him a problem. You know, he lost to a jury at Evo. He lost to a jury here in Killzoo. I saw him tweeting that he's going to have a different strategy. This matchup, though, we know that he's got a lot of experience. As you said, they've played a lot online, and I think he's got a solid record against Shen online as well. But things are very, very different when we're playing here offline, so we'll see how this one turns out.
For the DJ, I want to very quickly mention, right, there is a very strong DJ in the Middle East from Kuwait, I believe. Fanzone is his name. I've seen him in a couple of top 8s here and there in Europe. His DJ is really solid, and I wonder how much training he gives. On
the other side, it's impossible to get the kind of training that you would need to play a Marisa of Big Bird's level, because there isn't one.
Yeah,
he's literally the only person doing that at the moment with Marisa, and that's going to work.
Modern Shuto doesn't come close.
It's a very different playstyle because of the way that she, the things that she gives. I don't want to get into too much detail about it, but but she gives her up. And that's the fascinating thing about Modern and Classic. We haven't really spoken about it because pretty much all of the players here are using Classic, but we saw Haitani's Chun-Li at EVO in that top 6. It really does change the approach of the character, things that you have to consider that they're capable of doing, things you have to look out for, of course, with the single button specials and supers, the pressure strings that they're going to be looking out for as well, the normals that they have access to because they give up some normals in Modern as well. Very, very different principle.
Listen, we spoke a lot about Big Bird there. I have to say, we have to give some love to Xian. I mean, this is a former EVO champion, the talisman of Singapore, a good friend of mine as well, an amazing individual, an incredibly talented guy as well. His performance against Mina, very unlucky not to come away with a victory there yesterday. The only guy to really push, who some people believe is the best Street Fighter 6 player in the world right now. What's Xian got to do to get this done? You mentioned his record against Big Bird in the online sets has not been in his favor, but he's had some great moments, hasn't he, Damascus?
I think he's had some great moments, and there is one thing to take away from Xian, right? Is what Big Bird said yesterday about Jury, right? Big Bird said that he lost to Jury because he tends to be patient, and Jury tends to quickly overwhelm him because she's amazing at closing the distance, you know, with the drive rush. What does DJ have? An amazing drive rush as well. That may be a factor to take in, being like, you know what? It looks like Big Bird is less comfortable if he's playing patient and I'm the one coming in. That might be the pace he wants to set in this match.
Absolutely. I mean, Xian's going to want to really turn things around from his EVO performance, not even cracking top 128, which is very surprising for Xian, especially considering his form in online events like ICFC Asia, where he has been murking with that DJ. Just because he had one off day doesn't mean he's out, and really looking forward to seeing this matchup because these are two of the very best with their characters in the world right now.
I mean, form is temporary, right? Class is permanent.
Class is absolutely permanent.
This is Xian we're talking about, and this guy hasn't peaked yet in this game, but I think it's just a matter of time before he does. What an incredible talent. He's up against Big Bird, who's going to be changing strategies, they say, but if there's one drive rush in the game better than Jury's, it's DJ's.
Well, you got to win the whole thing, mate. Oh, put you on the spot. You got 5 seconds.
We're back. I'll tell you later. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yalla Habibi!
The sun is blazing, the moon is shining. In a land of heroes, where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me, I walk through the fire right here for fame. Who will us the gusts of the storms in the desert? This is not a game. We fight for glory. My night. With every win we ascend new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The power nice in the heart of a lion. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the most greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and the tension is up. In the city area, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's up on the skills that we got. International scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show up and blow up the spot?
The journey was long, but finally, we are here at the final day of Gamers 8. Alam Fikom, Fi Gob, Alamlaka, Al Arabia, Al Saudia, Fi Al Riyadh, Afdal Alabin, Mojodin, Mana Lefous Belkas, Hayakum Allah, Fan Gamers 8!
I don't need to be here anymore, I think. You nailed it, actually. أعزائي المشاهدين، أعزائي الحضور، حياكم الله في نهائيات بطولة ستريت فايتر 6 معنا في جيمرز 8. هذا اليوم الأخير، هذا اليوم اللي راح نعرف فيه الأبطال. 16 لاعب متبقي بس معنا من أصل 32 لاعب. مرحلة كثيرة ومرحلة بعيدة عديناها، والحين ما بقى لنا شيء كثير، بقينا اليوم الأخير، ومباريات اليوم ما راح ترحم كلها في البث الحالي.
So far, we have seen the most amazing play that we have seen to date when it comes to the world of Street Fighter 6 in its infancy. And right now, we are finally about to find out who is going to be crowned the Gamers 8 champion. So many players have already been eliminated, and of course, we are also seeing some people prosper. Mena RD sitting atop the group on winner's side has not even dropped a set yet. Angry Bird still in winner's side as well. Could we get an EVO Grand Finals run back? It's definitely possible, but I believe we need to go ahead and get straight into the action. Let's take a look at our first competitor. Kills you! Kills you started out having a hard time early on in the tournament and had what I would say is probably the most clutch run in order to make it into this top 16, in order to make it into this playoffs. He had to beat Angry Bird 2-0, specifically he needed that, and then Vega Patch 2-0 as well, and of course he did that. Right now he's on the loser side of this top 16, and his opponent is no slouch whatsoever, and I promise you that's an understatement, but the same can be said about him. This match is going to be very tough to call.
Also, he played against Angry Bird and he lost, but it was a very close match. It was a 3-2, but he is really confident about his performance. He, and also he clutched a lot. And this guy specifically, he have a tough journey, but this time he got a very strong opponent. أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، عندنا المتسابق معنا أول لاعب كيلز يو. رحلته كانت جدا صعبة، مبارياته الأولى ما كانت سهلة أبدا، وحتى برضه تأهل للمجموعات كانت على اللحظات الأخيرة، لكن قدر يوصل معنا الى مرحله البلاي اوفز وواجه فيها بيج بيرد، قدر يفوز عليه في الابر براكت، لكن واجه بعدها انجر بيرد وكان خصم جدا صعب، وبعدين نزل للور براكت، لكن خصمه الثاني برضو من اقوى الخصوم. اللاعب هذا جالس يواجه خصوم جدا اقوياء، اذا قدر يتخطاه راح يكمل باقي معنا المشوار، لكن اذا انهزم راح يطلع من هذه المنافسه. خلونا نتعرف على خصمه معنا هنا على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لبانك. لاعب كبير، لاعب مرعب، لاعب مرشح انه يرجع لك من اللور براكت الى النهائيات، لاعب حرفيا حتى هو برضه كان اخذ مرحله جدا صعبه في مشواره، تاهله كان صعب رغم انه خصم جدا قوي، كان في النهائيه، كان في بطوله ايفو ما انهزم اي مباراه الى ما وصل الى النهائيات وكان في المركز الثالث. هل يقدر يسويها معنا مره ثانيه هنا رغم انه في مرحلته الحاليه في موقف صعب جدا، موقفه يعني حرفيا لا يحسد عليه لكنه قادر عليه. اذا في شخص ممكن يرجع ويعوض ويروح مرة ثانية إلى النهائيات ويفوز باللقب فهو بانك، لكن خصمه برضو صاعد. بنشوف مباراة تاريخية.
Matches like this, moments like these is what the fighting game community is all about. This is what we all fight for. This is what all got us into the scene. Even regardless of the glitz and the glamour, regardless of all the cameras and the lights, it comes down to the best fighting the best. And right now, Punk the God and Kills You, you have everything on the line. Your fate is in your hands. Please meet right here in the middle. We need to see this face off real quick. Them pants looking clean, by the way, my boy. My man pulled up clean for finals day. But he does have on the black forces. I do not mean to intimidate you, Punk, but it is true. We have our coin toss ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get into our first match of the day. The loser of Killz versus Punk does go home. Let's get into the action.
I'm going to call you from now on Sheikh Rob.
No more Hollywood Rob. Sheikh Rob. I like that. That's better.
هوليوود بن راب.
I like that. That's crispy.
أعزائي المشاهدين خلينا نبدأ مباراتنا الحين. نبدأ القرعة، نحدد الجهة من اللاعب الأول للاعب الثاني. ننتقل لكم مع المعلقين.
So this is heads, your heads. This is tails and your tails. Tails. Which side do you choose? Okay, then your P2, okay? Punk chose P2, your P1.
Tight though, now we are here. Finals day of Gamers Age Street Fighter 6. I am Ridge along with Vicious to take you through the tale of the losers bracket, baby. That means the bodies are being put in bags and shipped back to where they came from. It is going to be brutal with the best players in the world to get it popping.
And we know they are truly the best, but one thing I did not expect was the demeanor that came out from Saudi Wood, Raj TV. That took me by surprise the most.
He's looking to show you a whole new world, baby, a whole new Raj TV in the building, and I just can't wait to see this get started. Punk versus Killz. Killz started off slow, but again, shout outs to IFC Yipes. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. This man has made it into the top 12, looking to get that cash, and Punk, everybody's favorite content creator, right? You heard him during the pre-show. He's playing all the characters. I think that's actually one of the most beneficial things about Punk's game in Street Fighter 6 so far, is that he can't really get caught by surprise like that.
Right.
Like, he's been playing so many characters, entering them in tournaments, getting that experience under his belt. What can you throw at this man that he's not ready for besides Blanca?
It's the same thing that he's had, oh wait a minute, it's the same thing that he's had over in Street Fighter 5 where he's practiced every character, right? And he's also not afraid to throw out the mirror match. Now, with that in mind, just entertain me a little bit. Do you ever think that Punk would actually go for the jury mirror against Killz, or is he going to be locking in the camp?
Ooh, I like that you bring that up, right? Because that was a hallmark of Punk back in Street Fighter 5, right? We saw like some of the Red Bull events. He was utilizing he mirrored Nephew with the Colleen a couple of times. He likes pulling that out, but right now it's the tried and true to Cammy against the jury. Let's get it.
Okay, I like that. Now Killz with a phenomenal, a phenomenal one. Let me fix my face. Punk with the amazing reactions thus far, stopping the drive rush dead in his tracks.
And Killz, you can see he's already fishing for the neutral to start, right? He tried drive rush, get stuck. He tried to crouch medium kick from too far, got whiff punished. Right now, Punk is cooking. Oh, this is first round draft pick straight out the kitchen, Punk right now. Yeah. Perfect to start. Killz, it's time to wake up.
The appetizer was definitely Killz. Let's see if the rest of it is coming out afterwards. But right now, Punk with the perfect. I love the approach this time from Killz. Just kind of waiting back a little bit, trying to play reactive to what Punk was delivering. And I love the whiff punish counter coming on in there. We're going to drive rush forward. No, just a regular dash. Build up a little bit of that.
Yeah, man, quick tech throw, right? And tech throw sent you so far in this game, so both players respected the space that they earned. But now Punk cornered again, he's reaching. Starting to start teaching Killz.
What's the approach here? A little bit of... I was liking the crouching light initially, maybe trying to bait out something from Punk, but Punk immediately taking his turn. But this is the momentum you do not want from Punk, right?
These players are pretty good, man. All these whips getting punished, and again, Punk tried to reach in. No, sir, I'm not trying to get intimate with you. Keep your distance.
You can see Punk is kind of looking for the Fuhajin storage from Killz. That's one! Yeah, exactly it! He got the punish counter. Punk was just waiting for it. Killz got impatient to get the big opener, and this is a Punk round right here.
That's the second time he's dive kick. Killz crouch medium kick as well. Like, he's got the rhythm of when he wants to press that button. And these raw drive rushes, they are not the business, baby. You can see stuff back to back.
Absolutely ready for it. Killz, if he's going to go for the drive rush, it has to be off of normal, but it's so expensive, right? Hence why Killz opted to go for the level 3 right here and now. It's not going to be a big equalizer, right? He still has a significant life lead, but it's to get that gauge back.
Precisely, those drive rush cancels, man. They just deplete your bar, so Killz wants to give himself a fair shot here. And Punk, speaking of which, doing a drive rush cancel, gets the back throw as well. And then again, no, that is not allowed. We've been over this in the first 2 rounds. You want to do it again in the 3rd, Punk will teach you with a dub.
Listen, man, I don't know what the attempts were and how successful Punk is, but it has to be 100% at this point. I don't know if it was 4 for 4, but you can't be testing Punk's reactions. That's the first thing he's looking for.
I know Wendy's raised the prices on that, so that's the only 4 for 4 round nowadays. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, again, the crouch medium kick, getting dive kick. Like, Punk is ready for it nonstop.
Oh, this is the kind of range he's playing now. Instead of playing, I guess, in the bully mode, right? Trying to pepper him with all the normals that he could. It's been a lot of heavy kicks thus far against KillsU, but okay, hey, not too bad.
Yeah, finally he kind of disrupted a little bit of the rhythm. Punk was looking for the OD dive kick. KillsU managed to drive rush out. Now we got the corner. Again, stalking up, yeah. Punk taking his turn back, immediately bypassing the projectile with the spin knuckle. You know how he gets down the latest.
Oh, the last second from KillsU. This is going to be just okay for Punk up until this point. Yeah, great block on the overhead. He is still in burnout. This is where KillsU gets to capitalize the most. Drag him to the corner if you need to with the drive impact. Forward throw. You still have a chance to get the splat, and he does successfully. KillsU on the board with the round.
I really love KillsU using the drive impact after the stock as well, because Punk was in burnout, and usually you try to press as the opponent after the stock, right? If he did, I don't think he would have been able to recover in time to cancel into his own drive impact, so I like that idea.
Oh, no anti-airs. KillsU a little reluctant because of the threat of the dive kick.
Yeah, oh, speaking of which, though, he'll let it rip on Wake. Quick little takedown. The drive rush pressure continues from Punk. Slowly but surely winning down that life. The conditioning right there, right? You don't want to get thrown 3 times in a row on the Gamers 8 stage. He tried to do something. Punk 1 step ahead.
It's difficult to call, right? You don't want to get caught in the lights, getting thrown back to back to back. Punk, he has plenty of drive gauge to keep on doing it until he kills you. No pun intended.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was hoping KillsU was actually going to combo off that drive rush anti-air, because remember, the drive rush, when you get somebody out of the air, it gives you a juggle point. The crouch fierce, that's the Cammy character guy. The DP to keep you locked down. Try to base him this time. Good discipline from KillsU. And the press back. Wait a minute.
He has to go into level 3. He has to, right?
Yeah, you got to slow down, you got to stabilize this, kind of even up the life deficit right now. He'll also have the drive gauge advantage here by a significant portion.
Oh no, that was a counter, but you can't really get anything out of that from that situation, I think.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of awkward range for KillsU to follow up with anything, but he just walks him down, gets the counter hit. Shoutouts to the plus stand medium punch. You know what it is. He's looking to tie the set and hits Punk with his own pimp right there. Usually Punk's the one walking in and out on the corner, getting you to bait the throw, but KillsU hitting him with his own medicine. I like it.
Man, and these are 3 out of 5?
Yeah, boy. Man. The promised land.
A lot of adaptations there. Yeah, I mean, after the full house storage, I think KillsU's been trying to walk backwards, and Punk has clipped him a good majority of the time thus far.
I think Jury can walk back after that against a decent amount of characters, but that crouch medium kick from Cammy be going far, bro. That's the logo low. Shout out Steph Curry.
The logo low from beyond the arc, man. That's actually bars.
You know what I'm saying?
I did the slow look to Rich. He looked back at me. I'm like, damn. Damn.
Beautiful. That's what I was talking about before, right? The giving you the juggle point on the drive rush anti-air, but Punk's having none of that. We're moving past that point, baby. Give him one on the board.
Woo. Look at that, so tentative as KillsU. He's looking for the Fuha storage perhaps, but maybe he's kind of forcing Punk to think that way and maybe have him misstep first. Oh, that was so awkward on the other side.
I can't believe she actually snuck over there and KillsU. I mean, he was walking forward, so he got the block off that crouch medium kick from both sides, baby. Like, they have a mad range.
I'd have to double check that. Somebody on Twitter had put out all the ranges of the low medium kicks from the entire roster. I gotta see what's really good about that. But dang, here we go. The big confirm now from Punk. Crouching heavy punch is blocked, KillsU at the slight deficit, but he's not gonna overstep his boundaries. Or so I thought.
I like that. He at least had the fireball this time, but he's so low on drive meter, and Punk again taking advantage of everything, burning himself out because it doesn't matter. The kill is here, and it's on you, fam. 2-1.
Decapitation, no breathing. Now it's 2-1 in form of Punk. And I do like the contention of pressing the button, even if the fireball's coming out, being able to reach and possibly get a trade combo or even like a scramble situation. Forward and the Fuha storage as well. Like that from KillsU, getting one on the board at least. But is it going to benefit him at all? Is he going to get a big combo off of it? Who knows? Is he going to use the fireball to pursue? But no, Punk is the one forcing the opposition. Yeah, the low forward, nothing out of it, but Roundhouse still clips him. A little bit of a slow start, but they're swinging now.
And you talked about how KillsU's been getting tagged, walking back a couple of times. That's what we saw there. Again, Punk didn't make the most out of it, but you see, still got this advantage. He's still keeping his turn going. The jump actually does connect the cross-up. That was such an awkward angle. I don't know what Punk tried, but the overhead is going to net him some more damage.
It seemed a little delayed, no, but Punk still wasn't wary of it. I mean, the threat of the low could have been because of how delayed it was.
True. Yeah, that would like mess up any fuzzy timings you might have on the block, right? Because of the delay. But speaking of which, drive rush back into the corner. He's trying to control the screen.
And I like that. Pursuing the fireball is KillsU and still waiting for a reaction from Punk. Still peppering in the +2 situation. Off with a medium punch, but now he's going to be spamming it.
Kills you with these extra 2 steps, right? Getting the throw bait successfully on Punk. I love the way he chased down the fireball as well as to not allow Punk to spin knuckle through it, right? He was going to interrupt that if he tried it.
Oh, he tried to challenge it. You saw it right there. The crouching jab just absolutely gets demolished by Punk. Oh. And that was a very deep dive kick. That had to be extra plus for Candy.
I was going to say, hit the Murphy.
There.
Nah, bear.
Bear plus frames.
That's what Jury has, that's for sure. We've seen KillzU already utilize it with the stand medium punch, but even the dash check from Punk now. You're trying to get close, so that's not going to happen for free.
Forward throw. Drive rush on forward. Punk, he's willing to take this throw. He's going to take it again, right?
Oh. Again, look like he might have been holding up right there, but an awkward distance on the follow-up to the stand medium punch, right?
That is absolutely correct. I think KillzU went for standing medium punch again.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting decision-making there from KillzU. I guess wasn't ready for the hit. But even so, even on block, would he still be as close? I don't know. But either way, Punk not going to let the question be answered, really.
Yeah, he's looking to take this home right now. He's going to do exactly that. Spin knuckle into the level 3. Punk, the stars and stripes stay alive with him. 3-1 over KillzU to get in the top 8.
Playing like Allen Iverson, we don't need the question because he is the answer. Punk 3-1 in dominant fashion. Now, I do like the adaptation from KillzU. However, it's tough when you have the momentum against you at all times, right? Not able to get the strategies going. You can't really follow the fireball if you don't have it charged up. Spending that OD gauge initially will only cause you to be in burnout a little bit faster, especially against the Alpha.
Yeah, I'm loving the pants as well, but we are going to be throwing to the interview with our man Hollywood Rob TV and Atik.
And what better way to start off the finals day than to have the Alpha himself, Punk the God, with a 3-1 victory over the phenomenal KillzU. Props to KillzU on his performance there and in his tournament overall, but it looked like you were too much.
What's the question? I'm confused.
I was just letting you talk, Punk. I was letting you do your thing. I set you up. I gave you the alley. You bricked it right there. We're supposed to be LeBron and Wade right now. All right. I'm actually, all right, Punk. Well, I actually asked you a direct question. So as far as that matchup, I know Dark Neff plays Jury as well. Is that where you practice the matchup, the Jury matchup?
Yeah, just playing Nephew. We played quite a few games here. Not to practice for KillzU, but actually like a few days ago. And I feel like for me, characters that my friends play, I actually never lose to those characters in tournament. Even back in Street Fighter V, I would never lose to Gao, Balrog, Ibuki, unless it was my 3 friends that played them. No other person ever beat me with those characters, and I feel like that's kind of just carrying on the tradition in this game.
لاعب كبير بانك بعد ما فاز في مباراته سالناه عن الماتش اب تحديدا في المباراه اللي قبل شوي كان يلعب كامي ضد شخصيه جوري فشلون قدر يفوز خلينا نقول هل كان متجهز له هل كان عارف الاسلوب اللعب شلون راح يكون وذكر حتى بعد ان بالنسبه له شخصيه جوري ما هي شخصيه اللي يتعود او خلينا نقول ان درسها بسبه كيلزيو لا هو بشكل عام واثق بقدراته ضد هذه الشخصيه ولا في اي احد من وجهه نظره انه قد او بالاصح بالبطولات ما في اي احد قد فاز عليه بشخصيات زي جوري او غيرها فيقول انه ما غير انه من ثلاثه من اخوياه بس هو اللي كان يلعب معهم واللي يفوزون عليه وعدا ذلك ما في اي احد ممكن يفوز عليه فدائما يتفوق في مباريات ولا ينهزم ابدا فمن جد شفنا مستوى اسطوري.
Okay, and you know, I remember back in Street Fighter V, there was something specific. There was a specific person that used to pop up at tournaments, and I'm not talking about Pink. I know you don't even know who that is, or you never actually met him before in person, right?
Yeah, I know him, but we've never ran into each other, so he's a loser anyway.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I think he might be better than you at the game personally. But loser side Punk is who I'm talking about, ironically speaking about losers. Loser side Punk has kicked in plenty of times. What is your mindset on loser side, man? Like, does it feel like you play even better there or what?
I don't know if it's me who played better or the people are just so scared to get eliminated. But since I feel like I've won so many tournaments, getting eliminated is just another day for me. So I'm ready to lose at any moment. I've been losing mad tournaments for years now. So going to losers bracket, I feel like maybe I get a bit more advantage because I just don't really care. If I did lose, then, you know, I'm going to go back to the next tournament. So it doesn't really matter, even though I complain a lot, but.
فانا سالنا اللاعب معنا بانك سالنا بانك في المباراه بشكل عام، هل وجودك في اللور براكت ياثر عليك في البطوله ولا لا؟ وخلينا نقول يعطيك الضغط عشان تقدر تأدي اداء جدا ممتاز ولا لا؟ فقام قال والله ما ادري الامانه، لان هو بالنسبه له ان وجوده في اللور هو فعلا يحط الضغط للاعبين كلهم، بس بالنسبه له المباريات والبطولات كلها فوز وخساره، هو برضه كان يخسر بطولات المرات الماضيه، فاذا يعني هو مستعد للخساره في اي لحظه، لكن ما يبغى يفوتها ويبغى يكمل معنا الى النهائيات، فممكن تكون حاطه عليه ضغط.
Your next opponent is the winner of Knuckle Du Dang and Daigo the Beast Umehara. If you had to choose between them, do you have a preference? And if not, how do you feel like you match up against them?
Well, Du is my friend, but it's a lot of money on the line. If I had to pick one, it would be Daigo. I feel like he's a lot easier to beat than Du. So, and you know, it's a lot of money on the line. Of course, I want Du to win, but I'm not upset if Daigo win. You know, I feel like that's just an easier road for me to get to that 50K. So you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just climb the ladders in this money until I lose, or maybe I'll win the whole thing and win everything. But I would want Du to win, but I'm not mad if Daigo somehow pulls it out and I could get further in the tournament.
سألنا بانك ان المباراة الجاية ممكن تكون يا اما ضد دايجو او ضد ناكل دو، الفايز بينهم راح يواجه فيها بانك في اللور براكت. فسألنا ان من اللي تفضل ان اللي يتنافس معك في اللور براكت؟ قال والله ناكل دو يعتبره زميله وخويه من زمان، فهو يعني وده انه يكمل، لكن لو بيختار دايجو لانه يحس انه اسهل بالنسبه له انه يفوز، لكن اذا مشت بالطريقه هذه ولا هذه انه يبغى يكمل، لان من الاخير البطوله واذا كمل المشوار هذا راح يضمن $50,000، فحرفيا بالنسبه له ما تفرق، لكن اذا بيختار دايجو.
Punk the God gets his first match of the day, goes ahead and eliminates Killzyu, and he will advance to the bracket to fight against the winner of Daigo the Beast Umehara and Knuckle Du Dang. Who will win? We are about to find out shortly, but before that we're going to head over to our highlights and we will be back with our next match.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما أخذنا المقابلة الحين باقي لنا المباراة اللي بعدها اللي راح تحدد باقي المشوار ومن اللي راح يطلع معنا في البطولة. خليكم معنا ونشوف بعض اللقطات ونرجع لكم نرحب باللاعبين اللي بعدهم.
And now it is time for us to get into our next match. We just previewed a little bit. We heard Punk the Gods talking about exactly who he wants to fight against next. I like the fact that he was a bit honest, too, on that side, saying he would rather fight against Daigo the Beast Umehara, which is a sentence that most humans would never be able to say with a straight face, but it is understandable when you are as skilled as Punk the God. That will be amazing to see, but this next match has everything on the line when it comes to him.
Well, you cannot blame him. There is a lot of money on the line here in this tournament. أعزائي المشاهدين، فعلا عندنا المباراة الجاية اللي راح تحدد من اللي راح يواجه فيها بانك في المباراة القادمة، لأن اللي بعدنا اللي راح نرحب فيهم الحين مباراتهم برضو مرة صعبة وراح تكون برضو في اللور براكت. لكن قبل أن نبداها أعزائنا الحضور، بالله عليكم مو راب يعني شكله خرافي. أعطونا تحية الراب. You look amazing, man.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
you know, a little something like, you know what I'm saying? Let's do it, you know, representing. Shout out to Saudi. But let's go ahead. Actually, before what you saying that, Vicious calling me Saudywood Rob TV instead of Hollywood Rob TV is one of the best things ever. So that's definitely bars for that. But let's go ahead and get into our next match. Let's bring out our first competitor. This is one of the greatest fighting game players of all time, even though he is not even 30 years old. Man is like in his mid-20s or something like that. Of course, this is Daddy Dudang nowadays, fighting for his 2 daughters at home as well. And of course, man, all of a sudden now is doing the content thing. But one thing he is not is content with anything but victory. Right now, he has a lot on his plate with his next matchup. But come on, this is a Capcom Cup champ. He can handle anything.
It's a lot of pressure, and now if he loses, he's out of this tournament. أعزائنا المشاهدين، ناكل دو بعد ما شفناه بمبارياته الماضيه اداء كان بشكل عام في رحلته في مسيرته في هذه البطوله كانت جدا ممتازه، لكن الحين في موقف جدا صعب. خصم جدا قوي، خصمه راح نتعرف الحين ونرحب فيه على المسرح، فخلوكم معنا ونشوف الخصم الثاني. رحبوا معنا في دايغو أوميهارا، لاعب غني عن التعريف، لاعب كانت مسيرته في هذه البطوله جدا حافله، ما انهزم الا هزيمه واحده ترى بس هي اللي نزلتها للور براكت، باقي مبارياته كلها كانت فوز بدون اي هزيمه، لكن الحين خصمه برضه خصم جدا صعب، وهذه الهزيمه اذا انهزم هذه الهزيمه الحين راح يطلع من البطوله بشكل كامل، لكن هو عارف الضغط اللي هو فيه وجاي متاهب، جاي مركز، جاي يبغى ياخذ اللقب في هذه البطوله، اكيد يعني كلهم يبغون ياخذون اللقب، لكن هو تحديدا مسيرته حافله وخبرته كبيره ويبغى يضيف انجازات اكثر في تاريخه.
Can you believe that this is a loser side match? Imagine Daigo the Beast Umehara versus NuckleDu himself going face to face, going head to head, and the loser goes home without even making top 8. Unbelievable. This feels like a God of War Ragnarok episode. You just finding the gods from different eras and putting them right there in the Coliseum for all of us to see. Well, that is exactly what you get here at Gamers 8. NuckleDu, Daigo, please come to the center. We got to see the face-off. Oh my goodness. The electricity, you can feel it. Dude, I'm glad you got those camo pants on because this is about to be a war. Atik, are you ready for this?
Honestly, no.
You ain't wrong, me either.
Yeah, so this match is going to be like a bloody match. أعزائنا المشاهدين، مباراتنا الحين راح تبدأ وراح ناخذ القرعة بين اللاعبين وننتقل لكم على طول مع المعلقين. كني قلت بيت شعر قبل شوي، لكن خلينا نروح على طول نبدأ المباراة.
This is heads and your heads. This is tails and your tails. Heads. Okay, then you're P1. NuckleDu chose P1. You're P2, you can go back to your switch.
And here we go, yet again, battle of the generations. NuckleDu versus Daigo Umehara. Vicious back at it again with my man Range. Now, we talked about this plenty of times over. Guile versus Ken, not just the matchup, but also who is actually the top dog in Street Fighter 6. I've been thinking about that lately. I think it's a very, very common conversation to have, especially with the chat and your fellow peers. I am still not too sure as to who actually is the top dog between these two characters.
Okay, that's an interesting thought, right? Because I think a lot of people would lean towards Ken because of the results of Angry Bird and all these amazing Ken players that are piloting the character, right? But NuckleDu, and you know, Kaba didn't have, I think, the run that we thought he would at EVO, perhaps. I think that's why maybe Guile has kind of lowered down on that conversation a little bit. But yeah, man, I mean, Kaba and NuckleDu, two of the best in the business, really were terrorizing NA tournaments every single week. Those two are always in the upper echelon of results. So I want to see NuckleDu kind of wake up here, take down the beast himself. And something else to highlight here, again, we're talking about this. Everybody that loses here is going to finish in 9th place at $10,000. If you get into that next tier of results, that is going to be 30,000. So Mike Ross talked about this yesterday. Our first round of matches here are all $20,000 money matches, baby. That is wild to think about.
Just hearing that number makes me sweat a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, and we're all nice and air conditioned into the room. But let's talk about the matchup a little bit, right? Daigo has had pretty significant practice against, I think, one style of Guile with Higuchi, right? One of his former students. However, NuckleDu, he's been in like every type of trench in the US, facing off against every version of Ken. Now, I may not have done the due diligence thoroughly with Daigo versus the Guile matchup, but I will say this, I've seen plenty of NuckleDu versus Ken.
And NuckleDu, he puts Ken's away more times than not, to be quite honest with you. And I just love something that the players were talking about in the pre-show, with the fact that the Americas have so many tournaments every week, right? We're running like 5 to 6 tournaments almost on the daily. So because of that, NuckleDu has so much more tournament experience in this type of atmosphere, right? And Mena RD was touching about it. He was like, the pressure of these tournaments that allows you to kind of operate more normally, more comfortably in a position like this, whether it's Gamers 8 or EVO or these big tournaments, like that experience really pays off.
One thing to credit Daigo with, however, despite being like the legend that we know him for, he had a little bit of a shaky start, I feel like, in his tournament career, but as it stands in Gamers 8, he's been throwing a lot of people off guard with the way that he's been playing, and it's been so intimidating thus far. In fact, one of the biggest clips and highlights that we had was Daigo just walking up to somebody and throwing them down. So I kind of want to see what the strategy is going to be specifically for NuckleDu today. What form of Daigo will we experience? Will it be the NPC or the secret boss?
Yeah, and Daigo, we saw he had some trouble with JP in the winner's bracket, right? These characters that zone him out. He was really trying to be over-aggressive and just face roll to get in close and then make the Ken things happen. That's what he might try to do here, but he's got to be a little bit patient going up against the caliber of Guile that is NuckleDu.
Man, in full control. Speaking of, yo, NuckleDu is throwing a bunch of booms thus far and slowly closing the gap. No, that's not going to correct in time,
Oh, no, bro. Yeah, that was a big mistake from NuckleDu. He tried the flash kick, but oh, wow. Speaking of walking up and chucking somebody, dude does that immediately after the Hadouken.
Oh, and his awareness for the anti-airs, using that kick is so good. But Daigo answering right back, the run up into the Shoryuken, getting right past that Sonic Boom. It's a great tactic too if you're predictable.
And I think that came right after the perfect parry too, so he had like less recovery frames, obviously. Oh my goodness, the Guile character guide. You see something? I'm holding down back. The OD flash kick is coming.
Oh, and the only time he had done that was a little bit prior to Shippuden Riot's not going to be enough damage, but it's always the last hit. What? You know what? Turn in-game commentary me on. I guarantee you he'll get it right 100% of the time. Me at the desk live, never.
Yo, the calculations from Daigo right there. Yeah, there wasn't many hits going into that, but I didn't think it was going to be enough either. The beast is so calculated, so clean. I love this from NuckleDu. Immediately switching up the anti-airs and then OD flash kicking the Dragon Lash. But again, you set up the Sonic Blade, run DP for the projectile invulnerability.
You absolutely have to.
So
ready for it. Setting up for the Sonic Booms as well. Daigo, you know, full wall, he's going to back up a little bit. No, a little bit over-eager, just walking up into the Sonic Blade and the Sonic Cross, that is, actually.
Oh, yeah, and again, try the drive rush and interrupt the Sonic Boom startup. This time he gets the perfect parry again, allowing him to act a little bit quicker. Threw off NuckleDu's timing on that crouch medium kick.
What are you going to do about this? No conversion off the low medium kick. The straight hit's going to let him live. NuckleDu could have had a little bit of... Okay, I was going to say a little bigger of a conversion, but that's totally fine. Totally fine. Upside down kick to seal it out.
I love how even this set is starting, though, man. Oh, whiff from NuckleDu. Daigo's going to be teaching real quick, bro.
Oh, here comes the Oops, right. Oh, and the one time he didn't have to guess at all.
I love that too, because honestly, that's a page out of the Japanese playbook from what I've seen in this game. A lot of time when they get thrown the first time, they immediately bet on the backdash.
That's right.
NuckleDu, wow, I love it. Oh, they did a hook, line, and sinker, baby. NuckleDu taking a strong lead here in round 3. Oh. Again, yeah, able to recover in time.
I thought we were about to enter the Matrix in a little bit.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I heard something like that for a second. I was like, my man NuckleDu's taking me to the Shadow Realm. Trying to send Daigo there as well. The projectiles are up.
See all the parries? Oh, you're going to burnt out. Either way, it didn't matter. I was wondering, I'm like, yo, Daigo can't afford to miss any of these parries because he puts himself in burnout as a result. And, you know, NuckleDu very much so knew that. Daigo was a little bit pensive. Goes up for the throw, putting him up 1-0 now. I think, you know, Punk in the back might be sweating a little bit.
Oh, most definitely, right? Punk talked about it. Obviously, he wants his friend to get that bag, but Daigo will allow him to get a bigger bag more easily, according to him at the very least. Oh, and the OD flash kick again, get off me.
What a risk to take, too. NuckleDu not afraid to let it rip. Are you dead? Level 1, Sonic Hurricane, you got it.
Let's go, NuckleDu. Starting off the second game strong as well, already putting a round on the board here. More than willing to spin the bar. Oh! Daigo with the slight hezzy walk up into the drive impact, baiting Du into that projectile. That was perfect timing.
Middle of the pressure after the Dragon Lash. Being plus frames. Oh, Shoryuken pass the Sonic Boom. He has the reactions. Counter hit stand fears. It could be a dark time for NuckleDu. I was gonna say nephew, but NuckleDu. Yeah, man.
Shout out to Robbie who put that in our head. Oh, we go the ODDP to get through the projectile.
Oh, the backdash again past the throw.
NuckleDu, these corner backdashes, he's been betting on them and they've been paying off big. Oh, just outside the range. He would have gotten juggle point off that drive rush anti-air as well. Oh yeah, the overhead immediately blocked. Mans has got the drive rush meter back as well. Oh, the perfect parries from Daigo have been on point. A little bit caught whiffing though right there.
Punish, counter, Sobot kick into crouching medium punch link, but the jump is there. Daigo keeping it classy, reacting to the fireball at that range and using, of course, the very, very dangerous hitbox on that jump fears.
That jump fears is definitely one of the god buttons of the game.
4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
There you go. That's what it is. Yeah, the 4 Horsemen buttons. Oh, the OD flashy again, though, too. He's been pretty on point with those. I haven't seen too many baited out successfully from Daigo just yet. Trying to keep him locked in this corner, though. You don't want to give Guile space to work with. Oh, so close to getting that crouch medium kick, but got cut off by the boom.
Man, you can tell this is such a troublesome matchup for Daigo. He's playing so patient. Hits him with the stopping bomb. I love that line. I'm telling you, man, NuckleDu bringing it back with the big counter. He's going to spend it already because of the burnout factor. NuckleDu can pretty much hang out 3/4 of the screen, chuck as many booms as he wants, but will he actually pursue offense up close? No, it's going to be the boom play.
He's like, I'll rely on this chip. I love him not, being too overzealous with the booms though, right? He's already gotten jumped in on, so he's trying to pick his spots carefully here. Oh,
I like the idea.
Yes, smart.
Just a little bit too late.
Yeah, we're talking about Daigo's idea, right? Of running, trying to get that DP going for the projectile invincibility, but just beat to the punch by the Sonic Boom right there. NuckleDu now up 2-1, and ever closer to a $20,000 increase in that reward.
Oh. Ah, too far to get the link. I wonder how that exchange even caused that to occur. What happened prior? Oh.
Bazooka knee now off the drive rush. Look at this. I love the pace that NuckleDu is playing at now. He's switching the tempo up, but just as I say that, you're in Daigo's land. Hits him with the counter, hit on the drive rush, damn fierce. Now you in the corner. What's you gonna do?
A lot of fierce, a lot of chomp.
Oh, he caught him on a 2-piece, right? That is one of the best times to utilize the drive impact when you think your opponent's go good with the light into a special like that, because it's not going to be light drive impact that you can't cancel the special into a drive impact. So good stuff from Daigo right there.
Really good call out there just with the 2-piece overall. This is going to be massive. Oh, no, that could have been massive damage to the drive gauge.
Yeah, that's exactly what Daigo was looking for, right? Attacking that drive bar on NuckleDu's side. He at least still has the corner. Oh man, it's getting close.
What a response to the drive rush. OD Shoryuken to just halt NuckleDu and keep him in this corner. The sweep is there. Watch out for the throw. You knew it.
All right, yes indeed. Daigo put himself on the board. You know he will never go quietly into the night, baby. That is the beast. That is what many consider the greatest fighting game player of all time. So he has already put one on the board, looking to get ever closer to advancing in the bracket.
Man, you don't want to mess with Sleepy Daigo, because when he's fully awakened, you're asking for a whole different beast. He got to absorb 2 Sonic Booms on the way over. The corner carry, Dragon Dash to bring it back over. He hits you with the crossover.
The stylisticness from Daigo right now. And immediate parries as well. He's been so on point with those on the booms, but gets caught maybe trying to walk back out of range. Dude just harassing with the lows right now. Oh, getting a little bit too low happy. Waking up with the buttons. Dude is really switching it up right now.
Jeez. The footwork and the footsies coming in. Yo, NuckleDu actually, could he have just maybe mistimed it? I thought that was a punish counter.
Yeah, the Jinrai right, he just let the first one rock. I'm going to double check the frame data on that.
Interesting.
On the Guile flash kick as well as the Jinrai. I imagine he was at least trying to interrupt the follow-up, but good stuff from Daigo holstering that one. Oh, the flash kick again. Very nicely done. Again, putting out the Sonic Cross here.
Huh. It is 6 frames on OD flash kick, by the way. I could have sworn that there was enough of a gap for you to punish.
Yeah, if it's 6 frames on the flash kick, it's -7 on the medium Jinrai, -11 on the light Jinrai, so I guess just a little bit late on the trigger from NuckleDu.
Okay, still with the reactions is NuckleDu. He's gonna get level 3, he's not gonna spend it just yet, right? It wasn't gonna cause the burnout against Daigo. He wants to save as many resources going into the next round. Jump happy Daigo, all right? He's trying to test NuckleDu whether or not he's gonna go for the throw. I appreciate that. You gotta test it every so often.
Indeed, and that might have been heavy Jinrai. It didn't look like it to me, but in the midst of all this action, yeah, so that could be -2, of course, which is definitely safe. And NuckleDu getting the anti-air right there as Daigo tries to hop over the Sonic Boom.
I mean, if the chat had their eyes on it, somebody had claimed it was heavy kick Jinrai, but I'll tell you what, man, we gotta look at that replay eventually, because that was pretty crucial. But looking at it right now, not as critical as we thought, as NuckleDu's regaining that composure. Yes, sir. Level 3, gotta spend it, not just to get the significant life lead, but also get some of that drive gauge back yourself.
Absolutely, that's what NuckleDu's trying to do. Put himself in perfect position to get the dub going. Oh, I love the perfect parries on both sides here. Even Du trying to risk a jump in over these projectiles. Now, Daigo tried to sweep after that. Maybe trying to catch the extended herb box on Guile's boom, but not gonna happen. Oh, and finally calls out the soul ball perfectly. We saw that before, but Du was able to recover and get a DI of his own. Daigo perfectly times it this time.
We got the burnout now. Daigo, what is your plan? Drive us forward?
Yeah, put that pressure on him. NuckleDu had no meter. He just had to hold that. And I love it from Daigo as well. Not going immediately into drive rush stand fierce into drive impact because that locks you in. It won't actually give you the wall splat. Oh, that's big. It comes up short. We're going to a final game here.
This is it right here, the $20,000 glorified money match between these two individuals. The tension is so high. There's been so much back and forth. It's hard to tell how it's gonna play out. Daigo getting clipped mid-air. NuckleDu absolutely ready for the anti-air. Now it's Daigo still trying to drive rush on through, but still NuckleDu holding his ground.
Doing a great job putting up the wall, right? That is the staple of the Guile gameplay. Oh!
I like that. I like that a lot. Yo, NuckleDu pulling out the tricks to avoid getting severely punished. He should have got severely punished, but Daigo was expecting just the regular sweep.
Exactly. He thought the second hit would come out low like that. Really threw him off guard. Oh, great punish counter combo from NuckleDu right there. Nah, no free drive impacts here. It will burn Daigo out, but nonetheless, no, he drops it.
Impressive frame kill, sir. We'll give him that.
Beast tings, bro. Oh, and then the anti-air as well. NuckleDu not looking too healthy on the drive meter either. Tries to risk the drive impact that you can see dwindles down a little bit. Oh, and he risks the last bit of it with a drive rush. Again, putting Daigo back against the wall in terms of health, but he's got the drive meter advantage now. NuckleDu, he's got 2 bars. He can pop off if Daigo tries to drive impact him in the corner here. Oh, and he does. Instead, jumps over. He couldn't get the clean punish, though, for the kill.
Oh, the Hurricane to the clip. Oh, yeah, clip right through it. That's NuckleDu, so wise beyond his years from that range, punishing the fireball from Daigo.
I love the super as well, the projectile priority system in this game. Even if Daigo used an OD fireball right there, it still would have lost to the super.
Oh. No uppercut.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, just a little delayed here. I think you see NuckleDu deleting the projectile from Ken with the OD fireball.
Word?
What time?
That was sick.
Son.
The Ume Shoryu has awakened? Is this a sign?
The beast for real. You see he's trying to sneak in these runs. I love NuckleDu again, switching the tempo here, trying to close that distance, get in his face a bit.
Oh, important tech, the throw. Sorry, the jump is there. NuckleDu setting up shop with the boom jet again. Moving on in there, a little delay on the throw. Daigo still with the tech.
It's getting tense now. Oh! beautiful stuff right there, dude. Catching on to the drive impact tendencies of Daigo, making him pay severely, making him pay for $20,000. NuckleDu gonna be moving on in the bracket.
Just like that, boots right to the bottom of the chin. It's NuckleDu taking down the legend and making a page in the legacy of Street Fighter off of that alone. And to be fair, I mean, he's a Capcom Cup champion, so he's already had multiple pages, but he's rewriting history, essentially.
Exactly. Du is a force to be reckoned with. Proved it right here against one of the greatest of all time. And you got to know, he is one of the greatest of all time as well. Let's go to our interview with our lovely host.
NuckleDu Dang. Please make some noise for that performance. Oh, my God. NuckleDu. You got 2 kids at home. You got a whole family at home. What you doing giving them a heart attack like that? What happened?
Man, I thought I had it. It was up 2-0, and he just quietly came back, and it was 2-2. And I'm like, man, like, what's going on? But I really just focused on my breathing, man. Like, I'm so nervous. Like, I just don't want to go home to my kids and be like, ah, you lost. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of extra pressure, but I'm glad I'm able to control my nerves.
يا سيريسلي يو بولد ات اوف. اعزائي المشاهدين سالنا NuckleDu ان كيف كانت المباراه بالنسبه له، لانه من جد كان متقدم فيها بعدين رجع مره ثانيه دايجو فيه كم باك خرافي، فقام قال بكل صراحه يعني هو استغرب حتى يعني كان بالبدايه كان مسيطر على الوضع، لكن بهدوء دايجو رجع له واربكه، ويقول الحين هو برضه متوتر وما هو مصدق ولا يبغى ينهزم بهالسرعه، اساس ما يبغى يروح لاهله ويعني عياله حتى برضه يقولون له ترى كنت خسرت، فما يبغى يعني يحبطهم.
You know, you actually had taught me that lesson when we were on the same team for we were on Team Gil. The whole breathing lesson and everything. It ain't work. I got the microphone. But you know, also in that matchup, going up against Ken. I don't know exactly who your Ken training partner is exactly, but how do you feel about Guile versus Ken as a matchup?
I think Guile slightly wins, but I studied Higuchi versus Daigo. They played a lot, and shout out to Chris T. I play him a lot as well, so that's probably my most prepared matchup for this whole entire tournament is Ken. So, you know.
سالنا NuckleDu انه كيف كان الماتش اب بالنسبه له، قال ما هو خصم او بالاصح كيف تقدر تدرب برضه عليه، قال انه هو يعني عنده بعض الاصحاب اللي يعني ساعدوه في اللعب هذه الشخصيه، في نفس الوقت انه قال بشكل عام هو متفوق في الماتش اب بشكل عام، فقدرنا يعني بعد التدريبات هذه كلها قدر يحقق النصر.
So Ringe brought this up on commentary. I don't know if you're aware of this, but that was actually a $20,000 money match. So when you're playing these matches, are you actually aware of the bread, like while you're playing, or you don't think about it at all?
Nah, I just know there's a ridiculous amount of money, regardless of where you play. So I didn't know it was 20K on the line. I'm glad I didn't, because that probably would have added more pressure, but hey, I'm glad I secured it.
سألناه أن هل كنت تعرف أن فوزك المباراة أضاف لك $20,000 زيادة؟ قال بكل صراحة لا، ما كان يدري ولا يبغى يعرف، لأنه ما يبغى يحط عليه ضغط أكثر، ويقول الحمد لله أنه ما كان يعرف على هذه المعلومة.
Do you want to know how much is on the line for the next one?
No. I'm good.
بالضبط. فسألناه قال له طيب تبغى تعرف مباراتك الجاية كم يكون عليها فلوس؟ قال أكيد لا، ما يبغى يعرف. ففعلا مباراتها كانت حلوة.
Ladies and gentlemen, NuckleDu Dang representing Shopify, one of the best players in American history and, of course, in the history of Street Fighter as a whole. You are seeing how ridiculous that Guile is. 20 grand on the line against Daigo the Beast himself here in Saudi Arabia at Gamers 8. Are we looking at the Gamers 8 champion? We are going to find out throughout the course of this tournament. NuckleDu, congratulations again, bro. And let's go ahead to our highlights, and we'll be right back with our next match.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما خلصنا مباراتنا الحين خلينا نروح لكم نشوف بعض اللقطات، نرجع لكم في المباراة اللي بعدها.
Okay, and just like that, we have Knuckle Dang getting the victory over Daigo the Beast Umehara. It's crazy that we even have matches like that already. And now that means we're going to have Punk versus Knuckle, a classic match, a long-time rivalry, even though, of course, they are good friends as well. But as Punk said, with that chili on the line, with that glory on the line, the friends can only go so deep, at least up here on this Gamers 8 stage.
Exactly, and as we have said, you cannot blame them, honestly, because this is a tournament and there are a lot of money on the line. أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا مباراتنا الماضية دايجو طلع معنا من المنافسة وكمل معنا ناكل دو وراح يواجه فيها بانك في اللور براكت. مباراة راح تكون صعبة، خصوصا ان بانك ذكر هذه المعلومة وذكر قبل ان بالنسبة له ناكل دو بيكون خصم جدا صعب، لكن هذا اللي بتكون المباراة، احنا راح نستمتع فيها بكل الحالات.
And just like that, it is time for us to get into our next match. These have been ridiculous so far, and they're going to continue on that same vein. Let's bring in our first competitor. VX Bow! Now, I'm going to let you know something very important right now, Atik and everybody watching at home and in the venue. Right now, VX Bow has the Sharingan. Why am I saying the Mangia killed Sharingan specifically? Why? Because he had to destroy his brother, his own brother, his best friend, Zen, in order to get into the position. With the Mangia kill Sharingan, that means that he is going to be able to have abilities that is beyond normal comprehension, so he is going to be extremely tough to stop right now. VX Bow, an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Well, exactly. He'll pull it off in this tournament because especially his teammate Zen, now he's out and now he have a lot of pressure on him, and he knows that if he loses this match he's going to be out. أعزائي المشاهدين، VX Bow كان منافساتها جدا صعبة، نافس فيها زميله في بداياته اللي كانت معنا فيها الأبر براكت اللي كان هو زين، قدر يتفوق عليه، لكن بعدها في المباراة نزل في اللور براكت زميله طلع معنا في المنافسة، لكن باقي هو. لكن عندنا برضو الخصم الثاني، هل بيكون سهل ولا لا؟ خلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب معنا في المسرح. رحبوا معنا في تاكامورا. لاعب كبير، لاعب معروف، لاعب بمستوى عظيم في مبارياته اللي كانت في البث الثاني، يعني حرفيا اللاعب ابدع فيها وحتى برضه تفوق على الجميع، لكن الحين بعد هزيمته ونزوله في اللور براكت حطه في موقفه جدا كبير، رغم انه برضه كان فوزه في المرات الماضيه اللي كان معنا امس يوم فاز على فينوم. نتيجته في مباراته كانت جدا قريبه، فاز بنتيجه 3-2 وشفناها كانت على اخر رمق، كانت على اخر جوله، كانت 1-1 فعليا، بس انه من بعد المباراه هذيك رجع لنا الحين بطاقه اعلى، قدر ياخذ لها راحه يوم كامل، جانا الحين في النهائيات يقدر يكمل مشواره، ولكن لازم يحتاج يتخطى فيها VX Bow.
You know what? This match is about to be fire. But you know what comes with fire, Atik? Smoke. And that is exactly what I want to see right now, because we are with all of that. Takamura, VX Bow, please meet right here in the middle of the stage. We need to see this face-off. Takamura, one of the most innovative players in the world of Street Fighter all time. No, don't look at me. You ain't playing me. I don't want no problems with your VX Bow. I ain't playing with you, and I got the mic. I got the microphone. We got VX Bow going head-to-head with Takamura. Let's get into the action. We're sending it over to our commentators.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، اللاعبين جاهزين الحين، راح ناخذ القرعة وننتقل لكم على طول مع المعلقين. أنا كل مرة أقولها كبيت شعر، والله إني خرافي.
Okay, so this is heads, your heads. This is tails and your tails. Tails. Which side do you choose? P2? Okay, Takamura chose P2. You can go back to the stages. Thank you.
To 2 down, 2 to go to solidify our top 8 here at Gamers 8. Who's going to get the big bag, baby? Takamura, VX Bao going at it. I think the story for at least VX Bao going into this match, or for the tournament so far, is the fact that he has the JP, right? Incredibly strong character, but he's been picking the Ken when he has to face other JPs. Now he's facing a Ken. Does he dare try the mirror match?
I think that's a pretty valid question, but I think with authoritative figure, I want to say like a lot of the guys that he's been training with opt to go for JP in the Ken matchup, at least. That's what I've been hearing from his teammates as well. But I do believe Takamura has had plenty of JP practice over in like the streets of ICFC EU, if I'm not mistaken. That's your jurisdiction as well, right?
Yeah, I've done ICFC EU a couple of times. Takamura has been keeping his head low though, right? I think maybe he's made a cameo appearance here and there, but he's definitely been trying to keep his skills, his strats on the down low, being prepared for Gamers 8, right? He got invited to the tournament. I believe you heard Logan Sama talk about it as well in the pre-show. His primary objective for this year so far is taking this tournament. So this has really been his coming out party to me, and we're going to see if he can increase his standing as a result of it.
Yeah, taking a look at his overall performance, right? There was a moment where he could have slipped and not made it through past the group stage, but he had the clutch factor over the rest of his compatriots. But VX Bao, man, I feel like he's just been overall very consistent, very dominant as well, taking down some of the big matchups that he was expected to possibly struggle a lot more in, right? Most notably, the matchup he had against Kakaru's JP. So it's going to be interesting, right? We've seen him flex the Ken to that level. Takamura also showing that exact same Ken at that level. We'll see if it is indeed going to be a mirror match or if VX Bao is just going to settle with the JP. Yeah,
it's kind of an unfortunate draw for VX Bao in the way it played out, right? It looks like he is going with the JP, but he defeated Kakaru twice in the group stages. He ended up going up against him again in the playoffs, and I mean 2 games of intel, 2 full sets of intel, I should say, up against someone like Kakaru and the skill level and the processing power he has. It was just too much information to give him to get another 3rd straight W. So Kakaru was able to come out on top on this one, but VX Bao is going with the tried and true, the main chicken, JP.
Look at this VX Bao. He's not even trying to play any sort of like projectiles early on. He's trying to get in your face within range of maybe a standing medium punch. He can punish you for it. But man, look, that was a little bit over eager, that standing, or is it forward medium kick? He had to have maybe done like a micro walk forward into medium kick, perhaps.
Think so, yeah, and then the target combo followed up afterwards, right? Man, that down heavy punch, it's like minus double digits, but the space that the JPs use it at, it's almost impossible to punish.
It's so obnoxious, man. Can I be real with you?
Yeah, it is obnoxious.
It sweeps me every time.
I agree with you. You usually need like a super or something like that that can take you the horizontal distance. Great jump bag, a medium punch right there from Takamura. Keep him locked down. And I mean, he is not giving him parole whatsoever.
No, sir. Shutting him down already. Let's see if he gets all the evidence together to fully convict him. But now VX Bao, all right, we get the departure set up. We do get a couple of Phantoms. Double departure, keep him locked in. At least teleporting in to close the gap. I do like that from VX Bao. Taking full advantage of the estate.
And I love the discipline from Takamura. That's one of VX Bao's favorite setups, the OD departure, and then he'll teleport to the shallow one, and wow, he couldn't get out of space that time, taking advantage of the spike pop. Oh, but the run Dragon Lash getting the punish counter conversion as well. Oh, with the jab. It's a little bit tough to meaty time it consistently. Wow, great recognition from VX Bao, seeing the punish counter on that one, making him pay for it dearly, even activating the level 2 to try to close this out. Oh, not try. Oh, indeed. Put him on a pixel here.
Oh, he could have just chilled, right? There's so many games where he's closed it out by just chilling and let the departure do all the work for him. Oh, that's gonna be just fine. Jumping at the perfect timing. That's so deceptive, though. I mean, like Takamura, he could have thrown out a normal. VX Bao could have been caught pre-jump frames, and it could have killed.
Wow, using the OD air Tatsu to get over the projectiles. Takamura's got some real interesting things, as he always does in fighting games, right? He loves the drive rush and to run overhead with Ken. I don't see any other Kens utilize that.
No, not at all. I mean, most people kind of want to counterpoke against it, but Takamura has just have you caught in the lights more often than not. VX Bao, I don't think he's going to be falling susceptible to that as often now. Oh, so I thought that's the problem. Now he mixes it up into the drive impact. You thought you could counterpoke me?
And that level 3 still burns a decent amount of drive meter off of VX Bao's life, and the Hezi crouch medium kick right there. Beautiful timing from Takamura, really having him locked down in this corner again. Oh!
You committed to the target combo for the frame trap. I appreciate you.
That only works against good players because they know that stand medium punch is minus. So like when you commit to that target combo like that on block, you get a lot of players trying to oppress early, try to take their turn back off the minus frames.
That was so slick.
Yeah,
by the way.
That was really good. And you can drive rush the second part of that target combo. So I've seen some Kens utilize that, try to frame trap their opponent by committing to the target combo, then even drive rushing if it's blocked.
He was burnt out. He was fully burnt out, so he was committing to it.
Oh, that's right. Great point. I think that's exactly why VXBal even tried to press even more, right?
That's right. The psychology behind it all. It's too advanced for my brain, but I'll tell you what, that's a clean combo for VXBal, getting the first round here in game 2.
Great stuff from VXBal. Again, he'll never go quietly into the night. He's an incredible competitor. That's exactly why you do the feint fireball right there. Get them to parry, go in with a throw. And again, Takamura, he's been trying to get out of range of this OD departure, but it's just not happening.
And we're seeing a lot more Phantoms come out this time. As soon as he gets the knockdown, it's departure. Yes, the big trade-off in favor of VXBal. He's utilizing the OD spikes a lot more than he is for the departure. He's noticing that Takamura, was getting past the departures pretty consistently. Now that the burnout is here, VXBal, nothing to worry about. It's the Goon Squad.
Level 2 activation, immediate recovery, just linking it to the startup of the super. What a bounce back from VXBal, looking clinical in that second game. And again, it's one of those, Takamura is one of those players where he's often going to take the first game against you, right? Because he's just so unorthodox. Like, all the Kens you play against are not going to prepare you for Takamura, bro. He just makes such different decisions than everybody else.
Yep. Same could be said on both ends, right? VXBal and Takamura definitely of that caliber. The jump, the Tetris block, shout out to Tasty Steve. He calls it that. I still don't know why, but damn, it takes up so much space.
Oh, my man, Tasty Steve, bro.
Happy birthday to him, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. Big happy birthday to Tasty Steve, man.
Absolutely. We can interrupt anytime for that. Oh, nice drive rush this time, though, from Takamura. And, of course, the side switch. You know the Ken privilege. Oh, tries to bait him out. Oh, he could have got the air OD Tatsu, yeah, off the jump medium punch. That is a common route for Ken. Throw's gonna put him on life support here. We're gonna close it out. Tries to get the Hezi low again. Oh no, the amnesia on the Jin Rise this time.
Look at him just waiting. That's so intimidating too. Takamura is looking for the burnout or the drive impact. And it's so smart because VXBal, no matter what, he wouldn't be able to drive impact back. He already committed to the special either way.
And again, that was the two-piece that we were talking about before, right? It's very common in this game to go a button into an immediate special. And that is a great place to expose your opponent with the drive impact. Wow, late DP there. Takamura cooking.
Departure, setting out the Phantoms as well, a little bit of the spikes, but it's still VXBal, who's at the deficit with the drive, with the drive gauge. Takamura with a big exchange against the departure.
And you see Takamura on the minus frames too. He's risking the parry afterwards, thinking VXBal would immediately press something back. Didn't quite get it there. VXBal is more than content to try to get into his optimal space. Oh, yes, that was a perfectly spaced sweep from Takamura. You cannot punish like a Street Fighter V, fam.
The common struggle of playing against the JP matchup was literally right there.
Yeah. Oh, no, he dropped the combo. Committed to level 3. That's the...
Oh, and he dropped the punish.
That was the homie drop right there. You drop one, I'll drop the punish. It's all good. Let's play neutral again. Like, legitimately.
If you drop, I drop, we drop. I get it. I totally get it. I've heard that track before in the 90s somewhere.
Puts him again in a very dangerous spot. Wow, the tech throw managed to avoid the spikes. He got into that sweet spot to not get clipped by the second one.
No shot, man, at the tip of the cane. Just right in the cabeza. That was actually OD, and I don't mean the drive gauge. That was messed up, dude.
Yeah,
you took his finances already. You took all of his money. You're going to take his hair, too?
For real, JP is unnecessary, bro. That had to be one of the last frames he could press a jump button, but perfect parry on the teleport. Nothing for free here from Takamura. Tried to get that optimal Oki. That's why he didn't follow anything up with it, but VXBal just setting him up with a perfect parry of his own.
The backdash is there. VXBal now with the advantage, not just the life, but an OD departure. The sandwich is there.
Oh.
The Ken sandwich.
Dude, that's
what are you? A Ken sandwich.
Put him out again. And yeah, being in burnout up against JP is so difficult, bro. Takamura was trying anything possible to get into that close quarters combat range. VXBal, though, never gonna let anybody do that for free. Bouncing back from that first game loss, you see the shakiness on the water drink, baby. The high stakes, the pressure, even off of the dubs. They know what's at stake here.
The 20K to advance as well. First shot at another 20K, the next step up. Best believe they are absolutely out of their minds for being able to keep their composure.
It's one of those things, I'll talk a little bit about after this, but beautiful stuff from Takamura, getting into that close quarters, but VXBal immediately so confident in his defensive choices, just waking up with buttons here.
Oh, and it was a feint too. VXBal thought he was within range to throw out that staff, but it's the counter, the big punish counter from Takamura. Now leading to the corner, this pressure could be so beneficial. Right now, the uppercut, keep him locked in. Oh, the amnesia, you forgot.
Indeed, VXBao, his choices right now not working out. Takamura finally catching on to the rhythm of him. Jump in, recover just in time, goes with the amnesia afterwards, does burn himself out in the process. VXBao, he needs to keep Takamura away at this point. He's got to get that burnout meter to replenish.
Man, how do you even find the approach departure? We got the ghost feints every so often. The spike is there. No, he put the departure up right in front of him. He lets it do the work yet again. VXBao setting up the trap for Takamura, and he falls for it hook, line, and sinker.
Takamura, that was definitely an ambitious Jinrai attempt right there, considering the spike was looming directly over his head. Hopefully he thought VXBao, maybe the Jinrai mix would get him and then the departure would leave because he got hit, but nah, VXBao more than content to wait. With the raw drive rush not checked this time and actually burnt out very quickly in this round.
VXBao setting up a departure again, just gonna let it rock. The neutral jump, forcing Takamura to think it was his turn to press a button. The timing was so superb from VXBao.
Honestly, in that instance, I would have liked to see the drive impact from Takamura. VXBao didn't have any meter to drive impact himself back, but let's forget about that. We got the crouch medium kick, drive rush confirmed here. Level 3, that's gonna pause VXBao's burnout meter, but he's still very close to being replenished. Can Takamura make this last pixel happen? Okay, and nothing off of it. VXBao restored on the drive rush now.
Okay, I was gonna say maybe uppercut, but VXBao did an empty jump anyway. Should be a level 3. That's all she wrote. It is VXBao eliminating Takamura, keeping the composure.
Beautiful stuff from VXBao right there, right? We talk about it. Takamura is such an unorthodox player. It's tough to get a real handle on the set in the first game. He dropped that first one, then pretty much ran the gauntlet after that. VXBao making some quick adjustments, and that's impressive going up against someone the caliber of Takamura.
He sets himself up for another 20K glorified money match. Now he awaits his fate between Xian and Big Bird, by the way. But before we get anywhere near that, we're going to throw it down with our host in just a bit. But man, VXBao is just so consistent.
Yeah, it's amazing to see him utilize such great skill on both the JP and the Ken. That dual main, it is a championship preparation, and that's exactly what he's looking to obtain. I believe we're waiting for a translator right now. Maybe Jen's going to come back out. We saw him yesterday help out his friend, but it looks like we are ready for the interview now. So take it away, our lovely host, and it is Jen.
VXBao. Absolutely phenomenal performance right there. And officially, I want to say that that means that VXBao is in top 8. Just now guaranteed himself an extra $20,000 with that match right there. And of course, an extra bit of glory. So what I want to ask him actually, Zen, is, which of course we got Zen here, our translator, and VXBao is one of his best friends. Was he confident that he would perform so well coming into this tournament?
He's just so talented that he could be able to get at everything.
You gotta ask him. That's the. That's the
okay. 你为什么这么厉害？
因为我就是很厉害嘛。
Because he's good.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that confidence.
سألنا VXBao في البداية، قلنا له أوكي عن المقابلة، ويعني قلنا له قد إيش شلون كانت ثقتك في هذه المرحلة الحين، وقال يعني ثقتي بس إني أنا جاي وأنا عارف إني أنا كويس في اللعبة، فبالنسبة له أنا كويس بس.
Okay, and as far as that that specific character matchup right there, going up against Takamura's Ken, who is he training with for that matchup? Because he looked like he was ready for everything. You ask him in the microphone.
你怎么跟肯练习的？
我很少跟肯练习，我基本上都是靠想象吧。不过在这场比赛之前，有NL帮我练习了一下，对我非常感谢NL。
I don't really practice a lot. I use my imagination, but before the match, I practice with NL a lot. So really appreciate that.
سألنا VXBao أن شلون كان بالنسبة لك الماتش اب، شلون قدرت تتجهز له بشكل جدا ممتاز؟ قال أن بالنسبة له ما تجهز هو مرة ممتاز، وكان كلها عبارة عن مخيلاته، وقبل لا تبدأ هنا البطولة يعني لعب ضد NL وتدرب معه.
Okay, and last question, because that was actually fascinating. He said instead he uses his imagination. So I imagine it's like a lot of theory fighting or something. So what exactly does that entail? So I guess to put it more simply, how does he use his imagination? What is his process like to learn matchups?
你怎么想象呢？你是怎么样做到这样？
就是我会通过观看一些 角色的录像，然后再自己进行训练场的一个对策。
You watch a lot of replays and go to training mode and get things done.
سألنا في اكسباو انه شلون مخيلتك جالسه تشتغل، انت الحين قلت لنا انك جالس تتخيل يعني المباريات كلها وجالس تتدرب فيها يعني حرفيا بعقلك، فكيف هذا كيف هذا الشيء جالس يصير؟ قال بشكل عام انه بعد ما يشوف المباريات، بعد ما يشوف يعني حرفيا بس يجلس يحللها وهو جالس يتفرج عليها ويتوقع الاحداث شلون راح تكون معنا.
VX Bao, absolutely amazing performance right there. We've seen how sick the JP is looking. And of course, the imagination comment, that's fascinating. Doesn't even necessarily need to have someone to practice with as far as the character. He just goes, watch the replays, and lets his mind do the rest. That's a special talent for a special player. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for VX Bao. Amazing, amazing job right there. And we have more Street Fighter action coming at you right after these highlights.
أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا المقابلة الحين خلينا نروح نشوف بعض اللقطات اللي صارت للمباراة وبعدين نرجع لكم في المباراة اللي بعدها.
Hey man, say man, the absolute best players in the world are right here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh for Gamers 8. And so far, the matches have more than delivered up to the hype. This is some real FGC team, bruv. You understand that? I gotta make sure I mix cultures a little bit. I'm like Drake, I'm just stealing everybody's culture a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But that was definitely amazing from my man's VX Bao. We have seen 3 people advance, but that also means that we have seen 3 players go home. And this next match, it will hurt to see. You know, I know this crowd might be a little bit biased on this next match.
Well, exactly, but it's very hard to see players go one by one, but this is the tournament. We have a one winner and we have an amazing matches. أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا مباراتنا الماضية صحيح جالسين نودع واحد ورا الثاني، وبرضه هذه مباراتنا فيها اللور براكت وراح تكون جدا صعبة. الخسران راح يودع منافسه والفائز راح ينافس فيها VX Bao ويكمل باقي المشوار. خلونا نتعرف على اللاعبين معنا على المسرح.
Y'all already see the pictures that's up there behind me right now on that big screen. And your eyes do not deceive you. We are about to have a clash of absolute titans, and the loser has to get sent packing. I know you guys might want to see one of these players win, so y'all gonna need to be bringing y'all energy for them. But first and foremost, we need to bring out player 1. in the presence of absolute greatness. We have all watched Xian dominate the competition for years, starting back with the Gin in Street Fighter 4. How many of us were impressed? How many of us were inspired by the way that he developed that character, becoming, of course, an EVO champion? And since then, he has continued to dominate for years to come. In Street Fighter 5, the Fong, the Ibuki, and then now in Street Fighter 6, we see what he is doing with DJ. I don't know how he is making that low-tier character work, but I'll tell you what, it's a thing of beauty. I'll say that as a DJ player.
Well, honestly, he's under pressure, even though he knows that a pressure will make him perform better, and also a pressure creates diamond, but he is worth more than diamond honestly with this performance. أعزائنا المشاهدين، شفنا في مبارياته الماضية شيان أداء كان جدا مثالي، عارف الضغط اللي هو فيه، خسارته راح تطلع من المنافسة. خصمه برضه في نفس الموقف، خصمه كان أداء جدا ممتاز في المجموعات، ما انهزم إلا هزيمة واحدة، وبرضه الحين هزيمة ثانية في بعد ما تأهل إلى التوب 16. إذا انهزم هذه الهزيمة الحين راح يطلع برضه من المنافسة. فخلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب معنا على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لبيج بيرد. لاعب كبير، لاعب يحلق على طول، يبغى فعلا انتصاراته وانجازاته والمستوى الرهيب اللي جالسين نشوفه، ولا شخصيته ماريسا هو الوحيد اللي كان يلعب فيها في البطوله، ففعلا مستواه العظيم في شخصياته، في تنوع، وحتى برضه حفاظه وثباته في مستواه هو اللي يقدر يخليه يكمل بنفس الرتم ويوصل معنا الى النهائيات. عندنا الطيور يحلقون معنا، الطيور يبغون يوصلون الى النهائيات معنا، وكلنا قلوبنا معهم، لكن خصمه الحين خصم ما هو سهل، خصم جدا قوي، خصم ما يطلع بسهوله. هل ممكن يصيد فيها الطيور ولا لا؟
Imagine the pressure of being Big Bird right now. He is, of course, the fighting pride of the Middle East, and he is going up against a competitor that is, of course, one of legend, the one and only Xian. Both of them have so much on the line right now, and I love the fact that Xian is so well loved, bro, that even here with Big Bird getting such a pop, the whole crowd erupted and cheered for Xian coming out here as well. But at the end of the day, all of those niceties, Big Hollywood gonna be the one to tell you, it don't mean nothing when it comes to deciding who is going to advance in this tournament. Xian, Big Bird, right here in front of us, we need to see this face-off. Yes, sir. Team Nasser versus Vortex Esports. It is about to be a showdown. Only one is going to last in this event. Let's find out who it's going to be. Let's send it over to our commentators and get right into them hands.
كلنا مستنيين هذه المباراة ونبغى نعرف اللي يكمل المشوار وراح ينافس فيها في اكس باو، فخلونا ناخذ القرعة الحين وننتقل لكم على طول مع معلقينا.
So this is heads and your heads. This is tails and your tails. Tails. Player 2? Okay. Perfect. Big Bird chose player 2. You can go back to the stages.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, to establish our top 8. It's Xian versus Big Bird. Going back into it now, Vicious with Ringe to kind of take you on a little guide as to what to expect. Xian already kind of trying to release the tension we saw with the camera cut. And of course, Big Bird as ready as ever. He may not see it, but he's got that composure. DJ versus Marisa. This, man, I think about it all the time. Oh, man, this can't be good.
Yeah, 100%, man. Whenever you see Marisa on the other side of the screen, it's always, this can't be good, bro. The damage output. But, you know, let's not just gloss over DJ's damage, right? This character, also one of the most damaging characters in Street Fighter 6 so far. So I want to see, it's going to be a slugfest, to say the least. My man, Big Bird, did get that Attitude Era pop, though. So, you know, this home region is on his side. But, man, yeah, the Marisa, I mean, people are going to make less and less mistakes as this game goes on, right? And I feel like Big Bird has already kind of fallen victim to that. That's why we've seen him be so successful as the game launches, and he's still extremely successful now, and that's nothing to take away from his player skill. I think that's kind of a limitation of the character. However, you make one mistake and you get deleted. That's always going to be a huge pro for Marisa.
same could slightly be said against DJ as well. If you kind of get caught in the lights, especially with the Just Cool mix-ups that Xian really likes to utilize, he can lead to a lot of safe jump pressure, but also kind of implement some of these throws. He has one of the more dominant throw loops in the game, in my opinion, too. So we're going to see if that ever really comes to fruition, Xian. But overall, I feel like there's a lot of instances where DJ doesn't get more than like 3 hits to kind of blow up any of the armor from Gladius. I don't think there's a lot that DJ can do down below, especially to kind of interrupt other than the sweep. And overall, I think that the whiff punish game, perhaps I think DJ might have the actual benefit here because of that standing roundhouse. If Big Bird happens to whiff any sort of Gladius in front of DJ's face, you can expect some big damage. But overall, I kind of want to see what Big Bird's strategy is against the dreaded drive rush from DJ. That is the most talked about drive rush approach that we've had since Street Fighter 6 had released, right?
Yeah, straight up since the launch, right? DJ, fastest drive rush in the game. So how prepared is Big Bird going to be to check? How is Xian going to manipulate him in that way, right? Is he going to bring the drive rushers short, catch Big Bird whiffing a big button, trying to cut it off at the pass? There's a lot of mind games here between these two characters and between these two players. Obviously, two of the top level fighting game players to ever exist. Big Bird, Red Bull Kumite South Africa champion. Xian, former EVO champion. Let's get it.
That was sick of anime proportions. That was so well deserved for these two.
Already checking the Superman punch. He did trade with it, but at least he didn't get bullied for free. We are in the corner now. Speaking of bully, oh, the Gladius, he didn't charge it all the way, right? I think he was just late on the whiff punish because of that. Already great manipulation from Big Bird. Let's get the command grab established as well. Oh!
You know what's really interesting about that kind of setting the pace? With Drive Rush Fierce, you can drive impact that on reaction, but it's so hard to react.
Yeah, 100%, man. And for him to bring it out this early, and again, the Gladius, he's actually manipulating Xian around these whiffs super well.
Oh, the safe jump gets blown up. It was an empty jump at that. Big Bird tried to take advantage of it. We talked about the Just Cool, getting the punish counter. Look at the damage, but more so the carry. He tried to backdash, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe, but he's cornered himself at this point, and what a call out on that parry attempt. And a call out again on the wake up level 2. Starts off with a drive rush, optimal punish.
Damn. Using the rest of that drive gauge, making it hurt. We're starting to see it, right? The damage output on both can be absolutely tremendous. What a stop with the drive rush too far up. Too far out, I should say.
Unfortunate, didn't get that, but we see Xian immediately confirm it to level 3 here. Wants to use it early on to really set the tone and pace for round 3, right? He's gonna have the drive meter advantage, he's gonna have the health bar advantage. Ooh, and that's gonna be a big drive meter advantage now after throwing the parry. Gets him with the drive impact, burns him out. I love that, the walk forward, let as much drive meter build back as possible. Super optimal from Xian here.
Level 1? No, not gonna spend it. Oh, he is! That late, that's so sick!
My goodness, bro. Yeah, he burns himself out in the process, and it can all come crashing down, bro. It's so scary right now. Big Bird on the verge of 3 bars. Xian, you can't make a mistake.
No way!
The drive rush anti-air.
Level 3 also is ready.
That's mad damage, catches him low, and Big Bird, just like that, brings it back.
Didn't even need to spend the meter. I think the threat overall with the drive gauge was more than enough to get Xian shaking in his boots, choosing movement, choosing jumps where he shouldn't have.
And that's one of the things, right? Often players will burn themselves out if it puts their opponent on life support, if it puts them very low on health. Against Marisa, you can't do that, bro. You can't even afford to go to burnout if she has a pixel left, because that comeback is always in the cut.
Whoa. Going to the next round, the Superman punch, and not ready for it. He was backing up just a little bit, but it's so... Oh, the perfect parry.
Uh-oh, bro.
Demakairos, sit him down.
And you want to talk about scaling, it's all right. When Marisa gets the perfect parry, it's not that bad. But speaking of which, the safe jump, I don't think that was a punish counter, right? It was definitely a safe jump, so he was probably +2. Maybe Big Bird tried to jump out of a throw attempt, then Xian caught him jumping.
Perhaps, yeah. You have a valid point on that safe jump specifically. Quadriga push him to the corner. The back throw instead for Xian. Big Bird was trying to bait something out, perhaps an up kick, who knows? Not your turn yet.
Oh, and then catches him trying to interrupt the string.
Ah, that's such a sharp angle too that it's so scary to even utilize back heavy kick at that point. We got a safe jump setup as well. No, it's a frame kill. Big Bird thought the same. Perhaps he tried to jump out of the corner thinking he was safe, but Xian has been using that frame kill against all of his opponents with the crouching heavy punch into the heavy fireball.
That's super sick right there. After the perfect parry, Big Bird, I'm not sure what happened, just ended up winding up a Gladius. Both players, though, they recognize the danger of each other's characters. Yeah, just a little bit quicker on the trigger on the drive rush there. Oh, doesn't interrupt. The OD Just Cool ends up getting caught. Oh.
And it's so scary too. Big Bird is constantly getting checked with movement. You saw that earlier. Xian now utilizing the just cool low as well. Plus frames on that. He delayed on the crouching heavy punch, looking for a counter strike from Big Bird. So low on the drive gauge for both. The burnout is going to be so significant. More so for Big Bird now, especially after this level 3. You're sending him to the corner by default.
Now, the thing that Xian has in his back pocket is those 3 meters, right? He's gonna pop off here. Big Bird can't be too linear about his approach. You see Xian buffering. That's why DJ was grooving in the corner right there. He wants the spot and he drive it past. Gonna get level 3 right there. Xian was buffering that whole time. Exactly what he was looking for. No bully ball here. Take that back. Man, that was so sick right there. Xian able to tie up the set off of it. He was showing his hand a little bit with the buffers, right? Big Bird thought because he maybe hesitated a little bit, threw off his rhythm, didn't immediately go into the level 3 that he could catch him off guard, but nah, Xian's too sharp.
And it's understandable as a warrior, right? Big Bird's kind of thinking to himself, I gotta check him, right?
Yeah.
He's showing me he might be bluffing. I want to see if he's actually ready for it, because then it'll be data into the next round.
Oh no,
you hit
the
whole
back
thing?
fierce. All right, well, goodbye.
That was a counter hit.
Yeah.
Don't get grabbed, please. Don't get in. Oh, back
next
heavy punch
round.
again. Go next. That's the classic.
19-second round.
Ugh.
Peace out.
GG's, no read. Well, you're forced to read. You know what I'm saying?
Great, another good check on the drive rushes. Oh, and then set him up with a command throw right to the back of the head.
Being fold, illegal maneuvers, and fold again, making him look like origami.
I love it, baby. You can put the plus frames on him. Oh, the Gladius anti-air as well. Just caught Xian trying to press something when he landed. Big Bird gonna clean up that game almost in as quickly as he did the first round. 19-second round the first time, 20-second round in round 2.
Jeez, dude. 40 seconds, just about 40 seconds in total for that game. Big Bird, you monster.
Oh, man, you can see, man.
What kind of streets is this? It's not Sesame. That's for sure.
We fighting out here, bro. Already to the corner again. Xian.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's plus frames. He thought maybe Xian would pop off with an OD up kicks, but just holsters it for now. Fights his way out of the corner solidly.
Turn out to the target combo and fold again. We're starting to see some blatant weaknesses in Xian's defense. But now that he's going to be a little bit jump happy, it's going to be difficult for... Oh, okay, wait.
And Big Bird's so good at using these drive rushes to just keep his opponent off guard. Now both players in burnout here. Oh, the whiff punish on the Gladius.
And he tried to bait a button at a Big Bird. No response to the fake the fake up kicks.
Oh, again.
Let's do again. Oh, boy.
Wow. And because Big Bird didn't pop off on the last +2 soul bot, he was like, okay, surely Xian will try to press his advantage this time since I didn't, right? But man, Xian ever patient, baiting out the super. That was so good.
Yeah, even in burnout, it makes it that much worse in regards to the plus frames too, right? So I totally understand the bust out. Oh, that was sick.
The fake. Overhead though, drive rush overhead has been blocked multiple times, tries to go into the command grab perhaps. Xian instead gonna combo into this level 3. This lead is huge now.
You drive rush forward, but is nothing to fear, right?
Is the lead ever huge against Marisa? That's the real question though.
Uh-oh. Oh, no punish, no whip punish from Xian, wasn't ready for it.
Surprising, his whip punishes have been so on point in this game, but you can't check the drive rush every time, man. Xian gonna tie up the set with that one.
Oh, man. We gotta take some time for this one, I think. If you're Big Bird, unless they're going right back into it, is the momentum going to be enough to deter Big Bird? No, it's just going right back into it, already starting things off. Xian pretty aggressive with the drive rush thus far. It's gonna be the back throw from Big Bird, knowing full well after that target combo, it's his turn. He struck him last time. Dimikiris sit him down, back heavy punch. Bunch of drive gauge just depleted.
Exactly, that drive gauge damage coming in from these big fierces in the Gladius. You can't just sit there and keep blocking Marisa, man. Oh, and you definitely can't sit there and block that command grab. Set point for Big Bird.
We gotta see an explosive response from Xian. The up kicks is there. He was charging since round 1.
Yeah, for real. Firmly planted on the down back, but what an interruption with the perfect parry on the light string. Ridiculous.
That was something that was established in Beta 2. It's like, you gotta use this on defense. You have to have this in your repertoire. I feel like people forgot about that.
Yeah, for real. You can't just let people press these lights for free on you. Big Bird again, the plus frames all day, trying to bet Xian into something, but he's not biting. Indeed. Oh, Big Bird. Oh, this is done here. Yeah, wall bounce. You already know what it is. Big Bird survives. He's going to be moving on into the top 8. Middle East, stand up for your boy.
That's Marisa in a nutshell. She opens you up once, and you're pretty much on to the next round. Now, consider the amount of damage that DJ does have. I feel like Marisa has way more openings to kind of get you caught up in the lights with the counter pokes that she has. But man, Xian, still, what a performance bringing it that close.
Yeah, absolutely. You heard the respect that the crowd showed Xian as well. I mean, he is one of the most decorated fighting game players to ever be in this genre. Big Bird, however, the accolades continue to stack up for him as well. I can't wait to see what he does for the rest of this tournament. Let's go to our interview.
Dale, that was an absolutely ridiculous performance. My man's tried to give you a little bit of trouble, but at the end of the day, you were able to clutch it out. How about that first game, that comeback? What was that?
I mean, when he spent the level 3 and he got me knocked down in the corner, all I needed, he wasn't burnout, so all I needed was just to get that one hit. And luckily I got it, and then it just snowballs from there. And Marisa, as a snowball character, there's no character better than her.
ففعلا سالنا اللاعب عادل معنا بيج بيرد، قلنا له ان في مباراتها قبل شوي بالتحديد هي المباراه الاخيره شلون قدرت ترجع بشكل جدا قوي. قال بكل صراحه اول ما شاف انه ضيع الليفل 3 السوبر منه وجاله حتى برضه وعرف انه برضه ما كان عنده الدرايف رش
كان برن
فعلا كان بالبرن اوت هو وقتها، وحتى برضه بعد ما رجع وقدر انه يتقدم مره ثانيه وكان يحتاج الضربه واحده بس اللي تفتح له الفايت واخذ الضربه وبعدها قدر يكمل فيها وبشخصيته مريسه يعني.
So, you know, Big Bird, before you and Amjad, we weren't really thinking about the Middle East when it came to the Street Fighter world. It's not like you guys had too much representation. What was that like early on for you? Like, does that sound accurate for you as well? And what does it mean to you that you've been able to, you and Angry Bird, put your region on the map and now to be able to perform right here for such a huge prize?
It feels amazing, to be honest, because I remember when I started out, I was pretty much the only one traveling, even before Angry Bird started traveling. I started traveling, competing professionally in 2017. And I was very happy, and I'm very happy right now to see where we are, to get to compete for a huge prize, probably one of the biggest events to happen in Street Fighter history so far, in Saudi Arabia, in the Middle East, right next to my home. I've always been the one to travel at least 10 hours to get to the tournament, but it feels very nice to travel just 1 hour to get to my
فعلا سالنا بيج بيرد ان بالنسبه له كيف شعورك في مشاركتك هنا معنا في البطوله، خصوصا في ارض عربيه وفي وطن المملكه العربيه السعوديه. فقال انه جدا مبسوط لانه قبل كان هو اللاعب الوحيد اللي كان يسافر وتاخذ ساعات عشان يشارك بس في البطولات، وقبل بعدين شارك مع زميله انجر بيرد وصاروا يسافرون مع بعض عشان يشاركون في البطولات. لكن وجوده الحين في المملكه العربيه السعوديه السفر صار جدا قريب بالنسبه له، ما تاخذ وقت جدا كثير، وجدا سعيد على وجوده على هذه البطوله.
And the last thing I want to ask you about Big Bird is, of course, your character. I actually, you know, we've had some trolling back and forth on Twitter about Marisa. And maybe I would say that I might have walked back a little bit of it, even though it pains me to be honest and say it. I don't know, man. I think that she does a whole lot of damage, obviously, but she does seem limited in some ways compared to other characters. What do you think about her overall, and why do you think it is that we do not see any other Marisa players? It's not like other pro players choose to go with her.
There's still Shuto in Japan. He got 9th at EVO, and that's very big. But I do feel like Marisa, as strong as she is, as much damage she is, she's very volatile. So there's games against Xian where I couldn't even play, and you could tell like I just got washed.
Yeah.
So it's just Marisa. As a Marisa player, I just need to know that I need to be the one who's starting. If I let them start first, and there's too many things to look out for, then it gets very hard because I don't have a proper defensive option. My anti-airs are very limited. So I need to be the one starting, and if I don't get started first, I just get washed.
فعلا سالنا انجري بيرد انه بالنسبه لشخصيتها ماريسا ليش هو اللي يختارها بهذه يعني تحديدا هذه الشخصيه اللي مشارك فيها رغم انه ما في عدد لعيبه محترفين كثار بهذه الشخصيه ممكن عددهم شوي قليل. قال انه فيه ممكن عدد بس انهم اغلبهم يكونون في اليابان يشاركون او بلا صح يلعبون بهذه الشخصيه. وقال انه صحيح انها شخصيه يمكن شوي محدوده في اسلوب اللعب لكن بالنسبه له انه يحاول ياخذ الضربات الاولى ويلعب بشكل اجريسيف اكثر خلينا نقول في البدايه عشان يقدر ياخذ الفرصه اكثر لانه اذا ضاعت عليه البدايه ممكن تصير صعب انه يرجع مره ثانيه فحاول يركز لعبه على السيطره اللي في البدايه عشان يقدر يستفيد ويفوز بالشخصيه.
Amazing performance from Big Bird, the heart of the, actually, I should say, the Gulb. How do I say it?
Gulb.
The Gulb of the Middle East. Big Bird, that was ridiculous. Everybody hype up in the crowd and everything like that. Bro, that was phenomenal. Your Marissa's looking OD. Definitely one of the favorites to take this tournament. But we do have even more action coming at you right now. But for now, we have a little bit of a break. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، هنا كانت مباراتنا في اللور براكت، لكن بعدها راح ننتقل لكم في الأبر براكت. لكن قبل هذا كله خلينا نروح نشوف الاستوديو التحليلي تفاصيل المباراة وجدول المباريات الحين شلون معنا، ونرجع لكم فيها نستكمل المباريات.
Man, one segment down, and already we have an early candidate for comeback of the day. Big Bird keeping the UAE and Algerian dreams, and of course, the Middle Eastern dreams alive there, surviving against a very impressive, and I don't know why he was nervous, Shen. Almost took it, just wasn't enough. I mean, I'm back on the desk here. This is the STC highlight play segment of the show. Rejoining me are Logan Sama and Damascus. Dude, we had some seriously tense games. Unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to some players, haven't we, Logan?
I mean, it's real heartbreaking to say goodbye to Sen, but let's take a look at the first matches we saw, and Kills outclassed by Punk. Punk showing that he is so adept at handling the scramble. He was able to shut down Kills mobility. There, the drive rush not checked, but he was able to check that drive rush from Jury so many times and just put a lid on Kills, who had upset so many players already in this tournament, closing that out and seeing the perfect there. That was a perfect performance from Punk.
Yeah, and then we went on, obviously, Damascus to the next one. Kills You is out of there, but he walks away with a pretty decent bag. Yeah. What happened here, Damascus?
I got that knuckle to Daigo was pretty much everything we wanted and more, right? The set was extremely high. I think it's one of these sets where personally I was like, I kind of want both to win. I really don't want to see any of these two, you know, lose. Like Daigo bringing the heat, like consistently coming back to keep the pressure on NkLeDu. But you have to give it to NkLeDu, man. This man is so hard to throw off guard. It's so hard to put NkLeDu in a situation where he looks like he's on the back foot. The way he just closed this set inside was absolutely amazing. Well-deserved victory, but man, of course, shout out to Daigo, man. Great weekend for him.
Yeah, I think judging from what Punk said before the game, anyone who isn't as educated as watching these two players play or watching these matchups, you might think Daigo's going to get ran over. Wasn't to be the case. 2-0 down, tried to make the comeback, but congratulations.
Well, shout out to the entirety of Japanese Twitter as well, who piled in and helped Daigo on the matchup. Yeah. I think if you saw that tweet.
I didn't see that, but that sounds awesome. The next one came up there, Logan Sama, and it was another Ken. This time, the JP Ken matchup, one we've seen a ton of. VxBao getting it done. Somewhat
of an expert on this, I think, after this weekend, and Evo as well. This time it was VxBao and Takamura. VxBao, another fantastic performance from him. Definitely the Chinese players here have been a really exciting package, as they were at Capcom Cup in Street Fighter 5 towards the end of that game's life cycle. League, of course, yeah. But yeah, the Chinese players have been showing through. DCQ, of course, we're going to see him a little bit later on in winners semi-finals against Angry Bird, but VxBao getting that job done there and eliminating Takamura.
Oh, here's the comeback of the century. We'll probably cut it, right? They're not going to show the whole thing. One whiff punish. I think he tried to jump.
I think they can fit the whole thing in here because they ain't going to take that long, bro.
Doesn't he? Don't jump. Why you neutral jump?
Fits in the short, like that goes so fast. This was set of the day so far, to me at least. Like, the set was really close, really disputed between these two. We're really looking forward to see them. But of course, I mean, it is nerve-wracking to face Marisa, especially a Marisa of Big Bugs level, despite every single defensive decision that was really correct from Xian. We've seen him jumping away from the charged Gladius string, right? We've seen him really applying like cool anti-Marisa tech, walking out of the Superman punch range, but despite everything, Big Birds is like just too good for this matchup.
And I feel really bad for Sam, man, because he had two incredibly close sets with two of the very best players in the world. Today, he only lost 3-2 to Menarim winners and 3-2 to Big Bird, two of the most in form out of probably, you know, 4 or 5 players out there in the world. And he went to the wire with both of them. So sad to see him go relatively early in this bracket.
And that sets up some juicy matches there. You can see on your screen there the bracket following the action here all day. We're going to be getting these crazy, incredible matches. Nothing will be missed. Punk taking on his good friend NkLeDu will be the first one. And then Big Bird with a bit of a challenge there. Well, more than a bit of a challenge with VxBao. I think it was, did he lose to VxBao in Capcom Cup SF5? I think they're in the same group or something. I've seen them play before. It's going to be an intense one. You can't call it.
I'm looking forward to the Mena RD Kakaru run back from Evo.
Yeah, exactly. Still got winners to come as well, guys. Just incredible matches to come. Listen, I have to say thank you to these esteemed gentlemen, looking so dapper as well. My guys, thank you so much for coming on the desk.
Not as clean as you. I was bodied by the flights not getting me in 2 days.
You had like 4 cancelled flights in a row. Yeah, I'm happy to have you there at least because you had the longest flight I've ever seen. Like 3 days? 3 days flight?
I've seen more than enough of airports, but yeah, you guys.
But he would not be
fantastic.
denied, despite multiple cancellations. He still made it here. Yeah. Thank you, Logan, for making that.
But unfortunately, missed you guys' trip to the tailor to get these beautiful things put together. And you look fantastic. Looking forward to seeing some of the rest of the guys as well.
The guys are wearing this, yeah.
Joining Rob, looking very, very cultural. Paying respects to
my brothers. Guys, we have to take a break. We're going to be back for more Street Fighter action. And of course, those 2 games in losers, keeping it in the losers bracket. Don't go anywhere. See you guys very shortly for more Street Fighter 6 action.
Who is Daigo Umehara to me? He's an unforgettable force and person on the screen. What he does on that screen across a multitude of games, not even just Street Fighter games, it's just mind-boggling.
ストリートファイターが一番好きな理由は、やっぱりその11歳っていう子供の時からプレイしていて、思い入れがあるっていうこともありますけど、やっぱたくさんの人がプレイしていて。それがすごい刺激的で好きっていうのがあります。
He's been playing for the best part of 3 decades. He has won the biggest tournaments in the world. Whether you're talking about Evo, or you're talking about Torgeki, Topanga League, Stunfist.
One more hit for Daigo.
Catch him with a sweep.
Good block. Oh! Your Stunfist 2015 champion, Daigo.
That wealth of knowledge and experience and success, makes him a threat in any tournament.
If he can get through that early stage and then develop enough knowledge and player-specific awareness in his latter stages where the longer sets become more impactful, I actually think Daigo could have a surprise run here and could be a contender to. And one thing he's got in his favor is prize money, setting, he don't care, man. This is very normal for him. For a lot of the other guys here, this is the most they've ever played for. It's the biggest event they've ever played for in terms of what's at stake. Could impact their play. Not going to impact Daigo at all. That will definitely work in his favor.
正直まだ自分よりもストリートファイター6が上手いプレイヤーがたくさんいて、今回の大会にも参加してるんで、もちろん最善は尽くすんですけど、優勝するのはなかなか難しそうだなと思ってます。
He'll find success long after people have said, oh, Daigo's fallen off, he's not as good. Then he'll win a big premier or something, So yeah, he really epitomizes that do not give up element, and that's a really important part of who he is as a person as well.
So he's just an inspirational talent and a huge part of why I do what I do today.
My favorite Street Fighter game would be this one, the current one, the Street Fighter 6. It has a lot of mechanic, a lot of versatility, I would say. And yeah, this is the favorite one.
Maybe it's Street Fighter 5 because that's what I've been playing the most, and I'm beating many people. That's the game I'm good at. But right now, Street Fighter 6, I would say Street Fighter 6 is very fun. It's probably even better than Street Fighter 5. So it's hard to decide,
My favorite Street Fighter game is Street Fighter 5 currently. It's the game where I had the most success so far, and it's got M. Bison, who was my now trademark character.
Favorite one to watch is Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, because the game is just so fast-paced and yet technical. To play, it's definitely Street Fighter 5 Champion Edition, just because it was the most polished version of the game, despite the addition of Luke, which on release was not very well balanced.
Maybe 5 or 6, because my whole programmer career is competition in Street Fighter 5, and I believe my result is not bad, right? But Street Fighter 6, I think Capcom really do a really good job, not only for pro player, for whole player, like for casual player, even for a viewer. The game is the graphics is good, the music is good. So many my friends like JB from US, so many friends feel now our stream, the viewers become bigger and bigger. Let's mean Capcom let this community become more big. So I think it's very good.
Well, my favorite Street Fighter game of all time is Street Fighter 4. And obviously it's because I only play Street Fighter 4 for C Viper. And I don't consider myself a good Street Fighter player, but I consider myself a really good C Viper player. Street Fighter 4. There's your answer.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، والأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Just give me the mic. Yo, what's going on? F Word here. I'm back. It's the STC play segment of the amazing Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 tournament that has taken the world by storm. If you're not watching this tournament, what exactly are you doing? And listen, a massive shout out to the guys I just had, but we've gone and switched things up a little bit. I've got two more incredibly talented individuals joining me in the form of Vicious and Tiggity Tyrant. Listen, guys, you must have seen those matches. What about that comeback, Big Bird, Marissa?
Oh,
I mean,
my goodness.
Seriously? What?
Seen it. I was on the mic for it, bro.
Just give me the mic. Yes,
what?
I heard
I like
your voice.
I like it. Pick it up. It's good.
What? I mean, like, all jokes aside, yeah, that was actually phenomenal from the side of Big Bird. As soon as we saw one combo, the first thing I look at when it comes to any sort of Marisa combos is how much super meter does she have, and is she going to explode?
And how much meter does the opponent have? I mean, the fact he was in Bird, you know when he was doing the combo in the corner, Shen, and he spent that last, I was saying to myself,
Sobot kick, yeah.
Don't burn yourself out. He did the EX for that tiny bit of extra damage to get the super, and I was like, if you're not going to kill here, don't, and he did, and then boom, man, Big Bird 2 Unforgiven. Amazing. So, oh, wow. Oh, we're going to play it right now. Speaking of the devil, man.
Some of this action right here, guys.
Yeah, it's tough to actually hold on to the meter as DJ because it's not invincible, right? That level 1 isn't going to serve any sort of purpose other than a combo extension. So
not the super meter, the gauge, man. He burnt himself out.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, he did the EX to
and he burned himself out. I totally understand that, but you have to finish your plate at this point because this is where it just all goes downhill.
Jump punish. Where are you going?
No, that's the biggest heartbreaker of them all, man, right there.
And it was checkmate at that point, by the way.
I was going to say there was time now, but no, as soon as I saw the big lady just going through muscle mommy, she's about to press you.
It was a crazy situation, but at this point with Marisa and how optimal Big Bird is it even like an impressive comeback? He's just expected at this point. You know what I'm saying?
How impressive is it really when it's expected?
Cool moments, but you're right. I mean, seriously, Marisa, you need to chill. Sorry, what'd you say, Vish?
No, I mean, yeah, how impressive is it if it's actually expected from the likes of Big Bird?
It's expected from Big Bird, yeah.
So consistent, and it's happened pretty much all over his Twitter.
I mean, you're talking about those matches, and we were not let down by the excitement they gave. And, you know, we did have to say goodbye to some players. I thought we were going to go to the winner's side, but as mentioned before the break, no, we're not. We're going to say goodbye to some more players. And Vicious, your fellow countryman, is at risk here, despite a phenomenal performance against KillsU. First one coming up here is going to be Punk on the loser's side, taking on NuckleDu. We have to lose an American. It's team kill, man. It's so unfortunate.
You really do hate to see it because these two are the pillars of the North American scene, the forefront when it comes to the innovation of how to play Street Fighter and also how to play certain characters. These two are the two that are my absolute favorites to analyze, to commentate, but having them both in this part of the game is such a heartbreaker. I could be like that guy, the tournament ops in the beginning, where he's flipping the coin for the sides. That's how I feel in regards to who's going to win. Heads or tails, Punk or Du on any given day, still 50-50.
Sorry, Tyrant, I'm going to stay with Vicious here because I'm so curious to hear this. As a fighting game fan, I was devastated when NuckleDu, you know, went full-time working and wasn't playing anymore. It's a massive loss to the scene. We've seen incredible players just, you know, real life take over and they can't play anymore. How does it feel like, as a fan, as an American, to have this guy back on the scene and playing as ridiculously well as he is already?
It blows my mind because it's as if he never left. He's so attuned to fighting games that it blows my mind how often he's still able to, like, duke it against everybody else that has constantly kept up, constantly grinding. But dude, he's a family man on top of that. How does he find the time to play at this level? Dude's just a gamer. I'm telling you, man. When it comes to Gamers 8, he is included in that 8.
He's just a natural. And then, of course, Punk, one of the best in the world. I mean, easily the best Cammy in the world. Evo, incredible run, incredible form. How does he find that form again here? Because it's been 50-50. We've seen him at his best. We've seen him not at his best. How does he capitalize, and how do you think this one goes, Tyrant?
Yeah, he had a pretty rough start in Gamers 8 Invitational, but, you know, he managed to turn it around. And I feel like Punk, when it comes down to, when he has a goal in mind, when he has something to focus on and his back's against the wall, you know, and he has a point to prove, that's when we know Punk is the best. So, yeah, I feel like he's really... This one's too tough to call, man.
It's hard, right? You talk about the goal in mind, but it's against one of his best friends and one of his best training partners. It's like, does he have that type of animosity to guide him through some of these matches? How will, like, the friendship factor really kind of help him out or go against him in this tournament? It really truly is a toss-up. There's no way to kind of talk about who would take over the other.
And there's those factors, but then, of course, massive shout out to Gamers 8, Savvy Games Group, and all the sponsors here, Aramco, Qiddiya. There's a lot of money on the line for this match too. I'm not sure the exact number these guys are looking at, but I know the last game was literally you get 10K if you lose, you get 20K if you win. Now we're in the realms of an even bigger pool. So, and Punk said it, man. Punk was like, man, he's my boy, but I'd rather play Daigo. I think I've got a better chance against Daigo because I want to win some cash monies out here, you know?
So it's another 20K bump for 5th and 6th place. Right? So it's going to be 20Ks up until this part of the stage, and then another significant bump after that where it's 30K. And I'm not going to talk about the top 3 just yet. That's for the big matches later.
Those aren't the only guys, of course, playing for those high stakes. We have the next match staying in the loser side, and China representing Zetin. 1 in winners, 1 still alive in losers, but the Middle East's very own Big Bird just came through against Shen. This one, Tyrant, is an absolute mouthful. in one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is going to be outstanding. VxBao coming into this tournament perhaps as the dark horse for a lot of people. People, not really seeing what he's on, but really impressive run so far. But Big Bird, he's no easy opponent to go up against. He did have he did drop down to losers from Killzoo, right? Killzoo got him.
Yes.
And that was like not a result we expected.
It's the way he lost. It wasn't like
nobody.
It was a beatdown.
3-0 as well. That's
Yes.
like, nobody expected that. But Big Bird, he's one of the guys to beat in Street Fighter 6 right now, so it's going to be, I think this is going to be an instant classic, to be honest.
I did want to pick your brain a little bit, not to take away the host role a little bit, but Big Bird has had so much experience against the JP matchup, and I really don't think VxBao would actually go for that, Ken, because of the experience he has with Angry Bird.
True.
What do you think is going to happen in regards to the character selection?
Yeah, I think that's going to be interesting, because Big Bird...
Just go. I've been telling him from the start of the show, man.
it was bugging my mind, because if you think about it, now I have to stand on my tippy toes to match. He took me off the box, by the way. I don't think you understand. This is my actual height.
Look, man's exposed, yeah.
So what's next, Vicious, man?
No. It's real. It's a real question. It's a valid concern, man. Like, what happens when you have somebody who has the matchup between JP and Ken?
But no, Big Bird definitely been getting that JP matchup experience. Players like Broski, Shady Imposter, and Lord Venom. He's definitely
There's a lot, man. There's a lot.
He's been grinding out that matchup, the JP matchup with Marisa, and we've seen how hard she can hit once she gets in from that Cien clip earlier. So yeah, this is going to be a great match, an interesting one.
I think that's the point we made earlier. I think we were talking off stream, actually. Let's put it on stream. Like, we were all talking about this, all three of us, about the Chinese when they know the matchup, they're so incredibly strong.
Yeah.
So we saw it in Street Fighter 5 as well.
Exactly.
They're so good against Dictator, so good against Cody. But when it comes to these matches that they're not as familiar in, you see a less comfort in the way they play. I don't know where they're getting their Marisa experience from. I mean, the netcode's awesome. Maybe they can play Shuto. I don't know. But if they can't, it's going to be a tall order to have to beat arguably, well, not even arguably, the best Marisa in the world right now.
And you're thinking about it when it comes to training up against Shuto, it's technically a different matchup because that is modern Marisa.
Yeah,
you don't have access to the same exact toolkit, and you have to play it a certain way considering how minimal reactions you really need with modern. So it's tough to call. I couldn't even do the due diligence to figure out what kind of Marisa gameplay they've studied to kind of get themselves ready. But at the same time, as we heard post-game interview, Bao was thinking mostly about just how to theorize the match, right? He's more so a theory fighter than anything.
Were you prepared for this? Yes, I thought a lot about the matchup and what
I've used my imagination.
That's crazy.
Are you serious?
That's crazy, man.
I mean, I saw Rob's face. My face was the same. But, honestly, the way I've seen this guy play his characters across a multitude of games, I wouldn't be surprised if that is actually his preparation. He's that talented. But we're going to find out very shortly who actually takes it. I think Big Bird will probably be the favorite just based on the fact he's on home soil, and we don't know how much the Chinese know Marisa. But if there's one of the Chinese guys here, despite DCQ being in winners, the guy that they always tell us, Gen and DCQ, the #1 Chinese guy, the guy to beat from that region is VxBao. So him being in losers doesn't change that fact. He's the most talented one of all of them, and anything can happen in this next match coming up. Tyrant, any final thoughts from you?
To be honest, Big Bird really needs to focus, and he's had some close encounters in this tournament, very nearly falling even to Cien. So, I don't think he's the favorite going into this at all. VxBao has been looking so impressive, and we've seen how good JP can be.
Vicious, any calls before? Very quickly.
Man, I'm just going to be holding on to this desk as soon as I see Punk and Knuckle do. I really just can't call it. I hope you guys enjoy the show.
Heading to the main stage, guys, for big matches in 2, 1. Say it with me.
Yalla Habibi!
Now, of course, we know that we have been thus far in the playoffs, and that is still the case. But in this FGC thing, we like to call this top 8. This is the creme de la creme. When you made top 8, you pretty much are considered a finalist at any fighting game tournament, and all of these players left are exactly that. We started out with 32 players and only 8 remain. We are that much closer to finding out who is going to hoist up that beautiful Gamers 8 trophy and walk away with $400,000. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, now seriously we're talking about the big money right now. أعزائي المشاهدين، شفنا رحلتنا الماضية كانت في اللور براكت، ودعنا لاعب ورا الثاني، كان شوي توجع للأمانة، لكن راح نكمل باقي المشوار ونشوف الأبطال لنسخة هاي جيمرز 8. الجوائز جالسة تكبر وتكبر، كل من يستمر معنا الحين ينحط الضغط تحته أكثر وأكثر. راح نستمتع بإذن الله في مبارياتنا. خلينا نتعرف برضو على لاعبينا معنا على المسرح.
And now, this next match, I'm telling y'all, I'm putting anything on it. You are not going to be able to stay in your seats for this one. We need to go ahead and bring in our first competitor. It is about to be a movie. Punk the God! Punk the God showing just how strong loser side Punk is. He said it himself. He's not sure if he's getting better or if his opponents are just that much easier to read because their feet are to the fire. But when it comes to Punk, he's been doing this for so long already in his young life that he feels so confident, so calm. It's another day at the office. Will he be able to push his ticket even further in this tournament? We're about to find out.
Exactly. This guy, he can make anything. He literally, even if it's too difficult, even if it's impossible, if there is a person who can make it, it's Punk. أعزائي المشاهدين، Punk بعد ما رحبناه وشفنا أداءه في المباريات الماضية، لاعب كبير بمستوى عالي، ولو انه تحت الحين في اللور براكت يستغل ضغط اللي يصير على خصومه عشان ياخذها الافضليه بالنسبه له، خبرته تريحه جدا انه يلعب باريحيه جدا كبيره، لكن خصمه هو اللي كان متخوف انه يلعب ضده بانك، خلونا نرحب فيه معنا على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لناكل دو. لاعب مميز، لاعب مختلف تماما. مباراتها الماضيه اللي كان ضد دايجو قدر يفوز فيها ويكمل معنا المشوار. الحين هو الخصم اللي كان ينتظره بانك. نبغى نشوف مباراه غير طبيعيه، كلهم بمستوى عالي وكلهم يعرفون اسلوب لعب بعض لانهم زملاء واصدقاء واصحاب، يعني حتى برضو زملاء في اللعب يتدربون برضو مع بعض، فهذا الشيء اللي يخلي المباراه هذه مميزه ومختلفه لانهم عارفين اللعب بعض. حتى برضو قبل يجون معنا على المسرح ورا كانوا جالسين يسولفون مع بعض، جالسين يضحكون، لكن الحين على المسرح الوضع تماما يختلف من بياكل الثاني، لان الحين نتكلم كلها جوائز مبالغ كبيره جدا.
From Big Hollywood's home country of the United States of America, these two are the greatest players of this generation, bar none. And also, they might even be the two best players that we've ever seen there. Of course, you got to have Alex Valle in that conversation as well. Knuckle Dudang and Punk the God. It's hard to believe, but these guys are about to face off on top 8 loser side. They have already secured 30 grand minimum, 30,000 big ones, and of course the glory of making it in the top 8. But at the end of the day, these are champions, so that is not enough for them. It is about victory. Knuckle Dudang, Punk the God, please meet right here in front of me. I need to see this face off. Of course, this is now, I could even say for Punk, 2 Florida men. Usually that's a bad thing, but I feel like these two might be the brightest spots coming out of that state right now. Extremely high level play, and we are about to see who is going to advance the Teak. I cannot wait.
مين يدرى. عشان كذا اعزائنا المشاهدين خلينا نبدا بمباراتنا على طول، ناخذ القرعه وعلى طول ننتقل لكم مع المعلقين.
So this is heads, your heads, and this is tails and your tails. Heads. Okay, then Punk chooses P1. You can go back to the books.
All right, and welcome back to some more high-level action here on the finals day here at Gamers 8. We are now in the top 8. Big cash money is on the line here, and hey, 2 of America's best are going to be going head-to-head in this first of 3. I'll be one of your commentators today for the next set of matches. Jammers, and alongside me, you're doing a fantastic job for the whole week. I appreciate it. Brad, talk to me. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, although it does hurt as an American fan, as a fan of both of these players, to see them having to play against one another in the loser side of the top 8. But at the same time, you know, selfishly, this is comfortable. I'm 18 hours away from home, but this is the type of match that I've gotten to watch so many times. It's just for stakes like this, that's super different. Rob had already highlighted they've both already earned $30,000 with their performance here, but the difference between a 7th place finish and a 5th place finish is an additional 20K.
It's crazy, right? And what a better, you get to enjoy this at a live experience instead of at home as a viewer. Hey, it's still enjoyable to be a viewer at home. Shouts to all the viewers that are watching the stream right now. But hey, here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, it is fantastic. We're not actually in the main arena. I actually need to go check that out later. But hey, this one is going to be a slobber knocker. What I've been saying all week, just to regurgitate a blood-pumping matchup here. Cammy going up against Guile, Punk going up against NuckleDu. Now, Punk has had to beat 4 Phils, which he did 3-0, and then he beat KillsU today 3-1. That's what's got him here. Daigo, or should I say NuckleDu, he beat Takamura, then unfortunately got basically destroyed by DCQ 3-0 in basically Guile's worst matchup, probably one of the worst matchups in the game, depending on who you ask, and that's what's landed him here. He did beat Daigo 3-2. That was actually pretty nail-biting as well. Pretty down to the wire there. Kudos to Daigo for making it close.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think what you can really pull out of that when you watch it is there's factors of Daigo's play that he's most famous for. We call it the Ume Shoryu for a reason, and there were so many points where he was so effective at using that Dragon Punch to get through fireballs. Gonna see, I don't imagine Punk is gonna bring a similar energy, but I was talking to you in the green room before we went live and we decided to save this for here. I feel like this matchup is gonna be pretty good for Punk. I know Du will specifically pick Cammy as the counter pick when he plays against Kaba.
Well, here's the thing. That is a very valid argument, but one of the key things you got to watch out for is Du has got a fantastic Sonic Boom game, and one of the things I really like is his Sonic Blade game as well, to change up the speed and the timings of the Sonic Cross when it comes out after that. Yes, Cammy has Quick Spin Knuckle, but then you have to remember, Guile can move forward with the Drive Rush, but Punk has been checking a lot of Drive Rushes today, so there's a bit back and forth here. So this is why I wanted to save this argument.
Yeah, and I was about to say that. I do want to highlight, you see so many people talking about like, oh, you can't check DR. I've been watching people like Punk check DR since month 1. It is certainly possible. Punk now having this fantastic sequence in the corner, NuckleDu locked down. How is he going to try to fight his way out? I think NuckleDu is a fantastic defensive flavor of Guile, and you can see that patience on display right now. What a flash kick for the dive kick.
Lovely anti-air and the block on the overhead from the Drive Rush there, and we go back to a whiff punish there. He's got level 1 if need be. Gyro Drive Smasher is going to take the first round here for Punk against Du. Again, when they get up close, when it's the CQC range, close quarter combat, that's when it's going to get a little bit dangerous. Guile does have decent normals, but hey, it was Cammy. Cammy's half of her gameplay is built around those normals, and they're being special cancel as well.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, Punk as a player wants to be playing that whiff punish style game, doing such a great job, oh my god, stuffing the movement when it gets right in. It's like Punk has the fastest processor in the world at identifying, are you staying at my short range, or do I need to check you in my jab range?
Are you telling me he's got like a 64GB RAM processor?
Yeah, he's beta testing the i10.
Oh, and then he goes for the empty jump, but a flash kick gets him there, and he might be able to react to a DI with Delta Red Assault taking game 1 here. Test the waters, I respect it, but at the cost of getting yourself sniped by the level 3.
I feel like the DI game in the corner has been such an overwhelming thing that we're seeing coming up over and over again. It's such a strong threat towards the mental stack. Oh no, unfortunately overcommits to the spiral arrow there. That is a fantastic meterless punish there for NuckleDu now. And just like that, 2 touches, you're at the corner and down 50% life.
That was a fantastic fireball trap there, using the Drive Rush into the crouch fist, flash kick, EX flash kick there. He's been very risky, very brazen with those flash kicks today, has NuckleDu, but he's going to close out the round here with a flash kick. That's actually kind of difficult to do from the target combo, but you do get a late charge cancel from that Stampeding Punch. Back fist target combo there from Guile. And a nice whip punish down the crouching meeting kick with his own crouch meeting kick there, Punk. And he's going to go for the optimal stuff in the corner. End of the cannon spike. He can dash for some Oki, but he walks instead.
Just straight in for the meaty pressure, keeping it going. Meaty pressure once again, little mini frame trap. We don't get anything off of the crouch fierce, but we just back off. As long as we can maintain this corner position, it's looking pretty good. No answer to the DI from NuckleDu. Punk was in a great spot to try to make that happen, but the check on the DR, it is so common for a Guile to try to drive rush after the fireball. They want to get those extra plus frames, and he was ready for it.
And I like that Punk is building his super gauge from whiff punishes and engaging by being highly offensive. That's what the game's rewarding you for. Good drive reversal there. That is guaranteed on that scenario. And that was unfortunate execution error or mistimed combo there from NuckleDu. So nice in the throw loop situation. There's the second one. Are we going to see a third one?
Let me see it.
There's a third one. Is he going to walk away?
Throw this man to death. Oh, he didn't, but the mental stack was getting too strong. 3 bars available. Punk is going to cash all the way out to, I believe that this ought to kill, right?
Well, the damage is capped at 8%, so it's going to bring out the 50 caliber. We're going to snipe. And there you go. Good call, Brad. Excellent call. So that is 2-0. Now, this is done in world record timing.
What did I say in the green room, man? I said, do Punk, and it pains me to say it because I love Do. I've been a fan of NuckleDu for a very, very long time, but I just can't help but feel like Punk's approach to this matchup, Do's style of Guile being a little bit more defensive, I feel like that's exactly the wheelhouse Punk wants to play this matchup in, and there's a little bit of deliberation happening here in between. This may well just be NuckleDu trying to take a breather, recenter himself, but I wonder whether, no, it's...
Color change.
Color change.
Color change. Well, look, even in that time, because of how fast you can rematch in the game, you definitely need like a couple, 5 seconds to 10 seconds to ruminate and think about it. He's going to have to take the dogfight to Punk now. He's got no choice but to adapt, and like we said, the system allows you to move forward. You can do that. But at what risk? It's going to be at your own peril. Lovely meaty cannon strike there from Punk. Okay, slam down. That is a lot of the jump hard punches in this game. They do knock down as an air-to-air or against airborne opponents. So.
We didn't have the down charge ready just there. It was just early enough on the jump, I think. This time Punk finds the cross cut as NuckleDu tries to get out of the corner. Cross up connects. You are going straight back into the corner, my friend. Clipped by the extra low. Oh, I don't know. I imagine that was a reset because Punk didn't want to have to spend the bar.
Regardless, he utilized that incessant pressure from Cammy's lights. And this is the thing, if you keep blocking, you're going to get punished for blocking. I'm going to say it again, you get punished for blocking in these games now, so he can't block forever. And he doesn't want to risk interrupt with an EX flash kick or even a poorly timed parry attempt.
Yeah, there was no whiff punish there on the Fierce out of Cammy, but now NuckleDu has managed to send Punk back full screen. But Punk is being so, having so much success at navigating around the ground game and the fireball game. And you highlighted the strength of Do's fireball game. Fantastic anti-air, and Do getting pushed back to the corner again.
Okay, good call here with the crossfire somersault it is. And yeah, here's the thing with NuckleDu Sonic Boom game. He hasn't really been able to illustrate how excellent it is to us right here because of the situation that he's trapped in. And he's losing drive gauge by the second, Brad.
Oh, with Punk's life as low as it is, Cammy has access to CA. This is, depending on the starter and how much drive gauge Punk has available to him, if he finds this hit.
I think if he gets a medium and drive rush cancel, I think that's it. Oh, okay. I think he tested the waters there. Now, if he pressed maybe a frame later, he might have been caught by that DI, depending, because that was an overhead, not a light. I think if he pressed a light, I think he lost. Shimmy into the cannon spike. And he's trying to hold up. He's trying to run away here. This is not looking too good. Is he going to go into level 3? No. But the next sequence, anything Do does incorrectly, that will be Delta Red Assault.
Well, and also you have to recognize the threat of the level 3 against the Fireball character. Do's game is a little bit stymied right now.
Oh, no! Oh. That's going to be it. He was too greedy. You can see it. He knew it. He was so tempted. He was all basically goaded into doing that DI situation, but it was too obvious there. Punk with the jump out and taking it 3-0 very convincingly. You won your argument, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think Punk won the argument for me. I can only take so much credit for it. That was Punk's performance, and I think you said goaded him into the DI. That's really, I think, the spirit of that whole matchup. Punk was eliciting responses out of Do that worked. Sending it over for the interview with our winner now.
Punk the God. It pains me to say because y'all both my homies, so it was going to be sad no matter who loses, but it was a dominant victory over NuckleDu right there. As far as that player matchup, how do you feel about it historically?
It's just something I feel like we go back and forth. I'll win, Do will win, I'll win, Do will win. In this game, I've had the upper hand quite a lot so far, but like in usual, like I don't really know who's going to ever win versus us two. It's always just a toss-up because he always comes with something different each encounter we play, and I always try to come with something different too. So it's always just a toss-up in the air. Even if one of us win dominantly, it still is never easy.
سألنا بانك إنه في مباراته قبل شوي اللي كنت ضد NuckleDu إنه بالنسبة له كيف كان الماتش اب، يعني صحيح إنه كان يلعب بكامي ضد جول، كيف كانت المباراة بالنسبة له، وقام قال إنه بالنسبة له ما كانت ممكن تفرق لأنه على حسب الوضع المباراة، إذا خلينا نقول تكون تقريبا كأنها مايند جيم، يعني مرة تروح له ومرة تروح لNuckleDu، فإنه شلون يقدر يقراها بشكل أفضل وبيتفوق في المباراة، وبشكل عام إنه صحيح إن المباراة ممكن انتهت بنتيجة 3-0 لصالحه، بس يقول تراها ما كانت سهلة لأنه ممكن كانت تروح برضو عليه 3-0 برضو لصالح NuckleDu، فالمباراة كانت جدا صعبة.
So, you know, since you guys are coming with new strategies each time, is it kind of a bit of a guess, like a random draw, at least in that first match, that, okay, I'm actually going to just come with this random different strategy today? Or, like, is it even safe for you to look at the last time you played him and try to study that? Because he might just come up with something completely new this time.
Yeah, I never watch our old matches when we play. I just feel like it's always something different. So I just go in and I'm like, I'm going to see what he's doing today, and I'll try to adapt to whatever he's doing.
فعلا هذا السؤال جدا مهم سألنا فيها بانك انه شلون تجي متجهز لهذه المباراه تحديدا. فهو سالنا قلنا هل يعني مثلا تتابع المباريات الماضيه؟ قال بكل صراحه ما يتابع شيء، يعني يتوقع ان دائما يجون اللاعبين بتكتيكات واساليب مختلفه، فهو يعني يتاقلم مع كل شيء جالسين يسوونه في نص المباراه، وهذا الشيء اللي يخليه يتفوق في كل مباراه.
Without giving away too many of your secrets, if there are any, when it comes to the gameplay and everything, a lot of us notice that, at least at the high level, you are able to react to more things than the average person, than even other pro players. Like, you know, as far as the mental stack, usually someone might be able to, like a lower level player can react to 2 things at once, 3, the higher you go, 3. But for you, it seems like you can react to more than everyone at once. What goes into that?
In this game, I feel like it depends on where you are on the screen. So if you're like mid-screen, then you can kind of focus on drive rushes and stuff more and dashes. Because if you get drive impact in mid-screen, you just get pushed back a little bit. It doesn't actually grant them any combo or anything unless they actually punish something that you did. So it just really depends for me where I'm at on the screen in this game, because even I struggle to react to some things, even if it doesn't look like it. But it just depends on where I'm at on the screen.
سألنا اللاعب بانك كيف بالنسبة لك المباراة يعني تحديدا كيف تقدر يعني أنت ذكرت قبل شوي إنك تتأقلم مع كل مباراة، فكيف يعني شخص عنده ردات فعل مميزة جدا زي يقدر يبني هذه ردات الفعل؟ قال إنه بكل صراحة إنه بالنسبة له على حسب وش الجهة اللي هو اختارها والشاشة هل هي الشاشة برضو الرئيسية، فذكر إنه إذا كان هو فيها بيقدر إنه ياخذ خلينا نقول أفضلية شوي بحكم إنه يقدر خلينا نقول يصد الضربات ويصد حتى برضو الدرايف راشز اللي تجي عليه، فقدر انه خلينا نقول انه ياخذ الافضليه لجانبه بحكم الجهه حقته سواء كان اللاعب الاول او اللاعب الثاني.
Props to NuckleDu Dang, of course, for making top 8 at this event and, of course, walking away with $30,000. Punk the God charges on in the bracket. He has already secured himself a guaranteed $50,000. Look, that boy smiling. Yeah, yes, sir. Guaranteed $50,000, and he is not done yet. Congratulations, Punk. That was definitely godlike, and we have more Street Fighter action coming right at you after these highlights.
أعزائي المشاهدين هذه كانت مباراتنا، لكن باقي مباراة ثانية برضو معنا فيها اللور براكت. خلونا نشوف بعض اللقطات لهذه المباراة ونرجع لكم في اللي بعدها.
And we continue with Gamers 8 right here in Saudi Arabia. So far, this tournament has been absolute perfection. We have seen the best players in the world throwing hands with each other. They're putting it all on the line in front of this amazing audience right here in studio, and of course, the entire fighting game community watching from home. But I'll tell you what, man, that NuckleDu versus Punk, that was kind of OD. And then, of course, my man's Daigo already out of the tournament. We've got Angry Bird and Mena RD still on winner's side. We haven't even started winner's side of the top 8, y'all. We started off with the loser side, getting people already eliminated. This tournament has been phenomenal up to this point, Atik.
Exactly. The winner side, when we start, it's going to be the decider who's going to go to the final in the upper bracket. But now we're still in the last match, I believe, in the lower bracket. Then we're going to go to the upper bracket. أعزائنا المشاهدين، باقي مباراتنا الأخيرة في اللور براكت قبل نروح للأبر براكت. مباراتنا هذه راح تحدد من اللي يكمل باقي المشوار معنا ومن اللي راح نودعه. مباراتين شفنا اللاعبين شلون أبدعوا في مبارياتهم الماضية وكيف وصلوا معنا المرحلة الحالية. فعشان كذا نطول عليكم أكثر، خلينا نشوفهم ونرحب فيهم معنا المسرح.
And now, let's go ahead and get into our next match. We are ready to bring in our first competitor. VX VX Bao just showed us how ridiculous he was when he went up against Takamura. Takamura, of course, one of the most creative players that we've had in the world of Street Fighter, and VX Bao was able to figure out that puzzle. He was able to solve it and walk away with the victory. We heard in the interview how he plays with his imagination, and right now he's going to need to use every single ounce of that imagination to get this victory, but clearly we know that he can do it.
Exactly, he had to implement his imagination now in reality. We're gonna see what is happening in his mind right now in this match. أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا VX باو في مباراته الماضية كان يقول في مقابلته بعد أن يستخدم مخيلته بشكل جدا كبير عشان يقدر يتوقع ويتدرب ويدرس خصومه بشكل جدا ممتاز، لكن خصمه هالمرة خصم جدا صعب، خصم كلكم تعرفونه، وخصم شفنا تفوقه ووصوله معنا المرحلة هذه. خلونا ما نطول عليكم أكثر ونرحب فيه معنا هنا. أعطونا تحية لبيج بيرد. لاعب كبير اللي شفنا مستواه العظيم اللي كانت في مباراته الماضية ضد عشيان، قدر يتفوق عليه، فاز في مباراته بشكل الساحق، وإذا قدر يكمل بنفس المشوار راح يوصل معنا، يجينا من اللور براكت يحلق معنا إلى النهائيات، راح نشوف منه مستوى عظيم، لاعب كبير، وأنا متأكد ثقته العالية بقدراته وبمستواه العظيم اللي شفناه في بطولاته. جانا من بعد ما طلع من ايفو، جانا هنا يبغى يحقق هذه البطولة، الحين عنده الفرصة في اللور براكت، موجود معنا في التوب 8، يقدر يكمل مشواره إلى النهائيات، وبإذن الله راح نستمتع في المباراة.
Man, Atik, we ain't come here to play. Let's get straight to it. Big Bird, pull up. VX Bao, right here. We need to see the face-off. Someone has to go home, and the only person in control of that is that man right there. The only person in control of that is that man right there. Who is better? The sticks are about to decide. Let's see it.
مصيرهم بين يدينهم في هذه المباراة، كل قدراتهم كل تدريباتهم راح تطلع معنا الحين، فما نطول عليكم أكثر، خلونا نروح لكم مع المعلقين.
This is heads, your heads. This is tails and your tails. Heads. P1. VX Bao chose P1. Thank you guys, you can go back to the stage.
VX Bao versus Big Bird, the Chinese JP with that pocket Ken pick that came in clutch during the group stages versus, as Logan had put it in the green room, a player who has not lost a tournament sans Evo since Street Fighter 6 has dropped. Jammers, what do you expect out of this matchup?
This is going to be interesting. I'm going to be expecting a lot of purple stuff, a lot of heavy hitting, damage output from basically the embodiment of a heavy hitter in Marisa. This is interesting, right? I love that interview Rob did with VxBao earlier on today, because he did say, I don't lab, I use my imagination. Well, guess what? The imagination is a dangerous weapon indeed. And if you put it in the hands of someone like VxBao with such a versatile super in Laguzhka, level 2 for JP, then it's going to be absolutely deadly. However, Big Bird has been practicing with the guys like Lord Venom, shouts to Lord Venom, Broski as well, and some various other JPs, because he's in overabundance online, obviously before this event. He's played a couple of JPs here as well, I'm probably sure in casuals or whatnot. But again, it's a character that we're highly exposed to, so we're going to be ready for this one. And I'll tell you guys this on the stream right now, the comeback that Big Bird had against Xian earlier today, everybody that was not on the analyst desk and in commentary, we were laughing in the back, because we knew where it was going the moment he landed. Oh, yeah. Here. He might have an even better comeback or a similar comeback against VxBao. Maybe he might switch to Ken. Who knows? A lot of hypotheticals here.
It's so interesting that it's something that is so commonly associated with Marisa, or even Big Bird specifically, that all of us in the room can just see that one touch, and then it's like, yeah, this is another one of those highlights. There's something about the way that Big Bird plays and is able to come back in the clutch in those moments, that it's just like everything comes up tails for them, despite this coin toss obviously going heads and VxBao getting the win out of it. But that may well be the end of VxBao's luck. We'll have to see.
Who knows? Because one thing I really like about VxBao's gameplay, I can't like promote and basically eulogize Kakeru's JP gameplay, but one thing I like about VxBao is his timing and utilization of OD Amnesia. Because it really depends on where on the screen he wants to use it and what he wants to get from it. Here's the thing though, we've eliminated that factor because I think EX Amnesia is too much of a risk against him. Similar risk to blocking a Shoryuken here. I think he's more comfortable with this pick. And this was a very interesting choice because his training partner is EVO 2023 champion Angry Bird. So this is a very unorthodox pick, but it's all about the style now, not necessarily the character.
Right, and that's what I was gonna agree with you on, is the stylistic difference. Now,
as I talk about,
you gotta represent it early, though. You know what? I'm here for it, right? Because you bring it out game 1, round 1. Now you've got Big Bird going, okay, this is something on the table. Gets that perfect parry. Okay, nice little trip guard here. Big Bird gonna be able to press this issue a little more. Wanted for the side swap. We're not gonna get it because of the back roll out of VxBao. Nice whip punish.
Regardless, it's a safe jump anyway. Gonna do stand pierce into run Tatsu, and then goes for throw to beat the Scootum stance, and then is he going to burn him out? Very audacious tech there from Big Bird. Saved his drive gauge, and it might actually save him the round. Backs away for just a second, throws a fireball. That was the temerity to throw that fireball. Big risk there.
Oh my god, VxBao had to surrender that entire stage worth of real estate in order to try to make that happen.
Well, a lot happened in that round, and Phalanx goes over the low forward there from Ken, but he's going to get run into Tatsumaki anyway, and goes for a throw there. Let's see if he can pile on the pressure. 3-piece into Shoryuken, and another throw tech.
The interaction of the step from Ken versus Gladius is going to be so interesting, but Big Bird now having this lockdown in the corner, we're not going to cash out just yet.
Look at the chip on the drive gauge. He is eating it away. It chomp chomp, my friend, and he tried to do a parry on the empty jump. If VxBao's ready for a throw, well, he's about to lose a round anyway, so it don't really matter. All right, here we go. Goddess of the Hunt. Let's see if the punch deals with it. Not quite. Still alive. He's in burnout. Got one guess, though.
This is super
Dragon!
possible.
Oh, my word, the Dragon Last, that's going to be the round, friend. Oh, he's going to spend it, my friend. And he goes for level 3 instead for the CA, because remember, with level 2s, it's irrelevant. Level 2 might have been able to get the combo there, but he's playing it safe.
Yeah, and you know what? I think you can make that call, especially right after a level 3 happens from your opponent. It can feel bad to overcommit meter if you're going into a 3rd round, but they're both coming into this with 0 bar. I mean, Big Bird obviously having a little bit here, but you're not looking at this huge swing back. You are, however, looking at this P1 side corner as Big Bird has continued to press the issue.
Try to hold up. This is not looking good. He's building a lot of super meter from this, and he's inflicting an abundance of damage here. Goes for the empty jump, but try to parry that jump light kick. Good check on the drive rush, and that perfect. Oh, that parry.
This is so scary.
No,
we are going to get... No, but you die anyway.
Yeah, he's done it out of habit. Okay, so here's the thing. This is what you really have to test in the game. So when you do a DI, if somebody parries that when they have a lot of health, that will be a snippet, a trailer as to what they're going to do if you DI and they have no health. That's what you should be doing against DI. If you want the big damage, go for it. But you do it out of habit to DI back. That's what we've been trained to do right now. That's what we're programmed to do. And that's what lost in that first game.
Okay.
End fold.
Finding the grab out of the stance. Big Bird continuing to press the issue. You can see VXBao's trying to sit at a very specific spot to be able to deal with Gladius, and Big Bird is just oppressively continuing to walk forward and not allow VXBao that breathing room that he so desperately wants.
Forward throw, I think he missed its meat. I know that's got 5 active frames there. That is a decent stand hard punch. End fold again. Oki guess for game. Is he going to do another one? No.
Ooh!
He missed.
But you have to worry about that DI interaction once again.
This is the thing. If VXBao doesn't get a jump or something, oh yeah.
That's the first drive rush that Big Bird hasn't been able to check. Between either like crouching jab or, you know, OD Gladius to use the armor to get through.
Good point there. Low forward, and he tried to parry it with that whole string there. This is not looking too good for VXBao. Again, you have to remember, this character choice is a very questionable one. Goes for the safe jump here. And safe jumps are super deadly in this game, especially the heavy, because heavies chip away at your drive gauge really well. Because you have to block that. That's actually a pretty decent thing to do for safe jumps and drive gauge in this game.
Oh, no. Oh, managing to get out. But once again, VXBao needs to get the breathing room, so surrendering a lot of space. Big back throw from Big Bird gives VXBao even less room to work with.
No level 3 though for Big Bird. The next sequence he'll do it because he wants to get game 2 here. Locked and loaded. Trying to do a dragon light, didn't quite work. And he's done it again. That must have been an execution error or something here, and that's not looking too good. I think he tried to hold up, or maybe tried to input something else. But Big Bird running away with this 2-0 in this first to 3 set. I mean, does he character swap, Brad? Does he stick with it? It looks like he's going to character swap.
It does look like it, and I could understand it in the sense that it's so clear that Big Bird is comfortable with this matchup. I mean, like you said, Angry Bird, the EVO champion, there could be maybe no better training partner to teach you that matchup. We do indeed see the swap, and what a high-risk play to make off rip. VXBao jumped in on a command grab straight back into this corner.
The anti with the crouch fierce, and then the jump roundhouse there, he has to block it, and it's still not looking good for JP. He's checking the dry rush and really marshalling him in this corner. Does the stand fierce into Steinborg, gets out. Let's see if we can set up shop here, Brad.
Yeah, needs to. I wonder whether maybe he wants for... No, I guess we are going to get the spike out of the portal. I wondered maybe like a teleport to attempt for a side switch, but it was a little bit transparent. Big Bird keeping VXBao locked down in the corner once again. OD Amnesia works out for him this time, but the OD Gladius armoring through the first hit, not even scared of the second, and it is set point now for Big Bird.
Excellent stuff here from Big Bird, really exhibiting his matchup knowledge and just situational awareness in Street Fighter 6 as a whole. And look at the chip damage on the drive gauge from a charged Magna Bunker, ending with a Gladius string. That is unfair, but that's just my personal opinion.
All right, this lockdown once again. Big Bird is maybe one touch away from generating that level 3. VXBao sitting at just short of, yep, we're going to have level 3 on the next touch, and VXBao is fighting for his life right now. If there is a comeback of the tournament to happen, it's going to happen right now.
Yeah, if you get hit, yeah, that's it. I didn't even know she could do that. What on earth was that? Was that a target combo? No! Why did you bring this out now? Was that 50,000? How much money did you pay for?
Yeah, that was a $20,000 target combo. That's what that was.
I didn't even know she could do that. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, dominating performance in emphatic fashion was Big Bird taking that over VXBao 3-0. The number one thing that people are going to be questioning, what was the Ken pick? Why the Ken pick? Should he have stuck with JP from the start? Who knows? It's in that shoulda, woulda, coulda scenario now.
It's definitely something that I'm sure players and talent in the back are going to be asking them questions about this. But first, we're going to get Rob and Atik to ask a couple of questions of your winner, Big Bird, moving on to the next round in the losers bracket here at Gamers 8.
Big Bird, in front of this amazing, this hype Saudi Arabian crowd, put on another ridiculous performance. 3-0? Calm down. We need to put his production value. We're trying to put on a show here. What do you got to say for yourself?
I mean, I play Marissa, so I either get washed or I wash, so. but today I'm watching.
سألنا فيها بيج بيرد ان المباراة اللي قبل شوي يعني انهاها لنا بشكل ساحق 3-0 فيعني على الاقل عطنا فرصة شوي نستمتع في المباراة اكثر. كان قال انه بصراحة انا جالس العب ماريسا يعني يا اما اغسلهم او نغسل انا فهذا اللي صارت في المباراة.
That little combo at the end, I heard Jammers was bringing it up too, that he'd never seen that before. I've never seen that either. That when you went into like the step kick at the end or the medium kick at the end, yeah. Is that a target combo? What is that?
It's a forward medium punch, heavy kick target combo. It only works on standing. It's very confirmable. It links to all supers.
فسألنا انه في اللحظات الأخيرة في المباراة انه كان في كومبو معين انه شلون خلينا نقول يقدر انه يستغله. هي كانت كذا؟
سويت عندنا تارجت كومبو اسمه forward medium punch heavy kick. بس على الستاندينج اوبوننتس اتس كونفيرمبل ويضبط مع كل السوبرات.
بالضبط يعني من الاخير حركه ما تقدر تصدها بالضبط. بيج بيرد لاعب كبير.
Okay, and you know, right now, I don't know if you are aware, but you have already guaranteed yourself $50,000 minimum in this bracket. When you came into this tournament, how confident were you that you'd be able to perform to this level?
I mean, I started out really well in groups. I had only one loss, and but yesterday when I lost to Killzoo, I'm actually thankful that I lost to Killzoo because he made me realize something that I was lacking in tournaments. I tweeted about it yesterday as well, and ever since I lost to Killzoo, I changed how I approach tournament matches now. So I think it's been working well so far. My strategy has been working well so far, which is basically not let them play first. So hopefully it continues and hopefully I perform until the end. But I'm very happy with how I'm playing and I'm very happy. Even though it came late, it came in loser's side. But I'm very happy that I found this out about myself.
سألنا بيج بيرد انه في يعني بشكل عام في مستوياته في مبارياته في البطوله هذه كان ثابت بشكل عام، لكن هو برضو ذكر انه صحيح كان يحقق الانتصارات كلها، خسر خساره واحده اللي كان ضد كيلزيو، وهو برضو ذكر في نفس الوقت ان خسارته هذه تحديدا هي اللي اعطتها الدافع اكثر انه يؤدي اداء مره ممتاز، وعلمته حتى برضو الاخطاء والاشياء اللي يركز عليها لهذه البطوله عشان يرجع ويتطور ويلعب بشكل اكثر. ابغى اسالك برضو سؤال اخير، اذا حاب تقول شيء للجمهور هنا كله الحاضرين معنا.
والله الجمهور صراحه كله مشجعني ولي الشرف صراحه، وهاي اول مره يمكن اول بطوله اروح لها يكون الجمهور معاي، يعني عاده اروح انا الجمهور ضدي بس هاي اول مره العب والجمهور معاي، وصراحه الحين حاسس في الامريكان شو لما يلعبوا هناك.
تحيه شباب البيج بيرد فعلا يعني شعورك وجودك هنا برضه حتى احنا برضه سعيدين على مستوى الاسطوري اللي جت قلب. اسمع الجمهور عادل.
And the crowd erupts for their home region hero, Big Bird. He is looking as strong as ever as he fights through this tournament. We're going to go ahead and send it over to the studio as we have a little break, and then we're going to be right back with more Gamers 8 action.
بالضبط اعزائي المشاهدين، خلوكم معنا بنروح عند الاستوديو نشوف تفاصيل المباريات كيف معنا وكيف راح تكون الجايه، وبعدين نرجع لكم في المباريات اللي بعدها.
Man, we were expecting much more tighter games than what we saw. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be the case for the losers there. NuckleDu out of there, VxBow out of there, two of the greatest Street Fighter 6 players in the world, both 3-0'd. That was rapid, man. It wasn't even close. Joined here again by Vicious and Tyrant. This is the STC highlight segment of the show. We're going to take a look back at those matches, those lopsided matches. I think there were some great moments from NuckleDu, some momentum-changing moments that he could have gone his way, but in the end, it was still 3-0. Vicious taught me through this one. And how you feeling, man? One of the US guys had to go out. It was Punk in the end who went through.
There was a lot of testing of the reactions that we saw just in this current replay where NuckleDu tried to get away with the drive impact. You know, those kind of things. You saw the nod of approval, right? He had to test one of his close friends and close training partners, but it was a different Punk that kind of showed up that day. He wasn't there to be friends. He was there for the kill.
Yeah, absolutely no mercy here. I know they're boys. He does have a significant edge on NuckleDu in this game so far in the very short story, the matches they've had together. But anything here that NuckleDu can do better, Tyrant, in future?
I feel like the Gal matchup, Punk's really solid at it. Like, if you look at CEO, though, Kaba played it really, really well in the winner's side of things. Eventually, Punk did take the set. Kaba made a few mistakes there, but yeah, just maybe a bit more aggression. It's hard to say because Punk's just so good, right?
Speaking of aggression, the next match that came up was Big Bird representing. He's a shadow of himself from yesterday, isn't he? He looks like a player reborn, Tyrant.
Oh, my goodness. Absolutely. This was over so quick. We had to get back to this pretty quick, right?
Yeah, we were panicking a little bit. It was like, it's gotta go the distance, right?
We were chilling.
Marissa Games, boy.
Yeah, that's
Look
how
at
it goes. And the biggest question we had in the green room amongst ourselves was why wouldn't he go like JP to kind of test the waters? Because obviously, I think he's had way more experience in the Ken matchup because of his best friend, Angry Bird. That's just the biggest thing that kind of was evident in front of everybody's mind. Just like, why not even try that earlier?
But give a shout out to I think Damascus was recording the Evo matches just last week, and Adrian Rivers is his name?
Adrian Riven.
That's right.
Adrian Riven. I mean, that was match point both players. Ken, when I saw that guy pick Ken, I was like, yo, you're done. This guy knows not. And it went to the wire. Big Bird just about won it. So I can see maybe VXBAO's been watching a thing or two.
It could also be that thing where like you get so used to a certain player's play style. Like he must play against Angry Bird all the time, right? But if you get used to playing against that person and their habits, when you play against someone with a different style, it can throw you off completely.
And that's why he said in his post-game interview, he's like, you know, I'm going to be the one that kind of plays second. I'm not too sure how VXBAO is going to even approach this matchup. So I think overall that was the better strategy to kind of utilize whatever fundamentals he has with Marisa and kind of just wait for VXBAO to make all of the mistakes. It was very blatant in that 3-0. He was playing second the entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys have now registered their place. Also, a ton of money on the line in that match that we just saw as well. Punk, I think, just got himself an additional 20,000.
He's been tweeting it every single time, so you'll know that value if you just pay attention to his Twitter. It was like 30K, then he put up 50K.
Qualified, he got to 5 for qualifying, and I think 10 for winning the first match in qualification.
Multiplying up.
20 today earlier, and 30 earlier, and then 20 today. I mean, 50 in total. Yeah. It's just, I mean...
If any of them want to buy out my student loan, they could definitely hit me up. I would love to do that. They could sponsor me.
And Big Bird as well has obviously done exactly the same. But having said that, these weren't the only guys who competed across the last few days of Street Fighter 6 action here at Gamers 8. There were lots of talents who came from all over the world, and one of the most unique talents here, a tournament organizer and one of the most snazzy DJ players you'll ever see, a CEO champion. We're with Mono. Mike, take it away.
All right, we are back now on the final day here, Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 Invitational. And joining me is Mono, the best DJ out of Puerto Rico, one of the best DJs here in the tournament. Mono, I know it's been a long time now. We're here on the final day. You probably didn't get the results you were hoping for. How has the performance affected you at all?
I mean, the performance, obviously, I wanted to make it out of my group. But so far, I mean, it is what it is. But the good thing is that it's an invitational, 32 like really good players. So at least I got the advantage to like play not just the players in my group, but other players that showed up to the event. So I'm just trying to get as much of an opportunity as I can for moving forward to other events that I'm looking forward to attending and still competing and still, you know, keep getting my DJ up to speed and possibly my Aki when she comes out. Okay. Yeah, because that's a given. I'm gonna, yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's definitely a given. We're gonna get on that too about the Aki, and of course everybody that knows Mono knows that's a character that you're looking for. But you're talking about preparing for future events. What does this mean now for Mono going into First Attack? How is that gonna look? And if you don't know, the First Attack is the event that Mono does to run out in Puerto Rico. So are we going to see Mono tearing it up out there? Tell us a little bit about that.
You know, you just said First Attack, and I got a little traumatized with stress. Just a little because that event is like in 2 months. So yeah, like it's the hardest part about all this is juggling the event plus trying to still compete at the level that I'm trying to compete. That's right. And obviously scheduling. I was at Evo and now here, and it's like 2 weeks that I'm away from First Attack, and that has to be like a little, you know, I know when I get back, I'm going to get like swamped with a lot of stuff. My staff's going to be like, yo, I'm glad you had fun, but this is what we got. Like, yeah, so yeah, but moving into First Attack, like I'm excited for it. I didn't used to compete in First Attack. Last 2 years I did, because actually the staff wanted me to. Yeah, but I'm going to see if I can do it this year, because Street Fighter 6 actually is giving good numbers so far for First Attack, so I'm looking forward to it. There are other games coming out, and First Attack doesn't just do FGC. We also do like shooting games and other, like we do Valorant, Unite, and stuff like that. So I don't know. I just hope I'm able to keep practicing, finding some time to practice, because I have another event also like around that time near First Attack. I wanted to go to one of the premieres, but it's the weekend before First Attack, which is where you are at. Okay. That one hurt. That one hurt because I really wanted to go to Singapore, and I'm not gonna be able to go.
Hey man, never say never.
Yeah.
No, you got to.
No. No, trust me, that is a never. I'm not gonna be able to go this year. But yeah. But yeah, no, I feel like I'm juggling well. I just feel like I'm taking a little longer than other players because of the fact that I have to do two things. Like stay focused with first attack in the event running organization, plus try to play, compete, find time to play with other players, travel. Like it's a little harder. But I feel I'm motivated to do it because I did it for Street Fighter V and I qualified for Capcom Cup, so I'm hoping that I can do that again for 6.
Now, I know this is one of the hardest feelings in the world. And believe it or not, Mano, I've been there. I kind of understand. But now that you're going to be sitting in the bleachers, in the stands, watching all of the players playing, yeah, right, yeah, for all this craziness, who is your pick now? Who can you root for now that you can't? Mano's out of the equation, so you don't have to root for yourself. Who do you think is going to win the tournament today?
Well, since I am from Puerto Rico and that's in the Caribbean, and my neighbor is from the Caribbean, which is Dominican Republic, I am definitely rooting for Mena, like 100%.
Now, Mena here, he is like, I don't think he's dropped a single set to anybody. This guy is looking like a tear. What do you think? When Street Fighter 6 came out, did you already kind of have this sense that Mena was going to be an unstoppable force? Did you have any insider knowledge on Mena's ability of the game?
You're like.
Yeah, you know
I'm gonna tell you what's up. So,
yeah, tell us what's up.
Capcom Cup, right? I went to Boston to practice with him.
Okay.
To get ready. When I saw his training regimen to practice for the cup, I legit thought, okay, nobody's practicing at this type. Like, nobody's doing exactly what he's doing. And he was like, you could just tell that he was so hungry, so focused, so methodical, I guess, like meticulous on everything he was training. I'm like, I didn't even think about trying that out. And it's just like, and I legit knew that other players were not trying the things he was doing. Because he was like too specific on a lot of stuff. And when 6 was coming out, he said it, I'm gonna try to be the best at 6 off the bat. And what did he do? First big event, CEO, he wins it. And it wasn't even close. I don't think he had like a close set at CEO where he almost lost. And he's just been getting top placings every tournament. Evo, he got 2nd. Biggest tournament in the world, and he got 2nd. So his way of practicing, if he keeps it going, I don't see many people stop. Unless if they step it up to the same level, I don't see many people stopping him. So I feel like he's always well prepared. Ever since he got here, he has been checking the people that were invited. He's been testing out stuff. He watches vids. He asks players, like he plays with us, or like he's very focused on trying to always be better. And not just that, but he tries to help his own region, like DR, like Kaba, like other players, to step it up to that sense. Me as well, because I'm like Caribbean neighbor. And he's always willing to like keep helping even the players that are here. Like a lot of players that are not even from the Caribbean, he's like, oh, let's teach about the match. Because it's like you're only as good as the people you're around or the region that you're in. So if your region doesn't level up, you won't. So.
Yeah, kind of what you're saying. I saw him riffing with Big Bird and Angry Bird as well. They're still talking strategies and all that.
And they're going to face off anyways.
Right, exactly.
But he's willing to share. He's willing to teach. I love hearing that players have a specific style, of training and practice that most people don't do. Well, I definitely don't think you're wrong in guessing that he's got the person to watch right now. Let's see what he has. But before I let you go, what is that you got over here? Mano came here specifically with some kind of toolkit of some sort. I don't know. Some people got hitboxes, but this man got the maracas. He got the DJ power up. Oh my goodness. This is it. What's it say on there?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's it. That's okay.
This is Puerto Rico. This is Puerto Rico.
Man's got the Puerto Rico maracas in his hand. That is so awesome.
With the Puerto Rican flag color, which is that one that you see right there.
This man got the full kit. And how much
more patriotic than that, you can't have anything.
That's right. I love that you came there with that. He came there representing DJ to the fullest.
DJ's a vibe.
That's right.
There's 4 DJ players. I could just give him to them, so they can take him home and be like, Puerto Rico's there.
Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of the trip out here, man, and then I guess we'll probably see you at First Attack, or if you make an appearance anytime before then.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not, never say never.
Exactly.
All right, y'all.
Well, there you have it, guys. We have the two qualifiers from that lower bracket who are still going to stay in the tournament. Now, they must wait to see who they're going to be up against. There were some crazy matches. That second segment was a bit one-sided. Welcome to a Ramco segment of the show where we look at things to come. I mean, guys, oh, by the way, we've had a little change-up, haven't we? And might I say, Ringe, looking extremely exquisite over there. Man, they didn't give me that beautiful style you got there with the hat. Did they explain to you the technique that's been used on your head?
They told me it was the double folds, a bit more of a casual look. It's also to show off my hair. Big ups to the Arabic commentators, want to highlight me in the best way possible.
Beautiful,
you know what
it
I'm
looks
saying?
amazing. Looks amazing.
That's what I'm talking about. Game tight, thoved out. You know what I'm saying?
Showing off your hair, not something I can relate to these days, but I'm glad one of us can. So, first game coming up. It's actually the game that we had as our game to watch in this game to watch segment, and it is the big one we've all been waiting for. Yes, Mena RD taking on Kakaroo. Brad M, I know you got a ton going through your mind for this one.
Yeah, so Mena, the only player still in this tournament sitting undefeated. Everybody else has dropped at least one set. I know at the end of day one, the Birds, Daigo were doing pretty good. Mena is there. Mena still sitting as the only one, and obviously coming into this as an easy, short favorite, being the second place finisher at EVO just this past weekend. But Kakaroo has had a fantastic performance both at this event and, as Logan had pointed out to us in the green room, when they played at EVO last week, this did not go Mena's way.
Yeah, he was the one that sent him to losers in the end. Shout out Logan for highlighting that one. Not an easy thing to do. Mena, I mean, those are the only two players we've seen him really lose to in weeks. Prior to that, he won CEO untouched. I mean, what's Kakaroo got to do here? And I guess on the flip side, Ringe, what's Mena got to do to make sure he can get exact revenge for that defeat?
That's a great point. Mena and Kakaroo, I mean, they go toe-to-toe, right? Two of the best players to do it in Street Fighter 6 right now. What Mena would need to adjust, I think, you know, a lot of the time we talk about, or at least I talk about, how good his decision-making is on his wake-up, right? That is Mena. And I think Kakaroo, he kind of nullifies that a little bit with the JP, right? You don't have to engage as much with the Blanco or in general, whether he uses Luke or not. You can kind of keep your distance, set up shop, and do it that way. So I think Mena has to kind of adjust his game plan in the neutral to do his best to not get knocked down in the first place, right? Not get hit. That sounds like I'm simplifying the situation, but he's just so good at kind of reversing momentum and making his defense into his offense that at this point, he's got to make sure that the neutral is the most important thing and to not get knocked down in the first place.
Yeah, I like that analysis. Also, character choice, you'd think there could be a dilemma between who he picks, but what we saw at EVO, there was no hesitation, straight to the Luke, and had some great moments there, but Kakaroo just too strong in that matchup, too familiar. earlier. We've seen all the Japanese Lukes really struggle to get anywhere against Kakeru as well, so that might work in his favor, but I'm not sure if Blanka's even an option against JP. We must move on to the next one, because that's not the only winner side match we have. On the other side, we have the pride and joy of UAE and Jordan in Angry Bird going up against China and the most informed Chinese player. I think the last Chinese player remaining after we just lost VXBOW, DCQ. I mean, when it comes to events, when it comes to everything on the line, this kid doesn't seem to feel pressure, does he, Brad?
No, he certainly doesn't. And I mean, still sitting up here in the winner side for this top 8. When, I mean, 32 of the best players in the world came through here. And there were a couple of surprises for us. It's not like it was all the obvious picks that had made it through the group stages to the top 16 portion of the bracket. Sitting in top 8 on the winner side, no small feat by any means. And it definitely speaks to the degree of composure that this kid has.
Yeah, I mean, anything from you on this, Ringe? We've seen Angry Bird go up and down, left, right, and center. For DCQ, he had a tight 3-2, but for the most part, he's been pretty dominant.
You know, it's funny, DCQ kind of bursted onto the scene on Intel World Open a couple of years back, right? And he made the tweet, the easy cake tweet, right? Baby. And man, this could be the easiest, most cake of his life, right? But on the other side, Angry Bird, I want to talk about one of the things I talked to him about in like the pre-tournament interviews, and he was like, the most important thing to mentally prepare for big tournaments like this is know that you can lose. And he's gone through that, right? He's gone through the ups and downs. We saw that he was a little bit, maybe had some hubris to him, maybe overconfident at the beginning because he got the 3-0, then dropped down, potentially didn't make it out of his groups. Now he's sitting here at a potential EVO run back. I just want to highlight the fact that whoever wins these 2 sets, they are guaranteed $100,000, baby. Third place is 100 racks.
Wow, these guys are playing for the big bucks. And of course, national pride on the line. You have to shout out a tournament here, the first time of its magnitude for Street Fighter 6 in the Middle East. And you have 2 very talented Middle Eastern representatives still in the tournament with Big Bird in losers. And of course, Angry Bird, fresh off that EVO victory, still sitting in winners. Guys, I have to ask you, it's cliche, but I have to ask, there's still 6 players remaining. We know that Punk and Big Bird are down there in the losers bracket waiting to see their play. Who you got at this point to take the whole thing? Talk to me. Brad, you go first.
If Mena beats Kakeru, it's still Mena for me. I've been boring all weekend. I keep saying Mena. I have not deviated from that choice since media day. It's boring, but he's an incredibly solid player. He's got a fantastic training partner. He's traveled additionally, besides just Kaba, like I highlighted yesterday, going and training with Mono, and is just coming into this, I think, looking incredibly strong.
And Mono called out his training regimen there as well. So yeah, it's not a bad pick. It's a safe pick, I must say, Brad, but you're going with your heart there. I'll tell you now, it's not a USA pick. Let's make that loud and clear.
Okay.
Ringe,
who
you got?
So number one, I want to highlight that I think these final 6 players that we have are the 6 best players in the world in Street Fighter 6 right now.
Wow.
Straight up. That's how I feel.
Those 6?
Straight up.
Anyone who got eliminated could be in that conversation?
They are all right there knocking on the door, but to me, these 6 players are the ones that I've been paying attention to the most. They're the ones with the results, and I really think the consistency has shown today. And I picked Punk at the beginning, and I'm sticking with Punk.
Let's go.
From the losers bracket. I think the big bag is the power-up. You heard him talk about it. I'm here to see how much cash I can grab. He's just a content creator now, right? The pressure is off his shoulders. He plays so many of these characters anyway. I just feel like the knowledge gaps are not existed for him right now.
I feel like there's a certain amount of players there. If you ask them a question, would you rather play X player in winners or Punk in losers? They'd probably say X player in winners. Quickly, Brad.
Yeah, you have 15 seconds, but has anybody asked you who your pick to win this weekend is?
It's a really good question, Brad. You know, maybe you should be the host there because I forgot to ask myself that. I'm going to go with none other than Angry Bird. Back-to-back tournament wins, but time will tell. We're going to go to the main stage for the first big one in 3, 2, 1. Yalla Habibi!
Oh, it done filled up a whole lot more in this arena. It's almost as if y'all want to show her something. Well, I guarantee you, you are in the right place for exactly that. The matches have been high octane. It has been absolutely phenomenal. The best play possible. And I tell you what, man, I'm not going to lie to you. Everybody at this point is walking away with insane amounts of change. With all of the players left, there is, what, a minimum of 50 grand. Every single player left in this tournament is walking away with at least $50,000, and one player will be walking away with $400,000 today. I might have to put this microphone down in a second and pick my sticks back up, bro, because that's crazy.
Yeah, we can say that all the players are who are left, they're all winning.
Sure.
No one is losing right now. أعزائي المشاهدين، الحين عندنا المباراة الحالية راح تكون في أعلى براكت المرحلة اللي وصلنا لها. كل اللاعبين تقريبا راح ياخذون جوائز فوق $50,000. كلهم راح يتنافسون على اللقب، والمركز الاول حاب اذكركم انه راح ياخذ $400,000. فباذن الله المنافسات كلها راح تكون واحده ورا الثانيه، كل واحده اقوى من الثانيه، وراح نستمتع فيها كلها واحده ورا الثانيه. باذن الله راح نشوف مباراتنا الحاليه هي اللي في الابر براكت، الفائز فيها راح يروح على طول معنا الى النهائيات في نهايات الابر براكت.
I know I just randomly started smiling really hard, but really I think everything just kind of hit me all at once. I mean, look at where we have, how far we have come in the fighting game community. This is insane. We just said that all these players left are walking away with at least 50 grand. Somebody's walking away with $400,000. These players are making life-changing amount of bread, and then of course we are touching different communities now. It's amazing just how far we've come, and I just want to take this time to thank all of the OGs who built this scene brick by brick from the bottom before we had any of these cameras and lights and before there was any money on it. We appreciate you guys, and we would not be here without you. We stand on the shoulders of giants. That being the case, can we please bring out our first competitor, because we are ready to get into some more action. MINA-RD! You already know what time it is when you see that Bandits logo pop up on the big screen. He is big time. He is a two-time Capcom Cup champion. The only player in history to ever do it. Do you know the poise it takes, the talent it takes? And I'll tell you what, this guy is not scared of any moment. If anything, his opponents are scared of him, and it's with good reason. MINA-RD, one of the favorites to walk away with the Gamers 8 trophy.
And he's one of the players that actually maintained the same performance in all tournaments, and this one he's actually dominating. He have never lost a single match yet. أعزائنا المشاهدين، اللاعب MINA-RD بعد ما رحبنا فيه على المسرح هو اللاعب الوحيد اللي ما انهزم أي مباراة من بداية هذه البطولة. هو المستمر معنا مباراة واحدة ورا الثانية تفصله المباراة الجاية واللي بعدها إلى النهائيات. إذا فاز فيها مشواره ما هو بعيد الحين، لكن خصمه جانا بشكل عكس. جانا كان مبارياته اللي في البداية كانت أصعب، لكن يتحسن مباراة واحدة ورا الثانية وكل ما لا جالس يطلع. خلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب معنا على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لكاكيرو. من اليابان، جايب علمه معه، جايب الفخر كامل، من جد ممثل وطنه. هو اللاعب الياباني الوحيد المتبقي معنا في هذه المنافسة. كلهم طلعوا، كسب حب الجمهور، كسب حب الجميع، ومنافسته وحتى برضه سعة صدره وابتسامته وحضوره دائم يوسع صدر. الآن اللاعب هذا تحديدا ما تشوف الإحباط في وجهه، يعرف شلون يرجع بشكل أقوى، بشكل أفضل في كل مرة. لاعب كبير ونفسيته حلوة دائم، ومخصمه على قوي، اللي نشوف انه مبسوط وجاهز جدا للمباراة.
This officially just became the most hyped match up to this point. I don't care. Kakaru has walked out with the Japanese flag. My man did not come here to play. Do you know the stakes that's on this match right now? For one, the winner of this is going to winners finals. And in that winners finals, that also guarantees you $100,000, Atik, 100 grand if you win this. Now, some people might not know the backstory. MINA-RD and, of course, Kakaru. They did play at EVO, where MINA got second place overall. But Kakaru was the one who put MINA into loser's bracket at EVO. This is a run back. And when it comes to that Japanese flag, before this last thing, I actually want you guys right here. MINA-RD, Kakaru, please come right here and face off for us. Now, with him coming out with that Japanese flag, you see what he's representing. And MINA-RD literally has the Dominican Republic. He has the flag right there on his body representing. This is DR, this is Japan, this is the FGC, and we are about to get into it. Who is going to winners finals? Let's find out right now. We send it over to the commentators. This is the FGC, baby.
أعزائنا المشاهدين مباراتنا الحين راح نبداها، وذكر نقطة مرة مهمة قبل شوي أن مباراتهم اللي كانت في إيفو تواجهوا قبل، واللي نزل من RD للور براكت هو كان كاكيرو. هل بيسويها مرة ثانية ونزل للور براكت خصوصا انه قريب من النهائيات وراح تفصلهم مباراتين بعدها؟ فما نطول عليكم أكثر، خلونا نشوف مباراتنا على طول ونبدأ فيها القرعة.
Sorry. So this is heads, your heads. This is tails and your tails. Heads. Okay, so Mena chose P1. You can go back to this booths.
All right, guys, you saw the handshake there, but it is going to be nothing but violence in the match that we have in front of us right now. It's Tyrant and Damascus on the mic for this one. It's a huge one. It's a run back. Mena RD versus Kakeru. Let's go. Big money on the line here, man.
It is a huge one, as you said. The last time these two faced in tournaments, Kakeru took the win, and despite them not meeting in the losers bracket of EVO, of course Mena ended up with a stronger placing. But the win-loss record is in Kakeru's favor, right? So there is a run back to get for Mena right now in the biggest of stages. Mena RD is still undefeated this weekend. He qualified out of the group without losing a single set. That was the only player doing so, and he still has yet to be defeated. Can he continue the streak?
Let's go. Two of the very best in the world right now, arguably the two best players going head-to-head right now, but this is going to be a very interesting one for sure. Mena RD did go with the Luke pick at EVO when he was defeated by Kakeru, put into the losers bracket, but we know it's going to be JP from the Japanese player here, so let's see. We do know how prevalent that Blanka play has been to Mena's success in recent Street Fighter 6 tournaments, but let's see if he goes back to that Luke. This is a 3 out of 5 environment, don't forget as well. When he lost the EVO to Kakeru, it was 2 out of 3, so let's see in a 3 out of 5 environment if Mena can get the W.
Exactly, and of course, like we said, he picked Luke, who is a character who Japan knows Luke, right? There are a million Lukes in Japan.
Yes.
Blanka might be a bit more of an inferior pick, but of course, if he's not comfortable in this matchup, Mena might go for the Luke once again. I'm not sure which character he will pull out, and of course, no point for a blind pick or anything, as Kakeru is all with JP. And I want to see how this one is going to go, and it is Luke again, Tyrants.
It is the poster boy himself of Street Fighter 6. It's going to be Luke. The Luke pick there from Mena. But don't forget, you know, he's still got a chance to switch it out. If this doesn't go to plan, he can perhaps pick the blank, but let's see how he does here with Luke. This is winners semi-finals. Huge money on the line here. Let's get into the first match.
All right, match number 1, looking to secure a spot in winners final of the tournament. And for now, it's a fireball game, but Kakeru immediately takes the upper hand and tries to get in. Mena forced to corner himself, but manages to get away.
Yeah, gets the Spinebuster throw there. Mena dashes up, gets another one. That's going to be huge. 2k damage there on the punish counter throw. Up tech. Burnout state here for Mena, though. Kakeru, wow, drive reversals.
Ooh. So I really like the interaction, because he wanted to drive reversal to create space, right? Because full screen against JP when you're burned out is pretty much dead.
Yeah.
But Mena RD keeps closing the distance really quick, and he's the one applying all the chip damage right now.
That's right, and now look at the advantage. Mena immediately, the second that drive gauge restored, using the drive impact to get that stun and secure the first round. Let's go.
I like that. Mena RD is not giving space to Kakeru, and you can see Kakeru desperately trying to create the space between these two. I don't know the reason for the Luke pick as well. Mena RD with a big conversion there.
Yeah, just wasted a bit more time. Get some drive gauge back. You know, having drive against JP is so important. Being able to get in. Oh my goodness, Nuku jump shimmy. Is it enough to kill? It is indeed. Oh, yeah, more as well.
What a round. What a round. Mena RD has definitely done his homework. He's not the kind of player who would take a loss and go home. And of course, remember, right, that between EVO and here, there hasn't been that much time to lab, because, you know, there was a long flight to just land here and be immediately into the new tournament, but still enough time for your brain to work on how do you approach the matchup. And Mena being extremely aggressive, this has been working well for him.
Exactly, from one huge event to the next here, EVO to Gamers 8 Invitational. Oh my goodness, Kakeru firing back here. Mena back full screen against JP. It can be so difficult sometimes when you get sent back. Playing against this character is so awkward. Snakes and ladders, bro. You just sent back to the start every time. Look at that. No.
Yes, he loved the way you come in, but the perfect parry. Kakeru says, go back to full screen, bro. To the corner you go. And you have to deal with all the Psycho Power now. Yeah, and I like that. Kakeru backing off slightly. No, that's not going to work out, of course. Not projectile invincible. Is that level 1? Wow, Mena puts himself into burnout. Says we're going into burnout on my accord. Oh, man. Burnout against JP? Yeah, good luck. Yeah, burnout and low life against JP. I mean, NL pulled it off, right? NL managed a super comeback yesterday in this exact situation, but definitely a hard one. And again, another perfect parry. The drive rushes are being stopped. Yeah, and you can see Kakeru sets up the spike. Oh, and again. Nice little juggle combo there. Yeah, Mena realizes it. Oh, no. And all that drive coming back for Kakeru, putting Mena into burnout state. Not going to be able to kill here with the combo, but the next hit will be stun off the drive impact, and Kakeru fights back a rapid second game and a perfect, what a clapback from Kakeru. Yo, the two games were exactly the same scenario, but on the other end, right? The first round and the second round, that's a quick perfect. The players are definitely firing back to back. Right now, it's 1-1 in the first to 3. Kakeru opening with a clean with punish. Yeah, very nice. Go and the spike. Okay. He doesn't look like he's scared to go full screen against JP. He's comfortable playing the slow game and just taking his opportunity when... Oh, what a jump, though. Yeah. When the opportunities arise, Mena is taking them and running. Oh, the amnesia is going to be baited. And now it's Kakeru in the corner. Mena is pretty close to burnout right now, but at least on the offense, gets the crouching fierce as an anti-air there. Yeah, good stuff. Trying to close that gap, trying to do anything he can do right now to stay out of burnout state, but it's looking impossible. Regular Dragon Punch. Okay, that's going to be enough. Damn, what a decision by Mena RD, getting the rounds. Yeah, that was crazy. Oh my goodness. And see the adaptation, he saw that twice in a row the drive rush got parried, he did drive rush throw. Yes, now Kakeru is back to the drawing board right now, but I can't just parry after this. Yeah, Mena switching up his options after drive rush really effectively there. You saw the Sandblaster as well, trying to bait something out from Kakeru. Okay. Got to love the layered mind games that are behind every single decision taken by the players. Mena already trying to get back. Yeah, and JP players will do that a lot. They'll throw out the fake ghost, you know, try and force the opponent to waste drive gauge on whiff parries. See, look at all the fakes, man. He's trying to get Mena in, but Mena is not moving. Yeah, Mena is not biting on those. Using those fake ghosts to try and force Mena to make a move. Okay, there it is though, drive rush. Oh, what a jump from Kakeru, and you saw the extension on the jump in normal there. That came. Oh my goodness, here we go. Mena with under 1 bar of drive remaining. This could be curtains. If he's not careful. You got zoned. I'm sorry, it's an anti-air turn. 60% life anti-air. Oh, nice parries from Mena. Oh, wow. Attempts. No whiff punish available at this range. And Kakeru is just keeping the safe distance right now. I like the choice for Mena. It's hard to react in this situation, and Mena gets some kind of offense now. Oh, but no. Oh, punish! You didn't punish that. Oh, that sucks. That might be done. That might be done. That might be done. That's done. That's done. From the moment the 2 portals came out, you're like, all right, it's GG's. All right, Sandblaster. Parried Kakeru, just chilling right now. Okay, there's the drive reversal. Get back. Yeah, we don't talk about this enough, right? Drive reversal, a great tool for JP as it recreates the space and allows you to play the game JP is the best at. Yeah, JP is a character that just really does take advantage of all the mechanics in the game well. You know, drive reversal, drive rush is excellent for JP. Okay. And here we go, going for that level 3 here. Mena just trying to slow down the pace, build back some drive. To Memphis. Oh, I forgot, Tarrant, I'm reading in chat, indeed, drive reversal is -4 in burnout. That's why the punish didn't work. Yeah, that's why he tried to do the jab target combo. Yeah, the jab would have been the good choice, right? That's what he did, but I guess it was just out of range. Presence of mind, man. Yeah. Presence of mind from the players. For now, it's Kakeru getting the opening, putting him into the corner. Mena RD gets opened up. Only one opening needed for Kakeru to take the lead. Oh, here we go. Level 1. Oh. And now you're in the corner. Mena RD in a difficult situation right now. You're getting close to the burnout. And again, it's parry into the drive reversal. Kakeru burns himself out, but look at this. Mena RD is getting close to being burned out himself. It might be his time to go in right now. Okay. Oh my goodness, this is so scary right now.
Oh, I was about to say if Kakeru can weather the storm, but no, it's not looking likely right here. Here we go, Burnout State. Oh, he was ready for it. Look at the patience from Kakeru, 2-1 lead.
I respect this mind game so much, Taran, because in this situation you can kind of expect maybe Mena to look for the stun, but that's what he expected. You know, just went for the jump to be like, you know, I'm not gonna go for the stun right now. Kakeru was even more patient, gets the anti-air. Kakeru is up 1. Game number 4.
Scary situation here. Oh, look at that. Again, this patience. Kakeru knows when to really step back and when to wait for the Mena to make the approach. Here we go.
Now I put the baby to bed, man. Tuck him in. I love Luke's forward throw, man. Looks like he's putting you to bed.
The big spine buster, bro.
Like, go in, let me tuck you in.
Back out.
Have some fun. Get in. And this time, it's Mena RD looking for his final opening. Is that going to be enough to kill? Yes.
Oh, it's going to be enough. Yes. He's going to spend level 1. Good choice. That super so useful for Luke. So much utility with that level 1 super.
Yeah. Mena RD does not want to let this set go. He has been undefeated for the entire weekend. He was in a close situation yesterday against Xian as well, but always manages to bring it back.
Okay. Kakeru, look, he's not biting on his throw techs. He's just taking the throw every time, it feels like. Oh yeah, Sandblaster removes the portal, but here we go. Kakeru on the advantage now. Gets a combo. Spike. Sets up the portal. Pressuring away. EX Ghost. Oh, the shimmy works out.
Oh my god, the range.
That's huge.
Is he gonna use the bar? Yes. 2 bars to get the kill. Kakeru, of course, is optimal as always. One of the most optimal players on this planet. Kakeru is on match points.
Well, he's the best JP, man. You can see it right here. And you can see 1 round away from getting that guaranteed minimum 100k prize.
But never rule Mena out, of course.
No, of course not.
Well, back to footsies. Mena is taking his time. He's got 2 bars. Looking to build third one.
Oh my goodness, here we go. So scary. Oh, he did bait him in that time. And you can see him checking with the crouch medium kick. Oh, Mena drive rush Sandblast. Just trying to make Kakeru think the wrong option.
Kakeru has been solid as hell so far. He's just trying to keep Mena away.
And again and again. Kakeru doing such a good job mixing up his projectiles here. Look at this. Ooh. Mena looking flustered right now. Burnout state applied.
Yeah, now it's long, but watch out because Burnout against JP. If you give him the initiative, it's really hard to get away from this situation.
Oh,
Gets the jump in! Mena putting him into the corner now.
Oh, level 3.
Use level 3.
Yes, because it's going to be on the verge of Kakeru for Burnout. Mena's gauges are all back here. This is a big situation. Pivotal right now for Mena. Let's see what he does.
To Memphis we go and Amnesia.
Okay, parries the projectiles.
Burns himself out.
Kakeru suddenly becoming aggressive. Oh, here we go.
I like that.
Yeah, drive reversal eliminates the level 2.
What a smart choice by Mena as well. Oh, he got the throw. I can't believe it.
Bro, calculated, yeah?
Calculated.
Fully
Calculated.
Fully
always.
Oh.
All right, Mena looking for the one final opening.
Yeah, spend it all. Spend it all.
Not gonna kill. Yes, there we go. Mena RD. The huge sigh of relief as he clutches another round. And we're going to game number 5.
Oh my goodness, guys. What a set we have on our hands here. Winner's side. Gamers 8 Invitational. Street Fighter 6. Let's get back into the action. Man.
What a set.
This is ridiculous.
What a set. Man, we must say, how can Mena so consistently come back from absolute desperate situations? We are back to the perfect parry game, of course, from Kakeru. It's time to mix the situations up.
High stakes. It's a big fight feel here in Saudi Arabia. Okay. Safe jump. Kakeru just marshalling this corner here. Parry so he doesn't get the knockback. That was so smart. And look at this.
He's playing so smart right now. Oh! He's annoyed, but Mena manages to get the perfect jump timing to get away from the corner.
Nice little string there just to stop Kakeru trying to escape. And this time, oh my goodness, I can't believe that crouch fierce hit. Oh, combo kick jump back!
Draw the conversion.
Whoa.
The conversion gets the spike after. Kakeru is way too good.
Oh my goodness.
Mena knows.
Oh, there it is. No sends him back. Sets up the level 2. This is terrible for Mena.
I like that. I like that choice. Kakeru offering himself 2 more match points. He's so smart with it, Terrence.
Back on set point for Kakeru. Okay. So comfortable with all the mechanics in the game. That drive reversal he's been using to great success throughout this set.
We're back to footsie range now. Mena RD is being cautious, doesn't want to take a big risk in the situation.
Okay, it's the anti-air, projectile out. Oh, a trade.
I love it. I love it.
I'm not allowing any free pressure with the knuckle. Oof. Oh, here we go. Kakeru setting up shop in the corner.
Now observe. Mena in the corner. Manages to get an opening. Not going to be much damage, of course, but at least we're out of the corner.
Yeah, again, Kakeru taking that throw. Again, just putting JP where he wants to be. And that's away from Luke, but here we go. You're not away from him right now. You're being put in the corner. Level 3 on the way. Let's see what the pressure situation is going to be from Mena.
Yeah, he's getting so much bar back as well. Just waiting to see what Kakeru's next move is.
Okay.
The pressure.
The crash mediums. Gotta be careful. Luke's crash medium punch, an excellent whiff punish tool.
It definitely is. And see, right now we're trying to keep the optimal position. Mena RD wants to stay close.
Oh! Drive, rush, drive, impact. Oh my goodness, Kakeru getting hit every time out of that.
Oh.
What is he doing after the crouch jab? He's trying to jump or something.
Trying to jump, trying to press a button, I'm not even sure, but he's been opened up so many times by this, and just like that, it's final round, open inside by Kakeru. Mena straight to the corner, and watch out, because Kakeru is close to building that third bar.
What a set this has been so far, guys. Here we go. Final round. Oh my goodness.
What an answer.
Yeah, huge. Okay, though, Kakeru fights back as well. Here we go, level 3 coming up.
So Luke missed the perfect, right? Gave a chance to Kakeru, it's gonna be big damage.
Yeah,
and damage to drive bar as well. Mena RD in a difficult situation right now!
Looking like knife threats, he comboed that! Kakeru takes it and advances to the winners finals of Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6. Mena shaking his head, it was so close to Damascus, it went down to the wire, but in the end, Kakeru optimizing every drop of damage out of every last hit. What a set!
It was so incredibly close. Kakeru clutching it once again, you know, keeping the record, right? He's 2-0 over Mena now, but Mena RD was close. Can we talk about that final conversion as well? Kakeru saw the one jump back, the EX portal was out, you are dead, my friend. 3-2. Kakeru moves forward to winners final as Mena RD will drop down to the losers brackets.
Just like that, Kakeru, the fan favorite, punches his ticket into winners finals. Kakeru, how does it feel to know that you are officially in winners finals and you have guaranteed yourself at least $100,000?
カケルさん、勝利おめでとうございます。準決勝まで突破して、せめて10万ドルを勝ったことはどのような気持ちでしょうか？
はい、すごい体験いただいて嬉しいですけど、準決勝、あと2回か3回勝てば優勝なんでそこを目指して頑張ります。
So it's a great feeling to to go that far in this tournament, and I have 2 more games to win the whole thing. I'll do my best.
سألنا كاكيرو في مباراتها اللي قبل شوي، أنت الحين ضمنت $100,000 في نفس الوقت، وصلت معنا إلى النهائيات، فكيف شعورك بعد هذه المباراة؟ وقال بكل صراحة هو عارف إنه باقي له مباراتين بس، وحس بشعور جدا ممتاز بعد الفوز، بإذن الله راح يؤدي بكل اللي يقدر عليه عشان يقدر يكمل بعد باقي المشوار معنا.
Kakeru, you walked out with the Japanese flag draped around you. What went into your decision to use the Japanese flag right there, and does it have anything to do with the fact that you are the last Japanese player competing?
この試合の前に日本の国旗をかけて入場したんですけれども、2つの質問があるんですが、どうして今これをしましたか？そしてこれは日本の代表の最後のプレイヤーだからでしょうか？
そうですね、一緒に来てた工藤さんがたまたま日本の国旗持ってて、せっかくなんで使わせてもらおうと思って、で、そうですね、上原さんが負けてしまって、最後の日本人ってなったので、そういう意味も込めて国旗を背負って入場しました。
So it's a flag that actually Kudo brings sometimes with him here. So I thought, well, since he has it already, I might as well use it. And also, yeah, so Umehara also dropped out of the tournament, so I'm the last representative of my country. So I wanted also to include this feeling inside it and just walk out with it.
سألنا فيها كاكيرون دخوله للمباراة هذه كان معاه العلم اليابان، فخلينا نقول إن احنا نبغى نسأله أن ايش السبب بالنسبة لك أو وجودك حتى برضو دخولك بالعلم، وهل لها علاقة بخصوص انك انت آخر لاعب ياباني فيها؟ وذكر قال العلم جابه زميله كاكيرو يوم جاء هنا، جاء وجاب العلم معه، قال انه اخذه منا اعطاه اياه، وفي نفس الوقت هو حس انه فعلا انه كآخر لاعب ممثل لوطنه فحب انه يظهر بالعلم فيها.
Kakeru, Japan is your home, but it appears that you have developed a second home here in Saudi Arabia, judging by the response of this beautiful crowd. What has it been like having such a response from this fan base and receiving so much love? And do you have anything to say to the crowd?
日本はもちろんカケルさんの国なんですけれども、ここもカケルさんの家になった気がするんですね。みんな本当に応援してくれるんですからさ。この応援をもらうことはどのような気持ちでしょうか。そしてファンの皆さんの一言をお願いいたします。
そうですね。すごいありがたいですね。応援してくれてすごい嬉しいし、すごいそれで力になるんで本当に感謝してます。また残り3試合頑張りますんで応援よろしくお願いします。
I'm very grateful for all the support I'm getting from the fans. It's a great feeling. It really becomes my strength on stage when people cheer me on. So I'd like to thank you all for this. I have still 2-3 more games to play. So thank you, and then please support me.
فعلا سالنا اللاعب معنا كيكرو ان بخصوص انك انت اللي خلينا نقول كلاعب ياباني لكن في نفس الوقت كسبت حب الجماهير هنا في المملكه العربيه السعوديه، فايش حاب تقول لهم؟ وذكر قال اول شيء يعني شكرا لكل الدعم اللي جالس يجي منكم من الحضور ومن الجماهير ومن حتى برضو المشاهدين، يعني الكل كان يدعمه، وفي نفس الوقت ان اصوات الجماهير وتشجيع وقت المباراه هي طاقه بالنسبه له على اساس يؤدي بشكل افضل، وباذن الله ما يبغى يخيب ظننا في مبارياته الجايه. ففعلا اعزائي المشاهدين اعزائي الحضور اعطونا تحيه اخيره لكاكيرو.
There is not too much to say after that. You just heard the crowd right there chanting his name. Kakeru, as he has been from the beginning, is all smiles, keeping the same energy. You just saw him deliver the first defeat that Minna has tasted in this tournament whatsoever. Minna is now down there on loser side, a shark down there on the loser side of the bracket, and it's not going to be easy to stop. But Kakeru is looking even stronger right now as he seems to be untouchable. Will he take it all away? We're going to find out soon. Let's go ahead and send it over to the highlights, and we're going to be right back with more Gamers 8.
أعزائي المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا مباراتنا قبل شوي كاكيرو قدر يهزم فيها مينا ار دي وكسر فوز الانتصارات اللي كان يحققها فيها مينا بدون أي هزيمة، لكن الحين هذه أول هزيمة ياخذها مينا، لكن ما زال معنا نزل لللور براكت، عنده الفرصة انه يرجع لنا مرة ثانية إلى الأبر براكت، لكن عندنا كاكيرو قدر يكمل معه الحين في نهائيات الأبر براكت. مبارياتنا كل ما لها تحمى أكثر وأكثر، فخليكم معنا لا تروحون بعيد، بنشوف بعض اللقطات ونرجع لكم في المباراة اللي بعدها.
This stuff sells itself. Mena versus Kakadu came down to last game, last round. It seemed like Kakadu was going to have a pretty convincing win at first, but Mena, of course, has his never say die attitude, and he made it to the point where it came down to the very end to a slither, and Kakadu was so strong he was able to close it out. Mena's going to be trying to rely on that exact same attitude, though, those same attributes on the loser side of the bracket.
Exactly. Mena, he dropped in the lower bracket, but he still has a chance. It is his first lose, but I have to say something. Honestly, I'm so jealous that you look better than me here on this angle. Seriously. I'm so jealous of all for this. أعزائي المشاهدين، شفنا مباراتنا الماضية من أرضين نزل اللور براكت راح يواجه فيها بانك. مباراة راح تكون صعبة، لكن برضو احنا في الأبر براكت نبغى نعرف من اللي راح يكمل المشوار معنا ويواجه فيها كاكيرو. مباراتنا الحالية بتحدد من اللي يكمل معنا في نهائيات الأبر براكت. خلونا نتعرف على اللاعبين ونرحب فيهم على المسرح.
So, you know, with you bringing up the throbe and everything that I have on. So, over in the States, when it comes to white Air Force Ones, it's very difficult wearing them because if you spill anything on them, it's over with. If you crease them, it's over with. There's even music about it. Of course, Nelly has a song about it. So I cannot imagine how you guys wear these beautiful throbes and somehow manage to not just be, I'll be nervous everywhere that I'm turning right now, trying to make sure that I keep it clean. But so far, we are good. And also, speaking of clean, the play has been clean so far, and sometimes when it needs to get dirty, it can go there too. Let's go ahead and get into our next match and see who is going to join Kakadu in Winners Finals. Player one, come on out. DCQ, an absolute titan in the world of Street Fighter, only recently bursted onto the scene in the most recent season of Street Fighter League. And when I say he came on the scene tough, I promise you it was exactly that. Immediately defeating the best players in the world and pushing his team all the way to a championship. Of course, at that time, he was doing it all with the Urien, even when Urien wasn't necessarily as high in the meta as he used to be. And now here he is in Street Fighter 6, bringing that same energy.
Also, he had his teammate VX Bao, who they played before, and he won against him, and now VX Bao is out, and he had to carry this momentum and winning, and he had to win this tournament on behalf of him as well. أعزائي المشاهدين، عندنا اللاعب دي سي كيو، لاعب مبارياتها جدا صعبة، ومباراتها الأولى اللي كان فيها توب 16 لعب فيها ضد زميله، فاز عليه وكمل مشوار، لكن زميله من يوم نزل في اللور براكت ما حصل الفرصة انه يكمل المشوار في اللور براكت وخرج من المنافسة. فعندها حمل جدا ثقيل في هذه المباراة، يبغى يكمل منافستها ويبغى يوصل معنا إلى النهائيات. فخلونا نتعرف برضو على اللاعب الثاني، اللاعب اللي كلكم حابينه وكلكم تعرفونه، فخلونا نرحب فيه على المسرح. سمعونا أصواتكم لأنجري بيرد. لاعب كلكم تحبونه، نسميه الشامب، هل بياخذ برضو الشامبيون في هذه البطولة مرة ثانية؟ إذا كررها بتصير باك تو باك، ما هو بعيد عنها مباراته هذه واللي بعدها، وواحدة أخيرة هي الجراند فاينل اللي تفصله عن إنه يكون بطل العالم للعبة ستريت فايتر. أخذها الأسبوع الماضي وما هو بعيد عن الأسبوع هذا إنه يكون في أقوى بطولات للعبة ستريت فايتر. إذا في لاعب يقدر يسويها فهو أمجد بشحمه ولحمه، حرفيا موجود معنا، راح نستمتع في مباراة تاريخية.
The Evo champion himself just walked out onto the stage to chants of his name. Of course, this is the other half of the fighting pride of the Middle East as a whole, and he has to be considered the best Street Fighter player in the world right now. Angry Bird, DCQ, please meet right here in the middle to face off. The winner of this will be going right up against Kakadu in Winners Finals. They've guaranteed themselves $50,000, but they can double that with this win. But the person standing across from you, stands in your way? Will you be able to get through that roadblock? We are about to find out. Let's send it over to our commentators.
أعزائي المشاهدين هذه مباراة منتظرينها من زمان ونبغى نعرف برضو من اللي يكمل فيها إلى نهائيات الأبر براكت ومن اللي راح يواجه فيها كاكيرو. فخلونا نتعرف أو خلونا نبدأ المباراة ونشوف اختياراتهم والقرعة ونبدأ لكم على طول مع المباراة.
So this is heads, your heads. This is tails and your tails. Heads. Yes, you choose the side. P1. DCQ chose P1. You're P2 and you can go back to the stages.
All right, DCQ versus Angry Bird Taran, the Evo champ who had honestly a very shaky last few days. The question is, how good does he feel today? Because he was on the brink of elimination multiple times throughout the week. But right now, gets to face DCQ. A very, like, unknown, I want to say, in the competition. I feel like he plays JP in such a unique way. It's going to be a very important match to watch.
Yeah, I feel like JP is a great character for DCQ. You know, we saw what DCQ was capable of with Urien in Street Fighter V, and I feel like JP is a character that has an almost endless ceiling in a similar way to Urien there. So I feel like that's a great character for DCQ. To really sort of show his strengths. But Angry Bird, yeah, it's a good point you made there. Coming into the competition, maybe with a few shaky matches, you know, wasn't really himself. Like, we expected him to come in and dominate, right? Yeah. But that was not the case.
Which he did on day one.
Day one?
But then day two was not the same.
Day two, yeah. And let's see which Angry Bird we get now, because he managed to hold it together yesterday, earned his spot here in the winners semi-finals of Gamers 8. So let's see how he can continue, and if he can continue, because DCQ is no easy opponent for him.
Absolutely, and I'm really interested to see that, Taran, because obviously we've seen a million JPs, you know, throughout the competition already, like whether it's here or at EVO or even like throughout, you know, our weeklies, right? We see the Lord Venom, Broski, all of the guys. Like, it's a character we see a lot, but I feel like DCQ has such a unique take on the character. Like, he uses the OD portals a lot in the game, which I find really interesting, right? When you face him, you feel like you're always sandwiched between two portals. So you have JP at the far end, two portals to go through. You always have a lot to keep in mind. I really like his approach to JP, and I want to see how Angry Bird will deal with it.
Yeah, he does a really good job of utilizing all of JP's tools, and there's a lot of tools for that character. So let's see how this one unfolds here, guys. We're going to get into it in just a moment. Angry Bird, of course, will be using that Ken, the EVO winning Ken. But let's see here. DCQ going to be a tough opponent for the EVO champ. Let's check it out here.
Of course, and it's for a spot in Winners Final. Angry Bird, fix the timeline. Don't make this a JP mirror in Winners Final, but of course, it's going to be really hard to deal with DCQ. The first opening goes for DCQ. Not a great conversion. Angry Birds gets out safe.
What an interruption there from Angry Bird. Or gets opened up immediately from the overhead. DCQ. Okay. I feel like against Ken as well, you've really got to just almost preemptively try to stop his approaches. And a character like JP can do that, but you're also taking a big risk by even going for any of those options. There's a tech on the grab. Okay, again, the spike just whiffs. Knocks him back again. You're back full screen. Too far. That was so smart, bro.
Bro, the range.
He didn't press a button so that he could whiff punish the anti-air. Angry Bird, you are a genius, bro.
That was so smart as well to do the amnesia straight to level 1, and you get a conversion after this. Watch out, Angry Bird. Full screen needs to find a way in, and look at this again. The OD portals, he's teleporting in, but burn himself up in the meantime. And what an answer from Angry Bird. The driver rush into Crouch Fierce. He is ready.
Yeah, the neutral jump was not the best option there for DCQ. Angry Bird scoped that one out from a mile away. Up and over, back throw. Ken with the best back throw when it comes to corner carry, I swear. Crazy. Okay, just like that. I see you with the perfect parry.
Yeah, stopping you, the shimmy is gonna work as well. Angry Birds. He's on the driver's seat right now. Goes for level 3 immediately. Okay, wants to keep him in the corner, lower the drive gauge.
This is a ton of damage, by the way. Let's see, Angry Bird in control right now. DCQ does have some options available. Oh my goodness! Drive rush, early jab to bait something out, and then that was crazy. Angry Bird is playing on another level right now. This is the EVO champ.
He is playing with the reaction, and you can see the Let's Go Amjad. Of course, he would be the star here. The first ever Middle Eastern EVO champion for a Street Fighter game. and you know that everyone here is behind him.
Did you see the glasses adjustment, the anime?
Oh, the anime?
Pose?
I saw the ching ching.
Just did it up.
I saw it
with one finger.
All right, Angry Birds has a very strong first game, and now it's at DCQ's turn to adapt.
DCQ challenging at the right time, but never mind. Angry Bird gets in immediately. Again, there's the EX balls. Observe. What? Observe this. Drive rush roundhouse.
Observe this indeed.
Fake ghost right there. Yeah, Angry Bird. He did such a good job. Oh my goodness, look at that though. Interrupted. How's this? Get back down where you go in. That's going to be a full combo, and that's going to be the kill on the Amnesia punish. Angry Bird.
He is
so
good. Observe these fists going straight to your face.
Yeah. Bro.
That is all you have to observe. Oh, the second hit didn't connect. Maximum range on this.
Yeah. Oh, preemptive drive impact. You're in trouble now. Here we go. And this side swap was so good for DCQ, my word. Getting Angry Bird exactly where he wants him. That's a drive gauge gone. Less than one remaining. Parries puts himself in burnout. This is terrible, Damascus.
Yeah, you're gonna get the stun, and that should be dead, right? You snap, you extend if he wants to use the level 3, that's dead.
Did you see the frame kill, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this combo is so optimal. My word, DCQ.
All right, decides to not use all the bars, and I hope he won't regret this one, because Angry Bird needs 2 openings, right? One here. Throw, shimmy, not pressing any button, burns himself out again.
Bro, Angry Bird. Oh my goodness.
Tyrant, is that dead?
Bro, what's he gonna tell him? What is he gonna tell him, bro? Sit down and shut up!
You should have taken the win when you had the opportunity, DCQ. Giving a chance. Giving a second chance to Angry Bird is a terrible idea, and he showed you why. He's so composed.
Bro.
He's looking so good.
The empty jumpty low. The classic, the time-tested Street Fighter classic working out for Angry Bird at the last moment. Critical art.
And this shows, right, if once in a while, Tyrant, you get that greedy play. DCQ thought, let me hold 2 bars for the next game. And that really did not pay off.
Yeah, Angry Bird not afraid to spend all that drive gauge if it means closing the gap against JP. And how can you blame him?
Well, he burned himself out again.
Yeah, 2 times.
It's mad.
Again. Too far for a follow-up, though. Oh, my goodness. This roundhouse is paying dividends for Angry Bird right now. Oh, drive rush, anti-air, and the full combo. Okay, level 1 is going to keep... Oh, that killed! Brother, that killed. Are you kidding me? Angry Bird with the damage calculation.
He is him, Tyrant. That's all there is to say. He is simply built different.
No.
The XDP is not going to work, though.
No, getting a bit too ahead of himself here. A bit too overconfident, perhaps, for the Evo champ. And we've seen the trouble that can get him in.
I like DCQ's answer, though. He's looking extremely solid. He's got too much points to save right now.
Wow.
He's gonna clutter the screen. It's time for bullet hell.
Bro, what is this?
Try to get there.
This is Morrigan, bro. Soul Fist. Okay. Oh!
The punch-up happening live. No amnesia yet. Doesn't want to burn himself out.
Okay, there we go. Trying to get in now. Oh, interrupt. DCQ interrupted at the perfect moment. And what a round to get himself back in the fight.
Yes, sir. DCQ saves the first match point. Needs to save the second one. Angry Bird gets the opening counter it. Of course, he can convert with the stand light kick.
No parry. Punish counter grab. So damaging in this game. Oh, here we go. Level 3. I like that from DCQ. Just slow down the pace a bit. You need drive gauge back in your court. And DCQ's going to build a ton back. There it is.
We're going for EX portals again. Just one. One's enough. Angry Bird getting away. He's trying to jump in.
Okay, the low fireball. Good block from Angry Bird. Oh, yeah, there's only so many times you can react to Dragon Lash from that range.
Jinrai. And the Jinrai game. Oh, that should be dead, Darren?
Nah, I don't think so.
That could have been dead with a double driver's cancel.
Potentially, yes.
I don't know. That's fine, though.
This is not dead.
Yeah. One touch for Angry Bird to move into that winner's final.
The parry.
The parry. He could not DI back, right?
And he again! He says, you will not wall splat me! You will not wall splat me! Okay. Oh, the fight X Ghost. DCQ's still in the fight. Oh, the fireball lands! Angry Bird is going to take it and advance on to the winner's final. Much to the crowd's approval, Damascus.
Of course, the crowd is happy for their boy to make it to winners final. What an incredible set, and I think we can confidently say, Taran, that after a very shaky game 2 and 3, this is the Angry Bird we know, and man, what a set.
Yeah, and regardless win or lose, you will not see any different reaction out of Angry Bird. He will just play the game and focus on what he has to do. What an incredible performance. We're going to throw over to Rob. Let's go.
Mubara. Angry Bird, just like that, you just punched your ticket into winners finals for 2 huge tournaments in a row. Actually, the 2 biggest tournaments in Street Fighter history, you could probably say. One as far as attendance, and this one as far as the prize pool and the production and all of that. How does it feel to know that you have done this?
To be honest, it's the same feeling. Just do your best and just hope for the best. I'm just doing my best. I don't care if I lose. I just play my best and just trying to do the best result that I can.
عندنا أمجد بعد ما سألناه في المقابلة هذه نبغى نعرف كيف شعوره في بعد الفوز الحين، وخصوصا انه يعني حمل اللقب عليه، يعني خلينا نقول الشخص ممكن احد المرشحين انه ياخذ اللقب معنا، فقال انه بكل صراحة انا جاي هنا بسوي اللي علي وبحاول اني اقدم كل اللي اقدر عليه، حتى لو انه خسرت على الاقل انه يبغى يخسر وهو مسوي كل اللي عليه.
You are the first ever Middle Eastern Evo champion for Street Fighter. What does your region mean to you? What does it mean to you to represent the Middle East to the pinnacle that you do?
Oh man, we've been trying to bring it home for so many years now. So it feels surreal that I finally was able to bring it home. So, and I can't lie, I got so much love from my region. So all the love in the universe goes out to them. And I'll keep doing my best, for sure.
فعلا سألنا أمجد في هذه المقابلة، قلنا أن شلون بالأصح يعني حمل اللقب عليك أنت تحديدا، يعني بعد ما فزت في بطولة إيفو وجايين هنا يعني في بطولة برضو عالمية ثانية، فايش اللي خلينا نقول ايش الشيء هذا اللي يمثل بالنسبة لك خصوصا كممثل للشرق الأوسط، ويعني فعلا على المستوى اللي جالس يقدمه، فسألناه وقال أن بالنسبة له يعني يحب يشكر الجميع، يعني بعد ما جاء وأخذ الجائزة شاف الكل كان فرحان فيه ومستقبله ببهجة عالية، وهو برضو يعني يحب يشكرهم جميعا، وفي نفس الوقت انه ما يبغى يخيب ظنهم في هذه البطولة وراح يسوي اللي عليه.
Did you know that the loser of that match was going to have to go up against Big Bird? And if so, is it any extra relief knowing that we don't have to have another Bird versus Bird match earlier on?
Man, thankfully I did my best to avoid the team kill, because it's just sad when, especially it's in losers, man. Like, I don't want to imagine it. Like every time it's happening, we play each other, but I don't like when one of us lose. Like I feel like when one of us win, he's more sad than the guy who lost. Yeah. That's how I feel every time. So I'm happy. Now if we get to play, we get to play later in the tournament, depending on what happens between me and Kakarot, but I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the tournament.
فعلا احنا سالنا برضو فيها انجري بيرد، نبغى نعرف ان هل هو كان يدري ان اذا خسر في هذه المباراه راح يواجه فيها بيج بيرد في اللور براكت؟ قال ان الحمد لله بالنسبه له انه ما خسر هذه المباراه ولا يبغى حتى برضو يواجه فيها بيج بيرد في البدايه، وحتى خلينا نقول يعني في المراحل في البطوله يبغى يخليها في الاخير عشان يقدرون يقابلون خلينا نقول يفوزون بالجائزه الاكبر، ويعني حتى برضو انه تحديدا انه اذا خسروا ونزلوا برضو في اللور براكت بتكون خلينا نقول الفايز بيكمل والثاني راح يطلع، ولا يبغى يحط الضغط هذا كله عليه، فيبغون كلهم يكملون الى النهائيات ويتنافسون كلهم في الجراند فاينل.
Angry Bird, the definition of consistency, the definition of excellence, Evo champion, and now in winners finals of Gamers 8 when everyone had to be prepping for him. It just has not mattered so far. He is just too good. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more Gamers 8 action coming at you right after this.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، هذه كانت مقابلتنا مع أنجري بيرد، لكن عندنا مباريات زيادة وراح نودع فيها لاعبين أكثر وأكثر، قربنا من تتويج الأبطال، فخلوكم معنا لا تروحون بعيد نكمل لكم فيها باقي المباريات.
Angry Badwa with another epic performance. 2 weeks in a row, 2 winners finals in a row, 2 of the biggest Street Fighter tournaments in history. in a row. In the space of 2 weeks, this kid is really absolutely flying. But before we had that, we had more. Welcome to the STC highlight segment of the show. We're going to take a look back at these last two incredible matches. I'm joined again by Rinj and Brad Muse. It kicked off, Brad, of course, with the first one. And man, Mena not losing a set this entire tournament. Double round robin, not losing a set. But when it mattered the most, what happened?
Yeah, it was a real shame. It did not go Mena's way. Last game, last round, there was some discussion backstage about, you know, not getting the perfect charge on one of the flash knuckles. So who knows, in an alternate timeline, you know, one unicorn's hair worth of difference and we jump over, maybe that goes differently. But I want to highlight something that was stellar. JP in both of these matches up here in the winner's side of the bracket, great at checking DR. And for both Angry Bird, who won, and Mena, who unfortunately did not, they did a stellar job of implementing layer 2 and doing early button out of Drive Rush to bring more to that mind game.
And exactly that continued in the next game, didn't it, Rinj? As we saw Angry Bird, very different from what we saw. Mena very close against Kakeru, almost had it. I mean, DCQ didn't even get a chance to get going, did he?
He did it. I mean, Angry Bird was really true in his prime form right here. We saw even from the very beginning, empty jumps to bait out the crouch fierce anti-air from JP. The drive rush jab, like stopping before the JP got there to press the button to bait out a button and then punish with the crouch medium kick. The processing speed of Angry Bird is out of control, man. The optimal punishes at all moments. The drive rush crouch fierce, recognizing the juggle point to go in the Jinrai. Like, there's just no part of his game that's weak.
The 3 drive rushes in a row against a very ready DCQ who's busting out the parry but couldn't get a perfect
JP
one.
has like the best buttons to stuff drive rush in the game, bro. It's up there.
Like the attitude. It's like there's a rigor when he's playing. That's just like when he's in this zone. Man, he could be the favorite now, but he's got to beat Kakeru. We've seen him do it before. I'm not sure if he'll do it again. They had a wonderful first attempt, by the way, just a few weeks ago. If you haven't seen that online, go check it out. That's going to be the winner's final. And of course, our matches on the loser side are now set. Rinj, talk us through this first one.
Yes, indeed. So it's going to be Big Bird, I believe, versus DCQ. Mena RD versus Punk. El Clasico for the North American side of things.
Oh, yeah. It's really becoming that already.
Already, right? CEO winners finals. Evo, what was it? Losers finals? I mean, amazing stuff right here. And now we're going to have a loser semis match between the two here at Gamers 8. I mean, you could just tell, man, the skills that all of these players are bringing. Like I said, best 6 players in the world.
Unbelievable. And Brad, I mean, according to your logic, it's another American team kill, right? Because you got Mena RD going up against Punk. Oh, man, who are you going to pick in that one?
First of all, I'm inheriting the logic. It's not just me. But second, I think the thing is, like I said, we were talking about it when we were able to watch Punk play in one of his earlier matches. Maybe one of the best players at checking that drive rush has really honed in on how to use Cammy's toolkit to control that space in front of him. Counterpoint, though, go back and re-watch the set between Mena and Kakeru. Mena was doing a lot of DR into early options to elicit a response out of his opponent and really dissuade them from checking that in the neutral. How does Punk measure up against somebody who's playing layer 2 when Punk has been able to beat a lot of people in the drive rush game by mastering layer 1?
In addition to that, we've seen what happens typically when these two come head-to-head in Street Fighter 6. Of course, it's not going to be Luke. It's going to be what is really looking like a strong counter pick against Cammy. It's going to be Blanka very likely, isn't it, Rinj?
100%, man. He just really thrives off making people uncomfortable, right? That's why I highlight the fact that I think Blanka is such a good pick early on in the game, right? Cammy, I was going to say Cammy, but Punk has so much experience against the traditional Street Fighter characters that Shotos, you're not presenting anything he hasn't seen before. He's very comfortable in those instances. Blanka, on the other hand, I heard him lamenting about it in the catering. He was like, bro, I'm getting bit from a throw and the little Blanka chain is just hopping on me. I'm getting salty from it. Like, it's really something that you do not want to deal with, bro.
Yeah, and he hits like an absolute tank. I mean, if we're going by recent history, we got to be saying that Mena's likely to take that. But if there's ever a time, Punk, for you to finally get this victory against Mena in Street Fighter 6, I mean, I know you're going back and forth in the online tournaments, but in the big stage, it's now. And right now, they're playing for something like, I mean, it's like you're approaching 100K upwards at this stage every match you play here at Gamers 8. I mean, what an incredible segment we just had of games. Angry Bird, absolutely on fire. Kakeru clutching it out against Mena.
Can I just say Mena and Kakeru both have ice in their veins,
Good
bro.
Lord.
They'll face off, both of them like non-flinching, barely breathing. It was just literally, it looked like two MMA fighters about to duke it out for real. Kakeru is so impressive, man. The way he carries himself, I really think he is the next big Japanese player.
Yeah, I think his stage presence matches his skills.
Absolutely.
Which I can't say for the same for every other Japanese player. Thank heaven their skills are way better than their stage presence. But hey, you can't have it all. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. On the break, actually, you know, those of you who have been following Gamers 8, this is not your standard event. I mean, Street Fighter 6 is just one of many incredible games we have here. And joining us right now is an absolute legend for one of those other games. A guy you might be familiar with, James Banks, and another legend interviewing him, Mike Ross. Take it away, fellas.
All right, joining me now is one of the many talents here at the Gamers 8 event, one of the most talented people, stage host as well, James Banks. How are you doing, man? How are you enjoying yourself? You just got in right now, right?
Yeah, I landed at 5 a.m. I slept 6 hours and I came here because I wanted to kind of see what's going on in the venue, see some of my friends on the Street Fighter side and see what's going on. How are you?
Yeah, thank you for asking. First person to ever ask how I'm doing. Yeah, I'm doing very good.
Check on the interview.
Yeah,
how you feel.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm doing very good. But yeah, I saw you chilling over there and you were talking with Angry Bird right now. So you're a big Street Fighter fan yourself. Who are some of your picks here? You say you got a couple of buddies. Talk to me a little bit about some of your love of the game.
Well, my love of the game comes from just appreciating the skill and what it takes for a game like Street Fighter, right, and general fighting games overall. Now, I'm going to say my boy Problem X, he kind of got eliminated early. You know, he's not here right playing, but he's always going to get my love and support. You know, the British homeboy has got to be represented when it comes to it. But yeah, just looking at Angry Bird right now, coming off the back of EVO, I just caught up with him. I haven't seen him for a little while. Comes into Street Fighter 6 and he's looking hot. He's up there in the top 8. He's on the winner's side as well. If he could get this as well. Imagine that, the early days of Street Fighter 6, back-to-back tournament wins on this kind of a stage. That would be insane to see. So hopefully he can do well. But obviously we got Big Bird on the other side. He was playing. I don't know what happened in his game he was playing. Did he? Oh no! Oh no!
No! You're right.
Did he win?
He won his match.
Oh, there goes. So he can still fight.
I gave the face. It was a very close match.
Okay.
He did take out my training partner.
Oh no! Oh, that's why you're upset. Okay.
With a little tear in my eye, but it can't be said. You know, Big Bird's an outstanding player.
Yeah.
One of the favorites to get this. Now it's for you. You dabble with the game at all? You have a character?
Very badly, very badly.
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
when we were playing the previous version, I was just playing Akuma a bit and stuff like that. But it's more like people people have to teach me how to do this thing. I'm more a mouse and keyboard kind of guy, you know. I'm hitbox friendly. Hitbox friendly works for me.
My man. Okay. And you're here for Counter-Strike, right?
Yes, yeah. We're starting Counter-Strike in a few days, but I wanted to come earlier. Got here a day early so I can see some of the Street Fighter guys and see how they're feeling, because it's not often we get to have events where there's multiple games together and we see friends from all over. I just saw some of my PUBG guys as well, so we're all mixed in. We're all having fun. This place looks crazy. I got a son. My son's 7, and I saw a little like Pokemon thing over there. So I need to go win him a toy, so I'm gonna try to do that as well. So plenty of things to do, man.
I like this. This guy said, my son is 7 years old.
So like, I'm tall, but he comes up to like here on me at 7. I know, so I'm thinking he'll be taller than me. It'd be nice.
We're gonna be huge.
For Rob, you know, Mr. Kevin Hart, my son is probably taller than you already.
Rob's been having a hard weekend. It's already. Did you see the clip of him by chance?
That's why I mentioned it. As soon as I saw him backstage. He's like, my man, and I said, oh, Kevin, and he's like, no. He's not having a good time with this at all. But, you know, we'll get him some of them shoes with, like, platform extenders on, you know? We'll make him...
That's right. Rob, we know you're good. James, enjoy the rest of your time here. I know, like you said, you just got in. Yeah. Thank you so much. Did you already say who's going to win the whole thing? Yes. You already said you're going to be angry? Okay, yeah, just making sure. All right. Thank you guys so much. Back to y'all.
Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 is really starting to take shape, guys. We've just seen two humongous results and a repeat in history, unfortunately, for Mena, but what a set that was, as well as Angry Bird looking the best he's looked probably since the EVO finals. He looked a bit less like himself, even when winning in the early stage of this tournament, but him today, I must say his teammate as well. The Nasset Esports guys are absolute fire. Now we're heading back over to where they are. I mean, first and foremost, reintroducing and welcoming the one and only Logan Sama back to the desk. Of course, my man Rinj here already not going anywhere. Talk to me, Logan. You were watching at the back. What about those matches?
Boy, you got cooked, bro. I can't lie. You know, Angry Bird's been innovating with Ken. He's really taken to that character, and to some of the situational awareness that he has. The way that he's clearly been labbing that, and but listen, we know that he's a Ken main, and we know that Big Bird's a Marissa main, and they all play all of these characters against each other all the time in sessions. They've labbed it out. They're playing on this netcode against top players from Asia and Europe and sometimes North America as well. But the stuff that he was pulling out in that JP matchup, we pointed out like how fantastic DCQ is and how unique he is as a JP. Well, no one is unique as Angry Bird when it comes to the tools that he is utilizing with Ken. I mean, some of those answers to the departure window teleports that DCQ is trying to pull.
He's starting to look more, like, the scary thing is he's starting to look a bit more comfortable in the matchup. If it's not Kakeru, he tends to look very comfortable against this character. But it's not him we're talking about right now. We're heading down to the losers bracket, and the first one coming up is a run back for third time in a row in a major event. It's Mena RD taking on Punk, this time on the losers side. Rinj, I mean, you had a few words earlier. I know you got more to say, buddy. This is crazy.
Of course, man. Mena RD and Punk, I mean, like we talked about, El Clasico, right? And Mena RD put Punk in the losers bracket in this very tournament, in addition to the EVO tournament, in addition to CEO, right? It was 3-0 earlier. It's going to be tough. And it really, to me, it harkens back to the fact that I talked about Mena's wake-up decisions being so good, and Punk playing Cammy, right? It's an aggressive character. It's one that you're trying to pressure your opponent when they're waking up to make the most out of your offensive sequences. That's why we saw up against Kakeru, JP, I'm back here, bro. I'm just going to set up the projectiles. And we saw Mena kind of go for some ambitious level ones in the middle of block strings, right, to try to steal that momentum. He's going to have an easier time doing that up against Punk. I'm wondering if Punk adjusts his game plan, even with the Cammy, to kind of back up on Wake Up. Be like, I'm going to out-neutral you, dude. Like, that's how it's going to be. It could be an adjustment that's worth looking into.
Before we get to the next one, Logan, I mean, we're speaking to Problem X. We're seeing Mena RD versus Punk on the highest level. We're seeing also online the YouTube channels with, you know, the likes of Nishikin and some of the Japanese blankers. It's looking uphill for Cammy. I wasn't in agreement before, but having watched it again and again and again, should Punk be looking for an alternative here, or do you think he can get this done with Cammy? Because it's going to be Blanka, no doubt.
I think Blanka's the problem, to be honest with you. The character's got so much depth, that level 2 super as well. And Rinj has mentioned that it's referred to as the best super in the game.
By Blanka players.
You know,
it's the best level.
They're definitely not downplaying that. They're upplaying that. There's so much situational stuff that Blanka can do. There's so many layers to it. That level 2 super, the corner setups with the Blanka-chan as well. He doesn't even have to just outplay you. He has the ability to rob you as well. The really character is incredibly strong. That's not even getting into, you know, the normals that he has, the incredibly low commit or high reward special moves that he has. Everyone moaning about Honda early on in the game, but Blanka's basically the same with more, by the way.
I got to cut you off there, Logan, because actually we're heading to the stage soon, and we got another match to quickly talk about. So The next one coming up is DCQ taking on
I've got some
Big
bad
Bird.
news for DCQ, boy. He's going to get double jeopardy.
Is that guaranteed? He's got no chance here? I mean, come on, Ringe. He's got a chance, surely.
Surely he has a chance. Maybe, man. It could be
Oh,
that case.
no,
Nasser
Logan,
Esports.
Logan.
He did get sent to losers by Angry Bird. Could he be knocked out by Big Bird?
I mean, he's a West Ham fan, so you can't call him a glory hunter. This is genuine support here of Big Bird. And honestly, the form that Big Bird's looking in his match and the familiarity he has, we saw him versus Kakarot at Red Bull Kumite as well. If DCQ's planning to whip out the JP, he's going to have his work cut out for him, isn't he, Ringe?
100%. Like Big Bird, he's been playing these matchups since the beginning of the game, right? When they were like, okay, on paper, Guile should destroy Marissa, right? Then we saw Wanted where he like 7-0'd a really top Guile from the EU. Like, he's just been able to disprove these things time and time again. Now, of course, DCQ is an amazing JP player. I think he's going to have a lot of tools in this matchup. But Big Bird, as he said, I play Marissa. I either get washed or I do the washing. And today, it's been all clean for his opponents.
He mentioned Mike Tyson a little bit backstage, completely irrelevant to this matchup, but he's got a very famous saying, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And when Marissa punches you in the face, you definitely know about it.
Oh, man, it's all going down here, guys. Some juicy matches, and 2 more players, unfortunately, will be eliminated, but no less than 50K each for those guys as they go out. Just a matter of time before we determine who's going to be our top 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Say it with me, people. Yalla Habibi!
We are officially down to only 6 competitors in Gamers 8. We started off with 32, and at this point, only the best of the best remain. We do not know exactly who our champion is going to be, but right now, we do know that in Winners Finals, we have Angry Bird and Kakadu, the 2 most fan favorites, unless we're counting Big Bird as well. But Angry Bird and Kakadu put in the most work so far, and this next match we have, oh my goodness, Atik.
Yeah, we have seen a glimpse of this match at the start of the top 16, and the result, well, it might be different right now, especially that we're close to the grand finals. أعزائي المشاهدين، مبارياتنا جالسة تحمى أكثر وأكثر، معنا 6 لاعبين بس الحين، والمباراتنا الحالية برضو اللي راح يخسر فيها بيكون المركز السادس والخامس، فمباراتنا راح تكون جدا صعبة، والفايز راح يكمل مشواره مرة ثانية معنا. الفترة الحالية الأمانة جالسة تصير جدا صعبة، وأنا متوتر وفي نفس الوقت اللي متحمس للمباراة النهائية، وأنا متأكد كلكم حاسين بنفس الشعور.
2 of the players have already guaranteed themselves $100,000 minimum. And then now on the loser side as well, these players have guaranteed themselves at least $50,000, but these next matches are $30,000 money matches. Whoever wins goes all the way up to 80K and gets 1 step closer to becoming the Gamers 8 champion. Let's take a look at our next match. First player, show yourself. Mena RD! Mena RD. So far, only lost 1 match, of course, in this tournament. And of course, even in that match, that was up against Kakadu. It came down to the end, 3-2. But of course, knowing Mena, he is the bull himself. He is the fighting pride of the Dominican Republic. So he will not be shaken by just 1 loss. Mena has pulled up rearing and ready to go. And this next match, though, will not be easy for either side.
Well, one of the few players who doesn't get nervous at all, it's Mena RD, and he's confident, and he can make it to the grand final from the lower bracket. He actually did that in EVO, and he can make it as well here. أعزائي المشاهدين، منا RD من أقوى اللاعبين المنافسين. هزيمته كانت واحدة بس ضد كاكيرو، كانت جدا صعبة. عنده الفرصة أنه يعوض، وراح نستمتع في أداء الأسطوري. لاعب كبير ما يخفيكم عن متعته العالية ومستواه العظيم اللي قدمه لنا. رغم أن الحين خصمه قد لعب ضده وفاز عليه قبل، لكن خصمه خصم قوي، خصمه يفاجئك بالمستوى العظيم، ودائما يتطور مباراة واحدة ورا الثانية، وجالس يرجع لنا بشكل جدا كبير. خلونا نتعرف عليه ويجينا هنا على طول على المسرح. اعطونا تحيه للاسطوره بانك. هذا اللاعب الكبير، هذا اللاعب اللي حرفيا من كمل مشواره في اللور براكت، كمل مباراه واحده ورا الثانيه، دائما يلعب في يحطنا على اعصابه حرفيا. اللاعب هذا ما يريحنا، حرفيا جالسين نتابعه، جالس يفوز مباراه واحده ورا الثانيه، ومستوى العظيم اللي جالس يقدمه يعني حرفيا يمتعنا برضه في المباريات والاداء العظيم. رغم انه لعب ضد مينا RD في بدايه التوب 16 وحتى مباراته كانت جدا صعبه انهزم فيها وهي اللي نزلته، لكن من هذيك المرحله كمل وانتصر على الجميع، والحين مره ثانيه كمل وراح وواجه برضه مينا RD، يبغى ياخذ الثار ويتفوق عليه ويكمل مشواره على الجراند فاينل. خطوات بسيطه بس تفصل عن مباراته الحين. اذا فاز هذه وفاز اللي بعدها راح يواجه الفائزين ويقدر يقلب النتيجه ويقدر يحقق النصر في هذه البطوله.
We have two of the most iconic, two of the leaders of the new school of the fighting game community. We've seen them put their names on the map in Street Fighter V, and now they have already written their names in the annals of history. Punk the God and Mena RD, they already fought earlier today on winner's side, and it went decidedly on Mena RD's favor, with him winning with a resounding 3-0 victory. But this is Punk the God we're talking about. We've seen him come back in how many situations, adapt, and be able to get the victory, so we don't know how it's going to go. Punk the God, Mena RD, front and center. Right now, we are about to see who is going to be able to push for in this tournament, and the loser is going to go home with $50,000, but still home.
Yeah, exactly, and we get like both of them performed so well so far, but we have to say goodbye to one of them. أعزائي المشاهدين، عندنا المرحلة الحين راح نبداها في مباراتنا، وراح نعرف من اللي كمل مشواره مرة ثانية من اللور براكت ويرجع لنا في النهايات. المباراة هذه راح تكون غير طبيعية، شفنا بس اللمحة البسيطة عنها اللي كانت معنا في البداية. أنا الأمانة بدون ما أكثر عليكم كلام، خلونا نبدأ المباراة على طول، ناخذ قرعتنا ونبداها على طول.
And we done talking. It is time to get into them hands. Mena RD versus Punk the God going down right now. Their face in their hands. Let's send it over to our commentators.
أعزائي المشاهدين، هذه القرعة الحين راح تبدأ، راح تحدد الجهة اللاعب الأول أو اللاعب الثاني. خلينا نروح مع المعلقين نبدأ لكم على طول في هالمباراة.
So, this is heads and your heads. This is tails and your tails. Tails. Player one? Okay, Punk chose player one. Thank you, you can go back to the booths.
All right, it is time to get into what is rapidly becoming one of the all-time great matches here in Street Fighter 6. Tyrant and Brad here on the mic for this one. Who you got for this, dude? Too tough, right?
It's incredibly tough, right? And I was saying this on the analyst desk before I was able to come over here, right? Punk has already shown that he is one of the best in the world at checking these drive rushes, so obviously becoming an important part of this game. But Mena, when we watched him in that winner side match against Kakaru, had that additional layer of like DR into early fireball or DR into early button to catch you out. It's something that players who are really comfortable with their opponent or who are very comfortable with the system are bringing to the table more and more. And obviously, you cannot talk about this matchup between these two titans and not highlight that Punk is coming into this with an unfortunate record, having been sent down to losers in this very tournament by Mena, as Rob had said, as well as losing to Mena at EVO last weekend.
As well as losing to Mena as CEO, and as well as losing to Mena at the Intel Plays Street Fighter 6 Invitational. The record heavily in Mena's favor here, but let's see. You know, like you said, never count out Punk. He's always doing his homework. He's always looking back on his losses and looking at what he can do to improve his game. So this one, I mean, if you look at the record, heavily in Mena's favor, but never count out Punk.
So the thing that I wonder, right, is what is it about, I think it's specifically the Blanka choice, right, that I feel like has been giving Punk problems, because you have to imagine that he's a little more comfortable fighting the Luke. I wonder what it is about the Blanka that gives him so much pause. Is there something about that character and the way it approaches the ground game that gives Punk problems because of how neutral focused and whiff punish focused he wants to be? I mean, some of Blanka's buttons are really good. That standing medium punch is stellar.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, really, really strong tools for sure. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Blanka he's a very unorthodox character.
and he gives a character that has a fairly linear style of gameplay, such as Cammy, a lot of trouble. She wants to play the ground game, she wants to dive kick now and then. Blanka with such good answers for all of those, and let's see how we go as we get into the first.
Oh my god, already bringing out some character-specific stuff. I meet your dive kick with my air Blanka ball, an immediate wall crush. Mena has corner control, able to set up Blanka-chan, back throw.
Yeah, that works out for Punk. There we go. OD electricity to set up the bouncing Blanka-chan, jumps over. Okay, oh my goodness.
Wow.
That would have been minus as well, block.
I think that displacement, what it is the way that Mena chooses to use air Blanka ball. That is part of what gives Punk pause. He's playing a ground game. Mena is introducing that verticality in a way that's giving Punk problems. Now, his lockdown in the corner continuing. Do we have another throw? No meaty this time. First round on the board for Mena RD.
What a round right there from Mena. Just dominant. All right, let's see if Punk can turn things around here. That's just everything was Mena in that round. And it's rounds like that that can really make you feel hopeless, And I overheard Punk speaking to some of the players yesterday, and he was saying that once Mena activates that Super R2, the game feels like it's already over.
Certainly, I think it does such a great job of giving him multiple turns in your face. The chip damage to your drive gauge feels really threatening, but Punk is doing what I believe that he has to do in general, which is I think you need to take a more passive approach. Going for a very dive kick heavy forward moving style is just giving Mena the opportunity to use that air Blanka ball. Instead, we're seeing now a purely reactive with punish game, slow Mena down and earn that respect to get back into his face and start running your offense as Cammy.
And if you look at Punk's pedigree as a Street Fighter player, that's something he's done for so many years at such a high level. With that Karen, if you remember, his whiff punish game was the best in the world. And he's looking to bring it to the table here, but it's not going down so well this round. Mena, although, here we go. Jump back jab.
Yeah, Mena on the back foot in terms of drive gauge here. Oh no, a drop, up back ball, but we get the punish, and thankfully, Punk does not have to commit any meter in order to close that one out. We're going into a final round of this first game, everybody fully loaded.
And I like that jab punish there. Kind of hard to identify sometimes how minus Blanka is on that Blanka ball. It can be anywhere from -2 up to -8. So Punk making a great choice there with the jab.
Here you see, oh my god, what a brilliant jump back. I was about to say the deficiency of playing a more passive style is you are forced to surrender space and slowly walk into the corner, but an incredible up back from Punk. But Mena still awake.
Can I just bring to the table here? That stand roundhouse is 9 frames active. 9 frames. That's ridiculous for an anti-air button.
That is an incredibly long time. You have to let it linger.
Yeah.
Nice low check there from Punk. We're going to cash out the level 3 and take the first game, already establishing a better position than we saw when they played in the winner's side of the top 16 just yesterday.
So impressive right there. So impressive.
You saw the camera cut to him. You saw a look of complacency and comfort on Punk's place. It seems as though perhaps he came into this with a game plan in mind and is seeing the fruits of his labor now. How is Mena going to make the adjustment? These up backs from Punk, critically important. Just like that, Mena back towards the corner, but that stand roundhouse like you had highlighted.
Incredible button. Really, really good against Cammy. A character likes to change her jump arc, Okay, here comes Mena, jumping out the corner. Just really wants to keep that mid-screen game. Wow! Punk with a sweep from there. Okay, I see you.
Yeah, it's that whiff punishment. Mena is feeling like he's in a position where he needs to check this forward movement still, but Punk playing on the back foot, nice jump back anti-air.
I like that. You'd have to, wow, and the level 1 to interrupt the drive impact stun attempt. The air-to-air from Punk, and closes it out. What a combo.
I had no doubt in my mind that Punk was going to be prepared for that. After the level 1, you were still in burnout. You were still in a rough spot. I feel like Punk was definitely comfortable in that spot.
Okay, and that's going to be a punish, of course. Forward. Fierce, not working out for Mena. Okay, Punk here. Oh, yes, unfortunate walk forward there. Maybe missed his anti-air timing, got caught with the jump roundhouse.
I don't hate that from Mena though. I think Mena choosing to walk forward or bring some like regular air movement into it is not a bad idea. Every one of these jump backs you're seeing out of Punk is Punk trying to snipe a Blanka ball. So Punk is thinking defensively, you need to close that loop.
You're right, you do need to mix up your options. It's a very good point. Blanka as a character, like we highlighted earlier, very unorthodox in this game. Has a lot more options than Blanka usually does. Here we go, though. Punk picking up the pace here, goes into the level 3, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Punk. That's huge over Mena.
This is massive, and you had even said we were breaking down all of the times that this matchup has happened on a big stage. Punk I used to say in Street Fighter V, as dominant of a player as he was, and you highlighted he was among the best whiff punishers in the world, I think he is largely responsible for revolutionizing the style that Street Fighter V was played at, but he had a hard time sealing the deal on the biggest of stages.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Has evaded Punk many times, and this could be his opportunity. Just needs to get past the Dominican hero, Mena. Okay.
Oh my god, he is so ready. It's the same mentality he was using to check drive rushes. I know to look for these tools in neutral, and I know that these are the buttons that I want to check you with.
Absolutely. Look at this right here. Now Mena is the one forced to play a bit more slow, a bit more reactive, you could say, Brad.
I think the problem is, if Mena's getting the lesser of these interactions, you can be in this spot now that Mena has the lead and force Punk to have to be the aggressor. But you need to maintain that life lead and punish Punk for his passivity. Whoa. Ooh, so well done. And that's exactly what I'm speaking to. Punk now needs to be the aggressor.
Okay, Mena gonna spend all the cash, and of course, with the lift there to close it out. Back in the game here.
Oh, the shallow Blanka ball getting checked.
Yep. Maybe Mena trying to, you know, go for that grab again, like we saw in one of the earlier rounds. Punk right here gets a grab in the corner.
Oh, a little bit early on the meaty, but we get a punish counter on landing.
Number one. Gyro drive smash, I think that's dead. Yes, it is. Perfect for Punk, and now he is on set point. Over Mena, this is incredible.
What a turnaround here for him. Mena coming into this, I know no shortage of our favorites. I remember Damascus had come around and asked all of us who we believed was going to be taking this, but Ringe, I'm sure in the green room right now, switched his pick to Punk. We've got the Lightning Beast activation though, like you were speaking of. Yeah. Oh no, that stand around how Santier gets clipped.
It's unfortunate right there. Here we go. And time ticks down so slowly with that Super Art 2. Oh, punish counter, that's huge. Blanka-chan. Oh, all right. Drive reversal works out for Punk. Okay, really did escape danger there, to be honest. Okay. Gotta be so careful right now. There's the grab. Not the headbite. Okay.
And just backing off. I think the life is too even. Mena is not really in the position to be purely defensive here. Needs to continue to try to press the issue. Keep Punk locked down in the corner, which is exactly what he's doing. But how much are you going to be testing Punk's reactions right now? I don't know what he got clipped by.
There we go.
Or what he got clipped by doing, I should say.
Yeah, R2 is active. Blanka-chan out. Oh, base the level 3. This is huge. Can he punish? No, not for one.
He gets, but this is not a bad spot. Punk having very low resources.
Oh my goodness, what a tech on the grab. Oh, the dive kick. Punk's still alive in this. Plus frames. Oh, and of course you would tech there. That was a do or die moment, and Mena has got himself back in the fight.
You hear the crowd popping off right now, chanting Mena's name.
What a set right here. Big fight feel in the air in Riyadh. Okay. Oh, that was massive. And to identify he could get stand heavy there was so smart from Mena RD.
Yeah, a really great counter poke there from Punk that time, anticipating that Mena was going to be a little bit cheeky on the meaty setup, checking that forward movement. But once again, now Mena has the breathing room to try to back off, be a little defensive. Back against the corner now, though, but a great snipe on the throw attempt. We get the corpse hop, and Punk is back into the corner once again.
Oh, man, there we go, Mena again. Oh, my goodness! Bro, crouch, medium punch. That button is ridiculous as well.
And he gets the kill without spending any bar, which means he has a Lightning Beast loaded in the chamber for this next round.
And
straight into plus frames, right into the Lightning Beast.
Yeah, here we go. Super R2 is there. Blanka-chan out again, and now Punk has to guess. Oh, defense.
Oh, the parry bait.
But now less than 1 gauge remaining on Punk's side. He gets the punish counter. Okay. Did he miss the Blanka-chan setup, or was that frame kill? It's hard to say. Oh my goodness. Again, spend all your cash, and the perfect right there. Mena is back in this just when it was looking like he was out of the fight. It's 2-2. What happened?
Mena is so good at making these adaptations and being able to recognize what is going wrong for him in the matchup. Part of it is this jump back up Blanka ball that he's now representing, which is giving Punk pause on where he can safely stand on the screen. Part of that variability is opening up the ground game a little bit more now for Mena.
Yeah, Mena really opening up the layers here. And you can see the crowd right there at the bottom of the screen. Oh my goodness. Oh, nice punish there. The spiral arrow. Oh my goodness.
Clean dive kick from Punk. Okay, plus frames on deck. Mena just jumps out. Disrespectful jump out.
Oh, the slower startup on that Blanca ball actually managed to make it so that Mena was able to catch the up back attempt. Oh, what a check.
Jab, jab. Light spiral arrow. Here we go. Oh my goodness, another throw, Mena. He builds momentum so easily.
Oh, okay. Jump back air to air would have smoked the regular jump in, but it was a dive kick, so we just end up reevaluating the space on the screen, pressing forward. We want the plus frames. Oh my god, we want to press the issue, damage the drive gauge, and now Punk is sitting. This is so dangerous.
Yeah, you can't even block right now.
That's a free Blanca Chan if I've ever seen one. Oh my god!
How did that happen? He got behind. Oh my goodness, Punk's still alive though. Oh, Mena closes out the round with the Super 2. He's still alive.
The fact that the Blanca Chan covered the drive reversal, so crazy, but a perfect parry on the Blanca ball. We do find the punish.
Yeah, that was massive right there. Wow. Mena with the awareness, bro. The backup plan, aka Blanca Chan.
These checks.
Ooh, yeah, trying to see if Punk's gonna throw tech. Oh, what a punish right there with the fierce punch. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fades that Blanca ball. Okay, little conversion there from Punk, very nice. Oh, here we go. No,
oh, no!
He missed a huge punish. Drive impact right back. Punk shaking his head, says, you will not get me like that.
This is like worst case scenario here from Mena 2. You would have felt okay positionally coming out of this round if Punk had to commit more of his resources. Only having to spend the level 1 because of the way that interaction worked out actually means that Punk has so much more damage potential off rip here in what is now our final round.
Oh my goodness, final round, so much on the line right here, Brad. Oh, hey, here we go. Oh my goodness.
Smart place to reversal.
Yeah, bust out immediately. Don't want to deal with any of that corner nonsense. Oh, okay, I see that. Reaction spiral arrow. Mena busts out as well.
These guys are slugging right now. They know what's on the line. It's not just money, it's pride. Punk has level 3, but I don't know if that was a drop or only 7. We should finish this.
He got it, level 3, and Punk defeats Mena here. Oh my goodness, eliminating Mena from the bracket. What a win for Punk.
If there was a place to change your fate and turn this matchup around, a stage to be the one where you finally are able to overcome your bracket demon, this was it. Punk relishing in the energy of the crowd and the, I'm sure, enthusiasm of that well-earned victory, moves on to what will be the losers semi-finals, staring down the barrel of the winner of DCQ and Big Bird.
You are not wrong. What a stage to finally overcome someone that's been beating you left, right, and center in the specific matchup that you've been having trouble with. Punk must feel so good right now. Wow, we're gonna throw that over to Rob and learn exactly how he feels. Whoa.
I love what they said on the commentary desk. If there was ever a time to overcome your bracket demon, if there was ever a time to step up to the plate and live up to the name, the Alpha, Punk the God, this was exactly that. Punk, how do you feel right now?
Man, I'm just so happy. I don't even have any other word. I'm just very happy, excited. I knew I could do it with Cammy, and I was never going to switch.
we should call you Punk the clutch. You literally clutch everything. أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا مباراة خرافية، بانك قدر ياخذ الثأر في لحظة كانت تاريخية، وقدر يتفوق على منا. وسألناه كيف كانت كيف شعورك في هذه المباراة، وقال بكل صراحة شعور عظيم جدا. وشفتوه أنتم قبل شيء جالس يتمشى على الستيج، يعني شلون يقدر يعبر فيها أكثر من كذا.
What did you change in that character matchup? I mean, it almost like it was about to be a 3-0, and then Mena brings it back, and you're able to clutch it out at the end. But what were you changing as far as your approach, if you can say?
Well, Mena's just really random on defense, so as long as I make the right reads, he's going to kill himself every time. So it's just up to me to read what he's going to do. This is the first time I got the reads. I started to realize more and more at the end how he played defense. So for me, it was just like having him in the corner in the end, and I knew exactly what he was going to do, and he did exactly what I expected. So, yeah, I think that's just the big one.
فعلا بعد ما سالنا بانك ان شلون قدرت تفوز على مينا تحديدا وشلون قدرت تاخذ الافضليه عليه، قال انه بكل صراحه يعتبر مينا عنده ينوع الدفاعات عنده، يعني صعب تتوقع انه كل مره شلون يدافع عن نفسه، ولكن اذا قدرت تقراها صح يعني حرفيا تقدر تاخذ عليه دامج مره عالي، وهو يقول انه كان جدا محظوظ انه قدر يقراها في مرات كثيره كانت كلها صح، وبعد كذا خلاص قام يقدر يعطيه الدامج مره واحده ورا الثانيه وقدر يفوز في المباراه.
Congratulations, of course, to Mina RD for a very strong performance throughout this tournament. Walks away with 50K. But this time, he was not enough for the alpha himself, Punk the God, who just guaranteed himself at least $80,000. 80 grand minimum for Punk the God right here in this tournament, and possibly even more. He could still walk away with that trophy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Alpha Punk the God. We'll see what he does next, and let's go ahead and head over to our highlights, and then we'll get into some more matches.
أعزائي المشاهدين شفنا مباراة خرافية قبل شوي وبانك ضمن له $80,000 لكن ممكن تزيد أكثر في حال أنه فاز مبارياته الجاية. خليكم معنا بنشوف بعض اللقطات عن هذه المباراة الخرافية وبعدين نرجع لكم في مباريات برضو راح تكون أسطورية.
That may have been the best set that we have seen thus far when it comes to this top 8. Punk and Mina just laid it all on the line. That last game, they both woke up with EXDPs, which hit. You saw the dash checks. You saw the drive impact reactions. Everything was all on display right there. It seemed like it was Ultra Instinct. And at the end of the day, Punk the God was able to clutch it out against Mina RD. Phenomenal. And it was so beautiful to see his emotions after too, man.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, you cannot predict every single match because people would assume that Mina RD can make it to the grand final. But this tournament is is big. This tournament has a lot of strong players. They can make it up. They can go. They can beat whoever was the winner. أعزائنا المشاهدين شفنا مباراة خرافية اللي كانت معنا. بانك قدر يكمل مشواره وما زال موجود معنا. لكن مباراتنا الحالية الفائز بينهم راح يواجه فيها بانك في اللور براكت. فمباراة حتى هذه راح تكون خرافية وراح نستمتع فيها. خليكم معنا ونتعرف برضو على اللاعبين ونشوفهم هنا على المسرح لأن المباراة راح تكون حرفيا راح تشوفهم مرتبكين لكن برضو واثقين من أدائهم فما نطول عليكم أكثر وخلينا نشوفهم.
If I'm not mistaken, the winner of this next match will actually now be playing against Punk. Yes. Yeah, the winner of this next match will be playing against Punk, who is going to be able to punch their ticket into that match and, of course, win themselves an extra $30,000, putting them at 80 grand overall. Let's go ahead and get into this next one. Bring out our first competitor. DCQ! DCQ has been an absolute titan throughout this entire tournament. His only loss so far, of course, as far as actually in this top 16, he ended up losing to Angry Bird on winner's side. He went down 0-3 against Angry Bird. But, of course, that is, most people have to agree, or everyone got to agree, the best player in the world right now. We see the consistency there. But with that being the case, the DCQ is never any type of easy walk in the park. He's already guaranteed himself 50 grand, and he is 100% someone who can win this tournament.
Exactly, his previous match was really tough, but he have a tougher match now. أعزائي المشاهدين شفنا مباراة دي سي كيو يوم كان في الأبر براكت كانت ضد أنجري بيرد أنهزم منا بنتيجة 3-0 والحين نزل تحت ضد الطير الثاني معنا بيج بيرد. راح نشوف حتى مباراة تاريخية معنا الحين وخلونا ما نطول عليكم أكثر ونشوف المنافس الثاني واللاعب الثاني على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لبيج بيرد. لاعب كبير كلكم تعرفونه وتحبونه، لاعب يمتعنا وياكل خصومه في اللور براكت. هزيمته الاولى اللي كانت ضد كيلزيو هي اللي حطتها في اللور براكت، لكن مستمر الحين معنا في اللور براكت، جالس يفوز انتصار واحده ورا الثانيه ومباراه واحده تفصل عن نهائيات اللور براكت. حاليا راح يواجه الخصم اللي فاز عليه زميله انجر بيرد، فهل بنشوف الطيور تقلع وتوصل معنا الى نهائيات ويواجهون بعض؟ هل بنشوف هذا السيناريو العظيم اللي راح يكون معنا؟ الحين المباراه في يد بيج بيرد، راح نستمتع فيها وراح نشوف مباراه خرافيه.
Between Big Bird being, of course, now not only one of the best players in the world, but also a thirst-trapping social media influencer. And my man's DCQ, of course, also being one of the best players in the world and also dressing like a 90s R&B singer. This is going to be one of the smoothest and at the same time action-packed matches that we have seen thus far. Big Bird, DCQ, please step up to the plate. We need to see this face-off. We are about to get into it. $30,000 money match pretty much if you want to put it in those FGC terms. It is about to be a war.
أعزائنا المشاهدين هذول اللاعبين موجودين معنا الحين وراح نشوف مباراة خرافية. خلوكم معنا لأن اللي بيكمل مشوار راح يواجه فيها بانك والمهزوم راح يطلع من هذه المنافسة. قربنا نعرف الأبطال فخلوكم معنا ونبدأ لكم فيها القرعة على طول.
Let's get into it. We're going to go ahead and send it over to our commentators. It is time for our next match.
خلونا نبدأ القرعة ونروح لكم مع المعلقين.
Okay, so this is heads and your heads. This is tails and your tails. Tails. Player 2? Okay, so Big Bird chose player 2. You can go back to the booths.
It doesn't matter what I wanted to say. The pop-off of the crowd for Big Bird winning the coin toss might be my favorite superfluous moment of this whole thing. It's just such a weird little nugget, but it shows how excited everyone here is to be watching this Middle Eastern talent still here competing. Obviously, Angry Bird sitting up there in the winners finals. Big Bird trying to make it up into that top 4 as well. And the previous match that Big Bird had played against VXBOW already making work of one JP. Tyrant, what are your expectations for this match?
Wow, my expectations are Big Bird pick player 2. That means he's trying to put you in that left corner with Marisa and delete your life bar ASAP. But let's see. As we've seen him do so many times throughout the tournament, right? DCQ, though, no slouch, of course. You know, really made his name, you know, taking his team to victory in SFL in Street Fighter 5. He's no stranger to danger when it comes to these big money, big pressure situations. But Big Bird being held as one of the very, very best in the game right now. Let's see if DCQ can take down the Marisa God himself.
Now, what do you think of this matchup in terms of characters? Because we've only seen snippets of it as we've seen Big Bird play, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes down as well, because we know DCQ, yeah, he's JP, like he's an amazing JP player. Big Bird plays against a ton of JP players on the regular. You know, like he plays against that character a lot, and we didn't really see it too much against VXBOW because he played a lot of Ken earlier.
True.
But let's see here if DCQ can surprise Big Bird here with this JP pick.
Right. Already off to this early start, but fearlessly just walking down here is Big Bird, slowly pushing DCQ back to that corner. May have picked the P2 side off the coin toss, but instead has sent DCQ to the P2 side corner rather than P1. Sometimes you got to give a gift to your neighbor, right? Invite him over for a little bit of lunch and a little bit of punch.
There you go. No one packs a punch quite like Marisa, let me tell you.
Certainly not, but I appreciate the bravery here of DCQ. So many counter swings, but gets caught out in the shimmy. Big Bird had managed to walk back. Are we going to cash out the bar for this? Yes, we are using the level 2 to claim this first round.
There we go. Good stuff there for Big Bird. Spends his resources to get that kill on DCQ. And we are going to the second round here. Just as predicted, once you get put in that corner against Marisa, man, it can be a wrap so fast.
It's so scary, and I think she is among the best characters in the game at making you afraid to block. I talk about that blocking in this game is a conscious choice and not a passive choice, because you need to choose whether to block or to parry, and Marisa is a character who highlights that so exorbitantly well. Damn, Big Bird Drive rushed second and still got the better of it because, like Angry Bird and like Mena, DR into early button is in the repertoire.
Exactly, really trying to just fake out the JP player into making a mistake. You know, you need to do that. Level 3 here for DCQ, and that should be, yep, that's going to do it. Here we go. We're going down to the final round now. First game's been very back and forth, bro.
Yeah, really scrappy so far, but I think that makes sense. Marisa, once she gets in range of you to start being able to use tools like that to really check you. OD Amnesia coming out from DCQ, wants to press the issue and move forward, and all that's happened from that exchange is DCQ spent most of their drive gauge.
Yeah, and did you see the tech in between the Amnesia explosions? That was incredible for Big Bird. Oh, and there we go. Wait, Amnesia to keep himself safe. JP, of course, like Marisa, in that he has options to deal with DI even in burnout.
Right, nice little side swap, but the DR forward into the anti-air from Big Bird. Such a practiced response out of Big Bird. You see it so commonly when people want to go for that up back in those spots. They're so afraid. DR forward into Crouching Fierce is coming up time and time again.
And we saw that against Cien earlier on the neutral jump. You know, Big Bird is so good at identifying his opponent, exactly what they want to do at exactly the right time. Identifying that jump was definitely on the cards there for DCQ. Big Bird sniping it out.
Taking a little bit of time here in between these games, which I appreciate. We've talked about it. You know, you have the fast reload time. That doesn't mean that you need to spend it. Take a moment to consider. JP, as strong as the character is in a matchup like this with somebody who's really scrappy, has the ability to use some armor on some of her moves in order to eat some stuff moving forward. You do need to be a little bit more particular in how you keep them away. Nice stand jab check.
Yeah, Marisa, of course, with the slight health advantage on JP as well. You know, she can bulldog her way in, take a few strikes here and there. Okay, what? Wow. Ready like that, the early button from Big Bird just in case of the teleport. That was beautiful. Oh, here we go, grab. Cross face. Corner now, that's bad.
Oh, early with the meaty, unfortunate. DCQ earns a little bit of breathing room, trying to keep it slow here. I feel like one of the difficulties is ready again. Wow, that's not an accident at time 2. And he DRs forward, but doesn't finish out the DI. Big Bird claiming out the round.
Yeah, and Marisa will close it out. There's no is it going to kill when it comes to this character, let me tell you. Muscle mommy.
Certainly not. I think once you're at like 70% health, the answer is, am I going to end up with getting tagged on Twitter in something that they're going to tweet about from Big Bird?
Yeah.
These stand jab checks from DCQ have been consistently really good.
Really nice. Yeah, there's the overhead though, lands. Okay, now observe. This is going to be an observation. Let's see. Oh no!
Wow.
Oh.
Okay, there's something intriguing there. That was a spot where that jab check from DCQ came out again, but Big Bird took that extra moment of consideration. Yeah. I think the next time that happens, Big Bird may be ready for the whiff punish. The last second DI out of DCQ. You want to spend as little resources as humanly possible here, and indeed you do not have to spend any, managing to go into the final round of the second game, fully loaded on both sides.
Yeah, I'm going down to that final round with all 3 super gauges. Oh, what an interruption! The fake string from DCQ didn't work out. Big Bird identifying it, just inputting just in case there was a gap, and there was indeed. Look where you are now.
Straight in that corner. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. What's it gonna be? On the back foot.
Oh, Gladius! Ah, the wall splat, and that's gonna do it. Big Bird just finished the combo here. There it is. Wow. 2-0 lead right now for Big Bird.
It's looking so strong. I don't know what other arrows DCQ has in the quiver to try to bring out a different type of cadence in this matchup. The jab checks are working well, but they're not leading to the damage you need. Marisa just puts out so much damage, it's hard to keep up.
Oh yeah, so much damage. Highest damage output in the game. Big Bird, you made a good choice for this one, let me tell you. She is ridiculous. JP looking stressed right now. Okay, there's the grab.
Okay, this is looking like a rerun for you. That's because for a moment there, we were back in that corner. Another nice crouching jab check out of DCQ here, though, having Big Bird on the back foot. Wants Big Bird to be blocking some of these zoning tools to try to do that drive gauge damage, but knows, Big Bird does, that there is no threat, so just willing to parry.
Okay, Phalanx punch. My goodness, these excellent spacing on these buttons here. Oh, he didn't believe. Okay. Backs off just in case. The chase down on the target. Combo gets the round as Big Bird in set point right now.
These low checks, I mean, we've kept talking about how important a good low here is that maybe the downfall here, that low forward not doing as much as he might want. So he keeps needing, DCQ does, to try to get these hits from a different range. Cashing out the level 2 now.
Uh-oh, level 2 time. And then he's gonna get a side swap on this. Wall splat. No, not yet. You're in trouble.
Mix up.
Oh, wow. What a call out. And this could be curtains. Yeah, there's the wall splat. Okay, here we go. DCQ now. Yeah, full combo there. DCQ. When it comes to these high damage, optimal combos, DCQ has them on lock.
Right, but you cannot count Big Bird out either in game count or look at the resources available to him. That big level 3 available here. We've all seen these crazy damage combos that Big Bird is able to pull out. Finds the Scotum throw.
Okay, again. That's on block. Oh,
so ready.
Yeah, ready like that. You cannot jump, you cannot leave the ground when it comes to playing against Big Bird's Marisa. Okay. Setting up the trap, setting up the bullet hell.
Oh!
Conversion time. Oh, look at that. Again, DCQ with a great conversion. Big Bird realizes this could be the end of the round if he... Oh, he got
my God! It's the meme. If you make the wrong decision of when to reversal against Marisa, you will die for it. And it is exactly what happened there. You had to bet it all on something, and sometimes it just don't go your way. Fantastic presence of mind on Big Bird to have the read on that call and cash out the level 3. Moving on to a guaranteed top 4 finish and the showdown with Punk.
Minimum 80K now for Big Bird. We'll be going up against Punk in losers semi-finals, and we just saw it. Like,
the way that he plays this character, he shuts down your options every single time. He makes you feel like you don't know how to play the game. DCQ was looking incredible in this tournament up to this point, but met the brick wall that was Big Bird and his teammate Angry Bird sending him down. DCQ struggling against the Birds right now.
Big Bird, dominant. 3-0 victory. I'm not even going to hold you too long. I know you have another big match coming up, but you have to feel good after having such a dominant performance.
Yes, I feel very good, especially because I just beaten 2 JPs in a row. So I feel amazing. Beating that character is not easy, and I'm glad I could do it.
فعلا سألنا فيها بيج بيرد أن مباراته كانت ممتازة جدا، قدر يفوز فيها بنتيجة 3-0. فسألناه أنه كيف شعوره في هذه المباراة، وقال أنه بالنسبة له أنه جدا سعيد على الفوز، خصوصا أنه ضد شخصية جي بي، وخصوصا وبرضه قد فاز على جي بي قبل، فخلاص الحين بالنسبة له أنه ممكن من أصعب الشخصيات اللي قدر يفوز عليها بهذا المستوى، فأنا واثق في مستوياته الجاية.
Do you ever feel pressure coming into these tournaments outside of just what's normal for somebody? Like just the fact that now, you know, your name has gotten even bigger, even though you've been one of the best Street Fighter players in the world, top 5 even. But, you know, now that there's so much fanfare, especially even being here in the Middle East, is it extra pressure for you at all?
Not really. I mean, all the cheering from the people here makes it a lot easier for me. You know, being here, being like supported by the crowd actually takes off a lot of the pressure. Now I know how you guys feel when you play at home.
فعلا سألنا بيج بيرد انه هل وجوده الحين هنا بين جمهوره بين جمهور يدعمه هل يعطيه ضغط اكثر؟ فهو ذكر قال لا بالعكس تماما انه يعطيه تشجيع ودافع اكثر انه يؤدي مره اداء ممتاز وفي نفس الوقت انه فعلا راح نشوف منه مستويات عظيمه.
We're going to let Big Bird go ahead and focus on his next match because he is about to be right back on stage shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially down to our final 4 for Gamers 8. Someone is going to walk away the champion. Someone is going to walk away with $400,000. Who is it going to be? But at this point, I have to be honest with you, all of these guys are already winning. Let's go ahead and send it off. We have a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back after this.
باقي لنا 4 لاعبين بس وقربنا من تتويج البطل. خليكم معنا لا تروحون بعيد، راح ننتقل راح ناخذ فاصل سريع وراح نروح لكم على الاستوديو التحليلي، نرجع لكم في مباراتنا اللي بعدها.
So, in accordance with you, Logan, everything going according to plan. Both matches panned out exactly as you said, but there were some pretty shaky moments there, at least in the first match, man. I'll tell you, also, Mena not able to beat Punk for the first time in a while. I mean, that was massive.
That's got to be like the most emotional, you know, outpouring that we've seen so far in this whole event. Like how much it meant to Punk, the history behind that matchup with Mena, for him in his region, obviously the big name for him to overcome. He hadn't been able to do it in such a while in so many instances, and they're overcoming here in such a fantastic fashion.
Yeah, it was really the way he did it to me, right? Is because Punk and Mena, you heard Punk in the post-game interview, he was like, Mena's random on defense. I just think Mena has the best defensive choices in Street Fighter 6 right now, and Punk finally read him, right? He finally picked up on them. Not switching any characters, not even switching his strategy. He was just finally right after being wrong for multiple tournaments in a row. A win like that is one of the most satisfying you could have in fighting games.
You got to give it to Mena. He's picked a character that allows those defensive options to be difficult to read because he has that 1 or 2 more than others. Being able to jump back instead of having to neutral jump to do a special in the air and still come back forward. Very unique to Blanka. Not something you see in Street Fighter history, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we got DCQ as well as Big Bird. This was another
very different story, right?
Yeah, another incredible set for one side, right? Big Bird was able to get to the corner and never let up. The DIs in the corner were landing, and really my favorite part of that was something like that. The air-to-airs from Big Bird in this set were so on point, bro.
In fact,
a lot of the time,
back to the corner as well. I don't know if he knew that was going to happen, but man.
Yeah, Big Bird a lot of the times, and other Marisa players, they lament her anti-airing, right? They're like, that's one of the areas she struggles in. He didn't try to anti-air. He air-to-aired every single thing. A teleport, if you're behind, jump light kick. The air target combo, every time he took to the sky. It was just super on point. He knew how to make up for Marisa's weaknesses, and we know her strengths are more than enough to speak for herself.
It goes without saying. Guys, just to let you know, this is obviously the STC highlight segment of the show. We're looking at the last 2 matches that took place, and we have finally confirmed after a ton of players over the course of 3+ days, now on our 4th and final day, the top 4, Logan, Ringe, is confirmed. And these guys playing for the best part of the lion's share of a $1 million prize pool. First place taking home $400,000 there. Money never before seen in Street Fighter. I mean, I'm not even sure it's been seen in FGC history as a whole here.
Well, not since a couple of weeks ago when they had the Tekken tournament, but before that,
right?
literally nothing at all. I think if you look at this top 4 as well, you would not be surprised if I read those names out to you at the start of the event and said, maybe you'd ask, you know, where's Mena? But other than that, you know, those 4 names in there are definitely the ones at the forefront of people's minds when it comes to Street Fighter 6. Of course, you know, your pick, Punk, my pick, Angry Bird. I'm not sure if you've committed to a pick yet.
Yeah. My pick all along was Big Bird. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So many of those players there. You know, it shows you the consistency is coming through, and I'm really looking forward to this top 4, man. It's going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at players. I mean, the one disappointment, I guess you could say, if any disappointment at all, is that if you looked at this before going in, like you said, these are the consistent players we're seeing from around the world. Other than Big Bird, in his eyes, quite disappointing run at Evo. He's been on fire. Mena's been in incredible form. We got Punk getting all the way to top 3 at Evo without dropping, I mean, top 6 at Evo without dropping was it a game?
He didn't drop a game, yeah.
Lost like 2 rounds. It was ridiculous. And then, of course, Angry Bird, the Evo champion, and Kakaroo in the Evo top 8. Same names, same top quality players. We're hoping some of the other guys start stepping up to start shaking this up, because we don't want it to become too predictable. But it's very early on in this game's history, I must say that.
Well, the thing is, you know, what's predictable is the quality of the players that you're going to see. What isn't predictable is who comes out on top, because we kind of got this rotating thing where it's, you know, one time it's Angry Bird, one time it's Mena, one time it's Big Bird. Can Kakaroo shake that up? That would be pretty exciting, because he's a very new player at this level. You talk about Angry Bird, what he's done previously. Big Bird, he's been an Evo finalist before. And of course, you know, Punk has basically been one of the greatest Street Fighter 5 players in the history of that game. Kakaroo's pretty new at this level, so it's very exciting to have him there.
I mean, time's going to tell. It's a really good point, Logan. We cannot say who's going to come out on top. That's the exciting side of it. And we already saw one massive turnaround with Punk getting that victory over Mena. But man, before we get into it, guys, we need to take a break. So get your coffees, get your popcorn, chillax. When we come back, we're going to be concluding the Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 top 4, and a champion will eventually be crowned within the next couple hours. Don't go anywhere.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
yo. Just give me the mic. Woo! Saudi Arabia, Riyadh City, Gamers 8, 2023. Come on, Vish, you know you love it, bro.
I do. It's so consistent.
Come on.
You're lucky we didn't turn up in those, bro. We'll be showing you up.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrant, to be fair, you're in much better shape than me. But, you know, you can't
Same.
see the dad bod in this, though, can you? That's another great thing about this attire. Look at that. Could be a six-pack for all you know, mate.
That's
Come
the
on.
tech. You gotta
Come
wear
on,
something
son.
that's just a little bit, a little loose. Right?
Yeah, man, yeah. I must say, it's extremely comfortable as well. Lovely attire here in Saudi Arabia. Now, we just had those losers matches and Punk with the massive win. Now we're going to get him on again, and it sets up a juicy match. We've seen the first of 7. We've seen the first of 10. Vicious, what's going to happen here?
Dude, this is entirely unpredictable. The way that Punk completely adapted to Mena's style from months and months after beatdowns, this was an entirely different Punk. And now I'm alluding to something here. This is the highest momentum he could ever really ask for going into a match like Big Bird.
Absolutely, yeah. Getting that massive victory, the personal victory as well over Mena in a matchup that he's been struggling with for months, that's just massive for Punk, and we know how much of an emotional player he can be, and playing off of those emotions could really bring him the victory here against Big Bird, if I'm honest.
And on top of that, you also have you also have Big Bird completely steamrolling DCQ, despite not having the matchup practice against him as a player, right? I've heard backstage that DCQ had purposely avoided both of the bursts to pretty much not get downloaded.
Interesting. I mean, maybe it would have been benefited for Vicious here more because it's such a common matchup for the Birds. They've played JPs all over, especially the likes of Kakeru. Not only did they play him at Red Bull Kumite in South Africa, they then played him in various first to 10s on the Big Bird YouTube channel. So they've got tons of JP experience. It would have probably benefited DCQ. You could kind of see who out of the two was more familiar with the matchup when you watch that play out. But lesson learned, tremendous run from DCQ. Take a moment here to give a massive shout out to the Chinese FGC community. Those 3 players who came there, all qualified, having to eliminate each other. Had that not been the case, who knows where Gem would have gone. Incredible play from all those guys. Unfortunately, they're out of there, and it's down to this last 4 we're about to see. So that's the first match to look out for. I can't personally call it, but I'll say from what I saw in the first to 5, and I think there was the first to 7, I think Big Bird won both of those. But that was ages ago. I don't know if they've had anything recently. From Punk's perspective, he's got a blueprint, hasn't he?
Yeah,
as we saw Knuckle do.
Exactly. Yeah. We've seen how the US players play against Marisa. Big Bird is the person with that character right now, the player using Marisa. So it's hard to get matchup experience on that level. But Punk, for sure he's going to look back at the previous sets they've played. Anytime they've met in competition, he's going to be looking at that for sure. I
mean, if you're going by Cammy standards, Vicious, surely Punk's Cammy is more polished and more familiar with the matchup than NuckleDu, but NuckleDu just, was it I think it was 3-0.
It was 3-0.
I believe so, yeah.
I mean,
I kind of wonder if Big Bird's going to go back to that strategy of trying to play second against someone like Cammy, but if you give Punk an inch, he will take a mile in regards to the matchup. Like, he's definitely been the one that's always starting the offensive pressure no matter what, so if you have that kind of play style, I do pray that Big Bird is ready for it this time around.
Well, time will tell. That's the first one we're going to see. We obviously have another match to get through in this segment as well. The winner's side is looking extremely tasty also, but we're going to stay in this segment.
Man.
Do we have any predictions from you guys before we get into this match?
Whoa, that is so difficult to call. I think Punk 3-2.
I think Punk is on fire right now.
I think Punk's going to go around everything that Big Bird's going to be doing, but it's going to be close. It's going to be absolutely close. I also agree with 3-2 from Tyrant.
We're going to find out in 3, 2, 1.
Yalla Habibi! I was going to say that we started off with 32 players, but the truth is that undersells it. For these players to even get invited to a tournament of this magnitude, they had to stand out among thousands and thousands of players from around the world. And that just goes to show you the significance of them making it to the Final Four. This, up to this point, is the highest prize pool, the biggest prize that we have seen for a Street Fighter tournament to date. And these guys are the last ones left. We are about to see who is going to be able to make it into our losers finals.
And no one could have predicted the top 4 right now, the top 4 players who are currently competing in the التروفي. أعزائي المشاهدين عندنا باقي الأربع لاعبين المتأهلين معنا إلى المرحلة الحالية. بدينا المشوار ب 32 لاعب، وحتى برضو في آلاف من الأبطال اللي جالسين يتابعون هذه المباريات، يتعلمون يبغون يرجعوا لنا في بطولات الجاية، في البطولات الأكبر والأضخم. باقي معنا 4 أبطال، ومباراتنا الحالية راح تحدد المركز الرابع. فخلونا ما نطول عليكم ونشوف حتى برضو اللاعبين معنا على المسرح.
FGC, we up. Let's go ahead and bring in our first competitor.
Punk the God! Punk the God just overcame his bracket demon in such a huge match with so much on the line in order to stay in this tournament and win even more for himself. This, again, I have to say, is the player with the strongest neutral game that I have ever seen in the world of Street Fighter. I don't care which iteration of the game it is. And right now, he is fighting hard to try to get into that losers finals and to try to see if he can ultimately win this trophy.
Well, he beat the toughest opponent that we have, one of the toughest opponents, and now we have only a few more matches to get the trophy. أعزائي المشاهدين، بانك بمستوى العظيم، وشفنا في مباراته الماضية ضد أحد أقوى المنافسين اللي معنا، قدر يتغلب عليه ومشواره إلى النهائيات جدا قريب. لكن خصمه نزل لنا من الأبر براكت واستمر بمشواره من اللور براكت، يحقق انتصارات ساحقة وعنده الفرصة أن يكمل مشواره. فخلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب فيه معنا هنا. رحبوا معنا في بيج بيرد. لاعب كبير بمستوى عظيم. مباراته الماضية ضد دي سي كيو قدر يتفوق عليه بنتيجة ساحقة 3-0. إذا قدر يكمل بنفس المستوى، إذا قدر يكمل ينتصر بالمستوى العظيم اللي شفناه، يقدر يكمل معنا ويوصل للنهائيات، ويبغى يواجه فيها أنجري بيرد في النهائيات. إذا صار هذا السيناريو كلنا راح نستمتع، كلنا بنكون راضين مهما كان الفائز. وأنا متأكد اللاعبين نفسهم برضو راح يستمتعون في هذه الرحلة وفي هذه المنافسة، وهذا السيناريو اللي هم يبغونه أصلاً.
The world told both of these players that this was not a viable career path. The world told both of these players that this was impossible. And yet, against all odds, Big Bird and Punk the God were able to make their dreams come true. And this moment right here is canon. This is a pivotal moment in the history of Punk and Big Bird, and a pivotal moment in FGC history. Big Bird, please come to the center. Punk the God, please face off with them. This is what the FGC is all about. It is time to see who is going to punch their ticket into losers finals.
Wow, we cannot wait for this match. عشان كذا خلونا نبدا مباراتنا على طول، لان هذه بياخذون فيها القرعه الحين، وعلى طول ننطلق مع مباراتنا ونروح لكم مع المعلقين.
So this is heads and your heads. This is tails and your tails. Heads. Okay, so you're P1. Punk chose P1. You can go back to the booths.
And the $100,000 money match is on the line here. Whoever wins this is guaranteed a top 3 placing between 2 of the best Street Fighter players in the world, Punk the God and Big Bird, of course, bringing you this match. Myself, Ringe, along with Jammers. How you doing, fam?
I'll tell you how I'm feeling. Money, 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 money.
That's what I'm talking about, right? You saw the gesture Punk did. Definitely looking to cash out, and that's been his MO since the beginning here. He's just trying to play his best and see how far it can take him. Now, these two actually did play an online set when the Birds landed in Las Vegas for EVO, and if I recall correctly, Big Bird did win the set. I do remember for sure after Punk saying that he never wanted to fight Marisa again.
Yeah, that is true. It's a definite case of adaptation. And then that could have been like a little teaser, because that was an exhibition, right? Just getting casual games. These guys are extremely close friends, and they are some of the highest level of Street Fighter play that you ever get in probably our lifetime of playing fighting games at this competitive level. But it will be interesting to see. Now, one factor I found very interesting just about this game in general is how they distributed vitality numbers. Okay, in layman terms. They gave Cammy similar health to everybody else.
Yeah,
So
which is unprecedented for the character.
Yeah, so there's only actually a 500 vitality differential between these two.
Yeah.
But we obviously know who the heavier hitter is. Yeah. If you land the combo, we might cut to the victory screen real quick when it happens. But then, with that regard, it's all about the, the frequency of Oki, right? It's regular dash Oki with Cammy going up against drive rush Oki with Marisa. And the thing is with there is the drive rush Oki is consistent. Yes, you're splurging the meter. However, you're always setting up very strong situations. You can get meaty Magna bunkers, the back fist, stand hard kicks, the charge version. You can get that little light string into light Democatus for some more Oki. He can go for the end-fold command grab. There's so many different things that Punk's got to look out for. So when he makes the choice of doing reversal, whether it goes south or it goes north.
Oh, man, and then making that decision to do the reversal is so scary up against Marisa, but we're going to use the dive kick to get in real quick and bait the throw. You already know Punk is in control here in the corner.
Regular grab there. Here comes the throw loop situation, and I believe you can throw her out of an EX Scutum stance, so that will be a consideration here. Big Bird's defensive choice are going to be huge, and he already guesses incorrectly, and that will be round one with the cannon spike and a perfect opener. The momentum is heavily in Punk's favor right now, especially after that win against Mena RD.
A 19-second round right there, and you usually expect Marisa to be the ones doing that to her opponent, but she gets it done to her because Punk is just that damn good.
There's a regular drive rush Oki, and then also a regular dash Oki, I should say, into the whip punish there. EX Democatus. Are we going to do a phalanx? No, we're going to end with Quadriga instead. And there's an end-fold back. Drive rush in, let's see what we got.
That's one of Big Bird's favorite setups right there. Again, the plus frames, he was waiting for Punk to bust out with it. Not going to happen, though. Does parry the Gladius, so at least he doesn't let the drive gauge get chipped down. Oh, but he gets caught trying to get crouch medium kick in there. And you know that back fierce leads to death.
And here's the thing as well, you have to remember, she can arbitrarily throw out that move with very little risk, especially if you commit to lows, and they do cancel it into drive rush for most of the time. So people really have to be cautious and cognizant of the buttons they press. Wake up, Scutum.
Yeah, goes the double axe handle. Oh, and then setting up shop, sneaking in the command throw as soon as he gets the opportunity to step kick again.
Chooses not to go for drive rush Oki, despite because his drive gauge is pretty low right now, but I thought he would have taken the threat. But then it's going to be big.
Love that from Big Bird right there, pressing on the minus frame crouch light punch, but Punk again striking back quick. A little bit too early on the throw attempt, but Big Bird can't take advantage of it.
Poking away at the moment, and lovely reaction. He was probably looking for that and something else simultaneously, but that time he wasn't ready there, Ringe.
And he's got level 3 as well. Big Bird's got to be a little bit careful about using these long duration moves. Instead, the crouch medium kick cuts her off at the pass, and the momentum you talked about with Punk continues.
Pulls out the bolt action rifle. Fire! There you go. And that is going to be game one here to Punk in this losers semi-final.
I see the lightning come out of his eyes, man. He's looking very much in the zone here, and look at that again. The Superman punch gets shown immediately, ODDP through. Punk cutting her off with the stand roundhouse as well. This is going so well.
I really feel, all right, gonna go into the air target combo, into cannon strike, ET, crouching fierce, another jump. A lot of people are jumping out the corner on wake up. And there you go, Enfold. Is he gonna drive rush in, or is he gonna play it patient? Drive rush in.
Oh, and yeah, he was really working that command throw. Punk finally finds the right read. He talked about it against Mena, right? His reads today, especially against Mena, were on point. Let's see if he can carry that to his match against Big Bird, and then throwing her out of the stance as well. This is so good.
All right, drive rush cancel in, goes for a parry this time. That could have been thrown for 20% there, but both of those guys got out free. Nice anti on the phalanx again. He's been super consistent with that. Already in the corner again. Gets the delayed throw. Is Big Bird looking to jump? Not quite.
Punk very close to running away with this. Now the target combo, he committed to it, and only the first hit connected because she was airborne. Gets the reset on the throw. Punk quickly up 2-0.
Now, this happened against Mena not too long ago. So he really needs to think about this. Let's see if he can close it out 3-0. Because again, these two have actually had some of the longest runs throughout the double bracket, sorry, the double elimination bracket, the top 16. Because again, they went round one losers and they've had to basically fight their way tooth and nail up until this point here. And Big Bird needs to be careful. Marisa players have this habit. doing the 2-hitter target combo on defense. And if they backdash, you commit to the second hit already. That's an abundance of damage available on the table for these guys. They need to be extremely careful.
You see Punk working that crouch fierce as well on the meaty things.
Here we go.
Oh, and then reaching after the throw tag. I love that. Cammy has such a good option because of the dive kick. Leaves you so far away, but she can still take advantage of that space.
Good block on the overhead into the back throw there. Drive rushes in again. The drive rush Oki is relentless with Marisa. There's a trade, but too far to get the 2-hitter medium.
Oh, catches Punk trying to escape, but immediately wakes up with the ODDP. His reads, they've just been so right in this set.
I swear, when you're in the zone in this game and you set up the strike throw situation and you guess right, it's a positive snowball effect. It really works out. While on the other side, it's a negative snowball effect for the person that's losing all the time, and that's going to go right under. That's an execution error.
Oh, but beautiful from Big Bird, chasing it down regardless, right? Yeah, Punk maybe looking for the DP, ended up getting a super on accident. Tried to perfect parry, but he does find the Gladius perfect parry. I like it.
No back throw though, but he will side switch to the mid screen. Goes for a meaty stand medium punch there, but Big Bird fights back. Heavy debarcades, and he's going to go for the safe jump here with a jump medium kick.
Oh.
Throwing that out with Malicious Intent. That was perfect. That was a micro walk back.
But he dropped the combo. That was a chance for Punk to punish, but he leaves it on the table.
Burnout. Punk needs to be careful jumping, and he jumped anyway, but at a tight angle.
Yeah, caught the landing frames on that one. Gets the punish counter.
Oh, he's coming back with a vengeance here. He's in burnout, but not for much longer here, Big Bird. But this is huge range.
Yeah, Big Bird, he likes the air-to-airs, right? But the dive kick from that spacing just completely whiffs, and Punk takes advantage.
Hey, that's it! That's going to be it! The full confirm into Delta Red Assault, and that is going to be a clean sweep 3-0 against Big Bird. Punk advancing deeper into the bracket, closer to the big cash prize.
Punk, my goodness, the two-step dancing on Marisa to end it. You'll love to see him continue this momentum time and time again here. Guaranteed top 3 finish. That is 6 figures, baby.
He can't believe it. Do you know what? Sometimes when we used to watch him in 5, you'd almost think it was robotic. You didn't think he had any personal feeling, but certainly it's coming through. But let's hear what the guy has to say.
Yo, Punk, we're going to forget these cameras and all these people here right now, bro. I'm going to ask you something. You from Philly. You know you just won $100,000 at least. What is going through your head right now?
I'm just very happy. This is my second time being able to do something like that, so it's pretty crazy to even be able to think about that kind of money from just playing Street Fighter. It's been something I've just done so long, so it's just a crazy feeling.
عندنا بانك جالسين نسأله إن هل أنت عارف إن الجائزة اللي فزت فيها الحين على الأقل $100,000 وكيف شعورك بعد فوزك بهذه الجائزة على الأقل تحديدا، واللي قاله أنه بكل صراحة إنه ما هو مصدق أنه فاز بهذا المبلغ، وخصوصا إنه صار له فترة طويلة يلعب في بطولات ستريت فايتر، فإنه حصل هالمبلغ من لعبة بس شيء عظيم مرة.
I don't believe I have seen Big Bird, which of course respect the Big Bird, amazing performance, and he's, I'm sure, walking away happy with his performance. I don't think I've seen him really dominate it like that, man. What's your thoughts on that matchup, your player matchup, character matchup?
For me, I think the matchup is pretty even, and it's a matchup I had to do a lot of work because I was losing to some random Marissas online, and I had to do a lot of work, but honestly, I think when I play against Big Bird, he doesn't usually play like himself completely. I think he respects me a lot the way he play, and I feel like he starts to play a little different, and it just kind of gives me a slight edge when I really think that me and him, you know, our skill is not, like when we play casuals, is never, no one ever wins like that. But as in tournament, I think he might get a little nervous on top of, I think he respects how I play it too much, and I think that just like gives me a slight edge in tournaments.
فلان سألنا عن الماتش اب شلون كان، لانه كان ضد شخصيه ماريسا، كيف كانت بالنسبه له، شلون قدرت حتى برضو تتفوق على بيج بيرد بالنتيجه الساحقه هذه. قال بكل صراحه ان شخصيه ماريسا بشكل عام اذا جاي يلعب ضدها ما تقدر تعرف النتيجه، وخلينا نقول بشكل عام هي متعادله للكفتين كلها، لكن انه يتوقع ان بيج بيرد كان يحترم بانك بشكل عالي، وحتى برضو بالنسبه له ان ممكن هذا اعطاها الافضليه، هو انه كان برضو بيج بيرد مرتبك اكثر، فاستغلها هو لصالحه وقدر يفوز في المباراه.
We just saw you put on a phenomenal performance at EVO, finishing extremely high, and then you come right here to Gamers 8, and yet again you are putting on this type of performance. Where does this consistency come from?
Not really sure. I just play the game and I try my best, and I guess my best is good enough to keep placing so high. So that's about my secret. Just play a lot online. Even though I just play like for fun online most of the time, I play a lot of random characters. I think it helps a lot just playing a lot of it, because I think I play probably like 8 hours a day at home streaming, so it's a lot of playing.
اللاعب معنا بانك ممكن من اكثر اللعيبه اللي بمستوى ثابت. بطولته الماضيه اللي كانت في ايفو كان في المركز الثالث، والحين حتى برضو معنا في البطوله هذه يعني خاص ضمن الثلاث مراكز الاولى. فسالنا انه شلون قدرت تحافظ على ثباتك في البطولات بشكل عام، وقال بكل صراحه انه هو ما هو عارف انه يمكن بس لانه يحرق ويلعب اللعبه كثير، فبالنسبه له انه ممكن هذه اللي اعطتها الافضليه وخلته انه دائما يحقق مراكز عاليه في البطولات، وفي نفس الوقت ان حرفيا انه يلعب عدد ساعات جدا كثيره، 8 ساعات في البث اللي بثه هو، فهذه اعطتها افضليه. هو يتدرب ويلعب وينوع حتى برضه بالشخصيات ويدرسهم، فاكتسب الخبره، والحين مستواه ثابت وصل معنا في الثلاث مراكز الاولى.
Let this be an inspiration for other players out there. If you are good enough, if you play enough, then your opponents won't be able to play with you. Punk the God walking away with a minimum of $100,000, and he has the chance to walk away with that trophy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Punk the God. We have more Street Fighter action. We're now down to our top 3 competitors. Let's send it over to the studio, and we'll be right back.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، الحين باقينا 3 مراكز الأولى بس، قربنا من تتويج الأبطال، فخلونا نروح لكم مع المحللين نرجع لكم في مبارياتنا الأخيرة.
Ooh, Cash Monies. Wow, 100,000 in the bank. I think we know exactly what he's referring to, don't we? He's talking about E-League, right? He won E-League, I think it was 150,000 for first place back then, if I'm correct. And now he's looking at 100,000 just for getting in the top 3 here at Gamers 8 2023 Street Fighter 6. I mean, have you ever seen a tournament of this magnitude with these kind of stakes on the line for Street Fighter? I do not think so. Vicious. Comments on Punk's performance just now.
You know, we were not kidding when we talk about the emotional fortitude that Punk has when he's on that winning streak, that emotional high that really takes him above and beyond. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw his Twitter prior to the match, he's like, I clapped so hard I might have hurt my hand. I immediately choked on my words and I'm like, uh-oh, I might have missed this part of the analysis, but this is something that was slightly unprecedented, right? I think he was on point with his own analysis post-match interview when he says, you know, I think Big Bird might have respected me too much. But to be quite honest, I don't think there was anything really like extra. I mean, Punk, his offensive pressure is just, it's something else, right? I don't think there was anything out of the ordinary, except maybe like a sneaky throw, like right there. Wow. Other than that, I felt like it was just same old Punk.
Yeah, he's taking the mick, mate. But yeah, there you go. He's a very tricky customer.
He's taking the mick.
He's taking the bleeding mick. Like you could see.
I was screaming, don't take it.
I don't know what that means,
I was screaming.
As
you guys
American,
don't
no
tag.
clue.
Don't tag. He just got his meter back. Don't tag. Whatever you do, don't do.
Don't press the button.
You're watching one of them movies, and it's like the self-detonation buttons there. Like, or Homer Simpson, don't eat the donut, like, or everything explodes. I was screaming, don't tag, please, God, don't do it. And just Punk was like, okay, you didn't take that time. Maybe you'll take this time. And that puts Punk, of course, in losers final. Wow. Going to play the loser of Kakaroo or Angry Bird. Again, guys, this is the STC play segment of the show. Shout out STC. We're looking at the highlights of the games that took place so far. Just the one on this occasion, because we're down to our top 3. Any words on the valiant and incredible performance, Tyrant, of Big Bird as he bows out of the tournament here in the Middle East?
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible performance, you know. I feel like the slight hiccup earlier on in the bracket, you know, losing to Killzoo 3-0 might have caused some kind of a mental block. Like, that's a result that none of us expected, I'm sure Big Bird included. But, you know, he couldn't close out at the end of the day, but a great performance. Still going to walk away with $80,000, guys. That is such a amazing prize to walk away with.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
$80,000.
Could have got more than that, man.
Can't believe it. 20,000K money match.
Celebrations after each match from here on for winners needs to be.
How? Yeah, okay.
That's all I want to see. That's all I want. That's what I'd be doing, baby, if I was in this tournament.
And I would be on the other side trying to grab it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie to you. I'll just be like, come on now. All right.
I mean, seriously, massive shout out to Gamers 8, of course, putting such an incredible show together. And one of these players will be walking away with $400,000.
Say that. Wait, say that one more time, please.
Massive shout out to Gamers 8. One of these players will be walking away with $400,000. Incredible. No. Not AED, not SAR, dollars. Incredible prize. I mean, I was talking to the players in the lunchroom, I think Phenom and Knuckle do. I asked them, you know, did you have a minimum that you're hoping to come away with for the tournament? They were like, we don't even let the money cross our minds. It's going to mess up our play.
Right.
Don't think about it.
Just got paid.
Play your best, and that's all that matters, guys. Any quick thoughts from you guys before a quick break and we get to that winners final?
Man, Kakadu versus Angry Bird, I still think, you know, Kakadu is playing out of his mind. I still can't even call who's going to take it, but for some reason, I feel like Kakadu, he might be the one. Who knows?
Yeah, could be. Punk right now, though, on that big emotional high, bro. Like, you got to take that in consideration.
Incredible.
And looking to prove a point after Eva, only finishing third there. You got to imagine he's going to be trying to, you know, first place. He wants that 400K. Come on.
It's not just the money, right? I mean, he's already finished in a much higher rewarding position, but it's not just the money. It's also the pride, and I'm sure he'll be gunning. He could arguably be Punk in losers. Dark Punk.
Scary.
He could
Come on,
be
son.
Guys, we're going to take a short break. Afterwards, we're going to get straight into the winners final. Kakaru versus Big Bird. Just 2 more matches to decide our champion. Don't go anywhere.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Welcome back to Gamers 8 2023 Street Fighter 6. The top 3 has been concluded. Must correct myself, I said 2 more games before the break. Actually, 2 more games to determine the grand finals. Of course, there could be a potential run back, and that will be what decides who our champion is. So 3 more games. You lucky buggers. You got more than we expected here. 3 more games to determine our champion. I'm joined now on the desk by none other than Jammers and, of course, Rinj, my homies, rocking the beautiful Saudi attire. Guys, you saw what just happened. Talk to me. Punk, what's going on? Is he drinking something different? Is he taking different training regimes? How is he obliterating guy after guy in this kind of manner? Rinj, please, you first.
I mean, you know, it's just the time that it takes to figure these people out, right? It's a new game. It's new styles that they're implementing, right? Sometimes these characters are really wonky and it's tough to get a hold on them. But Punk today, he has the reads, my man. And he's been showing out every chance he gets.
What about you, Jammers? I mean, can anyone stop Punk? I mean, he's in losers. That's when he's his strongest. We got these two coming up, and one of them's going to have to play him if they lose. I wouldn't want to be that person.
It's crazy because Punk's one of those players that takes you on what you like to call an emotional journey. You're with him, you're happy, you're in your all-time high, and then you might have to sync with him down low when he's a bit upset. You might be upset for him, so on and so forth. But I love the fact that when you do ask him about certain matchups and certain player matchups, he'll just mainly go, it's like, nah, I'm confident that I can go back in the next time without really having to lab certain situations. I just need to correct one or two things, because that's all it's really about sometimes. I just made a mistake here. I might have overcommitted to dry rush here. Maybe this was a too obvious and predictable drive impact. You just make those micro adjustments, and that's exactly what Punk did, I feel, against Mena, because time and time again, he was getting closer and closer, and he got the win today. And long may it continue that they go back and forth and create another rivalry here. That'll be very interesting at SF6. So I just think his momentum's on his side. And because there's this, like I was saying to Rinj on commentary just not too long ago, there's two types of snowball effects. A positive snowball effect and a negative one.
Oh, yeah.
And once it goes your way...
Punk is a classic example of that. I think the momentum is very much on his side. I didn't actually shout out Mena RD, who's out of the tournament. What a performance from him. Massive shout out to him and the entire Dominican Republic. Incredible player, pushing Punk right to the limit there and bringing out the best Punk we've probably seen so far since his amazing EVO run into that top 6. But it's actually the winners match we need to focus on right now, guys. Rinj, Jammers, Kakaru versus Angry Bird. Winner's side. I mean, these guys running it back again and again and again, every week, every tournament. Who you liking, Jammers?
Kakaru must have done some homework here because he got double jeopardy by Ken at EVO top 6. He had to have gone back and looked there. Obviously,
let's not forget that VX Bao also beat him with Ken twice in this very tournament. Then when we got to the playoffs, what happened? Kakaru defeated him 3-1. So, I mean, we'll see. Angry Bird is obviously a different breed. That's his main character. That's his only character as far as we know. VX Bao, he's kind of playing that as a secondary. But nonetheless, man, it's proven some trouble.
We've had the opposite. I mean, this has got to be the most seen matchup in Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 this year, easily. I mean, we saw Daigo play it, we saw Phenom play it, you know, DCQ play it, VX Bao play it, VX Bao play it from both sides, Phil's played it. I mean, everyone is playing this matchup. They are two very common characters, and strong argument right now that these are the two strongest characters in the game, arguably. At least if they're not the two strongest, they're very much the most common. The benefit being these guys have more than enough experience to understand the matchup. So I guess when it comes down to it, it's who's ready on the day, isn't it, Jammers?
Well, here's the thing. One of the main things I've been talking about in Street Fighter 6 right now is Drive Rush has amplified the Fireball Trap scenario. We've seen Angry Bird exemplify that time and time again in the set he had against DCQ. So I hope Kakaru was watching in the back and said, right, where he jumped, I might have to block. I might have to risk the perfect parry and try and get an adjustment there, but I don't know. What do you think?
And what you mean by that is like throwing a fireball. Usually from far away, it's fine to jump, right? The Shoto is not in range to DP. Not in this game, baby. Drive Rush and even the run from Ken can also make up for that distance.
That's a good point, because basically in layman terms, you can no longer neutral jump fireballs in certain situations, because now the neutral jump is probably a bad idea. Okay, the damage is slightly mitigated because it's anti-air damage, not grounded damage, but Angry Bird has literally just defied that. I've seen it with Guile, with Crouch Fist into Flash Kick. Now I'm seeing Crouch Fist into Dragon Lash, into Ground Bounce, into Shoryuken. It's just like, so is blocking the best idea? And you get punished for blocking, by the way?
I know we're talking about Ken, but I love the fact you're differentiating between anti-air damage and grounded damage, and we got JP coming up. I mean, I didn't know there was a difference when that guy was on the screen, to be honest. But
okay,
if there's any person I trust knows, Jammers,
look, I'm gonna say this live on camera. One thing that's been annoying me about JP, listen, the haters over there, I'm just trying to point out something.
I love JP, man. I love him, bro. Totally balanced character,
anyway, what it is like you see it in combos. Stand Fierce forces a float. It allows a juggle. He's allowed to do EX Torblan, the Phantom, to get the extended combos and whatnot. But I really don't think that should be making people float on regular hit. I think that should just be strictly counter hit or under certain conditions. The JP players are probably going to come after me.
My man Jammers was like, live on camera, I'm making a complete account.
I'm not complaining about the character, guys. I just don't think. Guys, enough from us, man. We got to get to action. Winners finals kicking off. Angry Bird versus Kakaru in 3, 2, 1. Yalla Habibi!
we are officially down to our final 3 competitors. These have proven to be the cream of the crop, the best of the best. Every match at this point is at minimum a $100,000 money match. Every single button that is pressed, every decision that is made can change your life forever and your families. Ladies and gentlemen, the creme de la creme. We do not even have the same nation represented twice here. Of course, we have different regions. We have Angry Bird, of course, from the Middle East. We have Punk the God from America. We have Kakadu from Japan. This is truly a worldly event and has lived all the way up to the hype. Gamers 8, you only get this type of action right here.
And we have one more match to decide who's going to make it to the grand final. أعزائنا المشاهدين أهلا فيكم مرة ثانية. معنا الثلاث لاعبين بس واحد فيهم راح ينتقل معنا إلى النهائيات وراح ياخذ الكأس. بإذن الله راح نستمتع في مباراتنا الحين. راح نشوف مستوى غير طبيعي. شفنا من الأساس شفنا من رحلتنا هذه كلها إلى وصلنا للمرحلة الحالية مباريات تاريخية كلها راح تحفظ وراح راح نتذكرها كلنا بدون ما ننساها لأن من جد اللحظات اللي شفناها كانت خرافية لكن كلها باقي ينقصها عندنا المباريات الأخيرة وباقي تتويج الأبطال فما نطول عليكم أكثر خلينا نشوف اللاعبين معنا هنا على المسرح.
For everybody in here watching and for everybody at home, the entire FGC worldwide, this is what we wanted. This is what we wanted for our best players, and finally, it is here. This is a brand new golden era for fighting games, and I'll tell you what, it is a beautiful thing to be a part of. What a time to be alive. What a time to be a fighting game player. Let's get into our next match. Please bring out our first competitor. Kakadu has proven to be a fan favorite, marching his way through this competition with a smile all throughout, from beginning all the way until now. We saw him fight valiantly in order to make it into this winners finals, getting that W over Mena RD. We all thought we were going to see Mena versus Angry Bird. Kakadu, though, had other plans. We saw him with the Japanese flag earlier. He is the last competitor representing Japan, the land of fighting game godhood.
Exactly. Everybody loves Kakadu, and I'm sure that everybody loves his opponent. So this match, whoever wins, we're gonna love him anyway. أعزائي المشاهدين شفنا مباراتهم الماضية ومستواهم الخرافي وشلون وصلوا معنا إلى نهائيات الأبر براكت. لكن تفصل المباراة هذه المباراة راح تحدد مصيرهم بباقي الرحلة وراح تسهل مشوارهم في النهائيات لأن راح تعطيها أفضلية مرة كبيرة. فخلونا نشوف خصمه ونرحب فيه معنا هنا على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لأنجري بيرد. لاعب كبير محبوب اكيد ومستواه العظيم هو اللي يبين لك مستوى ويبين لك مبارياته وانتصاراته فعلا الكلاتشات اللي جالس يسويها ولو انه وترنا في بعض المباريات لكن تفصله هذه المباراه يرجع لنا مره ثانيه الى الجراند فاينل. هل يقدر يسويها وياخذ بطولتين ورا بعض بطولتين عالميه من اكبر بطولات العالم وهل ممكن برضه ياخذ $400,000؟ هذه المباراه الحين اذا فاز فيها راح يضمن على الاقل $200,000.
Did you just feel that? Did you feel the aura, the energy on the stage just shifted? Because the champ, the Evo champ, the fighting pride of the Middle East, and the best player in the world, Angry Bird, just walked onto the stage. You know what I think is fascinating? That the two fan favorites, Angry Bird and Kakadu, ended up making it all the way to the winners finals. Maybe these fans' power up does do a whole lot. A little bit of a spirit bomb type of thing going on right now. Angry Bird, Kakadu, please meet right here in the center. This is one of the most high-stakes matches that we have ever seen in the history of Street Fighter, in the history of the FGC. The winner puts himself in grand finals on winner's side. $100,000 money match minimum. Who is going to take it? We are about to see. Angry Bird, Kakaru, it all comes down to you. We're going to send it over to our commentators and get into the action.
مباراتنا المنتظرينها الحين راح تبدأ معنا، فما نطول عليكم أكثر، خلونا ناخذ القرعة وننتقل لكم على طول مع المعلقين.
So this is heads and your heads. This is tails and your tails. Tails. Which side do you choose? P2? Okay, Angry Bird chose P2. You can go back to the booths.
From EVO, that was an exciting as hell match at EVO, and we have it again here on the big stage. Vicious, who do you got between these two?
Dan, you're gonna hit me with the immediate question, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if my stats will prove anything, I think, you know, I'm more inclined to believe Angry Bird as the victor here in regards to the matchup. You know, Kakaru had a little bit of trouble in the group stage. If you guys had seen it earlier, VXBao had given him some significant trouble during that phase, being able to 0-2 him not just once, but twice over in the double round robin. So I am inclined to believe that Angry Bird might have the edge.
I think currently, like, at least on stat, he has the edge. Seeing the way Angry Bird dismantled DCQ earlier, like, made it even stronger because we see how well he handles the JP matchup. But it feels like there is the Kakaru resurgence right now, right? As you said, he lost twice to VXBao, but guess what? He beat VXBao when it counts, you know, in the elimination bracket. And now he's right here in the best of positions. He defeated Mena RD earlier, and this is for a spot in Grand Finals. And let me tell you, Vicious, seeing Punk's form right now, I would not want to go to losers final right now. Let me get to Grand Finals, so at least if I happen to meet him, I have one set of margin for him to get tired, because this guy looks a bit too good right now.
Man, he's got plot armor when he goes down to losers bracket. The fact that he activated in that part of the bracket makes me fear for the lives of whoever falls short in this matchup. Now, talking about a little bit, right? Kakaru fell a little bit short. I think him watching the DCQ matchup might have given him a few ideas as to what Angry Bird wants to do, but at the same time, man, this is the upper echelon of gameplay. This is the premier fighting style of JP and Ken. Will it actually matter in the long run? We're going to find out momentarily. Here we go.
It is time. It is JP versus Ken. We have seen this matchup quite a lot this weekend or last week, but this time it is the winners final. And we will see a Kakaru that is taking his time from the get-go, right? Not cluttering the screen immediately, trying to see is Angry Bird about these drive rushes, or is he patient right now?
Not flinching against the initial Psycho Phantom with the feint was pretty big news as to what Angry Bird is looking for. He's playing it very, very patient up until this point. The Dragon Lash does get punished severely. We do get that float as well. Set up the departure. He has to stay there. Angry Bird goes to parry, stuck in the corner. The feint again from Kakaru.
Yeah, really trying to get Angry Bird to take the wrong initiative there. Trying to feint. That's a good parry, but the amnesia is going to be baited. And Angry Bird is the one with the momentum now.
The fist was in the beard, Damascus. That guy had it planned out since, what, beginning of the round? Landed on it, what a conversion! OD Dragon Lash, OD Jinrai into the actual Jinrai of Tails before the Shifu Jinrai being able to finish it out. An expensive round, but absolutely worth it.
Bro, this man is so optimal from any hits.
Optimal! Shout out to you guys, by the way. Look at the corner carry. This character's pretty good, if you ask me.
I love this. I love this. But watch out for Kakaru, right? Good challenge right now. It's going to create some space between him and Angry Birds. Replenish that drive gauge.
Oh,
taking his time for a quick whip. Oh,
what
no!
was that? A significant error from Kakaru. He did have the jump in while the departure was set up. He could have had more damage, but either way, manages to salvage the situation while in burnout. Doesn't even matter. Yeah, he's going to be spending his level 3 of his own just to seal the deal. Now, we're talking about the resources going into the next round.
We've seen what happened to DCQ when he tried to save some meter against Angry Bird. He got destroyed by a big Angry Bird comeback. Kakaru learned his lesson.
I've never seen a comeback happen and also be put up on social media as fast, ever.
The one frame uploads. Get these engagements. Angry Bird now trying to keep his opponent in the corner. We're playing the fireball game, but for now Kakaru is playing slow and methodical.
And I love him buffering the crouch animation from JP to kind of make Angry Bird think the spike is coming. Oh, the big punish counter against the attempted parry from Kakeru. Fierce to face, blocked successfully. Kakeru, he's getting a lot of damage on his drive gauge. It's Angry Bird. He's slowly, yeah, he's gonna give up the position. He doesn't want to overextend.
They went for a walk real quick around training stage. They haven't seen this one for a while, right?
They're counting blocks is what it is. I know what you guys are up to. You guys are counting the lines there. You're counting the blocks. Oh, great interruption.
Trying to find the right moment to go through, and that's usually under that portal when there's nothing else on the screen that Angry Bird will go for a drive rush. Now he's forced to block, wait for the spike to come out.
Oh, comes after that, man. He was waiting for something. Kakeru just sitting there and blocking. Angry Bird was trying to fish with that standing heavy punch yet again, but he is in burnout. Doesn't mean he's not going to be the threat. He does have level 3 loaded. A single touch from Ken can lead to the victory. Kakeru needs to play it straight.
And how much can you do? It is not CA, so I believe he's still alive, Vicious. Am I lying? Am I caught lying live? I am not lying.
Can you run up DP for Chip, though? Oh, it doesn't matter! It doesn't matter at all!
He tried to find an escape, but that was pretty much checkmate in this situation regardless. Angry Bird takes game number 1, but this is a much more disputed set than it was against DCQ earlier, and you can expect Kakeru to adapt to his opponent and bring it back.
I mean, for now, right, that's only game 1. We'll see whether or not Angry Bird has it in him to repeat the results he had with DCQ, or will Kakeru find the right moves and maybe the right strategy to adapt to Big Bird, or to Angry Bird, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, you can see immediately Kakeru starts being on the offense.
Are you kidding me? That was kind of dirty. What, low forward run into overhead? Come on, man.
Yes, sir. All right, to the corner we go, of course. It is Ken, he puts on the corner at any time. And it's time for the throw loops right now, but he was a bit scared of the amnesia.
This is a much faster, more explosive Angry Bird going into it. Are we going to get the throw? No, he's still fishing with the Fierce, and Kakeru knew the timing, knew that it wasn't going to be plus enough. He did get a counter hit against Angry Bird, trying to swing right back at him, but he's slowly trying to get himself out of the way.
God.
He stopped it before it was active. The drive rush, medium kick, target, combo, Angry Bird, another round on the board.
He is ridiculous. And you could see that Kakeru tried to be on the offense at the first second, but Angry Bird was like, no, I'm the one leading the pace right now. You're the one following. Kakeru once again back to the corner.
Oh,
We're going for Jin Rise. We're going for Jin Rise.
We're
going for the optimals, and we kill. This man is too good and goes for the maximum damage. Angry Bird with a speedrun of a game number 2. Jeez.
All right, setting the pace. The crowd loves it. That's 2-0. Kakeru needs to take some time to adjust, but he's slowly running out of time.
Listen, Kakeru got a lot of Ken to face this weekend. He beat a couple of them, but damn, and you can see the smile. He's like, all right, Angry Bird, you're kind of nice at this game. What's the plan now?
Built a little different, right? Now he has to subscribe to the YouTube channel by default, right? He has to do this. He has to do the homework even proper.
Oh, absolutely. Like and subscribe.
Yeah.
And you can see that smile. He's like,
he's fighting all these content creators all week, man.
I like that. He's enjoying his time still, you know, despite how difficult of a set it's been. It's a good challenge for any player, you know, to play against someone that good. And look at this, Angry Bird has no time.
Man, we're taking a big switch up between how Angry Bird approached the matchup initially. In game 1, he was letting Kakeru kind of walk him down, trying to figure out what the projectiles were going to be like. And Kakeru was thinking to himself, how do I trap this man in the corner? Then immediately game 2, it's been nothing but offense from Angry Bird.
And look, he keeps going, right? He's seeing that he got the momentum. He's trying to not let Kakeru get any kind of comfortable situation right now. Angry Bird smelling blood.
That could have been so dangerous for Angry Bird if Kakeru had just been a little bit closer off of that jump back roundhouse, but it does get the whip punish off of the completion of the Jin Rise. It whipped completely, but you know, Angry Bird might have been fishing for maybe a normal to kind of counter poke against with that.
Oh! Footsies! Extend that. But Kakeru shows he's also one of the most optimal players on Earth. And this round is very important for him to build some confidence.
Same place with the spark from Kakeru, being able to whiff punish. I love that still. The crouching medium, much intention of the run, step kick.
I love seeing the constant change of pace, Vicious. It goes from super offensive to super waiting to looking at each other. Like this been 20 seconds of both players doing nothing. Both players are really looking to annoy the opponent. For now, it's Kakeru putting his opponent in the corner.
and it was due to the fact that he just set up the departures. Angry Bird wasn't even trying to contest. That's the worst part about it. You spent so much resources and time walking your opponent down only for him to get one opening into a Dragon Lash combo for the side switch, and now it's going to be Angry Bird. Are you going to set up? Oh, if that was a jump low.
Yeah, no jump away from Kakeru. Angry Bird's way too ready for this one, and he's just going to wait a bit. Oh, wanted the overhead. The Tokido highlights, yeah?
Yeah.
Looking.
Yeah. Nobody in the arena blocked it that time, but Kakeru did today.
No way he was ready. But he was ready with the wrong option, Vicious. He was parried that you needed in this situation. Kakeru didn't realize he was too low on life, and read this. It is match point for Angry Birds for him to go on Grand Finals winner side, and we open with a strong puncher.
It's crazy because sometimes your muscle memory will betray you. You think to yourself, I have enough to DI, but no, man. Yeah. The only one who successfully defended against that was DCQ, at least with the parries.
3 times in a row as well. It's very important to notice your life and be like, okay, from now on, no more DI, it's parry.
Yes.
Right? Because you can't react on the spot. You can't see the DI and see your life at the same time. At the moment, though, Kakeru putting Angry Bird in the corner, but Angry Bird,
no shot.
Goes
we get the burnout too.
And that's good, because yes, burnout, Angry Bird in a strong situation. Kakeru, how can you escape this?
Gotta drive rush forward. Check out the low. Oh, the big interruption! Damn! Kakeru was ready for him.
Light departure is coming in again. Kakeru still fighting. Keeps in mind about blocking a couple fireballs. Blocking the Jinra, of course, he's still blocking. We're almost back on the dragon.
No way!
He got the stun and he got hit. And that was literally the last available frame for him to hit that DI. Ladies and gentlemen, Angry Bird will go to Grand Finals winners in such a dominant fashion.
Minimum of how much is he going to get? 200K despite whatever outcome may be, but he just might be the favorite considering he is now on the winner's side of Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, that was too intense to call. Now we have Kakeru versus Punk coming up afterwards.
And then someone needs to win 2 sets in a row against Angry Bird, and I'm not gonna lie, Vicious. This is looking long for man, I don't know. But let's throw it to Rob on the stage for the interview.
Angry Bird, in your home region, you have officially qualified for Grand Finals winner side. What is going through your mind right now?
To be honest, nothing's going through my mind. I just want to play. I just want to play the game.
سألنا أمجد في هذه المقابلة أن خلاص وصل معنا إلى النهايات إلى الجراند فاينل، فنبغى نعرف إيش اللي يدور في راسه، وقال بصراحة ما في شيء يدور في راسي، بس أنا جالس ألعب اللعبة وهذا اللي أبغى أسويه.
At EVO, you actually just did the same thing. You made your way all the way to Grand Finals winner side. That meant coming into this, everyone was looking at you. Everyone put the pressure on your back, and all of your opponents studied your matches surely and wanted to make sure they could beat you, but they could not do it. What do you think is to blame for this level of consistency and dominance that we're seeing from you right now? You are currently at your peak that we've seen so far.
As I said in my interview before, just don't be afraid of losing. What happens if you lose? Nothing's gonna attend millions of tournaments later on. So just play your best. If you lose, on to the next tournament. Doesn't matter if you lose. So I play without the fear of losing. So maybe that's why I'm playing at my highest level. It's because I'm not afraid to lose.
اللاعب هي اهم شيء فسالنا فيها انجري بيرد. بالنسبه لك انت الحين شلون تقدر تحافظ على مستواك، خصوصا ان اللاعبين اللي نافسهم كلهم درسوه بشكل مره ممتاز بحكم انه هو بطل ايفو، فالكل متاهب له بشكل جدا ممتاز. فهو ذكر قال بكل صراحه انا بالنسبه لي اني جالس احاول اني العب بدون ما اخاف اني انهزم، اعرف ان اللي ضدي كلهم خصوم جدا اقوياء، لكن الهدوء وعدم الخوف من الهزيمه هو اللي يعطيه الافضليه واللي يحقق له انتصارات، وفعلا هذا اللي شفناه منه والحين معنا في الجراند فاينل.
Amjad, I've seen pictures of you and Adele as kids, pretty much kids, or early teenagers, going to your first tournaments and everything together. At that time, no one, of course, knew of you. This type of thing didn't even really exist in the scene, and there were other players that were atop at that time. Could you imagine back then that things would go this far? You would be in front of a camera like this with that jersey on and just securing a minimum of $200,000?
I've never believed in this, to be honest, but if you believe in Allah, you would know Allah can cause everything to happen. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
بالضبط صحيح ان بدايه انجري بيرد هو وبرضه كان بيج بيرد كانوا بدأوا في البطولات وهم صغار مره، شفنا مستوياتهم جالسه تتطور، كانوا يلعبون، فسالناه قلنا من هذيك اللحظه من كانوا صغار، هل كانوا يتوقعون ان في اي لحظه من اللحظات انهم يكونون معنا في بطوله كبيره زي هذه والعالم كلهم جالسين يتابعونها ويعني الجائزه الحاليه اللي ضمنها هي $200,000؟ قال بكل صراحه ما كان يتوقعها، لكن دام ان ثقته عاليه فيه وثقته عاليه برب العالمين هي اللي خلت كل شيء ممكن، والحمد لله على يعني فعلا المستوى العظيم اللي شفناه. هذه اللي وصلته المكان اللي هو فيه.
The tagline of this tournament has been the land of heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from the response from this Saudi Arabia crowd, and of course everyone watching at home who are fans of Angry Bird as well, Angry Bird is exactly that, living up to his name, the EVO champion, and now the Gamers 8 grand finalist at minimum, Angry Bird. Phenomenal performance and good luck to you in grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more Street Fighter action coming at you after this. Let's head over to the studio.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، مبارياتنا جالسة تصير حماسية وكل مرة نقرب خطوة أكثر. الحين عرفنا من هو اللي وصل معنا في الجراند فاينل، معنا أنجري بيرد، لكن نبغى نتعرف على خصمه، فخلوكم معنا بنروح للاستوديو نشوف تفاصيل المباريات كيف هي معنا ونرجع لكم في النهائيات.
He says he plays this way because he doesn't have the fear of losing. He plays this way because of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who he deeply believes in. Guys, when I saw this guy do 3 drive impacts in a row against DCQ in the corner, I was thinking, what is up with this guy's attitude? Suddenly in that interview, it all made sense, didn't it, Rinch?
Absolutely, man. I want to take some time. I love that you highlighted the fact that he is fearless of losing, right? He doesn't have that fear. And that's something that 2 out of our 3 finalists here have highlighted, right? Punk also had that same sentiment. He said, I've played in hundreds of tournaments at this point. I've lost hundreds of tournaments. I'm not afraid of losing anymore. That restriction, that fear that dwells within people, that is gone for them. And you can see how it exemplifies their play. It is amazing to watch.
And then the interesting thing about that is, please understand and make the distinction between it's okay to be upset that you lost and then not being afraid.
Absolutely.
There is a clear distinction there. These guys do get a bit upset, they do get a bit salty, but then they come back, they bounce back, and they come back with flying colors. It was great to see this stuff. You know what? I really got to give credit to Angry Bird's, judgment on EX Amnesia. For some reason, he just knows, right, here's the time it's going to come out, it pops out, it whiffs, and he gets an optimal punish. Again, like we said before, attacking the drive gauge and really maximizing that. We did see Kakeru show signs of life as well. Well, there you go. That was
the wake-up crouch medium kick. Like, it really feels like he is a conduit for the energy that's flowing through him right now, right? Like, a lot of these decisions, they don't seem like they make sense, but they seem to be the right one every single time. And it's just wild to watch. And honestly, I'm a big fan of Kakeru myself. I love Kakeru. I love the way he carries himself, everything. But honestly, I really want to see this Punk Angry Bird grand final.
I gotta be honest, I was literally about to say the same thing, Rinch.
Like, bro.
Like, I do not want to disregard what an incredible talent this guy has been, and a pedestal for all JPs worldwide, despite the fact he credited a lot of his JP tech to a Blaze Blue.
Yeah, basically.
He is clearly the hallmark JP, but the way Angry Bird's playing right now and the way Punk is playing right now, literally. Could you imagine that grand finals? Although we're guaranteed to be entertained, because if Kakeru is able to beat Punk, the level he's going to need to play to, you can expect a totally different Kakeru in grand finals, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I just, when they're both so right, I'm like, who's more right? I need to know, man. I need to see that grand finals. But yeah, Kakeru in the same instance. I love that you bring up the Blaze Blue thing, because it highlights point I wanted to make previously, which is often the best player of the character is not the same person developing the wildest tech for the character. Right? That happens a lot. And a lot of the time, they have those lab monsters in the back showing them the tech, and they have the capabilities to use that at the highest level. Exactly.
Very quickly, Jamis.
Application and knowledge goes a long way. Now, obviously, the lab monsters, they get the idea, they create it, they're innovative, but they don't quite know how to put it out there and use it in a practical sense. The players go, oh, is that what you want me to do? No problem. Gotcha. I already know how the mind works. I got to give credit as well, again, to Angry Bird. I think he's definitely studied. There's different scenarios you study in fighting games. You study offense first, and you work on defense about 2-3 years down the line when you figure out how to block. And then after that, there's a new layer in Street Fighter 6. He's figured out how to fight in Burnout. And I guarantee you, he watches his, I guarantee he's watched his replays when he's in 10 seconds in Burnout or however. He's like, right, what is the situation? how do I come out on top? And I really feel unlucky for Kakeru because in that situation where the driving back got stunned, I think he was banking on the Gage just coming back, so he hit parry last minute to see if he could stop the impact.
But it was checkmate because he knew it wasn't going to. He knew it wasn't going to see it. It was just genius play from Angry Bird. He's so good at checkmaking his opponents and knowing they're dead before they do. His assessment of their Gage and it's just ridiculous. We have to go to a break, guys. I know you want to keep going back to back to back, but we've got to shout out the people that are making this possible. STC, for example. So we'll be back in just a few moments. Coming up next, losers freaking finals. Oh my goodness.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا تلمسنا تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة لأن الوجبة التجربة المغامرة حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Just give me the mic. And then there were three. Guys, it has been quite a ride these last 4 days at Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 2023. I mean, Players are playing for money they've never even seen before right now. Angry Bird just guaranteed himself 200K by booking that place in Grand Finals winner's side. And we see a man possessed in Punk absolutely obliterating the competition in Big Bird, now going up against Kakaru, who has been ever consistent. They're in pretty much every top 8 that matters. What a huge match this is. Listen, a massive shout out to everyone that was here and supporting. I now have my homie, Brad M, and of course, Tyrant, to talk us through this match to come. How you feeling, guys? Firstly, did you see what I saw?
For Punk versus Big Bird?
All of it.
Yeah, so look, what I was going to say, right? There's a lot of things I don't believe in. I don't believe in trickle-down economics. I don't believe in the fourth wall. I'm wearing makeup. I'm standing on a box. None of this is real. Punk is looking more like the alpha this weekend than I have ever seen him be. I believe in Punk more than I probably ever have watching him play in a tournament.
Yeah. But there's something about the way, I mean, I was feeling exactly the same. I actually said Punk's probably the favorite from losers. Dark Punk, I called him. But then I saw Angry Bird dismantle Kakaru, Tyrant.
Like, the way that he handled Kakaru, bro, like, we've never seen that kind of dominance against JP. Like, you know, we thought we saw some good stuff with VX Bao versus Kakaru in the group stages. But Angry Bird just took it to another level.
It was another level.
Like, bro, like, this guy is playing like a man possessed. That's the Evo champion, Angry Bird right there, and he's definitely looking like he's going to be the favorite to take it here, honestly.
I think it's fair to say the bar has been raised by Angry Bird and Punk right now.
Yeah.
They are just looking incredible. Kakaru is at his normal standard level, which is also phenomenal. He's going to need to raise it, I feel, in order to stop Punk right now.
Right, that's what I was about to say. You know, we're talking about the losers finals right now. We're going into a match between Punk and Kakaru, but the three of us on the stand are already talking about Punk and Angry Bird. I almost feel for Kakaru, right? As dominant of a performance as he has been having for a lot of this week, he's looking really strong, but the versions of Angry Bird and Punk that have showed up to play are the peakest of the peak.
Yeah, it's been a real, like, breakthrough for Punk. You know, obviously defeating Mena in that super, you know, personal, difficult matchup for him.
Yeah.
It feels like, I feel like that's just sort of, that's the glass ceiling broken, and now the sky's the limit for Punk.
Agreed, and banishing demons is a huge part of winning events of this magnitude. I said the same thing when Luffy won Evo, when Problem won Evo. When these matches, these tournaments, that you're not able to get past this particular demon guy, to have banished that demon 2.5 months into Street Fighter 6's existence is massive.
That's
I mean, Luffy couldn't beat Takedo and Daigo for like 6 years.
I remember.
And then he finally beat these Akumas and was able to win Evo. To do that already just goes to show the level that Alpha is on and the attitude he has. I think in his head, I don't see him being stopped, like in his head. I can't see him imagining a possibility of losing. Whereas with Angry Bird, he gathers his strength, Brad, from the idea that he doesn't care about it. He accepts that he can actually lose, and it's all in God's hands. I mean, those are two very different mentalities to have going into this.
What I think is fascinating about Angry Bird's approach is I think when you remove from yourself any of the emotional baggage that you might have towards the game, what you've done is you've freed yourself of the psychological element, and you can operate just in terms of decision making. And for some of the super clutch rounds that we have been seeing from Angry Bird, even the clutch factor that was required just for him to get out of the group stage, if you play with fear, you do not have what it takes to make the high risk but high reward decisions that Angry Bird has been making.
Also the level of concentration it requires to be as focused as he is on his opponent's gauge, his opponent's meter. I mean, the way he landed the EX Fireball, drive thrust in like it drive impact. Yeah, as soon as the fireball hit, he knew if you don't see A here, you're dead. I mean, it's ridiculous, Tyrant.
It's so hard to deal with, honestly. Like, when Angry Bird is on form, I don't know. You can't beat this guy, honestly.
Well, we're going to find out exactly what form he's in after this match, because it's down to Kakaru now to stop the force of these young... I mean, they're all young players, right? I mean, this is the new era. In 3, 2, 1, Yalla Habibi!
$100,000 minimum for each of these players left, and it is because they had to fight through everything, through fire and brimstone to get up to this point. At this point, we only have Angry Bird sitting in grand finals winner's side, a familiar sight. We have Kakaru versus Punk in losers finals. Right now, that match is about to decide who is going to make it into grands, and it is one of the most pivotal matches we have seen in the history of Street Fighter. I cannot wait
to get to it, Atik.
And we're talking about the bigger prize right now. We have the $400 of prize and the $200 prize and the $100 of prize for the top 3. أعزائي المشاهدين شفنا مبارياتنا وبإذن الله راح نستمتع الحين معنا في هذه اللحظة اللي راح تحدد من هو المركز الثالث في بطولة جيمرز 8 الستريت فايتر. أتمنى أنكم كلكم مبسوطين ومستعدين لهذه اللحظة اللي كلنا انتظرناها من بداية هذه الرحلة، وراح نشوف مباريات خرافية وتاريخية، فخلوكم معنا ونشوف لاعبينا اللي راح يحددون من هو المركز الثالث ومن راح يكمل النهائيات ويواجه فيها Angry Bird في النهائيات.
You know, a lot of people on Twitter and everything, or whatever it's called now, and in Twitch chats, they say, oh, Rob always looks at Atik while he's talking as if he knows what he's saying. But I think it's because you actually, I'm like, man, he remind me of someone, and I'm realizing, I think it's Will Smith. You look kind of like Will Smith to me, like the Fresh Prince of Saudi Arabia. That's the vibes that you give me.
Well, yeah, maybe a little bit, but with a Rashid cosplayer, maybe.
you said with a Rashid, Wilson with a Rashid cosplay?
Yeah, maybe, and with Kevin Hart and Rashid cosplay.
Kevin Hart with the Rashid cosplay is crazy. That's so deep. All right, y'all, so with that being the case, we're about to get into our losers finals match. Please bring out our first competitor. Thank you. Kakadu, an absolute fan favorite. You already hear them screaming his name. I can see someone in the crowd right now holding up a Japanese flag as well. The land of fighting game godhood. That's actually Kudo. Kudo, who was actually in the tournament as well, supporting his countrymen, supporting his training partner, Kakadu. At this point, we've seen Kakadu smiling all throughout this event, and please do not let that make you forget the fact that he has fangs when it comes to his in-game performance.
Exactly, like he never, the smile never leaves his face. He always is smiling no matter what happened to him. أعزائي المشاهدين، كاكيرو بمستواه العظيم، صحيح أنه انهزم في نهائيات الأبر براكت، نزل معنا بعد ما انهزم من أنجري بيرد، لكن ما الابتسامة ما تفارق وجهه، عنده الفرصة أنه يرجع مرة ثانية وياخذ الثار، لكن خصمه شفناه من بدايته في اللور براكت، جالس ينطلق ويهزم خصمه مرة ثانية، والحين خطوة واحدة بس تفصل عن النهائيات، فخلونا نرحب فيه معنا على المسرح. أعطونا تحية للأسطورة بانك. هذا اللاعب اللي صنع المستحيل، تأهله بس إلى التوب 16 كان جدا صعب، وتأهل على الحافة حرفيا، ومباراته الأولى في التوب 16 كانت ضد من RD، انهزم منها، لكن من بعد هذيك اللحظة قاعد يبدع، جالس يبدع في كل مباراته، يتفوق على كل خصومه، ونافس من RD في اللور براكت وتفوق عليه واخذ الثار. ما بقى له كثير انه يرجع الى النهائيات، ما بقى له الا خطوة واحدة بس، وانه يباري فيها أنجري بيرد في الجراند فاينل. مباراتنا ما راح تكون طبيعية وكلنا متشوقين عشان نشوفها.
Hey Punk, I ain't gonna lie to you, Kakadu looking at you kind of serious right now. You see that? Yeah, I don't know, he give you a different type of energy right now. There to smile a little bit. Okay, Kakadu might have got into serious mode. This might be that part of the boss battle where, you know, he goes to his second cutscene. We're about to see what's gonna go down. Punk the God, Kakadu, please meet right here in the middle. This is the losers finals of Gamers 8. These players have already guaranteed themselves at least $100,000 and of course even more when it comes to glory. But with that being the case, they want to go further. This is a $100,000 money match minimum, and the winner is going to grand finals. Is it going to be Kakadu from Japan? Is it going to be Punk the God from the United States, Philly specifically? We are about to find out. Let's get into this match and take it over to our commentators.
Remember when you said the anime arc? Now we're literally at the last arc.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna see the last arc here. أعزائنا المشاهدين مباراتنا اللي راح تحدد منه اللي راح يكمل المشوار والخسران هو المركز الثالث. خلونا ننتقل على طول مع المعلقين نبدأ لكم بها المباراة.
So, this is heads and your heads. This is tails and your tails. Heads. P2. Okay, Kakeru chose P2. You can go back to the booths. Thank you.
And an exceptional losers final is coming up. Logan Punk tweeted, "I've been wanting to play this guy for the entire tournament. It's time to finally figure out what the matchup is between Cammy and JP." And I'm really curious about this one too.
It's fascinating because we've seen Kakeru play.
You've made a good
mix of Uzura and Kakeru. We've seen Kakeru play the Cammy matchup a couple of times, but never against Cammy mains. He played NL, Red Bull Kumite, and he made him switch. He played NuckleDu at EVO and washed him 2-0, but neither of those can be considered Cammy mains. And there's not a lot of Cammy matchup experience in Japan to learn on the level of Punk. Punk already broken one curse, by the way. He's managed to overcome Mena. He's looking to break another curse, the third place curse. Third place at CEO, third place at EVO. He definitely doesn't want to be finishing in third place here at Gamers 8, although it will probably be a little bit less painful than it would have otherwise.
Yeah, I want to see how this one goes. Of course, I mean, I feel like this matchup, we've talked about it before. Lots of people were like, yeah, but you know, JP has a lot of problems against Cammy. Personally, I'm one of those, like, I don't think he struggles that much, but I'm about to learn, I guess, because we're about to see like some of the very best with each character on the planet.
Well, one of the things you'll notice about Kakeru playing this matchup, he's going to use a lot of the faster normals that JP has access to, because it's just so susceptible to being whiff punished by Cammy, and of course the dive kick's a big deal. And that jump back, he will use the air-to-air defense a lot to mitigate the aerial approach of Cammy. He doesn't want to play his traditional grounded zoning game, a slow game. It's not going to work. He's going to get smothered. We'll see how he can fight his way out here. He's already cornered.
Yeah, and with this, we're going to Brazil, and we'd already cornered JP in trouble, but the air throw, and of course it corners you back, but immediately Punk switches again.
Yeah, I love showing that as an option very early on in the set as well. Definitely makes him aware of that OD and a spike as an option. And of course, as you said, it's so good to get him out of the corner there. He does get punish countered by the dive kick. That's the big risk of using some of those slower normals to try and control that mid-range. It's one of the risks that he faces. And of course, Punk will gladly take advantage of that if he gets the hit. Another punish counter, another big conversion, and we're in the corner.
Yeah, still gonna use a dive kick a lot. The OD Amnesia is properly baited. Punk getting the punish, not the biggest one of course, but still keeping the corner pressure. Kakeru in trouble. Another dive kick hitting punish counter, Logan. Oof.
Charges, and I don't think that's gonna do the job. It was just on the 3 bar.
1 pixel.
Yes, look at that. I'm starting to get it, mate. Safe on the spiral arrow. In burnout makes it plus.
Matchup or no matchup, man. We've seen
Punk about that.
Yeah.
Looks like he challenged and got counter hit, but that's one game to Punk, and the momentum certainly in his favor. As I said, we haven't seen Kakeru go up against a world-class Cammy in this matchup, and it was speculated that this is one of JP's worst. We'll see. It's looking all Punk at the moment.
Yep, and there's always the question of how much experience. You know, you mentioned it earlier. How many times he played a Cammy of that level so far? Punk is absolutely smothering him in the corner. Kakeru looking for the normals to press, but can't really do much against Punk's offense. Oh my god.
Stuffs him out of the EX Ghost. He's in the corner. There's the OD Amnesia.
Oh, the DI is not answered by Punk. And now you're gonna be in the corner. Got to block, not blocking the portal. Kakeru just needs one more hit to get this one. Goes for the level 2. Can he get enough to kill, actually? This man is way too optimal.
It's okay.
Ah, you know what? That was the one factor Kakeru didn't take into mind, because I think he put the portal hoping he would put Punk into burnout. On number 2.
Punk's superb awareness of the situation, the resources, the state. Closes it out with the chip. Nisha
double
again.
dash.
Oh no, Punk jumps back into it and gets caught.
And this time it's Kakeru.
Beautiful conversion.
The manual
Utilizing
snap.
that portal.
Love to see it.
Yeah, the trade gets rid of the departure. Anytime JP gets hit, those portals are gone. That crash medium punch sticking out. It's all hitbox, no hurt box. And of course, it's a fantastic move to check drive rushes, and you can drive rush cancel behind it and get an extension.
Alright, and Kakeru got around. Slowly but surely trying to adapt to that opponent. Get better in the matchup. We are back to neutral. Kakeru taking no risk. And Punk is happy to walk him to the corner.
Counter poking, yeah, and Punk immediately takes to the skies as soon as he notices that Kakeru is using those slightly slower medium buttons, more susceptible, starts taking to the skies, catches him, trying to walk back though. And we're in the corner.
For loop time. No button pressed. Remember that with 3 bars on Punk's side, you can't really jump back from Kakeru because the level 3 interaction could happen anytime. Punk with a jump in, not anti-air, it's going to be more pressure. Kakeru holding it for now. Alright. Wants the max, and of course, he's going to get the drive gauge back. Punk is back to square one.
So the drive gauge lead and the life lead. Punk has everything he needs. This is a one-touch situation.
Yeah, doesn't need much more than the one.
Yeah, because he's got 2 drive rush cancels if he needs it. 1.
Second.
There you go.
And that's CA as well. That should be enough.
And we are going into a game number 3 with Punk in the lead. Cruising, looking to break that 3rd place curse. We might get the grand finals that people have been chomping at the bit for. 2 of the very best players in the world right now, looking in the best form. That's what we want to see in grand finals. A lot of the time you don't get what you want, what you expect in these grand finals at these major events. There's someone to throw a spanner in the works, but Kakeru could still possibly do that. We've seen 2-0 comebacks before at this very event. Are we going to see one again? It's going to be a big ask from Kakeru.
Yeah, Punk is looking comfortable. Like there is something that activated in Punk since he, especially since he beat Mena, right? Beating his demon the way he beat Big Bird right after, and now he's looking to do the same to Kakeru, but the perfect parry to throw back to the corner. Kakeru finally getting an offensive play to put Punk under pressure, but Punk escaped the corner once again.
That roundhouse, such a good poking tool. Just keeping Kakeru pinned into the corner, but he does find a way out, puts the ball down.
Yeah, Punk pressing a single button, man. Just waiting for Kakeru to finish his trick!
Oh
no! Not gonna kill just yet, 1 touch.
Oh, yeah, jumping back in the corner is a big risk here. Oh my God! Just misjudged the spacing on that dive kick, and Kakeru gladly takes the whiff punish.
Yeah, Punk was maybe too eager to close the round there. Kakeru's patience pays off this time. He gets the opening. Sending Punk straight to the corner. He's building that 3rd bar. Yeah. Next hit can do a ton of damage for Kakeru. Maybe just holding it. No, he will use it immediately.
It's going to give him approximately drive gauge parity and an enormous life lead.
Yeah.
And also, if Punk's going to bring this back, he's going to spend the critical art. He's not even going to get an opportunity to.
What a dominant round for Kakeru.
Yeah, closes out that 3rd game. Stopping the momentum.
Kakeru is definitely one of the crowd's favorites, man. The crowd chanting his name as Kakeru is looking to meet Punk's space. That 1 game was mighty important. Again gets out of the dive kick range.
I would love to see the stats on Punk winning games in which he wins the 1st round. I think if Cammy can win the 1st round in a game without having to spend little or any of her super gauge, her having access to critical art, which would close the game out, is such a huge advantage for her. Yeah. But the moment it's looking like it's going to be another perfect KO from Kakeru, and you could not have a bigger swing in momentum. So, man, what has changed?
What is happening, Logan? Exactly what has changed? Punk's offense is just not working anymore. Kakeru still playing the same patient gameplay, but this time he finds the opening in his opponent. The defense is correct, but the stand roundhouse is always a threat on Punk's side. Another dive kick blocked. And Punk is trying to whiff punish, right? To see these sweeps, trying to catch one of Kakeru's limbs, but he's not taking this risk yet. Oh!
That was beautiful, and again, immediately Punk shows that OD cannon spike, and he's out of the corner.
Yeah, now we go. A bit more fireballs. I like the anti-air. Kakeru is trying to be unleashed, but Punk challenges him correctly.
Yeah, great challenge on landing.
And now we're back to footsies. Both of the players not taking a risk. You can feel the tension in this one, of course, as Angry Birds waiting to see who will be his opponent for Grand Finals. Kakeru puts Punk into the corner, and it's time. You parry again into the back
Nice
jump. That's
jump,
good.
and he's completely mitigated that level 2, and he jumps out of the corner as well. That's a huge win for Punk in this situation.
Yep, because without bar, Kakeru will need the one extra opening to close this game and give us a game number 5 in this losers final. Punk just needs one hit to go to the next round. He tried, but no conversion, and just like this, Kakeru closes 2 games in such a fast fashion, Logan. Game 5 we go. 1 game to go to Grand Finals. And of course, we mentioned before, $100,000 difference in prize pool for this 1 game.
One of the things I'm noticing is Punk is absolutely not having any luck here with the dive kicks now. He was getting so many punish counter dive kicks, catching the recovery of Kakeru's normals in the first couple of games. And he's also not able to get in range to land that crouching medium kick, which he can drive rush cancel off of as well. But now he is in close. There's the OD amnesia. Oh, he gets caught low. Yeah, back to the start of the platform you go.
Oh, and again, the drive rush. I love this, the manual triggering of the portal, and now a bit more pressure for Kakeru. He's looking to offer himself match points, but the drive reversal from Punk
again. He checks the spin knuckle, and it's somehow set point to Kakeru from 2-0 up. We said that we've seen these situations before, a 2-0 lead being run back, and Kakeru now has set point. There's the opening, and he's going to get the drive rush extension, puts Punk back into the corner and sets the portal, catches him in the shard, and it's a big life lead. The spin knuckle whiffs, and it is a huge life lead now here for Kakeru. Punk's going to need something very special to bring it back. No, the crouch fish, punish counters on landing, and that, ladies and gentlemen, the big grin on Kakeru's face says it all. Somehow, from somewhere, he brought that back, and it looked hopeless at 2-0 down. Kakeru has eliminated Punk. What a fantastic change of momentum. He completely switched up his style and approach in the neutral and shut the door on Punk. There was no way in.
Absolutely, and you can see how ecstatic he looks, so happy. The biggest smile on his face as he defeats Punk after looking absolutely lost. Kakeru will move to Grand Finals. Let's throw it to Rob on the stage for the interview.
Kakeru from down 0-2, seemingly insurmountable odds in losers finals, 100,000 minimum on the line, grand finals on the line, a big crowd that's rooting for him, and he's able to get it done. Kakeru, what changed in that match from when you were down 0-2?
すごい逆転でしたね、本当に。で、2-0になったら、どうやってやり直って、何を変わって、どうやってこの勝利ができたんでしょうか。まあでも、なんですかね。まあでも、すごいなんか一番大会楽しめてるなっていうふうに思って、気持ちを切り替えて楽しみました。Man, I don't know what to say about it, but I try to enjoy the tournament to the fullest, just play my game, enjoy what I'm doing, and just go for it.
كاكيرو بعد ما فاز في مباراته رجع لنا بكلتش خرافي، كان مهزوم 2-0 بعدين فجأة قلبها وقدر يفوز في المباراة. فسألناه انه وش اللي سويته بالضبط؟ قال بكل صراحة ما ادري وش اللي صار، انا كل اللي جالس احاول اسويه اني انبسط في اللعبة وانا متفاجئ باللي صار اصلا، يعني هو من نفسه ما هو عارف.
I've heard through the grapevine that Kakeru, you and Angry Bird actually did a little bit of training with each other this morning. At that time, when you were training together, did you really believe that there was a good chance that we would end up seeing you versus Angry Bird in Grand Finals?
朝でアングリーバードと練習したんですけれども、その練習中に 午後夜の時にこの同じアングリーバードと大決勝戦でやることと信じてましたか？思ってましたか？
そうですね。まあアングリーバードはエボの時にウィナーズで負けてその因縁があるんでこのグランドファイナルっていう舞台でまたリベンジできるっていうすごい嬉しいですね。
So yeah, obviously I lost to Angry Bird in the Evo in the upper bracket. Not that long time ago. So to stand, in front of him once again in a grand final, I'm super happy that it actually happens, and I hope I can beat him.
سألنا كاكرو أن هذا الصباح تدرب هو ضد أنجري بيرد، هل كانوا برضو يعني متوقعين بالأصح أنهم راح يتنافسون مرة ثانية في النهائيات، وكيف راح ترجع مرة ثانية خصوصا أن أنجري بيرد هو اللي هزمك ونزلك إلى لور براكت، والحين رجعت له مرة ثانية ولازم تهزمه مرتين، وقال بكل صراحة أن بالنسبة له ما كانت هذه الهزيمة بس من أنجري بيرد، حتى برضو كانت في إيفو انهزم منه، وهو اللي نزل أصلا اللور براكت في اللي كان في بطولة إيفو الأسبوع الماضي، فهذه المرة أنه صحيح انهزم منه كثير، لكن انه يبغى ياخذ الثار الحين في النهائيات، وهذه فرصته الثانيه الحين اللي يقدر يقدمها وبيسوي كل اللي عليه.
I want to show some love and respect to Punk the God. Can we please make some noise for Punk the God as well? A simply amazing performance for him. Congratulations to him for getting third place and walking away with $100,000. Phenomenal performance. But that being said, the man that just made it in the grand finals is one who has walked through this tournament with a smile on his face, but shown his fangs when it came to the end game. When it comes to actually throwing down when everything matters most, he is able to get it done. Now we're going to see if he can do it again in grand finals against Angry Bird, the home region hero. Ladies and gentlemen, we have grand finals up next, but first we're going to send it over to the studio.
أعزائنا المشاهدين الحين باقي لنا مباراة واحدة بس، مباراة الجراند فاينل. زي ما شفنا قبل شوية بانك هو المركز الثالث، المباراة الأخيرة اللي راح تحدد فيها البطل. كلكم مستنين هذه اللحظة، فخلونا نروح للاستوديو نحلل باقي المباريات ونجهز مباراتنا النهائية ونرجع لكم فيها.
Yo. Just give me the mic. We are back, baby. Did you see what I saw? Wait, hold on a second. An unstoppable Punk, an incredible force, playing as good as we've seen since that incredible Evo run. 2-0 up in no time. We're there talking about Angry Bird and how that's going to go. Kakaru had other plans, didn't he? Talk to me, Brad.
Yeah, so I'm made a skeptic again. I forgot for a moment that alpha beta theory's been disproven. So skeptic once again. Punk has
None
this
of it's real, man. None of it's real.
Punk has this habit, and Tyrant, you and I were talking about this during the set against Mena earlier. Punk has had a history of performing incredibly well and looking super dominant in these high-stakes stages, and then at some point in that top 3, top 4 area, something just kind of cracks. And it pains me to watch it because it's like he's been a bridesmaid and not a bride for so much of his career. I keep waiting for that big win. I was really hopeful that this was going to be the one, but I think you guys were talking about it before, and I'll let you elaborate more, Tyrant. He seemed like he got a little bit antsy as he saw exactly how close he was.
I mean, Tyrant, I want to ask you a question based on what Brad's just said. Was it more Punk cracking? Because that doesn't usually happen mid-set, Brad. He was still the same Punk at the start of the set. Are we not giving Kakaru enough credit here?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Kakaru changed up his game plan so effectively. Like you said, Brad, as well. Punk maybe getting a bit too eager as well as that set went on, really trying to close things out when he smelt victory. But Kakaru, I feel like he was being a bit more patient. He was walking back a lot more. We saw a lot of dive kicks getting whiff punished. He realized Punk was taken to the skies a lot more with Cammy, and those whiff punishes were on point. The heavy punch into the tings, it was big damage. And yeah, you could just see, and he was ready for the jumps as well, every time, jumping back and just checking it.
No, I agree. I think he inched his way back to a slightly farther out space. We saw even some utilization, maybe it'll be in the clip, utilization of down forward hard punch at one point to catch Punk walking back in rages where Punk was trying to play footsies. And I think he just didn't acclimate his game plan around how Kakaru had made his own updates.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. Shout out. Look at Kudo in the crowd, rocking the flag. And he's also won the hearts of the local Saudi Arabian people here. The crowd absolutely loving Kakaru and everything he's doing. So that sets us up for a final of the ages. It's going to be a run back. It's going to be a replay. It's going to be Kakaru loser side versus Angry Bird winner side. for what is essentially a 200K difference in your prize pool money. Massive shout out to Punk. He walks away with, I believe, 100K at the end of this. Phenomenal performance. That form that he tapped into, he just needs to find a way to maintain it when his opponent is playing that good. Because the last game was not the Punk that was playing the games before that. He became very impatient, very frustrated, and just kind of like was blocking with his face. That's not how Punk plays. He needs to go back and figure out how to maintain that mentality in future, I'd say, guys.
Yeah, you know what it is? He's figuring out Ultra Instinct, but he hasn't mastered it yet. This is imperfect Ultra Instinct Punk. For those of you who are fans of Dragon Ball.
Sign UI.
Yeah, we're just not quite at the right version. Once we tap into that, Punk is going to be an absolute force. And that's not to say, like, it feels like we're speaking ill of him. He's been a force this whole tournament.
He's been
I'm
incredible.
sure he's going to be a force for the lifespan of Street Fighter 6.
I can't see him going much further without winning a big tournament. Guys, this has been Tyrant, this has been Brad Muse. Really enjoyed your company.
We're done.
We're going to take another... Are you guys out for the tournament?
Yeah, we finished.
I get to watch finals.
Come on. Brilliant,
fun,
brilliant job, guys.
See, I stepped off the box.
You guys are going to go to the arena? Man, I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous. Go and enjoy, Guys, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 2023 Grand Finals. Angry Bird representing the Middle East versus Kakaroo representing Japan. It all takes place in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6, and it has hit the time that we've all been waiting for. When we started this week, we had 32 players. We had double round robin, we had many groups, and it came down to that top 16. Now, after tons of battles and tons of matches and upsets and adaptation and recovery from players left, right, and center, we finally hit the grand final stages. Only 2 remain, and the lion's share of that $1 million prize pool to play for. Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined now by 2 guys I've really enjoyed working with these last 4 days. For the last segment of our entire Gamers 8 experience for us lot, we're gonna go now and look at the match to come. Jammers and of course Ringe, talk to me.
Well, it is going to be the run back here between Angry Bird and Kakeru. Kakeru, I actually thought he would have mentally checked out. Would have returned the key card to the hotel.
It was 5 straight losses.
Yeah.
5 straight losses.
Thank you. I said that on the stream as well.
Yeah, but the 6th one, not going to happen.
Not going to happen, baby. No way.
Crazy. When your back's against the wall, you have to turn things around. Look, it's been a week or like a last couple of days of highs and lows, the fluctuation of emotions. I think one of the key things for me going into this set for Kakeru is he needs to be careful with OD amnesia.
Absolutely. So I just want to quickly touch, I got some intel from our Arabic commentator brethren that they actually played these 2, Kakeru and Angry Bird, in some casuals of Angry Bird to prepare for DCQ.
Yeah, they mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, and it started with Kakeru actually winning the sets 5-1 back-to-back.
No.
Yes, 5-1, 5-1, and then Angry Bird was able to take a set after that, and then you saw how Winners Finals played out with a 3-0.
You kidding me?
So technically right now, if you take into account the casual sets, they're kind of 2-2 at this tournament in the recent brackets.
I mentioned at the start they played a first to 10 as well just a few weeks ago, which is
right.
also nail biting into the wire. Kakeru is extremely adaptable and hyper aware of his opponent's decisions and what he loses to. I mean, he lost really badly to Big Bird at Red Bull Kumite. They played the first to 10. He was down 8-5. I believe he won that one 10-9 or 10-8 in the end. And that was just a week or 2 after Red Bull Kumite. I mean, this guy, the fact that he lost that set so badly tells me that Angry Bird needs to watch out, correct?
And another example, right? VX Bao washed that man twice in group stages. And what happened in the playoffs, that 3-1 result. Yeah, I think that's a great point to highlight on.
I mean, the fact that he's able to ruminate over such a game that is so rapid, requires so much mental stamina, and it exerts yourself quite mentally. But this is why we got to give credit to finalists of any tournament.
Oh, yeah.
You have to go through a gauntlet. And remember, even weeklies are hitting up over to 600 entrants. Yeah. And people, it always boils down to 2, just like we are seeing here at Gamers 8. So full credit to these guys' mental stamina. I'd probably go out after round 2. So the fact that you guys have to recollect your thoughts and then come through with this, it's going to be definitely a sight to see.
It's a really good point. It's a really good point, Jammers. Even Punk, the great, incredible player, arguably the best in the world when he's on form, had to maintain that mental stamina. And clearly, Kakeru and the character archetype of JP was a huge test for him because in that last game, he didn't quite play the same strategy that was getting in the wins. Enough about Kakeru, though. What about his opponent, Angry Bird? Just looking absolutely sensational the first time they played. I mean, he's got to be the favorite going into this, but I don't know after that 5-1, 5-1 you told me about. Who's to say?
I'll still call him the favorite right now for sure, coming off that EVO victory. But just how does this man do it in whatever format you have, right? 7,000-man tournament. I got the mental endurance for that. 4 days of a tournament with 2 days of group stages, going at having to fight people that he lost to, like kills you to come back
on the
and
line.
getting the W on that. And yeah, more money than the Street Fighter has ever had on the line before. And he performs at the top level time after time after time.
Ringe, he's Grand Finals winner's side 2 weeks in a row for the 2 biggest Street Fighter 6 tournaments to date. That's crazy, Jammers. I mean,
arguably the 2 biggest Street Fighter tournaments to date, bro.
Yeah,
straight up in the entire franchise.
See, and you got to give him respect as well for just having the fact that he said, like, I just want to play the game. Sometimes I do boil it down to the way you watch these guys just play so eloquently in the game. It's like, oh, okay, it's just another match. I want to land this combo again. I want to do this setup again. I want to interact with you and the player in this scenario again. I just feel they just like to go to the next game.
So one thing I remember, I think it was Punk that was asked, or I think they asked NuckleDu. They were like, do you think about the money during the match? I feel like all of that money worrying, all that, the anxiety from that is all before, right? Once they get in the game, this is what they do. Street Fighter is their life. All that melts away. It is about the game and them and their opponent, and you can see that.
In the words of Angry Bird himself, I just want to press buttons. And that's all that matters when it comes to the GGs. And that's exactly what they're about to do. Pressing buttons. Grand Finals time. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Say it with me, guys. Yalla Habibi!
And then there were 2. This is the culmination of years of hard work and hustle from players from around the world, and especially the two players in grand finals. At this point, they are playing the biggest match of their lives up to this point. This is actually the biggest match that we have ever seen in the history of Street Fighter, and we definitely have to thank Gamers 8 and Saudi as a whole. This is amazing, and I cannot wait to see this grand finals. It is going to be electric.
We have been waiting for this moment since the start of this tournament. أعزائي المشاهدين أهلا فيكم في نهائيات في الجراند فاينل لستريت فايتر 6 معنا في جيمرز 8. زي ما قلنا لكم قبل وشفنا ان الجوائز $1,000,000 لكن باقي المركز الأول راح ياخذ $400. There's a lot of money now.
For the crowd in here, I have to ask you a question. Saudi Arabia, are you ready? I don't think you heard me. Saudi Arabia, are you ready? This is what we do. It is time to get into grand finals. Let's bring in our first competitor. On the brink of destruction 2 separate times just today. It was so hard for him to get to this point. We saw him versus Mina. It seemed like he wasn't going to be able to close it out. And what does he do when it matters most? He steps up to the plate and he plays like what's on the line is on the line. Then we see him up against Punk the God. It seems like he's about to lose 3-0 and not even make it to the grand finals. What does he do? He puts that smile in his back pocket for a second. He says it's time to get serious. And of course, he goes and makes it happen. Now Kakadu is sitting here in grand finals and is one step closer to walking away with $400,000.
And also, he want to take his revenge against Angry Birds. He lost against him, and now he had to win against him twice to get the trophy. أعزائنا المشاهدين، كاكيرو رجع لنا مرة ثانية في النهائيات في الجراند فاينل، تفوق فيها على مينا أرضي وتفوق فيها على بانك. الحين خطوة واحدة تفصل بس عن الكأس، لكن يحتاج فيها فوزين على البطل الحالي. خلينا نشوف إذا المباراة هذه راح تكون خلينا نشوف إذا كانت المباراة هذه راح تكون مباراة واحدة ولا بيصير فيها براكت ريست. فخلونا نشوف المتنافس الثاني ونرحب فيه معنا على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لأسطورتنا Angry Birds! لاعب كبير، لاعب أبهرنا بمستوياته، بداياته كانت أصعب شوي، لكنه بطل إيفو يبغى يصير بطل جيمرز 8 للعبة ستريت فايتر. ممكن يكون البطل العالم مرتين، ما هو بعيد عنها. خطوة واحدة تفصله، مباراة واحدة تفصله، قدر يتفوق على خصمه قبل. كل اللي يحتاجه أنه يكرر نفس السيناريو اللي شفناه في مباراته الأولى. ما هو بعيد عنه، واللاعب كبير بمستوى عالي زيه قادر عليها.
How many times in life do you get to see a moment like this? Both of these players have already changed their lives, but with a win here, who knows how many of their family members' lives they can change. One thing I can guarantee, though, is that this is a monumental moment in fighting game history. This is a win for everyone who has ever picked up a fight stick, a pad, leverless, wherever it may be. They did not believe in the FGC. They said we was too small. They said we wasn't esports. Well, I'll tell you what, we not esports. This is the FGC, baby, and now we're about to get in the grand finals.
Let's take the players now in the middle.
FGC, FGC.
Let's have the players now in the middle.
Amjad, Kakadu, please step to the middle to face off before our grand finals. I have a question for the crowd, actually 2 of them. Who is your favorite? Do you believe in Kakeru?
لكن إذا تتوقعون أن أمجد راح يسويها سمعونا أصواتكم.
We are about to watch the biggest Street Fighter match to date. What a time to be alive. What a time to be a fighting game player. We have, of course, Angry Bird representing the Middle East, the home region hero, the EVO champion. Can he repeat? Can he do one of the most impressive things that we have ever seen in fighting game history? Or will it be Kakeru coming from the land of fighting game godhood that is Japan? Ladies and gentlemen, that's enough talking. It is time to settle it on the sticks. This is Gamers 8. This is Grand Final!
بالضبط هذه هي مباراتنا الأخيرة. رحلة كانت جدا ممتعة، كل اللاعبين اللي جو معنا أبدعوا، شفنا مستويات عظيمة منهم، لكن هذه المباراة الأخيرة، هذه هي مباراة الجراند فاينل لجيمرز 8. خلونا ننتقل على طول مع المعلقين ونبدأ فيها المباراة النهائية.
So this is heads and your heads. This is tails and your tails. Tails. P2. Perfect. Angry Bird chose P2.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's come down to this 4 days of competition. 32 of the very best players from the 4 corners of the FGC Globe. Multiple champions have descended on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to compete for the biggest prize this community has ever seen. Life-changing money for both of these 2 players in grand finals, but one of them will be walking away with $400,000. Let me tell you.
Say that number one more time before you continue, Logan.
$400,000 for one of these 2 competitors. And let me tell you, they're not focused on that money. That money is not even in their minds right now. They just want to win.
Without a doubt in my mind. We talked about this before. You know, this is the land of heroes. Each and every one of these players definitely get to dub and rock that moniker, but there can only be one champion, and this is it, right? These 2 definitely have the potential to be the champion going into it, though. Angry Bird versus Kakeru. Angry Bird being in the winner's side of grand finals, obviously that gives him a very significant edge, and also being able to get some of the JPs under his belt pretty significantly. Now, I'm kind of curious, does Kakeru, is he able to like ride this momentum and actually get the reset, or does his trip end in grand finals land a little bit early?
I mean, it's going to be a huge ask to beat Angry Bird twice in grand finals, because obviously he's on the loser's side. And it's not been the best of weeks for him against these Kens. 2 losses to VX Bow. A sound thrashing is all I could call it in winners finals against Angry Bird when these 2 faced earlier. But we saw the comeback that he pulled against Punk. Anything can happen. Here we go. Grand finals time with Punish straight away from Angry Bird, and we set up this ranged game. Angry Bird's going to be looking for the drive rush to try and get in that Dragon Lash as well in the mid-range. Anything to get in on JP, and then that's when the fun begins. For Kakeru, it's all about these mid-range conversions, getting the damage cashed in, the drive gauge burnt out, and sending Ken back to full screen as they fight it out here.
And we're already seeing a lot of activity from both ends. The big trade-off for Angry Bird now.
Oh my God!
Out the drive rush before it even comes out. Here comes the big damage. You could potentially eat a throw here, and that's exactly what he's looking for. Sweep to sweep. Both these players actually missing the punish against each other. Back throw, and that's going to be round 1 for Angry Bird.
Round 2. Now that seemed like a much more even round than the life gauges would indicate. A huge life lead from Angry Bird in that first round, but it kind of felt like they were sparring with each other.
a little bit, right, in comparison to how they faced off in winners finals. It was a little bit more subtle in terms of approach, but these guys are swinging from the get-go. Expected as in round 2 as well. The counter hit is there, the full conversion, standing light kick, eat the fierce a little bit, and I love the little bit of a trade-up, but it's Kakeru fighting out departure.
On that roundhouse, and it buys Kakeru a little bit of space now. Angry Bird with the drive rush and the pressure, puts him back in the corner. That is super meaty. Nice parry, but he does get caught low, and he goes straight into the level 3 to give him both the life lead and the drive gauge advantage. And of course, we all know JP's win condition is definitely the burnout. It's going to be a big deal for him, and that is why Angry Bird is trying to parry his way out of danger, but he's in burnout now.
No shot.
No! The punish counter gives Kakeru the second round.
I like the ambition, I like the intention, but going right back into it. Let's go, let's go!
Beautiful counter hit conversion. And I have to say, Angry Bird with Ken, his counter hit conversions are by far and away the best out of any of the Kens I've seen out.
Oh, he makes it hurt. He absolutely makes it hurt. He makes sure if he's going to spend all that bar.
It's insane. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no doubt. I love the stoppage there, the counter pull from Kakeru. Also a big tool in this matchup. Keep himself out of the corner as well. The departure to kind of back him up. A lot of the Phantoms coming out now, the spikes as well.
Nice patience from Angry Bird, and of course he's holding that parry as well, which means he's getting the drive gauge back.
Oh boy, found success with the OD amnesia. Caught Angry Bird grabbing. Oh, the punish counter was there. Set up for the Goon Squad. What's the defensive options for Angry Bird?
Yeah,
Parry one,
out
jump the rest.
Oh, and he throws the drive impact.
Luckily, it wasn't a punish counter, though.
Yeah,
doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter. That was a big drive rush in from Angry Bird, and that does give him the first game. 1/3 of the work done on the way to 400K.
Already out to a great start from Kakeru.
There's the Dragon
The
Lash,
departure,
and
yeah, he was just gonna wait.
Shot.
Didn't need to overextend on defense. He was just gonna hang out and parry. Angry Bird just ran out of time on that one. No whiff punish against the heavy kick, and that's going to be great for Angry Bird now. On the assault, off of the lights, drive rush forward. What happens? Kakeru,
yeah, he
the
walks
micro
out
step backwards.
of the +1.
So significant. That micro step was everything.
Yeah, and that's going to force Angry Bird to just go for the light string to try and catch him low, walking back.
My God, he's been so on point with these crouching medium punches. Also getting the counter hit, the punish counter at that, full conversion. I'm liking him, the way that he's adapted thus far.
Again,
the micro steps are so
hanging
huge.
out there. Angry Bird gets away without getting punish countered. Kakeru.
Oh, we talked about the conversion off of the drive rush standing medium kick, but it's still Kakeru getting the side switch set up. No, it's going to be the throw. OD uppercut, that could have been huge.
Beautiful parry on the Dragon Lash, and you're going all the way back across the screen. He's got level 3, but chooses not to use it yet.
Deliberating what the approach is gonna be. Okay. So intense
He's got enough bar now to...
Oh!
All right, that's going to go into the level 3. It's not going to be enough, I don't think. No, it won't be.
I'm thinking to myself, perhaps he could have ended the combo a little bit earlier to cause that burnout to happen, right? I don't think it's going to matter too much. He puts himself in the burnout, and that's how it goes. That's unfortunate, too. Like, you're thinking about it, you know, if he could have gone into burnout a little bit earlier, but just even so, I think it was going to be checkmate regardless.
Yeah, it was very smart because clearly Angry Bird had to wake up parry, right? There's no other option for him there. And Kakeru just let him do it and then put the projectiles out and chipped him out.
Man, still getting away with it. The drive
don't want
rush
to risk
fierce.
trying to whiff punish that Fierce, though. 5 frames active.
Oh, yeah, you stick out anything at the wrong time, you're eating that big counter hit. And we've seen it happen. Juggle him, set up the departure. It allows him to move forward. Kakeru setting up smart. Yes, sir. Another departure. Angry Bird has to reconsider. Gets a little bit of the drive gauge back. Up until this point, though.
Nice check.
Oh!
And again, he gets away with another long swinging.
How many times? How many times thus far has Kakeru found the right answer against the Dragon Lash? Is getting a couple of these perfect parries, punish, counter, throw again, possibly. No, it's the overhead on the Psycho Phantom.
perfect parry. Kakarou getting the timing down on these fireballs. Nearly with another parry on the Dragon Lash.
Oh.
Angry Bird definitely needs to try and change up his patterns. He's starting to become a bit predictable, and Kakarou is definitely taking advantage of it. But he has got that safety of the winner's side.
Carrying at least parry orbs.
Losing a lot of drive gauge and then fights his way out.
Oh man, that trade-off could have been so much worse. Angry Bird does have the life lead too. The step kick is there. Kakarou is just running into a handful of normals now. OD Amnesia, can he do anything about it? Back throw. That's not bad.
Back on.
Not bad at all if you're Angry Bird as well.
Angry Bird choosing to use 3 bars there.
Ooh.
Now this is going to be a difficult situation because if Kakarou gets the hit,
he's walking him down. The gauge, again, not affected. Angry Bird carrying the entire sequence.
He got so much drive gauge back from that parry. It's ridiculous. And he cashes out with the level 3.
And that was the perfect timing, too. He calculated the amount of chip that he was going to do to get Kakarou into burnout. And spending the level 3, I totally get that. You have to do it. The carry on this character is so good. On both characters is very good, really.
Yeah, both got access to great side switch as well, should they wish.
Not doing anything out of it, I feel like.
Triple dash.
Set himself up, departure. Angry Bird. Oh man, how often has he done that?
We saw that work so often. He didn't commit to a button on landing that time.
Okay. Get the level. Oh, no! It's too high off of the juggle. This is the first time we've ever seen Kakarou actually drop that or mistime it.
A rare miscalculation from Kakarou, whose conversions are normally so good, but it's still a great situation for him. He's got a huge life lead, and Angry Bird's going to be in burnout for a while. It doesn't matter because Kakarou goes 2-1 up now.
We're in it for the long run. We do want to see a reset happen just to kind of see these two Titans play a couple more games. But man, if you're Angry Bird, obviously you want to see it now. Kakarou is slowly starting to make these adjustments. And how many times has he parried that successfully?
Yeah, I think, you know, the success that Angry Bird had with that as a tool to try and control that threat in the mid-range from the first set definitely has put Kakarou looking out for that Dragon Lash. They had such a tight set at EVO as well. It was 3-2. So that kind of gives a better indication of how more balanced they are rather than that 3-0 wash we saw in winners finals. And you're seeing that play out here now, a much more competitive set from the two of them.
No, it's a valid point, right? You're starting to see a lot of that composure, a lot of the decision-making that Kakarou is doing is really putting Angry Bird in sort of a conundrum. He hasn't figured out what to do against the bullet hell now that Kakarou is this active.
Yeah, the Dragon Lash is not the answer for him. That time it whiffed and Kakarou gladly took the punish counter and closed out the set without having to spend any of those super bar resources. So he's just sitting there pretty on 2.5 bars. Angry Bird fighting for his life. Another punish counter is going to get thrown back into the corner and the portal comes out. And another Dragon Lash is parried and he's in burnout as well. This is a horrible situation straight into the level 2. What's the mix? Where's the portal going to be?
Huh?
Wow, it just backed off.
Unorthodox drop, being able to throw it the last second before the DI. That could have been Stun City for Angry Bird, but luckily he moved out just in case. Ooh. Has to stop for that. Yeah, has to respect the departure spike on the way out.
There's the bailout. Immediately invests 3 bars in this corner carry conversion off the low forward. A brave tech from Kakarou.
He gets a level 2 again, Logan. Side switch. Set up with departure. From that far, get the juggle. Drive impact again.
Wow,
watch out for the throw.
Not going out of burnout.
Oh
my God!
Oh, but he
no. Oh, he does it again.
You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me.
Bro, that whole interaction was mad. Kakarou miscalculated the amount of drive gauge he would take off Angry Bird. Thought he was going to put him in burnout. Angry Bird turned the situation around.
It was so scary, too, because he had a punish counter into the drive impact, which wouldn't have caused a stun. But still, either way, Kakarou looking at reset point. Departure here, maybe close the gap. No, he wants to set one up. One more. Angry Bird towards the corner now, eating a ton of damage.
Looking for the parry, and again, he's ready for the Dragon Lash. Just missing that 2-frame perfect parry window. A beautiful button, and then he's just buffering away with those mediums.
Keeping it light as well, not trying to overextend on offense, or I should say defense. He's keeping it pretty active though against the drive rushes. He's starting to see the pattern from Angry Bird, getting a little antsy with the drive gauge. How many Dragon Lashes thus far have been perfect carry?
It is. And we are going to see a reset Grand Finals. And what a statement, a perfect KO, a perfect parry, a perfect turnaround from Kakaroo. 3-1 is the score. And we're going to get a reset bracket here in Grand Finals.
Taking a little bit of time to make sure they prep themselves here for the reset.
These tails and your tails. Heads. So heads. So you choose the side. Same side? Okay, then Kakaroo chose P1.
A little bit of pageantry, just in case they decided to change sides. You never know. Let me jump over. I can do fireballs better from player one side. But these guys are both happy where they are. Good news for the production team. They're not going to have to change the names around in the overlays. And we're going to go straight back to this reset Grand Finals. Of course, Kakaroo was fighting out of the losers bracket. And now, as Angry Bird has lost his first set of this elimination bracket, that means they're both in the loser's side, and the winner of this 3 out of 5 set will be the champion.
That's right, yeah, we're getting there closer and closer, but let me talk to you for a little bit, Logan Sama. What is the deal with Angry Bird and all of the Dragon Lashes that he's been coming out with? I have not seen him utilize that move this many times in a single set.
So the interesting thing here, right, is the Dragon Lash is the answer to the JP continually trying to use the crouching medium punch to stop the drive rush in. You've been watching, you know, Gamers 8 for the last couple of days. You will have seen multiple Kens in this matchup using drive rush at full screen and like 3/4 screen to try and run through the Ghost or beat the Shard and get in. But what we haven't seen is hardly any drive rushes from Angry Bird. He's just been only going with the Dragon Lash, and that means Kakaroo hasn't had to put out that crouch and medium punch.
I feel like it's the contrary. Like initially in games 1 and 2, Angry Bird did majority of his offensive situation, or startup, I should say, was drive rush. Right? Kakaroo has been so active with counter poking, and now he's just trying to go through the wheel of options here. But Kakaroo has been prepared for all of them thus far. Off to a pretty decent start, I will say. Not a significant life lead, but one to make Angry Bird double check his approach.
Yeah, you watch the buttons that Kakaroo's pressing, you're not seeing crouch and medium punch at all. So this Dragon Lash to get in, look at that again. That's even better because he doesn't have to worry about getting the perfect parry. He just gets the drive impact and the combo. Oh, and again he goes for it. He's just being so stubborn here in this strategy. Is it going to work for him? The range on that standing light kick's insane, by the way. I can't believe that link from that far away.
Rarely get to see that step kick kind of act as a counter poking tool as well, but it's going to be Kakaroo. Yes, sir. Spend it. Doesn't even need to. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, the Phantom even into the spike, but just in case he had to, he had the meter. But this is looking fantastic for Kakaroo right now, close to level 3.
I really want to see Angry Bird start, you know, representing with that drive rush a lot more, and giving Kakaroo more things to think about, because right now all he's thinking about is that Dragon
Stagger! Stagger pressure yet again. I think he's 2 for 2 in regards to that strategy against Kakaroo. That's got to mean something, right? He's choosing defense, or sorry, movement as a defensive option. Angry Bird needs to learn how to shut that down. But again, he has to get past right here. Yeah, the canes that have been stopping him from even closing the gap.
Just punish counter. That was finally too far away.
Oh,
nice.
Boy. Are we going to see the amnesia? Perhaps.
Yes, we are. Oh.
Hey, that's fine for Angry Bird. He is able to utilize the OD. Not like this. Kakaroo, oh
wow,
boy.
And that worked out for Angry Bird. No level 2 to close it out, but he's going to go into this final round with 3 bars instead.
Same with both, yeah. Whoever lands the first hit, best believe you're going to expect a level 3, right?
Now representing with a lot more of these drive rushes, these run and step kicks as well. The stagger on the jabs again, and he immediately cashes out with the level 3.
But you saw how he did it, right? He did it off of the stagger pressure yet again. A single jab, 2 jabs over after that. Kakaroo, he's starting to get figured out what he wants to do on defense, getting a little bit antsy before the corners there.
I mean, we saw Kakaroo in an earlier set just get opened up repeatedly by jab into short, into stand jab against Mena.
Right.
He's so stubborn on defense, and I think he definitely has defensive patterns. It looks like Angry Bird has started to pick them out, but the huge damage he's going to get here off this level 3 is going to put him at a huge advantage. But Angry Bird's got a lot of drive gauge to work with. Nice parry, and he's going to get a lot of drive gauge back. He gets counter hit though. Beautiful delay by Kakaroo. He comes out of the parry and he catches him. I've got no idea what that was the start of, because it was like the first frame of whatever Angry Bird tried to do. Puts him in the lead.
And it's so significant too. It's double digits on startup, right? That standing heavy kick is 12 frames, so you're getting an extra delay on that in case you wanted to press maybe like a medium button.
Ooh, it's a really good tool as well, right? Because they use it as a meaty into the target combo after the portal setup.
Now, even if it's blocked, what, +2? You're totally fine with that. Your turn again. You get another portal coming down. Oh,
beautiful. Oh, that was lovely. And again, Kakaroo's just got such fantastic timing on these parries, whether it's a perfect parry or just a parry dealing with pressure. Unbelievable. And he's showing completely different looks here with these normals.
No, not again.
He goes to the well again, and the Kakaroo perfect parry is going to be enough
level
to
1?
close out with the level 1.
Doesn't even matter in regards to scaling. Kakaroo looking like an entirely different beast right now against Angry Bird.
Same animal.
Yeah. What does that mean? We're gonna set up with the neutral, sorry, the forward jump at the same time. Oh boy!
Cricket back.
The cricket back. Yeah. The exact same swing. Level 3 coming in. A little bit of that drive gauge back. Put Kakaroo on edge just a little bit close to burnout, but can't afford to be as predictable. Jeez. The jump in is there to punish the fireball. He gets to spend a little bit more as well. Building level 3, you already know. Okay, just in case. I paused, just in case he happened to drop it. There's gonna be a thing, man. That is Kakaroo, 2 rounds straight and 2 games over Angry Bird.
Since we saw him drop the level 3 in the first set, anything's possible, right?
Right.
We're not counting any chickens, and there's a lot of chickens to count at the end of this set, let me tell you. Here we go, set game for Kakaroo, looking to become the Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6 champion out of loser's side. The boy. Is reacted to from Angry Bird, and we're going to be going towards the corner with this enhanced tattoo. There's the stagger again, counter hitting him, but the perfect parry is going to give Kakaroo the stage again. EX portal.
The defensive options on the Wake Up 2 have been giving Angry Bird a very, very hard time. He's not been able to predict correctly what it is that Kakaroo wants to do, whether it's a perfect parry or the amnesia, movement.
Very notable as well after that held parry that Angry Bird didn't do anything, because he didn't get counter hit after these prolonged parries quite frequently.
The stat, I gotta say, man, him committing to the target combo for the frame trap was brilliant. Let's get the Goon Squad set up. That's 1 departure. Set up again. Has to hold that.
Oh, and the parry was baited out, and it is set point to Kakaroo, and it's looking to be a clean sweep in this grand finals. I cannot believe this turn of events.
Not like this. All of the fantasy brackets, let's see it. Who had Kakaroo as taking it down as champ? It's not quite over yet. OD, uppercut, get off of me.
Puts himself in burnout though. Oh!
Beautifully done, Angry Bird! Oh, I don't know what that was. We let it rock here? Okay, I guess so.
That's right, it was inevitable something.
There is an inevitable death rule, but, you know, not even close to that just yet. Dragon Lash, the uppercut.
Angry Bird fighting for survival here. And that is it. He has defended the first set point here. 1 more to go. It's still set point Kakaroo.
Oh, no, too far out. Yo, Kakaroo just at the right spot, at the right time for the whiff punish against the misplaced Dragon Lash. Set up the departure, walk him down a little bit, and yeah, testing his reactions. He still has the parry. Angry Bird is looking to fight his way out of the corner, step by step, block by block. The drive rush is there, but still, how is the perfect parry?
How did he
is ready. He is too ready.
That was in the middle of a combo. I can't believe how ready and how good Kakaroo is at these parries. So many perfect parries. Unbelievable.
A single hit for Kakadu could spell the end of Angry Bird. We're getting closer and closer to it.
Touch. Oh, and that is it. Kakaroo has managed to turn this round and close out the grand finals 3-0. And there is way more than 3 zeros on his prize. He has claimed the $400,000 for first place. Look at him sitting back in his chair. It hasn't sunk in yet. Life-changing events here today in Riyadh at the Boulevard at Gamers 8. Kakaroo, he can barely walk in a straight line after that draining performance. These two competitors, what a fantastic grand finals, and Kakaroo stands atop. He can barely believe it. Look at this man, an emotionally draining experience, physically draining.
No doubt.
Putting his heart and soul into that performance, truly deserving of that trophy.
And how often do you really see that kind of comeback happen from the loser's side, right? Especially playing killer after killer, being one of the killers yourselves, obviously, but also having to face off against the guy that puts you into losers. Immaculate performance from Kakaroo.
And just like that, we officially have our Gamers 8 champion, Kakaroo! Kakaroo, I've yet to see this expression on your face. I have to start out by asking you, what are you feeling right now after winning the biggest tournament in Street Fighter history as far as prize?
歴史に一番大きいストリートファイターの大会を優勝できるのはどのような気持ちでしょうか？
いやまだちょっと実感が湧かないですね。でもすごい嬉しいです。はい。
I have no idea, as you know, so far I have no idea, but I'm super happy.
سألنا كاكرو كيف شعورك بعد ما صرت بطل العالم الستريت فايتر وفوزك بالجائزة الكبرى؟ قال بكل صراحة ما أدري شلون جالس ما أدري ايش يصير بالضبط، وفي نفس الوقت أنه هو سعيد جدا بهذا الإنجاز.
We have never seen someone use the perfect parry to that level ever throughout Street Fighter 6 up to this point. We did not even know that that was possible. The fact that you went with that strategy, I don't even want to call it a strategy, that you had that skill. We have never seen that. Why didn't you do it earlier in the tournament? Were you saving it for grand finals?
そのようなプレイスタイルは今までも見たことないんですね。何回もいつもパーフェクトパーリー完璧にやったんですけれども、今までにそんなことがやらなかったんですが、どうして今できたと思うんですか？
本当はその他のことをして対処するのが一番いいかったんですけど、ちょっととっさに反応できなくてパリにしちゃったところ、たまたま運よくパーフェクトパリになったっていう、はい、っていう感じですね。
Well, the other things weren't working before. I didn't know, how to go around it. So, this time I just, tried to do it. Did my best to just make it every single time, and well, it worked.
فعلا كاكرو اللي سواه كان مستحيل في المباراة، ما قد شفنا بيرفكت باري يصير زي كذا في المباريات، فسألناه قلنا ليش كنت مخبيه من المرات الماضية، ليش تونا نشوفها في النهائيات؟ وقال بكل صراحة ما كان يتوقع أنها كانت تضبط، وجرب استراتيجيات مختلفة وانهزم قبل من أنجري بيرد، فرجع مرة ثانية الحين في النهائيات قال بجرب استراتيجية مختلفة، والبيرفكت باري ضبطت معه وقدر يفوز.
Kakaroo, you just won $400,000 $100,000. Absolutely life-changing money. What are you going to do with it?
今$40万を買ったんですけれども、本当に命を変わるお金だと思うんですけれども、このお金をどうやって使おうと思いますか？
なんか自分でなんかするっていうのはちょっと思いつかないんですけど、なんかまずそのお世話になっているいぶし銀、僕のチームのいぶし銀に結構なんだろう、恩返しできたのかなっていうところで、あとなんかお世話になった人になんかお返しできたらなっていうふうに思います。
Well, I haven't been thinking about it as of yet, but first of all, I would like to maybe use it somehow to thank my team, Ibushigin, that really supported me along the way, and all the other people. Like, use this money somehow to thank all the people that helped me along the way up to this point.
سألنا كاكيرو ايش بتسوي بالجائزة الكبرى اللي فزت فيها $400,000. فعلا عنده الحين كسبت جائزة مرة كبيرة، فقلنا له ايش راح تسوي فيها؟ قال بكل صراحة اني انا ما فكرت وش بسوي فيها بالضبط، لكن غالبا راح اساعد فيها من ساعدني حتى برضو لين احقق لين احقق هذه البطولة. ففعلا كثار دعموه ويقول حاب اشكرهم بهذه الجائزة.
Kakeru, the last thing I want to ask you, what has your experience been like here in Saudi Arabia with all of these fans and just the locals, and what do you have to say to everybody back home in Japan as well that supported you?
じゃあまずこっちサウジアラビアの経験について聞きたいと思うんですけれども、この1週間はどんな時間でしたか？そして日本にご覧するファンの皆さんのために一言お願いします。
サウジアラビアすごいいいところで、暑いんですけど、すごいでもご飯とか僕マンゴージュースがすごい好きで、すごい飲んでて、すごいデーツとかも教えてもらったやつとかもすごい美味しくて、すごいいい経験になりました。日本の皆さんに遅くまで応援ありがとうございました。また次カプコンカップに向けて頑張りますんでよろしくお願いします。
Well, I really like it here. It's an amazing country, Saudi, and well, it's kind of hot, I have to say, but the food is amazing. The food is amazing. I really like the mango juice we had at the hotel. I drank it a lot, and dates also very nice. To all the fans in Japan, first of all, thank you so much for watching this late at night. And the next thing is Capcom Cup, and I'm gonna prepare for it as well. So I count on your ongoing support.
كاكيرو بعد الانجاز الكبير هذا نبغى نعرف شلون كانت تجربته في المملكة العربية السعودية وتواجده معنا. قال بكل صراحة كان كل شيء مثالي، وانعجب بصراحة بوجوده هنا برضو معنا ومبسوط بحضوره في البطولة. قال بكل صراحة قال إنه عاجبه عصير المانجا اللي موجود بالفندق، وفي نفس الوقت التمر جاز له مرة، ويعني هذا شيء مرة مبسوط عليه. ولو إنه يقول الجو حر شوي هنا عندنا في السعودية طبيعي جاي عندنا هنا في الصحراء، لكن مع هذا كله يقول إنه كانت تجربة جدا مثالية. وبالنسبة لجمهوره اللي يشجعونه في اليابان الوقت تماما متأخر عندهم، فقال إنه يشكركم على دعمكم وعلى متابعتكم للبطولة على هذا الوقت المتأخر. فمن جد يعني الإنجاز الكبير اللي حققه في آخر اللحظات هنا معنا إنجاز تاريخي. أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، تحية أخيرة لبطل جيمر زيت لستريت فايتر كاكيرو.
Kakeru, at this point, there is only one thing left to do. I would like you to go ahead and take this pen and go over there and sign your name for everybody back at home. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Kakeru!
Kakeru, 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 Kakeru. Stream Monster, say it with me. Your Gamers 8 2023 Street Fighter 6 champion, taking 400k home. Don't know what that is in yen, but I imagine it's very much into the millions. Yeah. Kakeru, wow, what a result. We were talking about the form of Punk, and then we were it was like, lay your cards down. Angry Bird turned up and played like an absolute man-possessed. Both of them completely shut down by this kid. He's got to be the #1 Japanese player. I mean, I said it at Red Bull Commentator, to be fair. He was #1 Japanese player, because the Japanese are still kind of catching up in this game. But after Evo, you might have thought maybe Tequila's got a case there. But after this, I think it's undeniable. But now, we got to start wondering who's the best in the world, because Mena has been making a good case. Angry Bird just won Evo. Punk has been informed every tournament he attended. Kakaroo just turned up and bodied everyone.
Oh, man.
Everyone.
The zone that Angry Bird and Punk achieved, right? They were looking unstoppable. I was like, every right read, it was just going their way. And for Kakaroo to propel past that, to reach a level beyond that, I mean, it was unfathomable to me.
He was 2-0 down against Punk. 2-0 down, and as you mentioned, 5 games down straight. Coming now against the guy who beat him very convincingly in Winners Final, and he does this, Jammers. He does this.
You know what's crazy? I like that it's early days, and it's okay to be easily convinced as to switching players. All right, this player's going to win, that player's going to win. It's going to be favorable, but this was actually brilliant. Unprecedented, I got to say, man, because it's fantastic to see this stuff. The adaptation, I really got to say, with this set alone against Angry Bird, the key thing for me, if I had to pinpoint something, it's the defensive choices, right?
Absolutely. I never saw anyone so locked in as him. And what I mean by locked in is the combination of reactions and foresight, right?
Yes.
The reads. It is amazing how disciplined he played defensively. He never took a bait on a neutral jump. He never took a bait on a walk-in, walk-out. He would anti-air your neutral jump. He would press the button on you trying to walk back and walk back in. He just didn't make mistakes, man.
Listen, Jammers, actually, I want to ask you this, right? Because I know you saw that was beautiful by Angry Bird, by the way. You've spoken a lot about this. Is the average Street Fighter 6 top player underutilizing the parry system?
Yes. Yeah. And it's only because it's still early. Like I said, because right now, the players that you're seeing here, Mena's been doing it, Punk's been doing it. Again, that was a high success rate on perfect parries, especially against Dragon Lash, by the way.
Yeah.
I like that he's not even doing a DI against it. He's doing a perfect parry against it. They're just not instinctually doing from scrambles or panic situations, they're not pressing their parry button, whether it's 2 buttons, the default one, or 1 button parry. This guy, I remember he said in the interview, he said, well, nothing else is working, and if nothing else works, guess what? You got 1 frame parry.
Yeah.
So it's going to save you in some way,
When
shape,
in
or
doubt,
form.
parry it out. It's 1 frame, perfect parry. Damage isn't rewarding, but situational scenario is. And when you've got bar like that guy has, and the screen to play with, that perfect parry is more rewarding than you'd assume. And it also puts a mental blocker in your opponent's approach. He wasn't only using it on Dragon Lash. I mean, I saw about 10 on Dragon Lash, but he was also using it on safe jump scenarios, jumping scenarios where he couldn't anti-air on time. And I guess the next layer there is for Angry Bird to start empty jumping and grabbing, but you don't want to give up your free jumping, do you, Ringe?
Exactly, and Angry Bird, he usually does such a good job of mixing up his options, right, to make his approach unpredictable. But part of that is also he won't abandon certain strategies, right? That's what you said. You saw Dragon Lash get perfect parry 10 times, because that's part of the mind game of fighting games, right? Like, oh, surely he won't do it again, so you do it again. But man, the reactions on Kakaroo was just next level. Every time it came out, just the instinctual perfect parry, and it just shut down a lot of what Angry Bird wanted to do.
Do you know, I also got to point out as well, I've kind of seen, Kakaroo's kind of exemplified this probably to the best. It's more so of how successful punish counter throw is for JP. Because usually characters have to set up a level 2, they need something on screen that takes a lot of time to get on there, but departure, even with the teleports, is level 2. It basically forces you in a situation where you think you have to parry, he gets to throw, builds 40% meter, and he conserves that meter always for supers, by the way.
Yes.
You don't really see him using it liberally. He's like, right.
The meter gain, Jammers, is a huge point.
Exactly,
Huge
right.
point.
And the thing is, his EX moves are just as good, so he's conserving it. I really think JP's a character that utilize and optimize his meter in such efficient ways that it's like, right, I'm not really splurging it in the same sense. Because look, he had a healthy mixture of perfect parry, which builds the meter, to guess what? Even mix it up with EX OD Amnesia and really spice it up. It's crazy how
one more from
you talk about all the tools, right? That is really the mix-ups of fighting games, man. Like, I forgot my point, bro. Just go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I got caught up in the moment. I got caught up in the moment. I'm so sorry.
It was brilliant. I think Jammers just got you with his amazing stuff. Listen, we got a bunch of things to look at now, guys. It's been an incredible day of Street Fighter 6 action. We have our champion. We have $1 million in prize money given away to the players and their performances. A massive shout out to all of them, and of course a huge shout out to second place Angry Bird.
Yes.
Definitely a candidate for MVP. Speaking of MVP, we've got a number of things to look at today, and we've been voting, we've been debating.
We have
back and forth.
Healthy debates, by the way.
Healthy debates. healthy, structured, back and forth, people making their points. You know, we're not on that Rob TV flex. You know, I disagree. Why do you disagree? I disagree. But water is water, right?
Stop talking about
yes. I still disagree. We're not on that. We're debating, Rob. You know, we're giving the opponent a chance to make a fair point. So first and foremost, shout out KFC, STC Play, and all the guys supporting us here. This is the KFC Colonel's choice for the day, and this one is going to none other than Punk against Kakaru, and I believe it's going to be Kakaru taking this because he was 2-0 down, wasn't he?
See, the crazy thing is, it literally happened at the start of this clip, right? Kakaru, I don't think he's missed JP's down forward half punch, the sweep. I don't think he's missed that, and he always does it around start. So it's actually crazy that started around here.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see, look at how on point he was in this match, bro. Just walking outside of range, letting Punk with the crouch medium kick. Like Kakaru, this was the point where he was down 5 games in a row, right? Back against the wall, and it did not matter to him.
Man, he really imposed his will on Punk. And then Punk had the opportunity to adapt to the adaptation. In the UK, we call it adaptation.
That's the Sengan.
We did not see that from him on this occasion. Massive shout out to Shoei Sengan. Amazing play from Kakaru. And he took that momentum and took it all the way through. Another one that we've been debating over, guys, was round of the day. I mean,
yeah,
it's a pretty tough one to pick.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't think it would go, you know, I don't think it would be a fair day to have had such a tremendous performance from Punk without him getting some kind of shout out here. And this round of the day, I believe he won that vote. Run it, team. Let's see. Yes, it is. It's going to go to Punk up against Mena. Set point both players was also, I think Mena was, no, he was 2-0 down as well, right? Punk was 2-0 down here as well. Mena got off to a great start, if I'm correct.
No,
or
Punk was 2-0 up.
Punk was 2-0,
yes. Mena came back.
And Mena came back 2-0, exactly.
Yes.
So momentum gone. You can easily lose everything you need here to get that victory. Instead, it was the other way round.
Yes.
Dropped his combo, still was able to clutch it out. Man, Punk, the god, and look at that reaction.
I kind of give that round of
great.
the day more so as to what was on the line than the round itself, because obviously you don't want to drop the combo before that. And I think Crouch medium kick beat Stand hard punch, which is slightly faster. So he beat him to the punch in that certain situation, but I think it's because he's finally overcome a matchup that, like we said before, he's been edging closer and closer to get that win there, and fantastic stuff to Punk. Honestly, I was really proud of him there.
Yeah, he won the way he wanted to win, right? With the character he wanted to win, with getting the right reads on Mena. He really didn't even change his strategy that much. He was just right more often than he was wrong.
It's that feel. He's played him enough times to start feeling, probably watched it back enough times to understand. Although he did say he doesn't really necessarily watch his matches back. I don't know, maybe he's just got a photographic memory. He did so well against Mena, especially after he dropped the 2-0 lead. Still able to clutch it out. I think even though he didn't win this tournament, Punk takes a lot away from this tournament into the next event, knowing that he can actually beat Mena. Because you can bet your top dollar, Mena's going to be there most likely to. I mean, that guy is ridiculous at this game, guys.
See, and we've said this before, right? We've said this in one of the online CPTs. It's like, right, when you make a top 8 the first time, in your head, something will mentally click. You say, right, it's possible. Now, the same thing can apply when it comes to the players, right? If you have a demon, if you have someone that's really difficult to overcome and you finally beat them, it's like, okay, it's doable. We just need to change the win percentage from like, you know, 70.
It's not an easy match as well. I mean, I think it is pretty tough for Kami now. It's not terrible, but it's tricky.
I always really love the basketball analogy in this instance, where you got to see one go in, right? And then you can start making the shots from there. So as soon as Punk got this dub up against Mena in a high-profile tournament like this, yeah, the confidence going forward, I mean, he's going to believe he can beat him at any moment.
Love that analogy. And of course, this is the one that's been causing, I'll be honest, we've been going back and forth in the group chat, in the lunchrooms. Yeah. Logan didn't speak to me for an hour. He was so upset. We're all torn on this one. Nobody's agreeing, okay? Come back in the day, we're going to let the studio decide because we all disagreed on this one. So who's it going to go to, team?
Oh.
It's going to be... Yes! Yes, this is the one I picked. Okay. Thank you. This is comeback of the day. Eat that, Logan Summer. Come on. The big mistake I think Jen made here was spending that last bit of meter. Yes. He didn't need this EX. He wanted to get the level 1, but you're never going to kill here. Why spend it? Why put yourself in burnout against Marisa? Oh, no.
Did he throw him after this? No, he went for a jab, maybe for a throw. There. Right, do you know if he pressed a different button, that would have worked? Yeah, if he pressed stand light kick or maybe in a sweep, it would have worked.
Neutral jump. Where are you going? Where are you going? And it's checkmate. He's dead. He's already dead at that point. Come on, guys. Come on. That. You know what? Well done, studio. I agree with this. I agree with this.
Anyway,
shout out my boy Hamid.
Okay, it's good that you brought up the combo. I disagree. I think the combo's fine. That's optimal. It's one bar. He's right in his face. Maybe a delayed throw.
What combo are you talking about?
The one that Shan did.
You think you should have spent the meter?
Yeah, I think that's
why?
Fine because that was literally, guess,
burn out against Marisa?
But that's the thing, right? Like, I'm with you. I'm with you up against every other character in the game. No, not even that. Like, I understand putting your opponent on a pixel of life, even if it's going to mean you're burnt out. Against Marisa, you don't do that. That is the one character you don't do that.
But then the counter argument is there. All he did was press the wrong button. That's it.
Of course. And I'm saying, but that could happen with anything, right? And I get that's the counter argument. Sure, he put him in a guess for game scenario. It's just, man, if you guess wrong, the consequences up against Marisa are harder and stronger than everybody else.
Jammers, you got no leg to stand on here, mate. We've just seen what's happened, mate. Yeah, we've just seen what's happened. What you're talking about? You're sounding like Rob TV right now, just arguing for the sake of like, no, mate, no.
I don't argue in bad faith. I just made my point.
Well, we can agree to disagree, my good fellow English chum.
I'll do that.
Oh, there's other stuff we got to look at here. Actually, we should give it. Listen, Logan, we will give a quick shout out to Angry Bird. His comeback. I can't remember who it was.
MOV. That's the one.
MOV. There was many. It's MOV, but there was another one today. After MOV, there's another comeback. I mean, he had plethora of comebacks. So massive shout out to him. He was the comeback king this whole week. But for me, the single most standout comeback was that one personally. Now, we can agree to disagree, Logan, but hey, each to their own. The studio has decided. It's over. The debate is over. Now, across Gamers 8, there's a ton of tournaments, a ton of events. It's an 8-week event, right? This is Street Fighter 6 and PUBG week. Crazy. Teams have had their players represented across, and we need to see where the standings are now. Street Fighter 6 and PUBG have gone further. So this is sorry, what was that? I think I've got that one wrong. It's the Merit Awards, forgive me.
Okay.
So let's take a look at this.
Ooh, so these are going to be the awards that we actually awarded for the entire tournament on Street Fighter 6, right? So MVP to Kakeru, the best comeback win to Kakeru. Obviously, we talked about going down 5 games straight, coming back on Punk 3-2. The most dominant win, we saw Umehara Daigo do 3 perfects on Luffy for the most dominant victory. And of course, the best group performer, Mena RD, who went undefeated through that entire stage.
Well, Jammers, it's interesting that we saw, obviously, the most consistent comeback performer was clearly Angry Bird. He was out of the tournament about 5 times and somehow, made it to grand finals, winner's side. Yeah, I mean, but that comeback award goes to Kakeru, not particularly because of the round, but it was the situation he was in, wasn't it?
Yeah, because basically he was on the brink of, his tournament life was on the line there. No second life there to work with, no second wind. He was literally back against the wall. He had no choice. He said, look, it's do or die if I want to run it back with Angry Bird. He might have been thinking to run it back with Angry Bird before winning the tournament. I think that's a thought process some people do miss. So, all right, cool. I want to rectify myself against Angry Bird, get that run back, and so on. And he got it there. And then, like you said, he lost the first game against Angry Bird and then went, what, 6 on the bounce?
Yeah, 6-1 to end the grand finals, but just incredible stuff.
I mean, anyone beating 6-1 in any... I mean, you just beat the EVO champion who won EVO just last week. 6-1 in the grand final.
Some players, they get a new level unlocked when they have no more safety net, right? That's what we saw for Kakeru. He was in loser's bracket. He was down 2-0. He had to muster up everything he possibly could at that point, and boy, did he ever.
Quite emotional now because I believe we've come to the end of the show. Our champion has been crowned. Congratulations to Japan. Congratulations to Kakeru and his team. What a win. But also tremendous performances throughout the days from all these players from around the world. And a massive thank you to Gamers 8 for having us. Man, I don't really want to go yet. I was hoping there'd be more games.
For real, man.
Let's come to an end. I have to give one personal shout out, of course, to my wife. It's our 10-year anniversary today.
Hey! Amazing, bro. Amazing.
My queen, I'm sorry I couldn't be at home. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to do this. She's home with 4 kids while I do this. So, you're an absolute angel. Happy anniversary. We'll celebrate soon.
She gets an MVP award too.
Early payday, a little bonus there. I missed my anniversary. Yeah, so,
Oh, wait. 20%. The studio team said they're not going to call you back.
That was good while it lasted, guys. Jammers, bring it in, buddy. My guys. Oh, man, it's over. It's over. Oh, dude, listen, it's been absolutely incredible. Gamers 8 Street Fighter 6. I don't know what other games they got here going on, but they're going to struggle to top that. Let's take a look back at all the amazing action that happened today. This one brought to you by Aramco. And shout out to all the sponsors who made it possible. From me and my esteemed team here, Assalamu alaikum.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. I'll try, يا أخي I'll fight for us. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Paradise through dirt in our